No one could have anticipated that the world could be rendered desolate without the use of nuclear weapons. Humanity had reached a precipice, teetering on the brink of collapse. Factories ceased operations, schools closed their doors, companies were left unstaffed, and shops remained shuttered. The once bustling streets echoed only with the howling winds, as numerous locales that had once thrived with the vibrancy of human life succumbed to this peculiar stillness. Except for a few perpetually frigid nations, those basking in the sunlight could scarcely fathom that one day they would rely on government assistance for their basic necessities, sealing themselves within their homes, trembling in the darkness as they struggled to survive. This cataclysmic turn of events, astonishingly, was solely the result of mosquitoes. Li Ji sat upon the sofa, his hands clasped under his chin, brow furrowed in contemplation. It was not a matter of profundity, rather. He was engaged in an online lesson delivered by his teacher, oblivious to the chaos wrought by the mosquito epidemic. Yet, this did not deter the Ministry of Education from its unwavering commitment to uphold educational standards. In recent years, humanity had languished under the shadow of the mosquito plague. The resilient human race had adapted, restructuring their survival protocols in response to the relentless onslaught of these insects. When the weather turned cold and the mosquitoes entered hibernation, society functioned as usual. Conversely, during the sweltering months when the mosquito infestation thrived, individuals would retreat to their sealed abodes, relying on government provisions for sustenance. Each year, around mid-April, as the chill of spring dissipated, the threat of mosquitoes would begin to loom. Consequently, by May, the populace of Wagwa had invariably prepared for refuge, with some of the more timid souls opting to seal themselves indoors well in advance. The mosquito plague typically lasts until October, only ceasing when the weather turns truly cold. Consequently, unless an official announcement from the government in October declares the absence of any signs of mosquito activity, schools will remain indefinitely closed. However, during these formative years, students ought to be seated in classrooms, absorbing the nourishment of knowledge. Regrettably, circumstances do not permit this for over 5 months. Students must distance themselves from their studies. If they neglect their education, how will society progress? And how will the flame of knowledge be passed on? Thus, the Ministry of Education has initiated online classes, ensuring that as long as avenues for learning exist, even in the most arduous conditions, civilization will not regress. Li Ji maintained a contemplative posture. He found himself disinterested in studying and contemplated switching to browse the internet. However, the online teaching platform locked his computer screen during class hours, compelling him to focus on the lecture. Furthermore, the webcam continuously captured students' images. Any detection of absence or mismatch would result in a deduction of attendance. Attendance was crucial, as it determined the distribution of survival supplies during the monthly inspections conducted by the Pest Control Department. With perfect attendance for the month, he could claim 10 additional selected canned goods the following month. Conversely, a subpar attendance rating would lead to dire consequences, with the ensuing month's meals consisting solely of compressed biscuits. Finally, after enduring until 4:30, Li Ji closed the teaching platform and eagerly opened the news website. Cooped up in his room day after day, he longed for information from the outside world. He recalled a WeChat message from his neighbor, Xiao Mei, sent that morning. "I heard there's a new species of mosquito on Donghu Road, each as large as a spicy crayfish. I'm going to take a look. Are you coming? You coward?" Xiao Mei, who is of the same age as him and resides next door, has been a cherished friend since childhood. Though her exterior exudes a gentle and serene demeanor, she is, at her core, a fervent adventurer, wholly dismissive of conventions and disdainful of societal norms, with an unwavering passion for freedom. The current mosquito plague has only provided her with further justification for her quest for liberty. Each day, she dons a battle attire fashioned from several raincoats, coupled with a pink safety helmet, as she wanders through the desolate streets of the city. One can only wonder how she withstands the oppressive heat of nearly 40 degrees Celsius within her stifling raincoats without succumbing to dehydration. After perusing a range of trending news, Li Ji stumbled upon an article featuring mosquitoes as large as lobsters. Reflecting on this, he ventured onto the local forum for Donghu District in Hangzhou, where he encountered several uploaded photographs of these monstrous insects. The titles almost uniformly proclaimed the astonishing appearance of gigantic mosquitoes. After scrolling through several posts, he discovered a few images dated June 17th, which is today. The photographs bore no signs of digital manipulation. Their distant shots rendered them rather indistinct. Many were captured in shadowy corners of walls, making it challenging for Li Ji to discern any differences. However, upon encountering an image depicting a mosquito perched on a doorknob, he was seized by a chilling sense of dread, breaking out in a cold sweat. In the summer of 2044, 5 years ago, the mosquito population surged beyond previous years, but it was merely a minor increase, prompting little more than a few complaints. At that time, Li Ji was 13 and had just begun middle school. The outbreak of the mosquito plague left a lasting impression on him. It had long been foreshadowed, yet was ultimately unstoppable. Subsequently, swarms of mosquitoes, resembling billowing black smoke, swept through the city. The wailing of ambulances became a distressing norm on the streets, and the oppressive heat rendered the once refreshing attire of the populace obsolete. A shadow of despondency cloaked every individual, and soon, an increasing number of insects emerged, enveloping the city in an impenetrable haze. The deafening sound of flapping wings resonated outside, as Li Ji, along with his family, huddled in silence within their room. Occasionally, he would perch on the windowsill, gazing outside at the darkened sky, where the mosquitoes blotted out the sunlight. The television incessantly broadcasted information about distribution points for supplies across various regions, while paradoxically urging the public to refrain from venturing outdoors. Yet, remaining indoors would inevitably lead to starvation. Li Ji watched as his father dismantled the bathroom door and wielded an axe to chop up furniture. His mother assisted, and together they constructed a new door connecting to an external security door, creating a half-meter sealed passage between the two. A showerhead was installed within this corridor, designed to spray water when the security door was opened. His father then ingeniously modified a motorcycle helmet, attaching it to 2 lengthy tubes salvaged from a broken washing machine, while his mother filled the interior with filtering materials. Ultimately, clad in a winter coat, with sleeves sewn shut and gloves on, his father affixed several plastic bags, once used for rice and flour, to the exterior of his attire, donned a hat, and sealed the collar tightly. In a desperate bid to protect his family from the impending hunger, he ventured into the eye of the calamity, his body entirely encased in makeshift armor, dragging along 2 tubes for breathing. The first year of the mosquito plague was endured with resilience through my father's efforts. Although he failed to locate the resource distribution point broadcasted on television, he ultimately returned home with a substantial bag of food from the supermarket. After securing the anti-theft door, he stood in the narrow passage between the restroom doors, surrounded by a swarm of mosquitoes. Fortunately, the warm water from the showerhead swiftly drenched and exterminated the pests, rendering the ordeal less perilous than it could have been. By this time, the tail end of the autumn heat had arrived. The mosquito infestation lasted approximately 2 weeks, and as the weather turned colder, they vanished as mysteriously as they had appeared, leaving behind only a thick layer of their lifeless bodies as evidence of their existence. The rescued populace emerged onto the streets, embracing one another in tears. The government promptly dispatched relief food, while personnel clad in biohazard suits drove through the streets, rescuing one survivor after another or hauling away the lifeless, withered corpses. That year, Li Ji was 13 years old, and he witnessed the apocalypse. He also saw his father, stripped of his gear, flushed and fainting before him. In the ensuing years, the mosquito plague persisted unabated. Some chose to emigrate to colder regions, Yet the majority adapted to the existence of the infestation, surviving in the interstices of despair. Gazing at photographs of mosquitoes the size of doorknobs, 18-year-old Li Ji, who believed himself to possess a resilient spirit, could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of trepidation for the future. Quick transmigration. The supporting female lead, addicted to flirting with a male god, a captivating introduction. The academicians of a great nation, an intriguing introduction. Chapter 80. Encountering abductions and assaults. Li Yuan remarked, "Weren't you two planning to assess them? Yet, you have not mentioned having done so. Moreover, I have never strolled through the streets with girls before. Back in Shansheng, my outings were purely for leisure. I had no money and rarely purchased anything. Occasionally, I would accompany Wang Yuexin and Li Jingwen to shop, simply reveling in their company and observing their purchases, which bore no relevance to me whatsoever." Li Yuan was genuinely unaware of the places girls frequented during their shopping excursions or what items they favored. He had never contemplated what gifts to present to a girl, nor had he pondered how to win their affection or which offerings would delight them. Subsequently, Li Yuan ceased his visits to the herbal medicine and alchemical shops, choosing instead to accompany the two as they wandered the streets. He hoped they would venture into establishments selling clothing, jewelry, or cosmetics, allowing him the opportunity to bestow gifts upon them. However, Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua consistently refrained from entering such shops, leaving Li Yuan too bashful to invite them inside. Though he yearned to invite them to browse and select gifts, he found himself at a loss for words. Thus, their promenade continued without a visit to any store. Suddenly, Xianzi exclaimed, "What a bustling atmosphere! There are 3 groups following us. A contingent of the Imperial Guard discreetly protects the young princess and us, while another group dispatched by the head of the Yang family safeguards our well-being. Yet, the presence of 2 8th-level martial artists raises suspicions. Their intentions seem far from benevolent." Dan Qingzi cautioned Li Yuan, "Be wary of the 2 8th-level martial artists following us. They may pose a threat. Exercise caution to avoid alarming them, and heed our commands." Xianzi added, "Let us listen to their conversation." Li Yuan subtly maneuvered the 2 young women in front of him, positioning himself behind them, effectively shielding them from the 2 martial artists. After a short while, Xianzi remarked, "They are speaking. They plan to seize an opportunity to eliminate Li Yuan. Their 2 proposed schemes are, the first, to kill him outright, the second, to capture him and imprison him. They have discerned the presence of our covert protectors from the Imperial Guard and the Yang family. They are poised to strike." Dan Qingzi exclaimed, "They seek their own demise. Let us create an opportunity to ensnare them and reveal those who wish harm upon Li Yuan. They are undoubtedly agents of the great Xia kingdom." Xianzi instructed Li Yuan, "Venture down a secluded path and prepare to apprehend these 2 individuals." At that moment, several horse-drawn carriages thundered down the road, causing pedestrians to hastily retreat to the sides. In an instant, the carriages approached the vicinity of Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua. Suddenly, a voice from the leading carriage called out, "Stop! Halt!" The driver brought the carriage to a halt, and a young martial artist, in his 20s and of 3rd-level prowess, alighted from the vehicle. He approached Yang Jinhua and Xia Tianyu, scrutinizing them for a moment before exclaiming, "Whose charming young ladies are these? They are quite appealing, and I, a young master, take a fancy to them." With a wave of his hand, 4 or 5 individuals descended from the carriage behind him, rushing forward without a word, intent on seizing Yang Jinhua and Xia Tianyu. Upon seeing this, both girls were incensed and immediately retaliated with fists and kicks, engaging in combat with the assailants. Li Yuan, witnessing the audacity of these individuals attempting to abduct someone in broad daylight, hastily transformed the cosmic pearl into a longsword, preparing to charge forward to rescue them. At that moment, Xianzi interjected, "Do not concern yourself with these 2 girls for now. They are not in immediate danger. Prepare to counter the assault from these 2 8th-level martial artists. Shrink the cosmic pearl, and when they attack, you can enter the pearl and shoot arrows at them." Heeding this advice, Li Yuan refrained from rushing to save Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua, instead bracing himself for the impending attack from the 2 martial artists. Among the 5 assailants targeting Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua, One was a 6th-level martial artist, another a 5th level, while the remaining 3 were merely martial apprentices. At the onset of the skirmish, Yang Jinhua and Xia Tianyu found themselves at a disadvantage. Recognizing the dire situation, they swiftly drew their long swords from their storage bags. Standing back to back, resolutely preparing to resist the onslaught, the young 6th-level martial artist observed, both swords are 3rd-tier spiritual weapons. They must be quite wealthy. Indeed, the people of the Imperial City are remarkable. These 2 young girls possess 5th-level martial prowess and wield 3rd-tier spiritual weapons, far surpassing those from our region. Exert every effort. Swiftly apprehend these 2 young ladies to prevent prolonged complications. This Imperial City is unlike our northern court. Here, certain individuals are beyond my reach. At that moment, a throng of 20 to 30 individuals surged forth from the surroundings, swiftly encircling the 5 who had surrounded Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua, along with the young man of 3rd-tier martial prowess. At this juncture, Qianzi proclaimed, "Prepare yourselves, they have commenced." Li Yuan glanced sideways and beheld 2 8th-tier martial artists, brandishing long blades that gleamed ominously as they charged towards him. With a swift thought, Li Yuan entered the Cosmic Pearl. The 2 8th-tier martial artists had scarcely taken 2 steps forward when they abruptly realized that Li Yuan had vanished into thin air. Upon entering the Cosmic Pearl, Li Yuan immediately seized a bow and 2 arrows. Qianzi remarked, "These 2 little rascals are about to squander 2 wanton essence stone arrowheads once more. We must seize the opportunity to craft some spiritual artifacts. We cannot perpetually rely on these chaotic essence stone arrowheads, as their production cost is exorbitantly high." Time within the Cosmic Pearl flowed at a notably slower pace. Observing the 2 figures from within, Li Yuan noted that although they sprinted with remarkable speed, to him, their movements appeared painfully sluggish, as if they were frozen in time. Li Yuan imprinted his mental energy onto the arrowhead and onto one of the advancing figures, then knocked the bow and let the arrow fly. The 2 individuals were racing forward, yet in an instant, they found themselves bewildered by Li Yuan's sudden and inexplicable disappearance. The 2 individuals were momentarily taken aback, and in that instant, one of them felt a sudden jolt of intuition, a profoundly perilous sensation enveloping his consciousness. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an arrow materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards him. He had no time to react. The arrow pierced through his chest with brutal force, followed by a deafening explosion. His torso was instantly ravaged, leaving a gaping wound, while his head and hands were violently dislodged. The other warrior, still bewildered by the unfolding chaos, barely registered what was happening when yet another arrow was launched in his direction. He attempted to evade, but before he could escape its trajectory, the arrow embedded itself in his abdomen, detonating with catastrophic results, nearly obliterating his entire midsection. After claiming the lives of these 2 men, Li Yuan swiftly emerged from the cosmic orb. Many bystanders merely perceived a fleeting glimpse, failing to recognize that Li Yuan had previously vanished into thin air. Upon looking again, they beheld the gruesome sight of the 2 warriors, armed with blades, now reduced to a horrific mess of flesh and blood. Chapter 81. Qin Shuwen becomes a coward among the dozen or so individuals encircling the young warrior of the 3rd level and his attendants. 2 swiftly approached to examine the bodies of the slain. Most of the group surrounding the young man and his companions comprised martial artists of the 8th and 9th levels. In a matter of moments, they subdued the 4 or 5 individuals, binding them with spiritual ropes. The young man shouted defiantly, "Who are you?" "Do you know who I am?" "I am Qin Shuwen, the young master of the North Court Prefecture. How dare you meddle in my affairs and harm my people?" "You are courting death." A figure resembling a captain stepped forward and struck Qin Shuwen across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. 2 individuals nearby rushed over and bound him with spirit ropes. At that moment, the captain turned to Xia Tianyu, Yang Jinhua, and Li Yuan, bowing respectfully as he said, "I, Hu Yinhao, have arrived late to offer assistance. I deeply regret any distress caused to the young princess, Miss Yang, and Master Li, and I humbly seek your forgiveness." Next, a 9th-level martial artist approached and also bowed, stating, "I, Yang Jiani, apologize for my delayed arrival. I implore the young princess, Miss and masterly to pardon my tardiness." Initially, Qin Shuwen was filled with indignation, questioning who these ruffians thought they were to interfere in his affairs. He had already proclaimed his lineage, yet they still dared to lay hands on him. However, as he observed these highly skilled martial artists bowing respectfully to the trio, a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. When he heard them refer to the young trio as the young princess, Miss Yang, and Master Li, he was taken aback. Could it be that these three were the young princess and Miss Yang? What was he to do? He knew that the young princess was the most beloved daughter of the emperor, and he had heard of Miss Yang, recognizing her as the close companion of the young princess. As for Master Li, he was unfamiliar with him, yet, given the respect accorded to him, it was evident that his status must be significant. Now, having inadvertently crossed paths with them, he found himself in a precarious situation. What could he possibly do? Qin Shuwen was filled with trepidation. Struggling to his knees, he repeatedly bowed his head in supplication before Hu Yinhao, Yang Jiani, and the little princess, pleading, "Your Highness, Lord Hu Yin, Lord Yang, Master Li, I am but a fool who failed to recognize the formidable presence of esteemed individuals. I have committed an offense against you, and I deserve the gravest of punishments. I am Qin Shuwen, the son of the Lord of Biding County, and I beseech you for mercy." Yang Jiani responded with a swift kick, sending Qin Shuwen tumbling to the ground. Hu Yinhao commanded, "Take them away." Several Imperial Forest soldiers escorted Qin Shuwen and his companions, along with the two deceased bodies, away. Hu Yinhao continued, "Little princess, Miss Yang, Master Li, perhaps we should accompany these three, lest we encounter another fool who dares to offend you again, thus incurring grave consequences." Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua voiced no objections, and so they proceeded towards the Yang residence, with Hu Yinhao and Yang Jiani trailing behind. The group soon arrived at the Yang household. Li Yuan and Yang Jinhua accompanied Yang Jiani to meet the family patriarch. Qin Shuwen, already terrified, quaked in fear upon seeing Xia Tianwu come to question him, promptly dropping to the ground and weeping profusely, pleading for his life. Xia Tianwu commanded Qin Shuwen to recount the events of the day in detail. Qin Shuwen recounted how he had seen the little princess and Yang Jinhua, captivated by their beauty, and had approached them while on the road, only to be apprehended by Hu Yinhao and Yang Jiani. In the summer, during the interrogation regarding his connection with the two deceased, Qin Shuwen proclaimed with fervent desperation that he had no association whatsoever with them. He did not recognize either of them and was bewildered as to why they would ambush Li Yuan on that fateful road. Summer Wu commanded the use of torture, and the soldiers promptly subdued Qin Shuwen, administering brutal blows that left him battered and wailing for his mother. Yet, despite their relentless questioning, they could not extract any information regarding the relationship between Qin Shuwen and the two deceased. Summer Wu was increasingly convinced that no connection existed between Qin Shuwen and the two victims. It appeared that he had merely stumbled upon the assassins as they attacked Li Yuan. Alternatively, it was plausible that the assassins had seized the opportunity to strike upon witnessing Qin Shuwen audaciously abducting the young princess and Yang Jinhua in broad daylight. If this were indeed the case, the situation became significantly more convoluted. Who was truly behind the attempt on Li Yuan's life? After interrogating Qin Shuwen, Summer Wu promptly sought an audience with Emperor Xia Mingjun, detailing the day's events in their entirety. Upon hearing the account, Xia Mingjun recalled the earlier incident at the banquet, where the eldest prince, Xia Tianwei, had unexpectedly challenged Li Yuan for the second seat. A palpable undercurrent of intrigue coursed through the imperial city, which Xia Mingjun could not ignore. He commanded Summer Wu to closely monitor the movements within the capital, dispatching as many agents as possible to gather intelligence. The demise of the formidable King Qin of the Great Qin Kingdom would surely not go unavenged. The Great Qin had long harbored ambitions to annihilate the Great Xia, and with the recent upheaval surrounding Qin, they would undoubtedly seize this opportunity with fervor. In the imperial city, undercurrents are surging once more, entwined with the fate of the crown prince. In broad daylight, an attempt was made on Li Yuan's life, while the son of the Lord of Biding openly abducted a princess. The chaos and lawlessness of Biding County have long reached the ears of Xia Mingjun. The county's princess has harbored treacherous intentions for some time, and Xia Mingjun has exercised great restraint. He instructed Xia Tianwu, execute Qin Shuwen and his cohorts, and issue a decree summoning the princess of Biding County to the imperial city. Should she dare to resist, eradicate her. Xia Tianwu cautioned. Biding County serves as the northern gateway of the great Xia kingdom. Should Lord Qin Jiming truly possess treasonous thoughts, and with the recent murder of his son, we might anticipate upheaval. The northern kingdom of Daliang also casts a covetous eye upon us, and our northern commander of the Qianlong army. Xia Mingjun retorted, what is destined to come will inevitably arrive. With the elixirs from the esteemed Li Yuan, if we can cultivate a legion of highly skilled and loyal soldiers, who shall we fear? Chapter 82. The Yang family banquet. Xia Mingjun said to Xia Tianwu, let us pay a visit to the Yang family and inquire after Li Yuan. The two, accompanied by a retinue of imperial guards, proceeded to the Yang residence. Upon meeting the patriarch of the Yang family, Li Yuan and his companions were greeted. Yang Jini reported to the clan leader, Yang Jingluan, the events that transpired on the streets that day. Yang Jingluan was taken aback by the revelations. He had never anticipated such occurrences. Thankfully, Li Yuan and the young princess emerged unscathed. Otherwise, how could he explain this to the emperor? It was a grave oversight to have allowed them to roam the streets alone today. He should have dispatched guards for their protection. Accompanied by the steward Yang Jinghua and Yang Jini, he approached Li Yuan to express his apologies. Upon meeting Li Yuan, he sincerely took full responsibility for the situation. Li Yuan swiftly responded, stating that Yang's words were too harsh. It was his own penchant for frivolity that led to today's troubles, thereby causing inconvenience to the Yang family. Fortunately, the matter was resolved satisfactorily, and no one was harmed, though Yang was understandably startled. Yang Jingluan informed Li Yuan that an evening banquet would be held at the Yang residence in his honor, both to alleviate his distress and to express gratitude for his esteemed presence. Li Yuan graciously acknowledged this, thanking the Yang family for their hospitality and lamenting any trouble he may have caused. Emperor Xia Mingjun, accompanied by Xia Tianwu and the Imperial Guard, soon arrived at the Yang residence. Upon recognizing the emperor's arrival, the gatekeeper immediately rushed inside to announce the news, while the other guards knelt at the entrance, awaiting the emperor's entrance. Upon hearing of the emperor's presence, Yang Jingluan hurriedly went out to greet him, followed closely by the steward Yang Jinghua and Li Yuan. The group quickly bowed in reverence to Emperor Xia Mingjun. After the formalities, the emperor approached Li Yuan, warmly clasping his hand and offering words of comfort. Li Yuan expressed his gratitude for the emperor's concern. They then proceeded to the deliberation hall of the Yang residence, where Xia Mingjun inquired if Li Yuan knew the identities of those who had orchestrated the assassination attempt. Li Yuan, however, admitted his ignorance, leaving everyone puzzled about the identity of the would-be assailants. It is unlikely that the assailants belong to the Great Qin Kingdom, for even their valiant king Qin Tianying failed in his attempt to ambush Li Yuan, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Li Yuan, Zhao Taijun, and others. Even if remnants of the Great Qin Kingdom lurk within the Great Xia Kingdom, they would not dare to attempt another assassination of Li Yuan, as that would be tantamount to courting death. If it is not the agents of the Great Qin Kingdom behind this assassination, then who could it possibly be? As the crowd engaged in idle chatter, a guard approached with news. The head of the Li family has come to pay a visit. The head of the Li family, named Li Hongda, upon hearing from his kin about the events that transpired on the street, hastened to the Yang residence. His purpose was twofold: to congratulate Li Yuan and his companions on their safe return, and to seek an acquaintance with Li Yuan himself. Upon entering the conference hall of the Yang family, he was greeted by the presence of Emperor Xia Mingjun, prompting him to promptly pay his respects. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Hongda was shown to a seat. Initially, he had hoped to use this visit to forge a connection with Li Yuan, perhaps even to acknowledge him as part of his own lineage. However, with the emperor also in attendance, he found no opportunity to voice his intentions and instead engaged in casual conversation with those present. Moments later, another guard arrived with news. The head of the Lu family has arrived. The head of the Sun family has arrived. The head of the Huang family has arrived. The head of the Zhao family has arrived. The head of the Chao family has arrived. The head of the Shao family has arrived. The patriarchs of the 8 prominent families of the royal city, each harboring their own thoughts upon hearing about the incident involving Li Yuan, converged upon the Yang residence to offer their condolences. After a while, a guard reported that the banquet was ready and invited everyone to the banquet hall. At that moment, another guard came forth with news. The first prince has come to pay a visit. The second prince has come to pay a visit. Originally, in order to expedite the cultivation of the 2 princes, Emperor Xia Mingjun generally refrained from allowing them to partake in mundane activities or engage in worldly affairs. However, today, upon hearing about the incident involving Li Yuan on the road, both princes hastened to the Yang residence. After exchanging greetings with the gathered crowd, the 2 princes proceeded to the banquet hall alongside the others. The elder prince seemingly idly approached the head of the Chao family, communicating discreetly to question why such a trivial matter had not been handled properly. The elder prince expressed his irritation and reproached the head of the Chao family. Meanwhile, Qianzi, hidden within the cosmic pearl, laughed heartily, exclaiming that they had previously been unaware of the identity of the assassin, but now these 2 had inadvertently revealed themselves. An opportunity had arisen to eliminate both the elder prince and the entire Chao family. Following a lavish banquet, the guests took their leave. Li Yuan requested Emperor Xia Mingjun to pause for a moment, after which he asked the head of the Yang family to arrange a private chamber for him. In the secluded space, Li Yuan reported to Emperor Xia Mingjun about the elder prince's directive to the Chao family to assassinate him. The emperor was taken aback, unable to comprehend why the elder prince would instigate such an act against Li Yuan. A prodigy like Li Yuan would be a coveted ally for the royal family. The elder prince was no fool. Why would he resort to assassination? Li Yuan further informed the emperor about the elder prince's attempt to recruit him through Deng Guanji, which he had declined. Li Yuan surmised that he must have offended the elder prince in this regard, thus inciting the assassination attempt. He now understood why the elder prince had suddenly turned hostile at the celebration banquet held the previous day. He initially intended to inquire of Li Yuan whether the first prince's alleged instigation of the Chao family to assassinate him was merely conjecture or if there existed any substantiating evidence. However, he ultimately refrained from posing the question, perceiving Li Yuan's unwavering certainty as indicative of sufficient proof. Yet, should Li Yuan indeed present evidence, how would he proceed with the first prince? Emperor Xia Mingjun harbored great expectations for the first prince, having allocated a considerable portion of royal resources towards his advancement, aspiring to mold him into a martial sovereign capable of succeeding the throne. Although he later acknowledged the second prince's commendable talents and provided substantial resources to elevate him to the level of a 5th-rank 9 in his heart, he still hoped for the first prince to inherit the empire. How should he now navigate this predicament? How could he offer Li Yuan a satisfactory explanation? Chapter 83. Martial Disciple Level 7. Qi Yunzi remarked, "The matter you reported to Emperor Xia Mingjun regarding the first prince today will yield no results. The emperor will not take action against the first prince over this issue. You must focus on your own cultivation, enhancing your prowess. When your skills reach a profound level, eliminating the first prince and the Chao family will be a trivial task. For now, prioritize the enhancement of your abilities. That is the true path to success." Li Yuan gathered all the spiritual materials he had collected that day, preserving a sample of each type while placing the remainder into the exchange portal, from which he obtained 100 units of primordial energy. Gazing at the 100 units, Li Yuan mused to himself, "This primordial energy is far too costly in terms of spiritual materials. Over 100 billion taels of silver and resources yielded only this meager amount of primordial energy." After replacing the primordial energy, Li Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, placing the primordial energy before him. He grasped a piece of primordial energy in each hand and began to cultivate using the internal technique of the chaos formula. As the internal technique commenced, his body began to absorb the primordial energy with an insatiable thirst, akin to a parched desert yearning for rain. After a span of half a day, the 2 pieces of primordial energy were completely absorbed, and his 7th meridian was thoroughly unblocked. Earlier that morning, while engaging in dual cultivation with Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua, Li Yuan's 7th meridian had been damaged. Although it had been repaired with a meridian restoration pill, it had not been opened in the conventional manner, resulting in a narrower and less smooth pathway. Now, with the complete unblocking of the 7th meridian, it flowed as freely and smoothly as a vast river, comparable to the other fully open meridians. Dan Kingsley remarked that he had never heard of anyone achieving such a wide opening of a meridian, which was truly astonishing. Li Yuan continued his cultivation, consuming piece after piece of primordial energy. After 10 days, 50 pieces of primordial energy had been exhausted, and Li Yuan successfully unblocked all 21 meridians, ascending to the 7th level of martial disciple. Qianzi commented on the excessive energy consumption involved in this cultivation process. He noted that such high-level primordial energy, even a small fragment, was sufficient to elevate an ordinarily talented martial artist from the first level of martial disciple to martial master. Yet, it had taken 50 pieces of primordial energy merely to elevate Li Yuan's cultivation from the 2nd level of martial disciple to the 7th level, which seemed quite peculiar. Li Yuan remarked, "During my cultivation, I sensed an extraordinary excitement emanating from the Chaos Fire Seed and the Chaos Beast Egg. Could there be a reason for this?" Dan Kingsley responded, "Could it be that while you are cultivating, the Chaos Fire Seed and the Chaos Beast Egg are seizing the opportunity to absorb the primordial energy? If that is the case, how much energy would be required? Even if we were to provide them with all the energy within this realm, it would still be insufficient for their evolution. What are we to do? If this continues, Li Yuan's cultivation will never reach the pinnacle of the martial emperor, preventing him from ascending to the immortal realm, thereby obstructing his access to higher energies for further cultivation, and consequently, this realm would become trapped in the mortal world." Qianzi inquired, "Have you tried to prevent them from absorbing the energy you take into your body?" Li Yuan replied, "I cannot. I have no control over the direction of this energy." Qianzi exclaimed, "Those two rascals, the sole infants of both you and your esteemed senior, Dan Kingsley, are nearly dissipating. Yet we are reluctant to utilize even a fragment of the primordial energy, while they, without a hint of propriety, indulge themselves. Are they unaware of our current predicament? Those two rascals." Yesterday, his mental strength surged unexpectedly to nearly level 20. "We are perplexed as to whether this enhancement was due to the formation of the 2 black hole spirit seeds within his dantian, or if the entry of the black hole spirit seeds into Li Yuan's dantian was responsible for elevating his mental strength. Regardless, it is imperative to utilize primordial energy to solidify his mental fortitude." Li Yuan ceased to practice the internal martial arts of the chaos technique and instead shifted his focus to the soul cultivation methods of the chaos technique. 5 days have elapsed, and 40 units of primordial energy have been expended. Li Yuan's mental strength has been reinforced. Qi Yunzi remarked, "It is peculiar. Yesterday, Li Yuan's mental strength clearly ascended from level 11 to nearly 20, yet today, despite the consumption of 40 units of primordial energy, his mental strength remains stagnant, still below level 20. Where has all this primordial energy vanished?" Dan Kingsley responded, "It is likely as follows. Aside from the primordial energy absorbed by the Chaos Fire Seed and the Chaos Beast Egg, the remaining energy utilized by these 2 black hole seeds merely elevated Li Yuan's mental strength to the threshold of level 20. However, this enhancement, from level 11 to nearly 20, lacked the support of spiritual essence, rendering the increase ephemeral, unanchored, and insubstantial. The 40 units of primordial energy consumed merely solidified Li Yuan's mental strength without augmenting it. We can no longer employ primordial energy for cultivation. Some must be reserved for the exchange of necessary spiritual materials. We must proceed to concoct a significant quantity of the Martial Master Rebellion Elixir, alongside crafting several Rebellion Ascension Elixirs, Foundation Elixirs, and storing various other potions, such as healing elixirs. Qi Yunzi added, "We must also forge some second-tier spiritual arrows for reserves. We cannot recklessly utilize the exorbitantly priced Chaos Stone as arrowheads in times of need. It is an extravagant waste for 2 mere minnows. We cannot afford to resort to wielding the transformed long knife from the Cosmic Pearl in battle as we did yesterday. We must create a proper sword and knife for weaponry. First, Li Yuan utilized the celestial red cloud copper to forge a selection of spiritual arrows, followed by the crafting of a blade and a sword, and subsequently, the concoction of elixirs. He retrieved the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace to commence the arrow-making process. He replicated the celestial red cloud copper numerous times before beginning the creation of arrowhead blanks. After producing a multitude, he exchanged primordial energy for 100 exquisite arrowhead blanks, inscribing them with the flame explosion spirit pattern, the forest pattern, and the penetrating spirit pattern. He fashioned 100 superior arrow shafts from arrowweed, etching them with strength and speed spirit patterns. The arrowheads were affixed to the shafts, and with the aid of the welding spirit pattern, the 100 spiritual arrows were completed. Chapter 84. The Chaotic Blade and the Azure Cloud Sword. Subsequently, Li Yuan delved into the crafting of spiritual blades. He directly employed the Chaotic Essence Stone for this endeavor. Within the portal of duplication, he replicated numerous pieces of the Chaotic Essence Stone, ultimately forging a superior weapon blank. He exchanged a piece of primordial energy to obtain this blank, inscribing the blade with speed and strength spirit patterns, along with a cutting spirit pattern and a spatial spirit pattern. The cutting spirit pattern proved relatively easy to master, and Li Yuan swiftly learned to engrave it, achieving a superior grade. However, the spatial spirit pattern was exceedingly profound, rendering it quite challenging to learn. After considerable effort, Li Yuan only reached the first grade of superior proficiency. The Red Cloud Master informed Li Yuan that it was virtually impossible to inscribe the spatial spirit pattern before reaching the 30th level of mental prowess. That Li Yuan could inscribe it at all, albeit only at the first grade, was truly remarkable, defying the odds. The Chaotic Essence Stone was a material of chaotic caliber, and within this realm, no weapon could sever a spiritual blade forged from the Chaotic Essence Stone. Li Yuan crafted a hilt from Huanglong wood, intricately inscribing spatial patterns and other mystical runes upon it. Grasping the blade, he let a drop of his blood fall onto its surface. With a mere thought, the 3-foot-long spirit blade shrank to 1 foot, and with another mental command, it extended to 5 feet. Qi Yunzi suggested, bestow a name upon this blade, for it may serve you for many years to come. In the future, as your mental prowess enhances and you are able to inscribe higher-tier runes, you may replace these runes, increasing the blade's might. Dan Kingzi chimed in, let it be called the Chaos Blade. Li Yuan then replicated the Chaos Essence Stone numerous times, forging a supreme sword core. He exchanged it with primal energy, inscribing runes for speed, strength, penetration, and space, and fashioned a sword hilt from Huanglong wood, etching the spatial rune upon it. Thus, the sword was completed. Qi Yunzi proclaimed, this sword shall be named the Qingyun Sword. In his heart, Li Yuan silently wished, Dan Kingzi, Qi Yunzi, may I ascend to great heights. Following this, Li Yuan commenced his study of the crafting of the Martial Master S reversal pill. He replicated an abundance of the necessary herbs, embarking on a series of alchemical processes. After 20 days within the Cosmic Pearl, he utilized half a piece of primal energy to produce 300 supreme Martial Master S reversal pills. As dawn approached, he ceased his alchemical work and, wielding the long blade he had forged, began to practice the sword technique taught by Qi Yunzi. Originally, Qi Yunzi's divine slashing sword technique comprised 81 forms: divine slash, demon slash, heaven slash, earth slash. Yet Li Yuan had only managed to learn the divine slash, and even that inadequately. Now, with his cultivation having reached a higher level, Li Yuan sought to refine his sword technique further. This way, should a battle arise once more, he would not find himself in a state of chaos, brandishing his blade without the finesse of proper technique. After practicing for 2 to 3 days, dawn broke, and Li Yuan emerged from the Cosmic Pearl. Today, he had numerous tasks ahead. He needed to present the master-defying pill he had concocted to Emperor Xia Mingjun, instruct several individuals in the secondary formation, the Falcon Hunter, and attend a celebratory banquet hosted by Emperor Xia Mingjun for the 20 warriors who had successfully advanced to the Martial King rank. Furthermore, he wished to engage in dual cultivation with Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua, for this practice was extraordinarily wondrous. and images of the two young women's exquisite faces and graceful figures frequently danced through his mind. Having now opened all his meridians, he was curious about the effects of dual cultivation with them. Additionally, he intended to deliver some elixirs to those who had once aided him and his family. Although he had repaid their kindness, one should always repay even the smallest act of generosity with profound gratitude. These potions were immensely precious to them, yet mere trifles for him. As Li Yuan opened the gate to his courtyard, he noticed several guards standing outside. Upon seeing him, they promptly approached and bowed, saying, "We have been dispatched by the head of the family to serve young Master Li. The head has instructed us to escort you to the young family's council hall, where he awaits your presence." Li Yuan followed the guards towards the young family's council hall. Upon arriving at the young family council chamber, Li Yuan encountered the esteemed head of the Yang clan, Yang Jingluan. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Jingluan invited Li Yuan to partake in breakfast at the Yang family banquet hall. Following their meal, Li Yuan expressed his desire to pay a visit to His Majesty the Emperor. Yang Jingluan instructed the attendants to prepare a carriage for their journey to the imperial palace. Seated in the opulent carriage of Yang Jingluan, Li Yuan soon found himself at the gates of the imperial palace. Upon their arrival, Li Yuan and his companions disembarked, and Yang Jingluan approached the imperial guard stationed at the palace entrance to announce his intention to meet the emperor. Due to a prior decree granting the head of the Yang family unrestricted access to the palace, the guards waved them through without further inquiry. Once inside the palace, the two men circumvented the Golden Yuan Hall and arrived before the Qingjin Hall, where the emperor conducted his affairs. Yang Jingluan requested the guards on duty to inform His Majesty, Emperor SUSI-MANHUA, that Li Yuan sought an audience. Shortly thereafter, a guard returned with the message that the emperor was expecting them. Entering the Qingjin Hall, Li Yuan and Yang Jingluan beheld Emperor SUSI-MANHUA seated at a table. The two men performed a respectful bow before the emperor, who gestured for them to take seats at a nearby table. Li Yuan then produced 300 heavenly reversal pills he had concocted, presenting them to Emperor SUSI-MANHUA. He explained, "Your Majesty, these are 300 heavenly reversal pills. A martial artist of the warrior rank can ascend one level upon consuming a single pill, when paired with foundation-enhancing pills and foundation-building pills. Once one's cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the 9th level of the warrior rank, the consumption of the reversal ascension pill will facilitate their breakthrough to the martial king rank." The emperor, overjoyed at this revelation, promptly summoned Grand Marshal Xia Mingli and the commander of the Imperial Guards, Xia Tianwu, to the Qingjin Hall. 3 individuals convened and finalized the list of martial artists eligible to consume the elixirs. These individuals were either imperial princes, distinguished military figures, or those who had rendered significant service to the Great Xia Empire, possessing unparalleled loyalty. Emperor SUSI-MANHUA commanded the Imperial Guard to inform these individuals to gather at the Hall of Diligence within the palace. After a brief wait, the notified individuals began to arrive one after another, totaling 50. All 50 possessed martial prowess, ranging from the 1st to the 9th level of martial artists. Emperor SUSI-MANHUA elucidated the purpose of their summons, and upon hearing his words, a wave of exhilaration swept through them. The prospect of consuming a few elixirs to ascend to the rank of martial king felt almost mythical. Could such a thing truly happen? They were acutely aware that their journey to the realm of martial artists had been fraught with arduous and protracted trials, the hardships of which were unspeakable. Now, the mere consumption of a few elixirs promised an effortless breakthrough to martial king. How thrilling! In Chapter 85, titled Inability to Repay, Emperor SUSI-MANHUA requested Li Yuan to select individuals among those who could attain the rank of martial king post-elixir consumption. Within the Cosmic Pearl, Dan Kingsley meticulously pointed out to Li Yuan which among them could successfully elevate to martial king through the elixirs, which were hindered by age and declining vitality, which suffered from excessively narrow meridians, and which possessed insufficient talent, rendering them incapable of promotion even with the elixirs. Following a thorough selection process, Li Yuan ultimately identified 30 candidates. Emperor SUSI-MANHUA then entrusted Li Yuan with the foundation-enhancing elixirs, the foundational elixirs. and the extraordinary ascension elixirs that he had received the previous day. Li Yuan, taking into account the cultivation levels and conditions of each individual, distributed the Martial Master Reversal Pills, Foundation Supplement Pills, Foundation Establishment Pills, and Reversal King Ascension Pills to them. He meticulously explained the methods and sequence for consumption, as well as the precautions to observe during their cultivation. Emperor Xia Mingjun, accompanied by the assembly, convened in the square before the palace. After ensuring the area was clear, Li Yuan informed the crowd that they were ready to consume the pills for their breakthroughs. The 30 individuals seated themselves in a meditative posture, adhering to the order of pill consumption as instructed by Li Yuan. Typically, they began with the foundation supplement pills to eradicate any hidden injuries and ailments within their bodies. Those who did not require the foundation supplement pills proceeded directly to the foundation establishment pills to enhance their innate talents and expand their meridians and dantian, while some opted to consume the Martial Master Reversal Pills immediately. Dan Xingzi, directing Li Yuan amidst the cosmic arts, indicated who required the Qi gathering pills to augment their spiritual energy and when each individual should take their subsequent pill. As time gradually elapsed, these martial masters persistently surpassed their levels. Eventually, one cultivator, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial master, broke through to become a martial king after consuming the Reversal King Ascension pill. One after another, the cultivators achieved the rank of martial king. Half a day later, all 30 individuals had successfully ascended to the rank of martial king. In a moment of exhilaration, those who had broken through let out triumphant howls, their excitement palpable. They bowed in gratitude to Xia Mingjun, vowing to defend their nation with their lives and to face any peril for His Majesty, unflinchingly prepared for any sacrifice. Emperor Xia Mingjun, equally elated, proclaimed that their ascension to martial king was entirely due to the efforts of young Master Li Yuan. All the newly ascended martial kings bowed deeply to Li Yuan, expressing profound gratitude. Among them, particularly the lower-ranking martial masters could scarcely have imagined that their ascension to martial kings would come so effortlessly and swiftly. Seizing an opportunity, Li Yuan approached Xia Tianwu, requesting that he send someone to deliver certain items to Nanwei County and Chushan City. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taijun immediately clasped his fists and addressed both Xia Tianwu and Li Yuan, offering his services. I, Zhao Taijun, am willing to journey to Nanwei County and Chushan City to deliver these items for young Master Li. I humbly request your consent, esteemed leaders. Xia Tianwu responded. It is indeed excellent that General Zhao is willing to go. I shall trouble you, General Zhao. Li Yuan expressed his heartfelt appreciation, stating, General Zhao's willingness to travel on my behalf to Nanhua County and Chushan City is something I am immensely grateful for. I owe you a favor, General Zhao. He continued, I will remember this debt of gratitude, and once I have prepared the items tomorrow, I would be honored to have General Zhao deliver them. Zhao Taijun promptly agreed. Li Yuan then returned the remaining elixirs to Xia Mingjun, who, with a somewhat troubled expression, remarked, Last time, I owed you 5 trillion taels of silver, but I have only managed to repay 1 trillion. The 300 elixirs you brought yesterday, along with the 300 today, amount to 6 trillion taels of silver. Not to mention the gathering elixirs you have presented today. The palace will endeavor to collect spiritual materials from across the nation to repay you, but regardless of our efforts, it may take some time to gather the full amount. Li Yuan expressed, Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. I am a loyal member of the Great Xia Kingdom, and it is my duty to contribute to the nation and to Your Majesty. Should I be able to gather spiritual materials, it would indeed be a fortunate occurrence. With such materials, I could rapidly enhance my cultivation, thereby enabling me to offer even greater service to the country. However, if I am unable to procure these materials, I shall still find a way to elevate my abilities. Emperor Xia Mingjun, feeling a sense of guilt, replied to Li Yuan, Such extraordinary elixirs are invaluable, and no amount of money could procure them. Alas, the Great Xia Kingdom lacks the means to compensate you adequately, and we must impose upon you, noble young master. The kingdom owes you a debt. Even if it cannot be repaid at this moment, it shall forever remain in our hearts. Whenever you seek assistance in the future, regardless of the nature of your request. The Great Xia Kingdom shall endeavor to fulfill it to the best of its abilities." Li Yuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Emperor Xia Mingjun for such sincerity. At that moment, a guard approached with a report. "Your Majesty, the president of the Alchemist Guild, Gongsun Yangping, the president of the Blacksmith Guild, Zhujiamo, and the president of the Array Master Guild, Feng Yudao, have come to pay their respects." Emperor Xia Mingjun instructed, "Please invite them in." He directed Xia Tianwu to summon 2 array masters from the royal household. Xia Tianwu complied and soon returned with the 2 individuals, both of whom were of advanced age and possessed the cultivation of martial kings. Emperor Xia Mingjun introduced the 2 to Li Yuan. "This is Xia Mingqing, a venerable elder of the royal family, and this is Yang Jingji, an esteemed elder of the Yang family and a royal advisor. Both are second-tier array masters, holding esteemed positions within the Great Xia Kingdom, due to the profound admiration held by Feng Yudao and 2 others for Li Yuan. They awaited with eager anticipation his guidance in the art of formations." Emperor Xia Mingjun addressed Li Yuan, saying, "Young Master Li, all 5 individuals in the Great Xia Kingdom who comprehend the second-tier formations are present. We humbly request your esteemed instruction in several formations. As for the requisite fees, the royal family and these 3 guilds will endeavor to gather the necessary funds." Feng Yudao and his companions promptly produced their storage bags, presenting them to Li Yuan with respect. "This is a token of our sincere appreciation. We implore you to graciously accept it. The formations you possess are wondrous and invaluable, and even if our 3 guilds pooled all their resources, it would scarcely equate to the worth of your teachings. Therefore, we kindly ask for your understanding and a little more time, as we will exhaust every means to gather the necessary funds. Rest assured, we will make it happen." Chapter 86. Bestowing Divine Skills. Li Yuan responded, "The knowledge, methods, and techniques I impart regarding formations, artifact forging, and alchemy are intended for the betterment of the Great Xia Kingdom. With these skills and knowledge, our nation will grow immensely powerful, thus safeguarding us from the threat of annihilation by other countries and preventing our citizens from becoming subjects of a fallen state." Emperor Xia Mingjun remarked, "Your patriotic spirit is truly admirable, young Master Li. The presence of someone like you in the Great Xia Kingdom is indeed a blessing for the common people. Nevertheless, we cannot accept your invaluable techniques without due compensation. The Great Xia Kingdom and those who learn from you shall ensure that you receive appropriate remuneration." The 3 individuals eagerly expressed, "Perhaps the esoteric techniques imparted by young Master Li are excessively valuable for us to afford. However, we shall endeavor to gather the necessary funds to compensate him." Li Yuan replied, "Let us first engage in learning. Once you have mastered these skills, we shall assess their worth and discuss the financial matters then." The group unanimously agreed. Li Yuan commenced their instruction with the formation known as the Falcon Array. He meticulously elucidated each component of the array: the Heavenly Thunder Formation, the Fire Assault Formation, the Water Assault Formation, the Chaotic Blade Formation, the Flying Arrow Formation, the Illusion Formation, the Confinement Formation, the Bewilderment Formation, and the Binding Dragon Formation. After his comprehensive explanation, the 5 individuals were left in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. How remarkable, how extraordinary, how sophisticated this array was. To think such formations existed in the world. Subsequently, Li Yuan taught them the method of merging these formations. While they grasped the technique to inscribe the Falcon Array, they understood that truly mastering it would require a significant investment of time and practice to infuse the inscriptions with spiritual energy. After imparting the knowledge of the Falcon Array, Li Yuan proceeded to teach them the formations of the 100-man slaughter and the 1,000-man slaughter. Once again, the group was filled with wonder. How astonishing it was that a single formation could consolidate the power of numerous individuals. A few martial masters leading 100 martial disciples could challenge a martial king, while several martial masters commanding 1,000 disciples could vanquish one. A martial king supported by 100 martial masters could confront a martial emperor, and a group of martial kings leading 1,000 martial masters could obliterate a martial emperor. No wonder Zhao Taijun and several martial masters led their disciples to vanquish the speed-oriented martial king, Qin Taoning. Such a formation is truly a priceless treasure, one that cannot be acquired for any sum of money. Xia Mingjun remarked, "Young Master Li, if we were to assess the true value of this formation, it would be beyond our means. How about this? The Array Masters Guild will contribute 500 billion taels of silver, while the Alchemists Guild and the Artificers Guild will each provide 200 billion taels of silver. And the royal family will also contribute 500 billion taels of silver to compensate young Master Li and purchase this formation from him." Feng Yudao and the others quickly concurred, casting hopeful glances at Li Yuan, eager for his agreement. Li Yuan acquiesced, saying, "Very well." The others felt a surge of joy within. With just these two formations, once learned, they could easily fetch several trillion taels of silver upon sale. Even if handed over to the superior guild, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement, replete with unimaginable benefits. To have the opportunity to learn such formations is indeed an exceedingly fortunate occurrence, a serendipitous chance that seldom presents itself. After imparting the knowledge of the formation, Li Yuan began instructing Zhuo Jiame, the president of the Artificers Guild, on the crafting of spiritual artifacts. He produced the bow and arrows he had fashioned, and upon spotting a bird soaring in the sky, Li Yuan imbued his mental energy into the bird and the arrowhead. He released the arrow, which pursued the bird and penetrated its body, resulting in an explosion that obliterated the creature entirely. The onlookers were astounded. What manner of archery is this? What kind of arrow is capable of turning and chasing a bird? How can it explode upon impact? This is utterly miraculous, beyond belief. Li Yuan addressed Xia Mingjun, expressing his desire to present this archery technique to His Majesty, with the hope that it could be imparted to the soldiers of the army to resist foreign invaders and safeguard the nation. He shared the method of crafting these arrows with President Zhujiamu, asserting that with this technique and the arrows, the great Xia kingdom could rest easy, as no one would dare to invade casually. Xia Mingjun instructed Xia Tianwu to notify all trustworthy martial kings, including those promoted the day before and today, to come to the palace in the afternoon to learn archery from Li Yuan. Subsequently, Li Yuan began teaching President Zhujiamu of the Artifact Craftsmen's Guild the art of crafting spiritual devices, primarily focusing on the intricate diagrams of spiritual arrows, strength runes, speed runes, penetration runes, and explosive flame runes. President Zhujiamu was astounded by these runes, although he was a third-tier artifact craftsman familiar with some rune diagrams. The ones he knew were rudimentary and lacked finesse, their power negligible compared to the exquisite runes presented by Li Yuan. After completing his explanations and instructing him on the techniques for inscribing these runes, Li Yuan observed Zhujiamu immerse himself wholeheartedly in the study of the craft. Once he had finished teaching Zhujiamu, Li Yuan turned his attention to instructing Gongsun Yangping in the art of alchemy. Dan Qingzi requested Li Yuan to have Gongsun Yangping demonstrate his alchemical techniques. After observing, Dan Qingzi remarked that the technique was overly simplistic, barely adequate. He then proceeded to refine the method, reciting the improved incantations to Li Yuan, one line at a time. After Li Yuan recorded the teachings, he recited them to Gongsun Yangping, who was subsequently astounded. Who was the venerable master behind such profound and miraculous techniques? Gongsun Yangping immediately became engrossed in the intricacies of the teachings. After a while, Li Yuan interrupted Gongsun Yangping's contemplation to impart the formulas for refining the Foundation Supplement Pill, the Foundation Establishment Pill, the Martial Master Reversal Pill, and the Reversal Ascension Pill, while also sharing essential considerations for the alchemical process. As noon approached, Li Yuan had conveyed all he intended to share. The remainder would require their diligent practice, as he had neither the time nor capacity to guide them individually. Emperor Xia Mingjun announced, "Noon has arrived. I have instructed the Imperial Kitchen to prepare a feast. Today, I shall host a banquet in the Hall of Bestowal to celebrate your acquisition of these incredibly precious, advanced, and wondrous techniques, and to express gratitude to Li Yuan for his generous impartation." Chapter 87. Displaying the power of the 100-man slaughter formation, the assembly followed Emperor Xia Mingjun to the Hall of Bestowal. Li Yuan glanced around, but did not see Xia Tianyu and young Jinhua, pondering, why have they not come today? The emperor held great affection for the little princess and Yang Jinhua, allowing the former to join him on numerous occasions, unless matters of state or confidential affairs required it. The emperor always welcomed the little princess to remain by his side. Li Yuan longed to see both the little princess and Yang Jinhua, hoping they would arrive at the banquet hall. Yet as the festivities concluded, neither appeared. Today, upon hearing that Li Yuan had arrived at the palace, Yang Jinhua sought out the little princess early in the day. The little princess was also aware of Li Yuan's presence. However, neither of them expressed the desire to visit him. Despite their mutual longing to meet, they ultimately refrained from doing so. The morning slipped away, and they spent it in a state of ennui. Previously, their time together was filled with delightful activities, perusing leisurely books, studying texts on cultivation, mastering martial arts techniques, or wandering aimlessly through the palace. At times, they would engage in practice or seek the counsel of more experienced individuals within the palace. When it came time for lunch, they shared a bland meal, afterward passing the time in the little princess's small palace. Yang Jinhua, usually so vivacious and animated, sat quietly today. Both were restless, yearning to see Li Yuan, yet neither voiced their thoughts, and thus, the afternoon drifted away in silence. Li Yuan remarked, "It's quite all right. Thank you, President Feng." The president of the Artisans Guild, Zhujiamu, alongside the president of the Alchemists Guild, Gongsun Yangping, produced storage pouches containing 100 billion taels of spiritual materials. Zhujiamu stated, "Young Master Li, the techniques I have mastered, the Falcon Formation and Thousand Manslaughter, are valued at 200 billion taels of silver. How about pricing the fabrication of these second-tier spiritual arrows at 1 trillion taels?" Xia Mingjun interjected, "While the art of arrow crafting is indeed priceless, such a steep price is beyond what President Zhua could offer. I believe 1 trillion taels is reasonable. What do you think, young Master Li?" Li Yuan replied, "If His Majesty and President Zhua deem it acceptable, then it shall be so." "Thank you, Your Majesty, and thank you, President Gu," Gongsun Yangping remarked. "The alchemical techniques I have acquired, along with the formulas and methods for these elixirs, could fetch an astounding sum of 5 trillion taels if sold. However, our Alchemist Guild cannot possibly amass such a fortune. I humbly beseech Your Majesty and young Master Li for forgiveness. I shall do my utmost to gather the spiritual materials to compensate young Master Li." Xia Mingjun replied, "Indeed, that is an exorbitant amount. How about this, President Gongsun? Please endeavor to gather 1 trillion taels worth of spiritual materials as compensation. What do you think?" Gongsun Yangping responded, "Thank you, Your Majesty. As a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom, I pledge that as long as the Great Xia and Your Majesty require it, we shall not hesitate to brave the flames for our nation." Li Yuan added, "Then I extend my gratitude to President Gongsun." In a moment of respite, Li Yuan inquired of Qianzi and the others, "Given the immense value of these techniques, shouldn't we capitalize on them? Wouldn't it be prudent to sell them to them?" Qianzi replied, "These are merely rudimentary techniques. They appear valuable solely because this realm lacks advanced methodologies. Once your cultivation reaches a higher level and you are capable of refining superior elixirs, crafting spiritual artifacts, and inscribing advanced formations, you will realize that these techniques are essentially worthless. At that point, you may not even deign to cast a glance at them. There is no loss involved, provided it yields us the spiritual materials we so desperately need." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan felt a sense of calm wash over him. At that moment, Emperor Xia Mingjun announced the arrival of the martial king, who had come to learn archery techniques, and one by one, they began to gather. 2 days ago, 20 warriors were elevated to the rank of martial king, followed by 30 more today. Each one of them was filled with immense excitement and fervor. Upon encountering Xia Mingjun and Li Yuan, they collectively bowed in profound reverence, expressing their unwavering willingness to brave any peril and face the flames of adversity for the sake of the Great Xia Kingdom and His Majesty the Emperor. As a token of gratitude for the Emperor's benevolent nurturing, they assured Li Yuan that regardless of the challenges ahead, whether it be traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, they would forge ahead without hesitation. Li Yuan graciously acknowledged their sentiments. As they took their positions, Xia Tianwu stood at the forefront, following Li Yuan's directives. With a swift motion of his long blade, the assembled warriors focused their energies, amalgamating the spiritual essence within their bodies with that of the heavens. The collective spiritual energy of the 100 warriors coalesced into a formidable energy blade, emanating from Xia Tianwu's weapon. He then struck towards an artificial mountain, and with a thunderous roar, the structure was cleaved in two, leaving a deep gash in the earth. With over 50 martial kings and an additional 40 martial masters, a single strike could vanquish an emperor of martial arts. Such a formation was truly astonishing. Xiao Mingjun, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with exhilaration. With such a formation at their disposal, the Great Xia Kingdom would no longer fear neighboring adversaries like the Great Qin Kingdom. The inferiority in strength compared to Chun Ligua of the Great Qin Kingdom had long instilled a sense of trepidation in the Great Xia Kingdom, allowing the Great Qin Kingdom to act with impunity and bully their realm. Before the Kingdom of Chun, the Great Xia Kingdom had long endured humiliation. Unable to retaliate against Qin's capriciousness, the Great Xia could only strive to safeguard its own existence. Had the Kingdom of Chun not feared the catastrophic consequences of a desperate resistance from the Great Xia, it would have already obliterated it. Now, with the emergence of this formation, the Kingdom of Chun is caught unawares, and there exists a possibility that Chun Ligua may meet his demise. Should that occur, without the martial Emperor Chun Ligua, the Kingdom of Chun would be akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter in the presence of the Great Xia. Xiao Mingjun promptly announced to all present that today's events, encompassing the 100-men slaughter formation and the archery techniques to be learned later in the afternoon, are of utmost national secrecy, and any indiscretion in disclosure would be met with the full force of the law. Everyone present acknowledged the decree, vowing to maintain absolute confidentiality. After demonstrating the formidable power of the 100-men slaughter formation, Li Yuan proceeded to instruct the assembly on maneuvers, advancing, retreating, attacking from the left and defending from the right, and how to maintain the formation's integrity. Among these, preserving the formation structure is paramount. Should they engage enemies using this formation in the future, deviating from the inscribed diagram by even a single misstep would lead to its immediate collapse. Li Yuan recounted the incident involving Qin Tianying, where a level 8 martial artist had recklessly strayed from the 100-men slaughter formation to attack Qin Tianying alone. This ill-fated decision not only failed to eliminate the severely injured Qin Tianying, but resulted in the martial artist being sent flying, ultimately falling victim to an energy arrow from the Falcon formation, which disrupted and dismantled the 100-men slaughter formation. This lesson must be firmly ingrained. For these 50 newly appointed martial kings are all of the first rank. On the battlefield, should they stray from the formation and encounter a higher-ranking martial king, their fate may very well be sealed. Chapter 88. Dual cultivation. Li Yuan directed his comrades in practice for a while, then addressed Summer Mingjun. Your Majesty, currently, 5 formation masters, including President Feng, are studying these 2 formations. Once they have mastered the intricate designs for the 100-man slaughter and 1,000-man slaughter formations, I implore Your Majesty to ardently promote these formations. This will significantly enhance the combat prowess of our army. Once we procure the suitable spiritual materials, I shall forge several formation discs for the 100-man slaughter and 1,000-man slaughter. In times of need, we can simply cast the discs upon the ground, allowing our soldiers to take their positions and instantly form a 100-man slaughter or 1,000-man slaughter formation, thus eliminating the need to inscribe the formation diagrams anew each time. Of course, if the 100-man slaughter and 1,000-man slaughter formations are practiced to perfection and each individual occupies their designated position, it is possible to form the battle array without the diagrams. However, achieving this is exceedingly challenging without the diagrams. Even the slightest misalignment in positioning can render the formation ineffective. Having witnessed the might of the 100-man slaughter formation, Li Yuan commenced instructing the others in archery techniques. Originally, this archery technique was known as the sunshot archery method. However, due to the low spiritual power and cultivation levels of Li Yuan and all present, they were unable to grasp the intricacies of time and space manipulation. Consequently, Li Yuan could not impart the complete sunshot archery method. The others could not master it either. Thus, he could only teach them the most elementary aspects of this technique, specifically how to imprint their spiritual energy onto the arrowhead and the intended target. This would enable the arrows to adjust their trajectory in accordance with the target's movements. As for the application of time and space manipulation in this archery method, Li Yuan himself lacked the knowledge and therefore refrained from discussing it. Nevertheless, even with these limitations, the ability to shoot arrows that could curve and follow the target's directional changes was an unimaginable feat since the dawn of creation. The spectators were left utterly astounded. All those learning this archery technique were martial kings, each possessing a minimum spiritual power level of 20, thus enabling them to divide their spiritual energy into two segments, one imprinted on the arrowhead and the other on the target. After Li Yuan elucidated the process of dividing their spiritual energy, imprinting it on both the arrowhead and the target, and establishing a connection between the two, the participants quickly grasped the technique and began to practice fervently. Xia Mingjun inquired of Li Yuan, "Young Master Li, your spiritual power cannot yet be at the martial king level. How did you come to learn this technique? It requires at least the spiritual power of a martial king to master it." Li Yuan responded, "My spiritual energy is somewhat unique, even at the 11th level. It possesses the potency of a 20th level. Originally, the second-tier formation necessitated that one's spiritual power reach the 20th level, equivalent to that of a martial king, in order to forge second-tier spiritual artifacts and concoct second-tier elixirs. However, due to my exceptionally potent spiritual prowess, I was able to commence the crafting of these potions and artifacts at the 11th level. Your Majesty, I harbor certain personal secrets, many of which are inconvenient to disclose, and I kindly ask for your understanding." Xia Mingjun responded, "I have overstepped, young Master Li. I shall refrain from further inquiries henceforth, and I hope for your forgiveness." Li Yuan once again expressed his apologies to Xia Mingjun. The afternoon swiftly passed, with everyone engrossed in their practice, when a member of the Imperial Guard arrived to report that the celebration banquet had been prepared. Emperor Xia Mingjun invited everyone to the banquet hall. He reminded all present that whatever knowledge they had acquired today must remain confidential and not be divulged. As the gathering proceeded to the banquet hall, Xia Mingjun led Li Yuan and Feng Yudao, while several esteemed individuals temporarily retreated to the Hall of Governance for rest. Upon reaching the entrance of the Hall of Governance, they encountered the young princess and Yang Jinhua, who had also arrived. Xia Mingjun beckoned them to join him in the hall. Once inside, everyone took their seats, with the young princess and Yang Jinhua sitting beside Xia Mingjun. Together, they turned their gaze toward Li Yuan, only to discover that his cultivation had ascended to the 7th level of martial disciple overnight. Li Yuan glanced at the two young ladies, his heart brimming with envy. Both were embodiments of celestial grace, possessing flawless beauty, remarkable intelligence, and exceptional martial talent, all while enjoying the emperor's boundless favor. In the imperial city, they could command the winds and the rains, living lives of unparalleled ease and joy. Xia Mingjun glanced at Li Yuan, the little princess, and Yang Jinhua, addressing them. "Your brother Li Yuan possesses remarkable skills in alchemy, weapon forging, and array formation, as well as extraordinary martial arts techniques. When you find yourselves at leisure, do seek his guidance." The little princess and Yang Jinhua nodded earnestly in agreement. Li Yuan then spoke to Xia Mingjun, the little princess, and Yang Jinhua. "Yesterday, I engaged in dual cultivation with Miss Yang. Due to my meridians being unblocked, an unforeseen incident occurred. Today, however, my meridians have all been opened, and I wish to engage in dual cultivation with both of you once more to see the results." Xia Mingjun looked at the two young ladies and replied, "Indeed, this is a significant matter. As long as you can successfully cultivate together, both Yuer and Huar will experience a rapid enhancement in their cultivation levels, and you, young Master Li, will also reap substantial benefits. It is a mutually advantageous endeavor." Li Yuan rose and moved to an open space before the group, sitting cross-legged and extending his hands. The little princess and Yang Jinhua, albeit shyly, approached and sat before Li Yuan, each extending a hand to meet his palms. Li Yuan commenced his practice, channeling the inner workings of the chaos technique. Yet, as he had just begun to circulate his energy along the prescribed path, he suddenly felt a surge of immense power emanating from the palms of Yang Jinhua and the little princess. This force traveled through his palms and meridians, striking forcefully against the wall of his dantian. Li Yuan let out a startled cry, toppling backward. Quick-witted, Xia Mingjun conjured a large hand of energy, reaching out to support Li Yuan and assist him in sitting upright once more. Upon seeing the situation, Li Yuan's complexion turned ashen, and blood began to trickle from his mouth. Dan Qingzi urged, "Quickly take the healing pill." With a flicker of divine thought, a healing pill sprang forth from the universe pearl, which Li Yuan promptly swallowed. He then settled into a meditative posture, initiating the healing process. His internal energy coursed through his meridians for several cycles, allowing Li Yuan to gradually regain his composure. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the small princess and Yang Jinhua standing before him, their faces etched with terror. Feng Yudao and the others also gazed at Li Yuan in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Qianzi remarked, this was a grave oversight. At present, Li Yuan was merely at the 7th level of martial apprenticeship, having just completed the opening of his meridians. His energy reserves were insufficient, and the wall of his dantian remained quite thick. It was still too early to breach it. At this moment, while engaging in dual cultivation with the two girls, a powerful chaotic essence surged in, forcefully shattering Li Yuan's dantian wall. This rupture was not akin to that which occurs at the pinnacle of martial apprenticeship when the meridians are suffused with the essence of heaven and earth, allowing for a natural and seamless breakthrough. The current breach inflicted severe trauma upon his body. Fortunately, as they had only just begun their cultivation and their levels were still low, the amount of chaotic essence entering Li Yuan's meridians was minimal. Otherwise, it could have easily shattered both his dantian and heart meridian in an instant, jeopardizing his very life. This served as a lesson. Henceforth, every step must be taken with utmost caution to avoid further errors. Should any severe harm befall Li Yuan, or should he lose his life, we would be left to mourn in profound sorrow, burdened by regret. Chapter 89. The Prince's Mood. Dan Qingzi remarked, "Let us observe the condition of Li Yuan after he has consumed the healing elixir." The two of them channeled their spiritual energy and, upon inspection, discovered that although Li Yuan's dantian wall had benefited from the exceptional healing elixir, it remained partially open, revealing a slender fissure. The integrity of a warrior's dantian wall is inherently vulnerable. Once breached, it is exceedingly challenging to restore. Thus, despite the efficacy of the exquisite healing elixir, Li Yuan's dantian wall remained incompletely sealed, and this fissure was irreparable. This gap resembled that of a martial apprentice with abysmal talent, who, through relentless effort or the use of elixirs, managed to penetrate the dantian wall, thereby creating a dantian space. However, the resulting breach was minuscule and narrow. If a warrior's dantian wall were to be compromised in such a manner, it would signify the cessation of their martial journey for life. The consequences of such a predicament remained unknown to both Dan Qingzi and Qianzi. Xia Mingjun expressed heartfelt remorse to Li Yuan, saying, "Young Masterly, I extend my sincerest apologies for the tribulations you have endured on behalf of the two girls, Yuan and Hua. Due to the sensitive nature of the secrets concerning the souls of the little princess and Yang Jinhua, Xia Mingjun refrained from elaborating further." Li Yuan replied repeatedly, "It was my negligence and lack of foresight. I did not anticipate that while the meridians had been unblocked, the dantian wall remained formidable. Attempting to forcefully breach it at this juncture has led to my injury. In the future, I shall exercise greater caution and thorough consideration. For I have caused concern to His Majesty and the little princess, Miss Yang." Yang Jinhua then inquired of Li Yuan, brotherly, "Do you not possess the ability to refine numerous elixirs? These medicinal pills, once consumed by others, can swiftly elevate their cultivation level. Those at the martial master tier can directly ascend to the martial king realm upon ingestion. Why not concoct some pills for yourself? After consuming them, you could reach the martial master level, thereby breaking through the barriers of your dantian. Is that not feasible?" Li Yuan responded, "My situation is unique. Others who consume foundation establishment pills undergo a transformation in their innate talents due to the abundant spiritual energy contained within, which not only fills the meridians, but also ruptures the dantian walls. In contrast, My predicament is quite the opposite. It is not that my talent is lacking or that my meridians are too narrow, but rather that they are excessively wide, requiring a substantial influx of energy to be adequately filled. The energy from gathering chi pills, and even that from foundation establishment pills, is merely a drop in the ocean for me. Even higher-tier energies are insufficient in quantity. Do you understand why I require such an abundance of spiritual materials? It is to harness the spiritual energy within them to cultivate and enhance my prowess. The assembly had never encountered a situation like Li Yuan's, where one is not hindered by inadequate talent, but rather burdened by excessive potential, not by a scarcity of pills, but by their sheer insufficiency. The crowd sighed in contemplation, yet regardless of the circumstances, they felt relieved knowing that Li Yuan was no longer in peril. After 2 unsuccessful dual cultivation attempts, Li Yuan had sustained injuries, leaving an indelible shadow in the hearts of both him and the 2 young women. They were even apprehensive about future dual cultivation, uncertain of the unforeseen accidents that might arise and the potential harm that could befall Li Yuan again. However, the 2 girls are the spirits of black holes, and the consequences of not cultivating with Li Yuan are dire. Yet, seeking a chaotic spirit for the girls to cultivate with seems utterly implausible. What shall they do in the future? Li Yuan, Xiaoming-jun, and the 2 girls were all deeply troubled. Meanwhile, the various martial kings entered the banquet hall and took their respective seats. At that moment, a member of the Imperial Guard reported from outside the door, "The first prince has arrived. The second prince has arrived." As the first and second princes entered the hall, the first prince was taken aback at the sight before him, a room full of martial kings, more than 50 of them. Many of these martial kings were familiar to him, but he recalled them as martial masters just 2 days prior. How had they all suddenly ascended to martial kings? One martial king informed Xiaoming-jun that the transformation was due to the miraculous pills concocted by Li Yuan. These extraordinary pills enabled anyone to transcend to the rank of martial king with just a few doses. Such a phenomenon was unimaginable. Additionally, the first prince's order to the Chao family to eliminate Li Yuan had failed. Now, with Li Yuan capable of crafting second-tier miraculous pills that could elevate a martial master directly to martial king, it was no wonder the Emperor Xiaoming-jun held Li Yuan in such high regard. Li Yuan had become a formidable force, and the first prince was left pondering his own course of action. Furthermore, he had instructed the Chao family to annihilate the Li family of Shanqing, and now they had been absent for 2 days. The first prince broke into a cold sweat at the thought. If matters escalated and Li Yuan's capabilities were revealed, what would become of them? Originally, he was the crown prince, a martial arts master at the 9th level, the unequivocal heir to the throne. However, much to his chagrin, the second prince, Xia Tian, possessed superior talent in martial arts, achieving the same level with far fewer resources, thus becoming a formidable rival. He had always conducted himself with caution, projecting an image of humility, politeness, wisdom, and competence before others. Until now, everything had gone smoothly. But the sudden emergence of Li Yuan had led to a series of setbacks and failures. How should he address this issue? The crown prince resolved within himself to issue a decree to the Chao family, instructing them to eliminate Li Yuan swiftly and at any cost. He could no longer allow this Li Yuan to showcase his abilities in front of Emperor Xiaoming-jun. Xia Tian had always approached matters with prudence as the second prince. In contrast, the crown prince, as the most formidable candidate for the throne, had been bold and domineering, capitalizing on every advantage. Although he possessed considerable talent and had trained with relentless diligence, in the eyes of Emperor Xiaoming-jun, his status remained subordinate to that of the crown prince. Without unforeseen circumstances, the throne seemed beyond his reach. Yet now, as he too had reached the 9th level of martial arts, the throne was tantalizingly close. How could he refrain from competing for it? Xia Tian, though at a disadvantage, believed himself to be far more astute and amiable than Xia Tianwei, generally treating others as equals, devoid of any air of superiority. Moreover, although Emperor Xiaoming-jun forbade the princes from engaging in state affairs and mundane matters, insisting that they devote themselves solely to their cultivation, Xia Tianxian discerned the looming crisis and dire circumstances facing the Xia kingdom. Yet, he felt powerless. Without breaking through to the martial emperor level in this world that reveres martial prowess, he would have no voice, merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Thus, he diligently pursued his training while striving to garner the people's support for the kingdom. Upon hearing about Li Yuan, Xia Tianxian recognized his potential. Now, with Li Yuan exhibiting such formidable abilities and the emperor placing great importance on him, Xia Tianxian smiled, reflecting that his acquaintance with Li Yuan was indeed a prudent decision. Chapter 90. The eldest prince's unyielding ambition. After a while, the leaders of various esteemed families, the proprietors of the Tongtian financial house, along with heads of several prominent merchant guilds, as well as high-ranking officials from various ministries, including Grand Marshal Xia Mingli and Chancellor Jiang Shouxian, alongside numerous princes and other influential figures of the court, gradually arrived. The Imperial Guard reported to Emperor Xia Mingjun that the banquet was ready and all invited guests had arrived. Accompanied by Li Yuan, the young princess, Yang Jinhua, and the presidents of 3 guilds, Xia Mingjun emerged from the Hall of Diligent Governance to proceed to the banquet hall. Many attendees were unaware of the recent elevation of 50 martial masters to the rank of martial kings. As they entered the banquet hall, they were taken aback to find over 50 martial kings seated within. How had these individuals, who were mere martial masters just days prior, suddenly ascended to such esteemed ranks? Inquiring among people, those who are aware dare not speak, for the emperor has decreed that this secret must remain undisclosed. Those who do not understand the reasons are naturally also seeking answers, yet they cannot uncover the truth. Upon the arrival of Emperor Xia Mingjun, everyone bowed in respect. After the formalities, Emperor Xia Mingjun proclaimed, "Our great Xia kingdom has unexpectedly encountered a remarkable opportunity, as 50 martial masters have ascended to the rank of martial kings. This is an immense joy for our realm. Furthermore, as long as one dedicates oneself wholeheartedly to serving the nation, both you and your esteemed relatives and descendants will have the chance to rise to the rank of martial king, and, of course, there will be further prospects for ascending to the even loftier status of martial emperor." Upon hearing these words, the assembly was left in astonishment, pondering the means by which Emperor Xia Mingjun had facilitated such promotions. However, if the emperor could elevate others to the rank of martial king, it stood to reason that he could also bestow this honor upon oneself or one's kin and friends. Many silently resolved to demonstrate greater loyalty to the Xia kingdom and to His Majesty. The newly promoted martial kings, aside from the imperial princes, were all individuals of unwavering loyalty who would willingly sacrifice their lives for the glory of the Xia kingdom, renowned for their military exploits or adept governance. Emperor Xia Mingjun had stated that as long as one remained faithful to the Xia kingdom and the imperial family, everyone would have the opportunity to receive the emperor's support in ascending to the rank of martial king. Although the crown prince Xia Tianwei was unaware of how these individuals had attained their new status, he harbored a vague suspicion that it was undoubtedly linked to Li Yuan. He conveyed to the patriarch of the Chao family, "You must swiftly eliminate Li Yuan. Otherwise, once he gains momentum, it will become exceedingly difficult to dispose of him." Dan Qingzi remarked, "This grand prince truly harbors an unyielding ambition." Xianzi added, "We must devise a means to eradicate this grand prince and the Chao family. These insignificant beings dare to harbor malicious intentions towards us." As the banquet commenced, Li Yuan found the meal utterly tasteless. On one hand, he was filled with animosity towards the grand prince and the patriarch of the Chao family, having overheard the conversation between Dan Qingzi and Xianzi. On the other hand, he was burdened with sorrow regarding the dual cultivation with Yang Jinhua and the little princess. His advancement required an overwhelming amount of energy. Without breaking through the barrier of his dantian, he could not engage in dual cultivation with them. Should he succeed in this endeavor, the benefits for all 3 would be self-evident. It could prevent the little princess and Yang Jinhua from self-detonating, thereby saving countless lives. The advantages for Li Yuan himself would be monumental. Imagine if the 2 small vortices within his dantian could evolve into black holes. Their power would be unfathomable. The little princess and Yang Jinhua also found their meal unpalatable, their hearts laden with sorrow. Their previous attempts at dual cultivation had met with mishaps. leaving a shadow of doubt in their minds about future endeavors with Li Yuan. Would they encounter further unforeseen events? If dual cultivation were to fail, would they risk self-detonation? What indeed is the nature of the black hole spirit? Why is it so terrifying? What should they do if another mishap occurs during dual cultivation with Li Yuan? The recent incidents did not inflict significant harm upon Li Yuan. However, should such unfortunate events recur during their dual cultivation, the repercussions could be dire, leaving the two in a state of uncertainty. Following the conclusion of the banquet, the second prince, Xia Tianxian, warmly extended an invitation to Li Yuan to visit his princely residence. Li Yuan graciously accepted, assuring him that he would certainly pay a visit when time permitted. The first prince, witnessing this exchange, felt a surge of resentment, his teeth clenched in frustration. Unlike the second prince, he refrained from extending a similar invitation, opting instead to turn away in silence. Many were taken aback, sensing an underlying discord in the atmosphere. As the guests bid farewell to Emperor Xia Mingjun, he instructed Xia Tianwu to discreetly assign several martial kings to accompany and safeguard Li Yuan. Xia Tianwu promptly arranged for a few martial kings to protect Li Yuan in secrecy. Li Yuan then retrieved the storage bags gifted by Feng Yudao and his companions, refining them and emptying their contents, a staggering total of 30 billion taels worth of spiritual materials. Dan Qingzi and Qianzi examined the haul, setting aside a portion deemed useful as samples, while the remainder was exchanged for primordial energy. Li Yuan was eager to commence his cultivation, striving to establish a connection between his meridians and Dantian, thereby transcending to the realm of true martial masters. He believed that once he reached that stage, engaging in dual cultivation with Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua would likely proceed without mishap. Presently, Li Yuan acutely sensed the insufficiency of his spiritual materials. With his meridians so expansive, how much energy would be required to fill them? The Gathering Qi pill is a first-grade elixir, consuming 4 million taels of silver worth of spiritual materials for 100 pills. 500 warrior reversal pills required an astonishing 100 million taels of silver and materials, while 300 foundation supplement pills, foundation establishment pills, and reversal ascension pills collectively consumed 60 million taels of silver and spiritual resources. The shortage of materials is quite alarming, Li Yuan lamented. Upon the completion of the pill refinement, Li Yuan commenced his cultivation practice. Today, he exchanged for a total of 30 blocks of primordial energy, which he arranged before him. Gripping one block in each hand, he initiated the internal cultivation technique of the chaotic formula, allowing it to circulate through his meridians. After completing a full cycle within his body, the energy from the 2 blocks of primordial energy began to flow into his meridians. Typically, according to the established processes of cultivation, the primordial energy would fill one meridian completely before proceeding to the next. However, Li Yuan soon realized that the primordial energy entering his meridians did not remain entirely within the first meridian. Rather, a portion of it swiftly traversed through all of his meridians and, through a minute fissure in his Dantian wall, directly entered his Dantian. As this energy surged into his Dantian, the chaotic fire seed and the chaotic beast egg became animated, vibrating incessantly, seemingly eager to absorb the energy while exuding palpable excitement. The 2 small whirlpools, formed by the black hole spirit seed, began to spin with great intensity, reflecting their exhilaration. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. This cultivation has led to such an unforeseen occurrence. His meridians were so expansive that he could not fathom how much energy would be required to fill them completely. At present, the energy cultivated and absorbed into the meridians does not solely concentrate within them. Rather, a portion has found its way into the Dantian. This raises a pressing question. How much energy is required to completely fill one's meridians? What course of action should one take? The 20 or so primal energies were swiftly depleted, and at last, Li Yuan's meridians were filled, yet the energy that entered the Dantian has vanished without a trace, leaving him in bewilderment regarding its whereabouts. It could have been absorbed by the Chaos Beast Egg or the Chaos Fire Seed, or perhaps it was consumed by the 2 small whirlpools, or even dissipated within the Dantian itself. Should it be the case that the energy was absorbed by the Chaos Beast Egg, the chaos fire seed, or the small whirlpools, Li Yuan might find solace in that. However, if it simply vanished after entering the Dantian, he would be left in despair. He requires an immense amount of energy. And with a portion of the energy absorbed into his meridians now lost, how much more will he need to attain the true realm of a martial master and ascend to the rank of a martial king? The transition from martial master to martial king necessitates the filling of the 9-tiered Dantian with energy, layer by layer. Yet, if this energy cannot circulate within the Dantian, it will dissipate, preventing the martial master from ever advancing to martial king. Both Dan Qingzi and Xianzi have never encountered such a predicament and are equally at a loss as to how to proceed or what may transpire next. In the ensuing time, Li Yuan, agitated, practiced the techniques and martial skills of the chaos art, yet the results were nearly negligible. He found himself unable to comprehend these skills, uncertain whether it was due to a lack of understanding of the cultivation secrets or if some special conditions were required for mastery. 60 days had elapsed within the cosmic pearl, and as dawn broke, Li Yuan emerged from its confines. Upon opening the gate of the courtyard, he beheld several guards stationed at the entrance. Noticing Li Yuan's presence, they promptly reported that breakfast had been prepared and that the head of the Yang family had invited him to partake in the morning repast. After enjoying breakfast with the head of the Yang family, Li Yuan expressed his gratitude, saying, "Esteemed head of the Yang family, my stay here has been a considerable imposition. I present these few elixirs to you as a token of my appreciation." With that, he handed over a collection of medicinal pills to the family patriarch. Upon receiving the elixirs, the Yang family head examined them closely and discovered a total of 12 pills. 1 foundation-building pill, 1 establishment pill, 9 reversal pills for martial masters, and 1 ascension pill for kings, all of which were of exceptional quality. The head of the Yang family was elated. Li Yuan's elixirs were nearly capable of elevating any moderately talented martial apprentice directly to the rank of a martial king. These pills could potentially enhance the Yang family by adding another martial king to their ranks. The reason the 8 prominent families of the capital were so esteemed was that each family boasted a martial king among its members. A family lacking a martial king could never ascend to the ranks of the 8 great families. Furthermore, should a martial king from one of these families perish, that family would be ousted from the esteemed group. If the Yang family were to gain a young martial king, it would ensure their prosperity for centuries, even in the event of the patriarch's untimely demise. In truth, the head of the Yang family had long harbored the desire to enlist Li Yuan's assistance in concocting some medicinal pills. However, Li Yuan had been quite occupied in recent days. Moreover, having only recently become acquainted with him, and with Li Yuan just settling into the Yang residence, he hesitated to urgently request Li Yuan's assistance in concocting elixirs. He feared that such a request might displease Li Yuan, leading him to perceive it as an act of coercion, which could inadvertently jeopardize their budding relationship. Yang Jingluan promptly interjected, "Thank you, young Master Li. You are indeed a great benefactor to our Yang family. I shall gather all the spiritual materials and funds at my disposal to present to you as compensation for your elixirs." Li Yuan replied, "There is no need for that. Since I reside within the Yang household, it is only fitting that I offer some form of recompense." Yang Jingluan insisted, "The fact that young Master Li chooses to stay with us is a mark of your esteem for our family. It is a blessing for us to have you here. I will promptly gather spiritual materials and treasures to express our gratitude for your generous gifts of elixirs." At that moment, a guard approached to report, "Master, General Zhao Taijun seeks an audience." Since Li Yuan had arranged with Zhao Taijun the previous day for him to assist in transporting items to Nanhua County and Chushan City, Zhao Taijun had risen early to prepare and subsequently arrived at the Yang residence to meet Li Yuan. Upon seeing Zhao Taijun, Li Yuan was filled with joy. After exchanging words of gratitude, he presented several elixirs: 1 foundation establishment pill, 1 recovery pill, 9 martial master reversal pills, and 1 reversal ascension pill. Offering them to Zhao Taijun, "I kindly ask General Zhao to deliver these items to Nanhua County and Chushan City as a token of my appreciation for your assistance." Li Yuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "It is of no consequence. I am deeply indebted to General Zhao for his warm reception and escort. Today, I shall make the arduous journey to Nanhua County and Chushan City. As a token of my appreciation, I present these few elixirs to General Zhao, a modest gesture to convey my gratitude. Zhao Taijun felt an overwhelming excitement and exhilaration within. The 12 elixirs bestowed by Li Yuan had the potential to nurture a martial king for Zhao Taijun's family. A martial king holds immense significance in the Great Xia Kingdom. With a martial king, such a family could ascend to the ranks of the esteemed 8 families. Zhao Taijun's lineage was merely a middle-tier family, previously devoid of a martial king. Just days ago, he himself had ascended to the rank of a martial king, which sent waves of joy throughout the entire family. With a martial king among them, no one would dare to bully them casually. The vengeance of a martial king is truly formidable. Even a kingdom cannot withstand the desperate retribution of a martial king, for it could leave a kingdom severely weakened and drained of vitality. Now, with the elixirs from Li Yuan, the Great Xia Kingdom suddenly boasts an additional 50 martial kings. Consequently, the criteria for distinguishing between esteemed families and middle-tier families may very well undergo a transformation. Nonetheless, regardless of how the standards may shift, a family that possesses a martial king is undeniably of great importance and is one that no one would dare to provoke lightly. Chapter 92. Zhao Taijun's task of delivering elixirs. Subsequently, Li Yuan combined 1 supplement foundation pill, 1 foundation establishment pill, 9 martial master defiance pills, and 1 defiance ascension pill into a single parcel. He entrusted Zhao Taijun with the mission to deliver these elixirs, 2 portions for the Prince of Nanhua, Yuexin, and Lin Junwei, 3 portions for the esteemed Lin family of Nanhua, Lin Yinghao, 1 for the Wang family of Chushan City, 1 for Lin Taichi, who presides over the Wang family in Chushan City, 1 for Wang Quan of the Li family, also stationed in Chushan City, and 10 portions for his father. Given that both of Li Yuan's parents lacked martial prowess, rendering the elixirs useless to them, only his elder brother Li Ming and younger brother Li Feng would require 2 portions, while the remaining 8 would be bestowed upon his maternal family. The rest would be delivered to the head of the Li clan. Moreover, there existed another matter of great significance to Li Yuan, the quest to locate Hu Qian's family and relatives. He earnestly instructed Zhao Taijun to make every effort to find Hu Qian's kin. Should they be discovered, Li Yuan requested Zhao Taijun to thoroughly assess their manner of conduct. If Hu Qian's family proved to be benevolent and reasonable, 5 portions of the elixirs would be granted to them, and Li Yuan would extend his support in the future. Conversely, if Hu Qian's family was found to be tyrannical, malevolent, and lawless, the 5 portions would be delivered as a means of severing the ties of obligation with Hu Qian. Furthermore, a family could only thrive and flourish if it selected a wise patriarch and a distinguished heir, thus fostering its overall development. If within the family, individuals harbor selfish intentions, causing fragmentation and a lack of unity, it becomes impossible for the family to flourish. Zhao Taijun urged the family patriarch to conduct a thorough evaluation and seek a candidate capable of leading the family towards growth and prosperity to partake in the elixirs. Zhao Taijun's considerations were rooted in the welfare of the entire clan. Now, as the martial king, his stature within the Zhao family has far surpassed that of the patriarch, allowing him to adopt a broader perspective, no longer solely focused on his own immediate family, but rather contemplating the development and future of the entire lineage. Li Yuan closed the door and then entered the Cosmic Pearl. Since arriving in the Imperial City, Li Yuan had been exceedingly busy. Now, with a moment of respite, he suddenly found himself at a loss for activity. The spiritual materials provided by Emperor Xiao Mingjun, along with those from Feng Yudao and his companions, had been nearly exhausted. Except for a small portion utilized for exchanging elixirs, the remainder had been devoted to cultivation. Although he still possessed a handful of primordial energy, Li Yuan intended to conserve some for emergencies. Without primordial energy, he could no longer continue practicing the inner workings of the chaos technique and the soul cultivation method, thereby hindering his advancement. Li Yuan had yet to practice the body-refining aspect of the chaos technique, but he speculated that it would also demand significant spiritual materials and primordial energy. The martial techniques of the chaos technique, as well as the body movement techniques, do not require spiritual materials or primordial energy. However, Li Yuan is currently unable to cultivate these two forms of martial arts. Having practiced them numerous times in the past, he found little effect. The body movement technique merely caused one to spin incessantly, offering no further benefits. Li Yuan was perplexed, as were Dan Qingzi and Qianzi, continuously revolving without comprehension. What manner of martial technique was this? Spinning in place, they transitioned from small circles to larger ones. After a few rotations, Li Yuan would cease. His head not yet dizzy, but his heart already overwhelmed. What purpose did this spinning serve? What martial prowess could be cultivated from it? The training methods were equally bizarre. Devoid of any specific movements or stances, one merely stood there, without any particular posture required. What martial skill could possibly arise from such idleness? Li Yuan, Dan Qingzi, and Qianzi were all at a loss, prompting Li Yuan to often abandon his practice after a brief period. Now with time on his hands, Li Yuan resolved to diligently train in the chaotic techniques, movement, and martial arts, committing to spin continuously, even while standing still, eager to discover what outcome might ultimately emerge. Qianzi remarked that practicing this chaotic technique paled in comparison to mastering the star-chasing step and the god-slaying blade, which were the pinnacle of martial arts within the divine realm. Dan Qingzi added that they must find a way to expedite their exit to the cultivation world to foster more rapid development and enhancement of Li Yuan's abilities. This place was too remote, offering only a scant supply of third-tier spiritual materials, with the remainder being of first and second tier. Such resources could scarcely elevate Li Yuan's cultivation. However, the journey from this mortal realm to the cultivation world was fraught with difficulty. A vast expanse separating them, a treacherous path through endless forests, towering mountains, and mighty rivers, riddled with countless perils. It is impossible for a martial artist beneath the rank of martial emperor to traverse the path to the realm of cultivation solely on foot. Only upon reaching the exalted status of martial emperor can one soar through the skies, thus enabling the crossing of this perilous and distant journey. Qianzi remarked, "We must find a way to procure spiritual materials to enhance our cultivation." Dan Qingzi suggested, "Let us confine those two young women within the cosmic pearl, allowing them to engage in dual cultivation with Li Yuan. As long as their bodies do not make contact, the essence of chaos can directly enter Li Yuan's dantian without breaching its walls, thereby preventing any harm to his body." Qianzi replied, "Go fetch those two young women." Just as Li Yuan emerged from the cosmic pearl, preparing to seek out the two girls, Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua, a guard outside announced, "Master Li, the commander of the Imperial Forest Army, Lord Xia Tianwu, and the patriarch of the Yang family have come to pay their respects." Upon opening the door, Li Yuan beheld Lord Xia Tianwu and the Yang patriarch accompanied by a retinue. Xia Tianwu stated, "I apologize for disturbing you, Master Li. His Majesty the Emperor has requested your presence at the palace." Li Yuan responded, "Thank you, Commander. I shall accompany you to the palace at once." Thus, Li Yuan followed Lord Xia Tianwu to the Imperial Palace. Ordinarily, there would be no need for Lord Xia Tianwu to come in person to summon Li Yuan. But the Emperor, Xia Mingjun, held Li Yuan in the highest regard, fearing any potential dangers that might befall him on the way. Hence the personal invitation as a show of esteem and respect. Chapter 93. The communication talismans and storage bags. The group arrived at the Imperial Palace, where they encountered Emperor Xia Mingjun. Li Yuan observed that, in addition to the Emperor, there were also Feng Yudao, Gongsun Yangping, and Zhuo Jiamu present in the Hall of Diligent Administration. After exchanging formal greetings, Emperor Xia Mingjun addressed Li Yuan, stating that the three presidents had gathered a substantial amount of spiritual materials to present to the palace. The palace, having also collected some spiritual materials, invited Li Yuan to receive them. The Array Masters Guild, represented by Feng Yudao, had assembled 400 billion taels of silver, while the presidents of the Alchemists Guild and the Blacksmiths Guild each contributed 500 billion taels. Although the Array Masters Guild had secured the spiritual materials it required, the Alchemists Guild and the Blacksmiths Guild still found themselves significantly short. Gongsun Yangping and Zhuo Jiamu expressed their deep apologies to Li Yuan, explaining that the materials they had gathered were the entirety of their guild's resources, supplemented by numerous borrowings from various shops and families. They pledged to continue seeking ways to accumulate further materials and requested Li Yuan's understanding, asking for a little more time. They informed Li Yuan that they had communicated this matter to their superior guild through communication talismans, which are exceedingly costly. These talismans are categorized into single-use and reusable types. The single-use communication talismans are the most basic, capable of transmitting a message only once and covering a maximum distance of 1 million miles, reaching only the higher guilds within the realm of cultivation. The reusable communication talismans, on the other hand, are of a more advanced nature. The higher the grade of the sound transmission talisman, the more frequently it can convey messages and the greater the distance it can reach. Qi Yunzi remarked that this presented an opportunity. If they could send someone, they would be escorted to the realm of immortality, allowing Li Yuan to enhance his cultivation at a swifter pace. Emperor Xia Mingjun stated that the royal family had temporarily gathered 200 billion taels of silver and spiritual materials. This collection comprised contributions from the royal family, voluntary donations from the valiant soldiers who ascended to the rank of martial king, and loans from various prominent, medium-sized, and smaller families, as well as some commercial establishments. In the imperial city, the royal family had only managed to accumulate this amount for the time being. The remainder would be collected from various prefectures and frontier armies before being handed over to young Master Li. After concluding his remarks, Xia Mingjun led Li Yuan and a few others to the royal treasury. Upon arriving at the treasury, Feng Yudao and his companions produced their storage bags and emptied their contents for Li Yuan to tally. Feng Yudao's materials were valued at 400 billion taels of silver, while Gong Sunyangping and Zhujiamu each presented materials worth 500 billion taels of silver. Li Yuan promptly responded, "This is unnecessary. I have more than a dozen storage bags that I cannot fully utilize. I shall present these bags to you all." With that, he produced around 10 storage bags to offer to the three, but they adamantly refused. With a gesture, Emperor Xia Mingjun indicated a pile of spiritual materials nearby, saying, "These materials have been gathered by the royal family, and we have no storage bags left to contain them, hence they are merely stacked here." Li Yuan then enveloped these materials with his mental energy, collecting them all into the cosmic pearl. As the crowd beheld Li Yuan effortlessly gathering such an abundance of spiritual materials, a wave of astonishment rippled through them. Li Yuan addressed Xia Mingjun, stating, "I shall refine some elixirs to present to His Majesty, who will then determine to whom these potions shall be sold and how they will be managed." Xia Mingjun nodded in agreement repeatedly. Within the cosmic pearl, Dan Qingzi and Xianzi had already conducted a thorough examination of these spiritual materials. Xianzi remarked, "These materials are quite commendable. This piece of dragonfall wood can be utilized to craft second and third tier formation plates. With this dragonfall wood, you will be capable of producing a second tier formation plate. Moreover, this storage bag, if one is to dismantle it and erase the inscribed formations, it transforms into a piece of fourth tier beast skin. If we replicate this skin, I shall instruct you on how to forge this storage bag. Although crafting such a storage bag requires a fourth tier artificer, I can impart to you some spatial spiritual pattern diagrams, enabling you to inscribe them as well. Even the first tier patterns necessitate at least a fourth tier artificer's skill to inscribe. Now that you can inscribe first tier superior spatial patterns, you are indeed able to forge these storage bags." Li Yuan proceeded to dismantle a storage bag, employing his mental force to eliminate the spiritual patterns inscribed upon it. Thus, the storage bag reverted to a piece of fourth tier beast skin. The replication portal for the storage bag could not be duplicated, yet the portal for this beast skin could indeed be replicated. Today, Li Yuan managed to exchange for a total of 350 units of primordial energy. He then inquired of Qianzi and Dan Qingzi whether he should first utilize this primordial energy for cultivation, pondering that it might elevate his prowess to the martial master level, and perhaps even enhance his mental strength to the 20th level. If one were to elevate their mental prowess to the 20th level, they would gain the ability to concoct third-grade elixirs and spirit tools. At that juncture, the creation of storage bags would also become considerably more facile, enabling the crafting of items of superior quality. Qi Yunzi remarked that one should not hasten their cultivation, whether it be alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman creation, or array formation. Tasks that can be accomplished at a lower realm should not be relegated to higher realms. The lower the realm, the more challenging the endeavor, thereby honing one's abilities and potentially transforming one's innate talent. The intricacies of inscribing spatial spiritual patterns are exceedingly complex, even with one's mental acuity reaching the 20th level. Perfecting exquisite spatial patterns demands extensive practice and cannot be achieved overnight. Yunzi guided Li Yuan in reworking a piece of beast hide, purging it of impurities and refining it into a premium embryo, subsequently replicating numerous pieces. Li Yuan then employed a spiritual needle and thread to stitch the hide into the shape of a bag and inscribed a first-grade superior spatial pattern blueprint within, thus completing the storage bag. The spatial dimensions of storage bags are categorized into various levels. A first-grade inferior spiritual pattern yields a space measuring 3 feet in length, width, and height. A first-grade medium spiritual pattern creates a space of 6 feet in each dimension, while a first-grade superior spiritual pattern results in a space of 9 feet. Li Yuan crafted 500 first-grade superior storage bags and then utilized primordial energy to exchange for these bags. Initially, Li Yuan believed that the exchange of these 500 storage bags would require a significant amount of primordial energy. However, upon completion, he discovered that it necessitated only a trivial amount of such energy. Li Yuan inquired of Dan Kingsley regarding the beast skin, which belonged to a 4th-tier demon beast. He expressed his astonishment at the minimal primal energy expended during the exchange, considering it should be an arduous process. The energy consumed for a storage bag equated merely to that contained within a 2nd-tier spiritual herb, roughly valued at 50,000 taels of silver. Xianzi explained that although the beast skin originated from a 4th-tier demon, the spiritual energy it harbored was quite meager, predominantly residing within the demon's inner core. Thus, only a trifling amount of primal energy was required for the exchange of this small piece of skin. Elated, Li Yuan realized that such a precious item as a storage bag could be forged with minimal primal energy, unveiling a lucrative opportunity. Even a storage bag crafted from the most rudimentary 1st-tier, low-grade spiritual patterns could fetch 100 million taels of silver. In contrast, his own creation, a 1st-tier high-grade bag with a capacity 27 times that of a low-grade one, could be valued at no less than 2,700,000,000 taels of silver, with its production cost merely amounting to 50,000 taels. Li Yuan then asked Xianzi about the market value of such a storage bag, to which Xianzi replied that anything infused with spiritual energy held little worth in the realm of mortals. Each of these items would command exorbitant prices, yet the mortal realm lacked sufficient wealth. According to standard valuation, your 1st-tier high-grade storage bag, with a capacity 27 times that of a low-grade bag, should be worth 2,700,000,000 taels of silver. Dan Kingsley remarked, on your journey to the Imperial City, you once vowed to bestow gifts upon the soldiers awaiting your arrival. Remember, every promise must be fulfilled, or it is better left unmade. Some commitments may seem trivial and easily forgotten, yet the Celestial Order does not overlook them. Every occurrence in any realm is meticulously recorded by the heavenly law of that realm. Every cause will inevitably yield its corresponding effect, and every effect has its origin. Each instance of cause and effect will bring forth appropriate retribution. While you may not perceive these connections in your daily life, they will magnify significantly during pivotal moments, such as when you face heavenly tribulations to ascend. Let us concoct some elixirs, prepare a foundational pill for each of the soldiers, and for those who have sacrificed, an additional restoration pill to be bestowed upon their families, thus fulfilling a promise. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan replicated the materials for both the foundational and restoration pills in abundance, successfully forging 200 foundational pills and 50 restoration pills, along with 100 warrior defiance pills and 50 royal ascension pills. He also crafted various 2nd and 1st-tier healing and detoxification pills, which he subsequently exchanged. After 100 days within the cosmic orb, a new day dawned outside. Li Yuan emerged from the orb and instructed the guards at the entrance to inform the head of the Yang family of his desire to meet him. The guards escorted Li Yuan to the council chamber of the Yang family, where he encountered the family head. Li Yuan expressed his need to consult with His Majesty the Emperor, prompting the Yang family head to immediately accompany him to the palace to meet Emperor Xia Mingjun. Upon meeting Xia Mingjun, after exchanging pleasantries, Li Yuan presented 500 storage bags he had crafted, handing them over to Xia Mingjun. Upon receiving the storage bags, Xia Mingjun was taken aback by the sheer quantity and the remarkably vast interior space of each bag. It is commonly said that before an army moves, provisions must be secured. The Great Xia Kingdom spans a vast territory, with distances from the imperial city to the borders often reaching thousands of miles. Transporting military supplies frequently demands immense human and material resources, often requiring several times the manpower and effort of the army itself to deliver provisions. The burden of supply logistics weighs heavily on the Great Xia Kingdom, and neighboring kingdoms lack the capability to forge storage bags. Furthermore, even if someone possessed the skill, the necessary materials are scarce. Crafting a storage bag demands the hide of at least a fourth-tier magical beast, which are non-existent in the mortal realm. Even if such beasts existed, none could slay them. With these storage bags, the concern of transporting military supplies dissipates. The Great Xia Kingdom has suddenly gained 50 martial kings, enhancing its national power exponentially. Coupled with Li Yuan's formation techniques for slaying hundreds and thousands, as well as his methods for crafting spiritual arrows and archery, the outcome of a potential war remains uncertain. Xia Mingjun found himself increasingly fond of Li Yuan. Li Yuan then produced his elixirs and addressed Xia Mingjun, saying, "Your Majesty, on the journey to the imperial city, I promised each soldier escorting me a gift, doubling the reward for those who sacrificed. Last night, I concocted a selection of foundation pills and supplementary pills. I wish to bestow one foundation pill upon each of the 200 soldiers, and for the fallen warriors, an additional supplementary pill to each of their relatives. I implore your Majesty to entrust these pills to the soldiers or their families." Upon concluding his request, Li Yuan presented the pills intended for the escorting soldiers to Xia Mingjun. Emperor Xia Mingjun nodded in agreement and subsequently handed over 200 foundation pills and 50 supplementary pills to Xia Tianwu, entrusting him with the distribution of these elixirs to the 200 soldiers who had journeyed to Nanhua County to welcome and protect Li Yuan, as well as to the families of the fallen warriors. Observing that Xia Mingjun had made the necessary arrangements, Li Yuan then offered the remainder of his concocted elixirs to Xia Mingjun, stating, "These are some elixirs I have crafted. Due to time constraints, I could only produce a limited quantity. In the future, I shall endeavor to create more and present them to your Majesty, leaving the decision of their distribution to your discretion. Should your Majesty require additional storage bags, I can produce more, provided there are sufficient spiritual materials available." Xia Mingjun pondered to himself, "Li Yuan, everything you create is essential for the Great Xia Empire. However, we are unable to procure the requisite spiritual materials, not only for the storage bags and these elixirs, but even for the previous elixirs. The Great Xia Empire cannot afford them." In truth, Xia Mingjun harbored doubts about where Li Yuan had acquired such an abundance of materials for crafting these elixirs and storage bags. It seemed unlikely that anyone had supplied him with such resources. The materials he had received from himself and the 3 guild leaders were insufficient for the specialized creation of these items. However, Li Yuan had previously confided in him that he harbored certain secrets that were not convenient to disclose, so Xia Mingjun refrained from inquiring further. Chapter 95. The Crown Prince's Council. Li Yuan entered the Cosmic Pearl and meticulously replicated numerous copies of the dragon-suppressing wood. Under the guidance of Qi Yunzi, he commenced his studies in the art of crafting formation plates. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince, Xia Tianwei, had been closely monitoring Li Yuan's movements in recent days. Upon learning that Li Yuan had once again met with Emperor Xia Mingjun and presented him with various elixirs, the Crown Prince could no longer remain at ease. Li Yuan seemed to have unfettered access to the Emperor, entering and exiting the palace as if it were his own courtyard, basking in favor before the Emperor. The more the Crown Prince observed this, the more resentment brewed within him. He discreetly left the palace and made his way to the Chao residence to consult with the clan leader, Chao Anbang. Upon their meeting, the two engaged in a thorough discussion and ultimately reached a consensus. Li Yuan could no longer be allowed to enjoy such favor in the emperor's presence. It was imperative that Emperor SUSI-MANHUA grow wary of Li Yuan and, ideally, develop a sense of aversion towards him. This way, when the opportunity arose to eliminate Li Yuan, the emperor would not place undue significance on the act or pursue it further. They decided that the crown prince would advise the emperor to be cautious of Li Yuan. After greeting the emperor, he respectfully addressed SUSI-MANHUA. "Father, I wish to report a matter to you." Upon hearing this, SUSI-MANHUA subconsciously assumed that Xia Tianwei had recognized his own mistakes and was prepared to admit them, seeking to resolve misunderstandings with Li Yuan and cease hostilities. With a smile, he encouraged Xia Tianwei, saying, "Speak freely, I have high hopes for you." The crown prince promptly replied, "Father, I believe that this Li Yuan harbors ill intentions towards the great Xia." SUSI-MANHUA was momentarily taken aback. Pondering the implications of the words spoken, Xia Tianwei, observing his reaction, felt a surge of hope. At last, the Emperor SUSI-MANHUA was considering the gravity of his claims. There was undoubtedly a colossal scheme at play orchestrated by Li Yuan against the great Xia nation. Most of the spiritual materials he had appropriated were unsuitable for concocting the elixirs he had produced. How could he have amassed such an abundance of materials capable of yielding these potions? It was evident that he had prepared these elixirs in advance. Otherwise, it would be impossible to manufacture such a quantity overnight, a feat that would take him at least 100 days. Presenting these potions to His Majesty under the guise of serving the great Xia nation concealed a nefarious plot. If these elixirs were toxic or detrimental to human health, it would endanger a significant number of our loyal soldiers. Therefore, I beseech your Majesty to exercise caution and remain vigilant against Li Yuan. Do not let him deceive you." Upon hearing this, SUSI-MANHUA was immediately engulfed in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Xia Tianwei. "With so many exceptional elixirs at hand, how could you possibly suspect them to be counterfeit or poisonous? Li Yuan has selflessly contributed to the nation. How could you harbor such baseless thoughts? Your reasoning is utterly absurd. What manner of logic guides your thoughts? Today, I am profoundly disappointed in you." Faced with the emperor's wrath, Xia Tianwei fell silent, too alarmed to utter another word. He hastily prostrated himself in apology before retreating from the hall of diligent governance. SUSI-MANHUA remained seated, immobile for a considerable time. His heart was enveloped in desolation. How much hope had he placed upon this imperial son? He had opened the vast resources of the royal family to support him, nurturing him to the rank of a level 9 martial king. Yet today, he found himself compelled to reflect upon the character, quality, vision, and capabilities of this prince. It dawned upon him that he had erred in isolating the princes from the affairs of state and the world beyond. The eldest and second princes were already in their 70s and 80s, yet they remained almost entirely ignorant of the nation's circumstances and challenges. Under such a method of upbringing, how could one possibly cultivate a sovereign capable of leading the realm toward prosperity, strength, and clarity? Resolute, he decided to involve the princes in state matters, delegating them to various offices, the military, and cities, allowing them to immerse themselves in the lives of the populace and grasp the hardships of their existence, as well as the complexities of governance. They must come to a profound understanding of the internal and external tribulations that beset the great Xia kingdom. As for the eldest prince, he had invested boundless hope, countless efforts, and resources into him, making the thought of relinquishing that hope unbearable. Yet deep down, he recognized that this eldest prince was woefully inadequate for the task at hand. Leaving aside his relationship with Li Yuan, one could discern from his perspective, quality, vision, and approach to problem-solving that he was far from being fit for the throne. The heart of SUSI-MANHUA was steeped in disappointment and sorrow. This was his son, his own flesh and blood, the son upon whom he had once placed immeasurable hope. What should be done with him now? Should he strip him of his position as heir apparent? Afterward, Emperor SUSI-MANHUA began to quietly contemplate how to engage the princes in state affairs and educate them in the art of governance. Meanwhile, the eldest prince, Xia Tianwei, emerged from the hall of diligent governance, engulfed in a profound sense of trepidation. He discerned the emperor's ire and disappointment directed towards him. Yet, he could not fathom why his well-reasoned counsel had been met with such disregard by his father. What merit did this Li Yuan possess? Originating from a remote and impoverished locale of lowly birth and meager cultivation, why did the emperor hold him in such high esteem? It was evident that Li Yuan harbored ulterior motives, a hidden agenda cloaked beneath the guise of loyalty to the great Xia. The sudden emergence of so many martial kings would undoubtedly complicate the governance of the realm. Observing the 8 great families, each had merely produced a martial king through the expenditure of vast resources, and yet the emperor treated them with utmost respect. In times of national crisis, they remained unyielding. Now, with the advent of numerous martial kings, governance would become increasingly arduous. Li Yuan must be eradicated at once. The eldest prince, Xia Tianwei, now harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Li Yuan. He stealthily slipped out of the palace and made his way to the residence of the Chao family. There, he informed the family patriarch, Chao Anbong, of his failed attempt to advise the emperor, emphasizing the latter's continued favor towards Li Yuan. They must act swiftly to eliminate Li Yuan at any cost. If necessary, the patriarch himself should take action, and he would dispatch skilled allies to assist Chao Anbong in the expulsion of Li Yuan. The crown prince, Xia Tianwei, even contemplated taking matters into his own hands. Yet after much deliberation, he refrained from doing so. Should he personally slay Li Yuan, his father, the emperor, would undoubtedly be consumed with fury. If the deed were to come to light, his fate would be sealed, for his father would show him no mercy. At the very least, he would find it exceedingly difficult to maintain his position as crown prince. In Chapter 96, Practicing with the Array Disc, it recounts how Li Yuan immersed himself in the art of crafting array discs within the cosmic pearl. Although the Dragonfall may not possess the extraordinary transformative properties of the chaotic ethereal gold, capable of expanding or contracting significantly upon refinement, it still exhibits the ability to be altered in size. Once refined and inscribed with spatial spirit patterns, it can indeed be made larger or smaller. A piece of Dragonfall wood, the size of a disc, can be enlarged to form an array spanning 100 feet in radius, or reduced to the size of a fingernail. When deployed, this fingernail-sized array disc can be discreetly cast upon the ground, nearly undetectable, and in an instant. It can encompass a vast area. The array can swiftly envelop hundreds or even thousands of individuals within its bounds. Qianzi guided Li Yuan, first instructing him to duplicate the Dragonfall wood multiple times, and then to refine one into a disc-sized array base. Li Yuan began by inscribing a primary spatial array onto the base, followed by the 100-man slaughter formation, and finally integrating the Falcon Hunt formation. As this was his initial attempt at etching spirit patterns onto the array base, Li Yuan practiced diligently for an extended period. Ultimately, he perfected the various spirit pattern designs of these formations to an exceptional level. Outside, an afternoon and an evening elapsed, while nearly 200 days passed within the cosmic pearl. Li Yuan meticulously crafted 500 such 100-man hunting eagle formation discs. As dawn broke, he placed these 500 discs into a storage pouch and exited the cosmic pearl to meet with the patriarch of the Yang family. He extended an invitation for the patriarch to accompany him to an audience with Emperor Xia Mingjun. Upon meeting Xia Mingjun, Li Yuan presented the formation discs he had forged, and the emperor was filled with delight. He promptly commanded General Xia Tianwu to summon 100 Imperial Guard soldiers for practice to test the power of these discs. The 100 Imperial Guards quickly assembled, and Xia Mingjun led them to the square in front of the palace. Li Yuan began by instructing the soldiers on the usage of the formation discs. Firstly, a martial artist of considerable prowess must imprint their spiritual energy onto the discs, refining them to establish a connection between the spiritual energy and the discs, thus enabling control over the formation to initiate or conclude it. Next, the disc must be thrown to the ground, where it can be expanded using spiritual energy. This 100-man slaughter formation, in conjunction with the hunting eagle formation, possesses the capability to transcend a major realm in combat, meaning that martial artists led by a martial master could vanquish a martial king, and those led by a martial king could defeat a martial emperor. Li Yuan cautioned the soldiers that only martial artists could utilize these discs. They must channel their spiritual energy to condense the energy of the great blade. Without the spiritual energy inherent to a martial artist, one would be unable to activate the formation. This array plate is a composite formation, encompassing the 100-man slaughter formation and the falcon array. The plate itself harbors spiritual energy, enabling the operation of the array through the spiritual patterns inscribed within. However, due to the limited spiritual energy contained in this array plate, its efficacy is restricted to a mere half-hour. Should the battle remain unresolved within this time frame, it becomes imperative to replenish the spiritual energy. The method of replenishment is as follows. Each warrior within the 100-man slaughter formation can channel their own spiritual energy to sustain the array's operation. Yet, this approach leads to a swift depletion of their energy reserves. Prolonged reliance on their personal spiritual energy may result in utter exhaustion, rendering them immobile. In such instances, it becomes necessary to introduce energy-infused spirit stones and gathering pills into the formation. The Falcon Array operates under similar principles, relying on the array plate's energy for half an hour, after which energy replenishment is required, also through spirit stones and gathering pills. Specific placements for these spirit stones and gathering pills are designated at the core of the array, where there are reserved spots that become evident upon activation of the array plate. Yuan remarked, "Your Majesty, with the presence of spiritual materials, I can elevate my cultivation, enabling me to concoct the King-reversing pill and the Ascending King pill. These elixirs possess the potential to significantly bolster our nation's strength, ensuring that the Great Xia can rest easy in its newfound power." Upon hearing this, Xia Mingjun felt an immense sense of joy within his heart. He commanded Xia Tianwu to divide the Imperial Guard into 500 small squads, each led by the most capable and strategically gifted individuals as captains. They were to refine the formation plates and establish formations, practicing tirelessly day and night. Their training was to be conducted in secrecy, ensuring no exposure. Perhaps the specter of war loomed near, and at that moment, the significance of these formations would be monumental. Qianzi remarked to Yuan, "You should now inscribe a formation for 10,000 slaughters, allowing the Imperial Guard to practice. One never knows when it may be needed. If we could vanquish the Great Qin and Great Liang kingdoms, we would acquire a substantial amount of spiritual materials." Yuan addressed Xia Mingjun, "Your Majesty, the 100-man slaughter formation under the command of the Martial King can withstand the assaults of the Martial Emperor. The 1,000-man slaughter formation led by the Martial King can inflict damage and may even have the potential to eliminate the Martial Emperor. If the Martial King commands the 10,000-man slaughter formation, should the Martial Emperor fall within its grasp, it could indeed eliminate a Martial Emperor. And this formation could even withstand several strikes from a Martial Sovereign. A 10,000-man slaughter formation led by a Martial Emperor can confront a Martial Sovereign's assault." Upon hearing this, Xia Mingjun was greatly astonished. A Martial Sovereign, a practitioner of profound mastery, can effortlessly dispatch a group of Martial Emperors with a mere wave of his hand. Yuan continued, "Now, Your Majesty, please designate a location where I may inscribe a 10,000-man slaughter formation, allowing the Imperial Guards to practice. Should the day arise when it is needed, the power of this formation would be immense. Due to my relatively low cultivation, I am currently only able to inscribe first-level spatial spirit patterns. Consequently, the formation plates I am crafting cannot be expanded to accommodate 10,000 individuals. Nor can I inscribe a 10,000-man slaughter formation. Furthermore, the Dragonwood formation base I possess is of a lower grade and can only inscribe second and third-level spirit patterns. It is incapable of withstanding more advanced formations." Chapter 97. The two ladies invite for a shopping excursion. Xia Mingjun instructed Xia Tianwu to lead the group to the barracks of the Imperial Forest Army. In the vast training ground of the camp, Yuan inscribed a 10,000-man slaughter formation. He directed Xia Tianwu to personally stand at the formation's eye and command the array. Under Yuan's guidance, the 10,000 soldiers quickly took their positions. Each individual began to channel their energy, concentrating their spiritual power into the long blades they wielded. Xia Tianwu utilized his mental prowess to activate the formation, causing countless long blades to converge their spiritual energy culminating in the creation of a colossal energy blade. This energy blade coalesced upon Xia Tianwu's long knife. With a swift motion, Xia Tianwu swung his blade, and the energy blade sliced through the sky with astonishing speed and seemingly boundless power, as if it could cleave the very fabric of space itself. Such a strike, if it were to connect with a martial emperor, would undoubtedly sever him in two. Even if aimed at a martial sovereign, it would likely inflict a grievous wound. After a period of practice with the 10,000 Imperial Forest soldiers, Li Yuan requested Xia Mingjun to take her place at the formations to test the might of the 10,000-man slaughter formation led by a martial emperor. Xia Mingjun activated the formation with her mental energy and then brandished her long knife. A formidable energy blade swept across the sky, its might seemingly surpassing that of the grand array commanded by Xia Tianwu by a factor of at least tenfold. This energy blade darted through the heavens like a bolt of lightning, casting shadowy voids in its wake. Remarkably, it was capable of cleaving through space itself. What immense power must be harnessed to achieve such a feat? The sheer force of this strike left Xia Mingjun astounded. Should a martial sovereign be caught off guard, this blade would undoubtedly bisect him. Xia Mingjun proclaimed, "With this array, we shall no longer fear the Great Qin and Great Liang kingdoms. It is truly magnificent." He then commanded Xia Tianwu to dispatch 2 newly appointed martial kings to provide ceaseless, covert protection for Li Yuan, ensuring that no mishap befalls him. Xia Tianwu promptly assigned 2 of the newly minted martial kings from the Imperial Guard, instructing them to vigilantly safeguard Li Yuan day and night. Upon receiving this command, the 2 martial kings felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration. Li Yuan's elixirs were extraordinary, and the array was equally remarkable. Without Li Yuan's potions, their elevation to martial kings would remain a distant dream. Now, with the opportunity to protect Li Yuan and contribute in some measure, they were elated. Moreover, should the chance arise to receive even a small portion of Li Yuan's elixirs, their excitement would be unparalleled. The duo accepted their orders and immediately began to discreetly follow Li Yuan. Upon entering the courtyard of the Yang residence and disembarking from their carriage, Li Yuan discovered the young princess Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua engaged in playful antics within the yard. As soon as they spotted Li Yuan, they hurried over to greet him warmly. Since the last time the 2 parted ways with Li Yuan, although they have not spoken of it, they have both been unable to forget him. Whether dining, engaging in leisure activities, or even in slumber, the visage of Li Yuan perpetually occupies their thoughts. Both yearn to see him, yet neither has voiced the desire to visit. Whenever Li Yuan is at the Yang residence, the little princess finds herself irresistibly drawn to seek out Yang Jinhua, as if by an unspoken agreement, and Yang Jinhua awaits her at the Yang household. Conversely, if Li Yuan is at the palace, the young Jinhua will journey to the palace to find the little princess, who also awaits her there. Joy radiates from their faces. After exchanging greetings with Li Yuan, the vivacious and warm-hearted Yang Jinhua proposes, "Brother Li Yuan, as the new year approaches, the streets are bustling with excitement. Let us take a stroll. I wish to buy you a new set of clothes and other delightful items to celebrate the new year. Since your home is not here, we shall take it upon ourselves to attend to your needs. This year, consider both the palace and the Yang residence as your home." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan replies, "Thank you, dear sisters. Let us indeed venture to the streets." The head of the Yang family had intended to invite Li Yuan to lunch, but seeing the 3 of them so animated and happily conversing about their plans, he refrained from making the invitation and instead warmly wished them a delightful outing. The patriarch of the Yang family has witnessed much and can naturally discern the mutual affection among the 3 individuals. Although they are still young and lack an understanding of romantic love, establishing a rapport with them at such an early age is undoubtedly advantageous for the Yang family. Should their relationships develop further as they mature, it would be an immense boon for the family. Each of these 3 is extraordinary, destined for remarkable achievements, particularly Li Yuan, whose elixirs are said to astound both heaven and earth. Cultivating a connection with him, or perhaps having him become a son-in-law of the Yang family, would yield immeasurable benefits in the future. The young princess, being the emperor's most cherished daughter, now shares a familial bond with the Yang family. significantly enhancing their standing in the emperor's eyes. Although little Jinhua is a child of the Yang family, she is not the most direct descendant and may not possess a strong sense of loyalty to the family. It is imperative to nurture their emotional ties. Moreover, given little Jinhua's exceptional talents, she is destined to become a pillar of support for the Yang family. Consequently, the patriarch dotes on her immensely, granting her every wish. He has commanded 2 9th-level martial artist bodyguards to lead a contingent of guards to accompany and protect the trio. Initially, Li Yuan and his companions were reluctant to have anyone follow them. However, after the recent ambush incident, they felt compelled to allow the guards to accompany them. Thus, as the three walked through the streets, they were flanked by a host of Yang family guards, exuding an air of authority and grandeur. A large throng of individuals paraded down the street with an air of arrogance, shoving aside pedestrians in their path. Observing this display of power, the onlookers sensed the formidable presence of this group and hastily retreated to the sides. Li Yuan, perceiving the situation, promptly advised the leading bodyguard to instruct the guards to refrain from disturbing the populace and to avoid shouting at passers-by. Heeding Li Yuan's counsel, the captain ordered the guards to cease their aggressive tactics and instead to silently forge a path ahead, ensuring the safety of Li Yuan and his companions. In the 98th chapter, An Invitation to Dinner, the previous encounter with Qi Yunzi saw him mock Li Yuan for his penchant for browsing alchemical shops while neglecting to procure attire, jewelry, and cosmetics for the 2 young ladies, failing to charm them as a suitor ought. Today, however, Li Yuan resolved to acquire some gifts and trinkets for the girls during his shopping excursion. Qi Yunzi, nestled within the cosmic pearl, chuckled, remarking that their surroundings held no silver, only spiritual herbs, celestial treasures, and alchemical arrays, curious to see what Li Yuan would offer as trifles. It was revealed that Li Yuan had refined numerous elixirs for Xiaming Jun, yet had not accepted any silver in return, only the spiritual herbs and materials. His meager savings had been exhausted on previous purchases, and he had never considered the need for currency. Ironically, he had amassed considerable wealth, as the value of a single elixir he concocted surpassed the earnings of several lifetimes for others. Yet, at this moment, he found himself unable to produce even a single tael of silver. The 3 companions walked silently, each lost in thought, as the overwhelming presence of the crowd rendered conversation uncomfortable. The young princess and young Jinhua were remarkably accustomed to such circumstances, often surrounded by a throng of imperial guards or attendants. However, today, an unusual silence enveloped them, as neither of the 2 could find the words to speak. Li Yuan, too, remained taciturn, leaving them at a loss for conversation. They had anticipated that Li Yuan would lead them to the apothecary or spiritual material shops, yet today, he refrained from entering any of them, merely accompanying them along the path. Originally, they had intended to accompany Li Yuan on a shopping excursion, but with him avoiding every store, they felt hesitant to invite him into the apothecary or spiritual material shops for a look. After a while, they arrived at a tailor's shop. Young Jinhua suggested, "Let us step inside this store. It is quite renowned for its exquisite garments and fine fabrics. Perhaps we could commission a suit for our dear brother Li Yuan." Li Yuan initially wanted to decline, insisting he had sufficient attire. But the very purpose of their outing was to procure clothing for him. If he refused, it would render their expedition devoid of reason. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced and entered the shop. Upon their arrival, the tailor, recognizing the young princess and young Jinhua, hurriedly approached to pay his respects. The tailor was familiar with them, as they frequently visited his shop for garments rather than dedicating themselves to rigorous training at home. Yang Jinhua informed the tailor that they were there to make clothes for their brother Li Yuan. The shopkeeper immediately called upon the assistants to take measurements for Li Yuan, bringing forth the finest silks and satins available. He invited Li Yuan and the young princess, Yang Jinhua, to select patterns and fabrics. Faced with a splendid array of colors and materials, the 2 engaged in an enthusiastic deliberation, ultimately choosing 5 distinct silks in a variety of hues to create 5 garments for Li Yuan. Although Li Yuan contemplated mentioning that he did not require such an abundance of clothing, the fervor of the 2 women rendered him silent. In his heart, He wished to make a few outfits for them as gifts, yet it felt somewhat inappropriate to do so immediately after they had arranged several garments for him. He decided to postpone this thought, intending to purchase some jewelry, lipsticks, and rouge for them later in their outing. After finalizing the fabric choices and taking the necessary measurements, the young princesses left a deposit with the shop before they exited. The trio strolled along the streets for a while longer. Li Yuan hoped that the princesses would venture into a jewelry shop or perhaps a cosmetics boutique, yet they seemed disinclined to enter such establishments. He found himself unable to suggest such visits. A throng of people followed closely behind, making Li Yuan feel quite uneasy in such a situation. It seemed that conversation was somewhat hindered, and the two girls spoke infrequently, leading to a slightly discordant atmosphere. Sensing Li Yuan's discomfort, the young princess remarked, "It's noon. Let us dine at the renowned Yuku Lai Hotel ahead." This establishment was well known within the imperial city for its exquisite cuisine and impeccable cleanliness. Li Yuan naturally had no objections, and thus the three of them made their way to the hotel. The staff recognized the young princess and Yang Jinhua, aware that the large entourage following them consisted of the Yang family's guards. The hotel manager hurried over, bowing to the three and ushering them inside. The guards, led by two ninth-level martial artists, also followed suit. The young princess requested a street-facing room on the third floor. Once inside, the guards remained stationed outside the door. Li Yuan addressed the group, saying, "Esteemed guests, there's no need for you to stand out in the hallway. Since it is now midday, allow me to treat you all to a meal. Please, go and enjoy your lunch." He called for the hotel manager and instructed, "Good sir, kindly arrange a room for these esteemed individuals accompanying us and serve them the finest food and drink. I shall pay for it now." With that, Li Yuan reached into his pocket. Ever since acquiring the cosmic pearl, he had not carried anything in his pockets, let alone money or silver. As his hand delved into his pocket, he realized there was not a single coin to be found. In a hurry, he summoned a storage bag from the cosmic pearl using his divine sense, only to discover it was empty. At that moment, it dawned on him that he had no idea where his money was, or even if he possessed any at all. The vastness of the space within the cosmic pearl left him bewildered. After scanning it with his divine sense, he still could not find any silver. Panic set in, and he communicated telepathically with the two elders. "Respected seniors, where can I find some silver? Please, do enlighten me." The two elders burst into laughter. Qianzi remarked, "You foolish lad, where do you think you have silver? Your funds have long been depleted. Presently, in this cosmic realm, not a single tael of silver can be found. How do you intend to treat the young ladies to a meal without any money?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuan became flustered. "How can I invite them to dine without any cash? I had even planned to buy small gifts for the two girls." Dan Kingsley laughed, "Oh, little one, anything within your cosmic pouch is worth a fortune. Just a single item would suffice to treat them to countless meals. How naive you are, without silver. What can be done?" Li Yuan, realizing his folly, responded, "Indeed, how foolish of me. My mind seems to be utterly stagnant." Holding the storage pouch, Li Yuan approached the steward and said, "Uncle, could you please appraise this storage pouch for me? I wish to use it to cover today's meal expenses." The steward, upon inspection, was taken aback. "Such a precious item as a storage pouch, and you wish to exchange it for a meal? Whose reckless child is this?" He quickly added, "Young sir, this storage pouch is far too valuable to be bartered for mere silver. Are your elders aware of this?" The young princess and Yang Jinhua quickly interjected. "Brother Li Yuan, we have silver. You needn't worry about the meal expenses, nor should you trade your storage pouch." Li Yuan replied, "It matters not. This storage pouch is nothing but refuse to me, utterly useless." The steward, hearing this, wondered in disbelief. Whose child is this? Such outrageous behavior. The storage bag, such a precious item, is something that no one in the great Xia kingdom can forge. Even with ample wealth, it remains unattainable. Yet this young man dares to dismiss it as trash, rendering it useless. In Chapter 99, The Hotel Assault, the steward hesitated to accept Li Yuan's storage bag. Although he was unfamiliar with Li Yuan, the latter's act of offering a storage bag to settle a meal bill, accompanied by Yang Jinhua, and the little princess, led the steward to surmise that Li Yuan must possess considerable standing. Upon noticing the steward's reluctance to accept his storage bag, and with Yang Jinhua and the others refusing to allow him to exchange it for money, the two guards from the Yang family remained unmoving outside. Li Yuan found himself at an impasse. He discreetly communicated with Qianzi and the others, inquiring about their next steps. Both shook their heads, expressing their uncertainty regarding how to proceed without funds for the meal. They suggested perhaps foregoing the meal altogether and leaving on an empty stomach. Observing the expressions of his companions, Li Yuan realized they were jesting at his expense. However, he could not simply depart on an empty stomach, especially since they were already seated in the hotel room, accompanied by two young ladies and a host of guards. It was unthinkable to let them leave hungry. But what was the alternative? Surely he could not expect the two ladies to foot the bill, especially after they had just purchased clothing for him. Seeing Li Yuan's predicament, Dan Kingsley offered a suggestion through telepathy. Why not provide them with a qi-gathering pill instead? Li Yuan, upon hearing this, promptly produced a qi-gathering pill and presented it to the steward, saying, "Sir, might I inquire about the value of this qi-gathering pill? Let it serve as payment for today's meal." The steward, upon receiving the pill and inspecting it closely, was taken aback. A top-tier qi-gathering pill. He had never encountered an extraordinary qi-gathering pill, or indeed, any exceptional elixir. What might the value of this qi-gathering pill be? Although it is merely a first-tier elixir, this is a supreme quality one. It must be worth at least 100 million taels of silver. Whose child is this? Lacking funds, yet possessing such precious items. The youth's ability to produce a storage pouch and a supreme qi-gathering pill, accompanied by the little princess and Miss Yang Jinhua of the Yang family, with guards from the Yang household, made the steward realize this young man is the alchemist summoned by the emperor. He promptly addressed Li Yuan, saying, "Esteemed young sir, master alchemist, I, an old fool, failed to recognize your greatness and have inadvertently slighted you. It is our honor that you choose to dine at our Yu Ku Lai Grand Hotel today. This meal shall be on the house, a gesture of hospitality to welcome you. We hope for your continued patronage in the future." Yang Jinhua and the little princess had initially prepared to pay, but upon witnessing the unfolding situation, they understood that Li Yuan would undoubtedly refuse their offer. Li Yuan responded to the steward, "Thank you, dear uncle. A single qi-gathering pill holds little significance for me. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to help." The steward, recognizing the remarkable talent and courteous demeanor of the young Li Yuan, felt a surge of joy. He took the qi-gathering pill and warmly ushered the Yang family's guards to a private room, ensuring that they would be attended to with utmost care, commanding the kitchen to prepare the finest dishes for the three of them. The steward then made his way to the hotel manager, eager to recount the events that had transpired. Li Yuan and his companions sat in the room, and after a while, as the meal had yet to be served, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them. Perceiving the awkward atmosphere, Li Yuan attempted to break the silence. He remarked, "Dear sisters, since my arrival in the imperial city, I have been immensely grateful for your generous care. It weighs on my conscience, and I wish to present you with a small token of my appreciation. However, I am uncertain of your preferences." Within the cosmic pearl, Qi Yunzi scoffed, "What a simpleton! Who behaves in such a manner? Gift-giving is a means of expressing one's sentiments. To inquire about what someone likes before purchasing a gift is quite absurd. Would a girl feel comfortable revealing her preferences?" Li Yuan replied, "If they do not suggest visiting the jewelry or cosmetics stores, I find myself at a loss." Dan Kingsley interjected, "Why not offer them the storage bags you have crafted? That would surpass any material gift. Alternatively, you could ask Qi Yunzi to guide you in creating a charming little trinket that would delight them. Such novelties are certainly within Qi Yunzi's expertise." Qi Yunzi chuckled, "What a foolish lad you are." The little princess and Yang Jinhua chimed in, "Brother Li Yuan, simply spending time with us brings us great joy. We do not require any gifts. We appreciate your kind thoughts." Qi Yunzi and Dan Kingsley shared a laugh within the cosmic pearl, with the conversation sparked. Their dialogue flowed more freely. Eventually, the dishes arrived, and the trio began to enjoy their meal, engaging in lively conversation. Suddenly, Qi Yunzi remarked, "Here we go again. Their greed knows no bounds. The intelligence is commendable. Our movements have been thoroughly discerned. The ninth-level martial king, the patriarch of the Chao family, has assumed a disguise. Accompanying him are two ninth-level martial artists, likely assassins, presenting a formidable assembly." Dan Kingsley remarked, "Let us eavesdrop on their conversation." Qianzi added, "The patriarch of the Chao family is instructing those two ninth-level martial artists to obstruct the guards of the Yang family. The patriarch has personally burst through the door, striking Li Yuan down with a single palm before escaping through the window. The two ninth-level assassins are positioned to block the Yang family guards. The patriarch is on his way. Today, it is impossible for the three of you to flee from the grasp of the ninth-level martial king of the Chao family. Now heed my command. Place an array plate at the entrance, prepare to activate it, and inform these two young ladies not to resist, as I shall draw them into the cosmic pearl." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan immediately cast a falcon array plate at the entrance, then addressed the two young ladies, "Sisters, an unforeseen incident has occurred. The patriarch of the Chao family is coming for us. I possess a spatial treasure, so please do not resist as I bring you inside." Qianzi commanded, "Activate the array." Li Yuan promptly utilized his mental energy to activate the array. He then reached out to grasp the two young ladies, enveloping them in his spiritual force, and the three of them were drawn into the cosmic pearl. Outside, the patriarch of the Yang family approached the entrance, swiftly dispatching the three serving girls at the door with a wave of his hand. He forcefully kicked the door open and, upon seeing Li Yuan and the two young ladies inside, leaped into the room, ready to strike Li Yuan with a sweeping palm. At that moment, a sudden shimmer enveloped his vision, transforming the surroundings from the confines of a hotel room into majestic peaks, dense forests, colossal boulders, deep canyons, and flowing rivers. Two ethereal arrows swiftly shot forth from between the massive stones, and the head of the Chao family deftly evaded them with a nimble shift of his body. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. This was the formation devised by Li Yuan. He struck out with his palm towards the mountain ahead, and a passageway was carved through the scenery. Numerous vines cascading from above halted their descent, while the boulders tumbling down from the summit vanished into thin air. The formation had been shattered. Qi Yunzi remarked, "Alas, this place is too confined." The formation could not fully manifest and was easily breached. Otherwise, despite his rank as a ninth-level martial king, this formation would have posed a significant challenge. As the head of the Chao family burst forth from the formation, he discovered that the figures of Li Yuan and his companions had vanished from the room. Where could they have fled? He had entered through the door moments ago, and given that there had been a formation at the entrance, it was impossible for them to have escaped in the blink of an eye. They must have exited through the window. Approaching the window, he pushed it open and glanced down, yet found no trace of the three. Just then, a cacophony of screams echoed within the hotel. Without hesitation, the head of the Chao family leapt from the window, fleeing into the night. In the 100th chapter, as the two women entered the cosmic pearl, two assassins dispatched by the crown prince heard the cries emanating from the third floor. They pondered among themselves. The head of the Chao family must have dispatched Li Yuan with ease. For a ninth-level martial king, eliminating a mere seventh-level martial disciple is as effortless as swatting a mosquito. With that thought, they swiftly exited the hotel. At that moment, the guards of the Yang family were indulging in a lavish feast within their chambers when suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the third floor. The head of the family's guards was immediately drenched in a cold sweat. With a swift leap, he sprang onto the table, then vaulted through the doorway, exclaiming, "Follow me." As he raced towards the third floor, the other guards, in a flurry of panic, hurriedly followed in his wake. Upon reaching the door of the room on the third floor, the guards were struck dumb. Three figures lay sprawled in a pool of blood, their heads brutally smashed. The door stood wide open, revealing an empty room beyond, with the windows flung open. Nearby, several hotel maids stood frozen in terror, utterly at a loss. The head guard was rendered speechless. He feared that the lifeless bodies belonged to the trio of Li Yuan and his companions. What were they to do? This was a calamity of unimaginable proportions. If anything had befallen Li Yuan, the young princess, and the young lady, their lives would be irreparably forfeit. After a moment of stunned silence, a perceptive guard suddenly declared, "These three are hotel attendants, not young Master Li and his companions." Upon closer inspection, the guards discerned that the fallen were indeed three girls clad in the attire of hotel staff, confirmed to be unrelated to Li Yuan. A collective sigh of relief washed over them. Thank heavens, it was not Li Yuan and his companions. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, having just pulled the two girls into the cosmic pearl, abruptly cried out and collapsed to the ground. The two girls were taken aback, rushing to assist the fallen Li Yuan. Just as they grasped his hand, he emitted another anguished cry and lost consciousness. "Let go of him, do not hold his hand," urged Dan Kingsley hastily. Upon hearing the commotion, the two girls hastily released their grip on Li Yuan's hand. They lifted their eyes and were suddenly struck with astonishment. Where were they? How had two diminutive figures materialized before them? The little princess and Xiao Jinhua gazed at the two ethereal beings hovering in midair, each standing a foot tall, seemingly composed not of flesh, but rather resembling two wisps of vapor, or perhaps two translucent streams of water, insubstantial and delicate. In the distance loomed a towering mountain, its base adorned with a multitude of doors, resembling a series of caverns. Behind them lay a vast, dim expanse, shrouded in obscurity. The open space beside them was meticulously arranged with numerous spiritual herbs and treasures of the earth, while at the center stood a platform laden with various bows and arrows, along with other mystical artifacts. The two girls were utterly bewildered. How had they arrived here the moment Li Yuan had grasped their hands? What place was this? Just then, a voice echoed, urging, "Quickly administer the healing elixir to him." The little princess and Xiao Jinhua were momentarily taken aback. Another voice chimed in, "Young lady, take a healing pill from the bottle above and place it into his mouth." Without hesitation, Xiao Jinhua dashed to the platform, retrieved a healing pill from a vial, and rushed back to Li Yuan, attempting to pry his mouth open. At that moment, a voice cautioned, "Do not touch him. Any contact may exacerbate his injuries." With utmost care, Xiao Jinhua placed the healing pill into Li Yuan's mouth, ensuring her hands did not graze his lips. The pill dissolved shortly after being administered, and after a brief interval, Li Yuan awoke, surveying his surroundings until his gaze fell upon Xiao Jinhua and the little princess. Qianzi remarked, "Fainting from a mere scratch. How excessively delicate." Li Yuan replied, "I apologize, esteemed seniors. As I grasped the hands of the two young ladies, a sudden force struck my dantian wall. When the ladies pulled my hand, I was struck again, and thus I fainted." Qianzi responded, "How foolish of you. As long as these two girls do not resist with their mental power, you could envelop them with your own, and with a mere thought, draw them into the cosmic pearl without needing to pull them physically." Li Yuan confessed, "In my panic, I did not think much. I instinctively pulled them in as we entered the cosmic pearl." Dan Kingsley inquired, "How is your Yuan now?" Li Yuan replied, "The injury has been healed by the healing elixir. However, the gash from the impact has not closed, and the original gap has considerably widened." Dan Kingsley explained, "This is quite normal. The dantian wall is meant to be breached. Once a person's dantian wall loses its regenerative ability, it will not restore itself. No need for concern. You may go. The head of the Chao family and those two death warriors have departed. It is quite lively outside." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan enveloped the two princesses with his mental power and exited the cosmic pearl. The group of guards outside stood in confusion, having seen neither a murder nor the whereabouts of Li Yuan and the two others. With the windows wide open, they pondered whether Li Yuan and his companions had fled or had been captured by a powerful figure. At that moment, the crowd blinked, and Li Yuan and the two princesses reappeared in the room. The captain of the guards promptly stepped forward and bowed, addressing young Master Li, the little princess, and the young lady. "What transpired just now? I am relieved to see that you three are unharmed." Li Yuan replied, "Some events occurred that do not concern you. Let us be on our way. I shall report these matters to the head of the Yang family." Li Yuan then approached the hotel steward and said, These three young ladies fell victim to foul play, and I deeply regret my inability to save them. I possess 3 Foundation establishment pills. Please deliver these to the families of the young ladies as a form of compensation. Within the Cosmic Pearl, Chi Yunzi remarked to Dan Kingsley, "Why did you hastily send them away? This young man has only just recovered, and since the 2 young ladies have entered, we ought to assess their talents and abilities to tailor our teachings accordingly." Dan Kingsley replied, "There will be ample time for assessment later. Just look at us, exposed and vulnerable. How embarrassing it would be for the 2 young ladies to witness this." Upon hearing this, Chi Yunzi understood it would indeed be inappropriate to present themselves in such a state before the young ladies. Dan Kingsley proposed, "Let us refine 2 pieces of primordial energy to transform them into garments that conceal our modesty." They each took a piece of primordial energy, absorbed it into their soul infants, and then used this energy to manifest clothing. Chi Yunzi's attire took the form of a vibrant red robe, while Dan Kingsley donned a grayish-blue robe. Additionally, Dan Kingsley conjured a long, flowing beard with the energy, prompting Chi Yunzi to create 3 wisps of facial hair, 1 at each corner of his mouth and 1 on his chin. The 2 exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Chapter 101. The difficulty of choice today. The hearts of the little princess and Yang Jinhua were filled with astonishment. Where had Li Yuan just taken them? What was that place? Who were those 2 little figures? Perceiving their confusion, Li Yuan addressed them, "My dear sisters, I shall elucidate today's events in due course when I have the time. These are some of my opportunities, as well as my secrets. And I trust that once I confide in you, you will keep them to yourselves." The little princess and Yang Jinhua eagerly nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the Yang residence, Li Yuan, along with the little princess and Yang Jinhua, sought out the family patriarch, Yang Jingluan. Upon meeting him, Li Yuan recounted the sequence of events. Yang Jingluan, visibly astounded by the revelations, promptly escorted Li Yuan and the 2 young ladies to the imperial palace. Once at the palace, they were presented before Emperor Xiaomingjun, to whom Li Yuan narrated the day's occurrences. Notably, he refrained from disclosing the fact that the 3 had hidden within the Cosmic Pearl. He merely stated that they had thrown a hunting falcon formation at the entrance and concealed themselves, eluding the pursuit of the Chao family patriarch. Emperor Xiaomingjun, upon hearing this, was deeply shocked. How could the Chao family patriarch be so foolish as to personally attempt to assassinate Li Yuan? What enmity could exist between them? Why would he seek to harm Li Yuan? The more he pondered, the more he felt that the matter was far from simple. He inquired of Li Yuan, "Were those 2 9th-level martial artists from the Chao family?" Li Yuan replied, "I am not certain." The emperor then considered the possibility of the eldest prince's involvement. The notion that the Chao family patriarch had acted on the orders of the eldest prince loomed large in his mind. There exists another possibility, namely, that the patriarch of the Chao family received an edict from the Great Qin Kingdom to eliminate Li Yuan. However, this likelihood is rather slim. It is improbable that the Great Qin Kingdom could have swiftly acquired the news of Li Yuan's elimination of Qin Tanying, coupled with his extraordinary talents, and subsequently dispatched such an order to the patriarch of the Chao family, unless the patriarch and the Great Qin Kingdom possessed communication talismans, capable of transmitting messages and directives. Yet, given the precious nature of such talismans, would the Great Qin Kingdom truly bestow one upon the Chao patriarch? Has the patriarch genuinely pledged unwavering allegiance to the Great Qin Kingdom? The relationship between the crown prince and the Chao patriarch is exceedingly close. Could there be something amiss in this connection? The patriarch's cultivation level is at the 9th rank of the martial king, placing him second in strength within the Great Xia Kingdom, surpassed only by Emperor Xiaomingjun. Previously, Emperor Xiaomingjun believed the Chao patriarch to be merely relying on his profound cultivation and formidable combat prowess, hence his reluctance to heed imperial commands. Yet, it now appears that the situation is not as straightforward. The crown prince, to whom he has devoted countless resources and hopes, has revealed his own ignorance, narrow-mindedness, selfish arrogance, and a sense of superiority. Deep within, Emperor Xiaomingjun even harbors a desire for the Chao patriarch to assassinate Li Yuan, acting upon the command of Xia Tianwei. Otherwise, Should the Chao patriarch indeed have allied with the Great Qin Kingdom and sought to eliminate Li Yuan for their sake? The internal and external strife facing the Great Xia Kingdom would reach an unprecedented zenith. How should this matter be addressed? The Chao patriarch has altered his demeanor, and without tangible evidence, he would certainly deny any wrongdoing. Xia Mingjun wishes to inquire if Li Yuan possesses any evidence, yet it appears that he does not. If it existed, he would have certainly revealed it by now. Furthermore, aside from the fact that the patriarch of the Chao family brutally eliminated 3 hotel attendants, he left no other trace, let alone any evidence. As for the whereabouts of Li Yuan and his companions, Xia Mingjun refrained from inquiring. For Li Yuan had previously mentioned that he harbored certain secrets that were inconvenient to disclose. The reason why Li Yuan and his 2 companions managed to evade the patriarch's lethal assault must undoubtedly be linked to these secrets. Xia Mingjun vaguely speculated that Li Yuan possessed some extraordinary spatial treasure. Otherwise, how could 3 individuals possibly elude the patriarch's onslaught in a modest, empty room? Previously, when Li Yuan gathered spiritual materials, he could swiftly collect numerous items in an instant, a feat far beyond the capabilities of a mere storage pouch. Xia Mingjun addressed Li Yuan, saying, "Young Master Li, given the events that transpired today, it is fortunate that you 3 emerged unscathed. As for how to handle the Chao family and the Crown Prince, this is a matter of great significance that necessitates consultation with the Prime Minister and the Grand Marshal before a decision can be reached. Young Master Li, I apologize for this. I shall inform you of our resolution once we have deliberated. Regardless, the Great Xia Kingdom will provide you with compensation." Xianzi remarked, "This emperor is excessively weak, unable to deal with even a minor family, and still requires discussion." Dan Qingzi added, "Every kingdom has its own rules and methods for addressing issues. In a kingdom, matters must be substantiated by evidence. If one acts arbitrarily upon hearsay without evidence, recklessly handling a family, it is certainly not the way to govern a nation." Xianzi remarked that unless the Chao family, the Grand Prince, the Emperor, and the Great Xia Kingdom are purged, they will inevitably fall victim to their own poison. Li Yuan addressed Xia Mingjun, saying, "Your Majesty, today was merely a false alarm. We have suffered no losses or injuries, and we lack evidence to prove that the head of the Chao family attacked us. It is insufficient to take action against the Chao family based solely on my words. Today serves merely as a reminder for Your Majesty to remain vigilant against them." Dan Qingzi suggested, "Perhaps it would be prudent to inform the Emperor that we intend to bring the little princess to the Yang family for her education and cultivation." Li Yuan continued to address Xia Mingjun, saying, "Your Majesty, I have a request to present to you. Hoping for your gracious approval, I wish to take Sister Tianyu to the Yang family so that the 3 of us, she, Sister Jinhua, and I, may cultivate together. By training in unison, we can swiftly enhance our abilities, and should both sisters possess the aptitude, they may even learn the wondrous arts of alchemy and artifact crafting." Xia Mingjun replied, "That sounds splendid. They spend their days playing and neglecting their cultivation. If you can guide them in their training, that would be most beneficial." As Xia Mingjun observed Li Yuan, her fondness for him grew, and a subconscious thought emerged. She hoped that when the little princess and Li Yuan matured, they might forge a union in marriage, which would be truly wonderful. After the departure of Li Yuan and his companions, Xia Mingjun immediately summoned Grand Marshal Xia Mingli, Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian, Palace Steward Xia Mingkai, and Commander of the Imperial Guard Xia Tianwu, among others, to discuss the significant revelations conveyed to him by Li Yuan regarding the head of the Chao family and the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this, the assembly was met with profound astonishment. The matter at hand, entwined with the Chao family patriarch and the Crown Prince, bore immense weight. Xia Mingjun inquired how they should address this pressing issue. The group exchanged glances, remaining silent for an extended period, each hesitant to voice their thoughts. The patriarch of the Chao family stood as the second most powerful figure in the Great Xia Kingdom, second only to Emperor Xia Mingjun himself. Possessing martial prowess that was formidable, the Chao family, being vast and influential, housed numerous individuals of great cultivation and strength, making them a delicate entity that should not be trifled with. Any action against them could spell disaster for the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Without irrefutable evidence, it would be unwise to annihilate the Chao family based solely on Li Yuan's assertions, as it would be impossible to justify such a course of action to the citizens and families of the realm. Failing to address the Chao family, however, could lead to harboring a potential threat should they indeed harbor treacherous intentions. Furthermore, concerning the Crown Prince, Emperor SUSI-MANHUA had invested nearly all royal resources into his upbringing, elevating him to a remarkable level of martial prowess, akin to that of a martial king at the 9th level. One could only imagine the hopes and aspirations that Emperor SUSI-MANHUA held for the Crown Prince. The dilemma of how to proceed with him presented an even more intricate challenge than that posed by the Chao family, intertwining not only the fate of the nation's heir and its future trajectory, but also the deeply personal bonds of kinship that Emperor SUSI-MANHUA shared. Chapter 102. The two women re-enter the Cosmic Pearl at last. Prime Minister Jiang Shoshin remarked, "Your Majesty, regarding the Chao family, we possess no substantial evidence. We cannot act solely based on the words of Li Yuan, for that would not align with the principles of governance. However, we must keep a vigilant watch over them, exercising caution and gradually diminishing their power and influence. Should irrefutable evidence come to light, we must decisively eliminate them. Presently, we are faced with a promising future. Our Daxia kingdom is enriched by Li Yuan's elixirs, which will pave the way for the emergence of countless martial kings, thereby strengthening our national might. As long as we ensure that Li Yuan's elixirs do not fall into the hands of the Chao family, they will find it exceedingly difficult to cultivate martial kings. In time, the Chao family's influence within the Daxia kingdom will wane, rendering them insignificant and unable to stir any considerable upheaval. Concerning the Crown Prince, he is the heir apparent and the future sovereign. We cannot hastily strip him of his title over trivial matters, as that would incite turmoil throughout the Daxia kingdom. I believe, Your Majesty, it would be prudent to engage him in earnest dialogue, to educate him extensively. It is paramount that he comprehends the current circumstances and crises facing our Daxia kingdom, and that he contemplates the future and development of our nation, rather than merely fixating on the throne with a narrow vision and limited ambition." Emperor Mingjun replied, "Very well, let it be as you suggest. We shall refrain from any immediate action against the Chao family, but will maintain close surveillance. As for the Crown Prince, I shall personally converse with him, subsequently confining him to his princely residence to reflect, study, and cultivate his skills, to ascertain whether he possesses the potential for repentance." Upon arriving at the Yang residence, Li Yuan expressed his desire to cultivate alongside the young princess and the charming Jin Hua to Yang Jingluan. Naturally, Yang Jingluan readily agreed, his heart brimming with joy. He personally escorted Li Yuan and his companions to the small courtyard where Li Yuan resided, subsequently assigning 2 9th-level martial masters and a retinue of guards to safeguard the premises and protect the trio. Once inside, Li Yuan closed the door and addressed the 2 young ladies. "Dear sisters, please do not resist with your spiritual energy. I shall now guide you into the Cosmic Pearl." With that, he enveloped the girls in his spiritual force and, with a mere thought, they were transported into the Cosmic Pearl. Since their previous emergence from the Cosmic Pearl, the 2 young ladies had been filled with curiosity and bewilderment about this enigmatic place. Now, upon hearing Li Yuan's offer to take them into the cosmos, their eagerness was palpable. As Li Yuan led them into the Cosmic Pearl, he was surprised to find that Dan Qingzi and Qianzi had transformed. They were no longer the ethereal energy forms of their soul infant state, but had assumed human guise, adorned in robes with beards. Li Yuan jested, "Esteemed seniors, you appear remarkably spirited today." Dan Qingzi and Qianzi chuckled in response, and Qianzi beckoned the young princess and Jin Hua closer, saying, "Come here, young ladies. Let me ascertain your talents and what you might be suited to learn." Qianzi added, "Indeed, I was too hasty. I am quite familiar with you both. Yet I overlooked that you are still unacquainted with us." Dan Qingzi then turned to Li Yuan and said, "Please elucidate the matters regarding the Cosmic Pearl to them." Thus, Li Yuan recounted his entry into the Cosmic Pearl, the myriad wondrous functions of the Cosmic Pearl, the remarkable prowess of Dan Qingzi and his companion, and how he learned alchemy, artifact forging, and array arrangement from them. However, he was not entirely clear on why Dan Qingzi and his companion had been reduced to mere soul infants or how they had entered the Cosmic Pearl. Li Yuan inquired of them, "Esteemed elders, what has caused your current state? What led you to the Cosmic Pearl? How did you gain entry?" Qianzi chuckled softly and replied, "We were in the midst of refining the Cosmic Pearl when a chaos explosion suddenly occurred. At that moment, the entrance to the Cosmic Pearl had shrunk considerably, rendering it impossible for us to enter with our physical forms. We had no choice but to abandon our bodies, allowing our soul infants to enter the Cosmic Pearl." Dan Qingzi shot a glance at Qianzi, expressing his disapproval with a huff. Dan Qingzi then asked Li Yuan if there had been any changes in the chaotic spirit seed within his dantian while he was in the company of the two girls. Li Yuan sensed and replied, "There has been a change. The two small vortices are spinning a bit faster, though only slightly. It is almost imperceptible without careful observation." Dan Qingzi remarked, "That is excellent. The flow of time within the Cosmic Pearl is quite slow, and it exists in another realm. As long as you can cultivate and absorb chaotic essence in the presence of those two girls, your cultivation will progress, for time is abundant here, and there is no need to rush." Dan Qingzi then inquired about any changes in the two girls' bodies. They responded after a moment of reflection. "It seems as if a gentle breeze has passed through us, but it is so faint that it is nearly undetectable." Dan Qingzi affirmed, "Good." Dan Qingzi instructed Li Yuan to distance himself from the two girls and then to approach them again, observing any differences. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Li Yuan remarked that there seemed to be a distinction. When he was farther away, the small vortex appeared to rotate more slowly, while it spun more rapidly when he drew closer. Dan Qingzi inquired about the changes the two girls experienced with the varying distances. After a considerable moment of reflection, they replied that the sensation of wind entering their bodies felt stronger when they were nearer and weaker when farther away, though the difference was subtle, perhaps merely a slight variation. Dan Qingzi affirmed, "This is good. However, you must remember to avoid any physical contact with Li Yuan, for it may cause him harm. As long as you can absorb the chaotic essence within this Cosmic Pearl, your cultivation will continually advance." Now that the two girls had entered, they would likely reside within this Cosmic Pearl for many years. It was time to devise a plan regarding their cultivation and the skills they would learn together with Li Yuan. Let Li Yuan first absorb the more than 300 primal energies and see how far his cultivation can progress. As for you two girls, we shall assess your innate talents and determine which skills you can learn." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan moved aside, seated himself on the ground in a meditative posture, and summoned the more than 300 primal energies with his mind, gathering them before him in preparation for his practice. Dan Qingzi then instructed, "Expand the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace to its normal size. We need to evaluate their talents." Consequently, Li Yuan used his mind to enlarge the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace to a height of over 3 feet, achieving its standard state. Then Li Yuan sat beside the primordial energy, holding a piece of it in one hand as he began his cultivation. Dan Qingzi pointed at the two girls and said, "You two lovely maidens, you shall be called Xia Tianyu, and from henceforth we shall refer to you as Yuer. You are Yang Jinhua, and we shall call you Huarer." Qianzi added, "You shall both follow us in your studies. We possess a plethora of wondrous skills, and as long as you exhibit talent and the capacity to learn, we shall nurture you into the most extraordinary and esteemed individuals in this world." Upon hearing this, Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua exchanged glances and then approached Dan Qingzi and Qianzi. Kneeling on both knees, they addressed the two, saying, "Huarer and Yuer express our gratitude to our esteemed masters. Please allow us to pay our respects." Chapter 103. Evaluating the talents of the two maidens. Dan Qingzi promptly interjected, "Hold your titles of master for the moment. We have yet to assess your innate abilities. Until we ascertain what we can impart to you, how can we accept you as disciples?" Qianzi remarked, "We do not take on disciples lightly. Those lacking talent, even if they kneel and weep, begging us to accept them, will find no reception from us. In the divine realm, Many aspire to be our apprentices, yet we are discerning in our choices. Dan Kingsley continued, as for Li Yuan, we have never acknowledged him as our disciple. Li Yuan, overhearing this, thought to himself, I have never claimed to take you as my masters, nor have I sought to be your disciple. You have all voluntarily sought my guidance, and you anticipate that in the future, my cultivation will elevate to such heights that I may lead you to the divine realm and reconstruct your celestial bodies. Yang Jinhua remarked, Esteemed masters, we acknowledge that our innate talents may not be particularly exceptional, rendering us unworthy of being your disciples. Yet, since you have graciously chosen to impart your wisdom upon us, you are indeed our mentors, and we shall consider ourselves your students. Dan Kingsley responded, Rise. Let us first assess your innate abilities. He then instructed Yang Jinhua to unleash her spiritual energy, subsequently employing his mental prowess to ignite this energy. Both Dan Kingsley and Xianzi stood by, their focus unwavering, their expressions taut with anticipation. As Yang Jinhua possessed the fire explosion spiritual body, if her spiritual energy could indeed ignite, it would signify her potential to heat alchemical and crafting furnaces, thus enabling her to dissolve spiritual materials and engage in alchemical concoction and artifact creation. With determination, Yang Jinhua channeled her energy, releasing it from the tip of her right index finger while controlling its combustion through her mental force. In an instant, with a sudden explosive sound, a massive conflagration erupted from her fingertip, enveloping Dan Kingsley and Xianzi within its fiery embrace. Both masters, who were intently observing, were taken by surprise as they found themselves ensnared in the flames. They hastily retreated, escaping the fiery radius, yet in that fleeting moment, their robes and beards had been singed away. Dan Kingsley, astonished, exclaimed, What kind of fire is this? How is it so formidable? Xianzi remarked, This little girl, merely a fifth-level martial artist, possesses a flame of spiritual power so potent that it has ignited our garments and beards. Are we truly becoming too aged and ineffective? Li Yuan, initially engrossed in his cultivation, was startled when he observed a colossal flame erupting from Yang Jinhua's fingertip. He leapt to his feet and rushed over. Upon realizing that only the clothing and beards of Dan Kingsley and Xianzi had been singed, he felt a wave of relief and, witnessing the disheveled state of the two, burst into laughter. Xianzi inquired, What is so amusing? He replied, We simply let our guard down. Otherwise, with her limited skills, how could she have scorched us? Yang Jinhua hastily apologized to the two. Dan Kingsley responded, It is of no consequence. This is solely our oversight. With a flick of his consciousness, all traces of the burns vanished from his soul infant, and he donned a long gray robe, with his beard regrowing anew. Xianzi similarly focused his mind, erasing the signs of burning from his body, reappearing in a resplendent red robe, his 3 whiskers sprouting back into existence. Dan Kingsley pondered, What sort of flame is this? How could it possess such formidable power? In the realms of the divine, it is known that numerous extraordinary fires grace this world, with the primordial chaos fire reigning supreme, followed by the cosmic divine fire, and then the true solar fire. Yet, this fire wielded by Hua appears remarkably exceptional. Though it is not classified among the extraordinary fires of heaven and earth, being merely a flame born of spiritual energy, its might is undeniably immense and astonishing. At present, Hua's cultivation is rather meager, yet this fire demonstrates remarkable potency. One cannot help but ponder how formidable it will become once her powers are fully developed. Xianzi remarked, We have never encountered a flame such as hers. Let us henceforth refer to it as the fire of the black hole. It appears that Hua possesses an innate talent for alchemy and artifact crafting. Dan Kingsley suggested, Perhaps Hua and Yuer's black hole spiritual entities serve merely as conduits or bridges through which black hole essence flows. Their energies reside within the black hole itself. Now, as Hua releases her spiritual power to ignite the flames, she is unleashing not solely the spiritual energy within her, but has also extracted energy from the small vortex within Li Yuan's Dantian space. It is possible that what she draws forth is not merely spiritual energy, but rather the essence of the black hole contained within that vortex. Thus, the combustion may not be entirely composed of spiritual energy, it may encompass black hole essence as well. Otherwise, given that Hua is merely a fifth-level martial artist, the amount of spiritual energy she can release is limited. A flame of such magnitude, the size of a fist, seems implausible without a greater source of power. Furthermore, how could such a flame possess such formidable strength? But can this fire be utilized for alchemical or artifact crafting purposes? Qianzi replied, "We shall ascertain its potential through Hua's trial." Dan Qingzi interjected, "Let us not rush. First, we should assess Ware's aptitude." Dan Qingzi instructed Xia Tianyu to condense a bit of spiritual energy to see if hers could also ignite. Xia Tianyu released her spiritual energy and gathered it at her fingertip, then attempted to command it to burn with her mental focus. However, despite her considerable effort, the spiritual energy merely sparked a small flame. Dan Qingzi remarked, "Yuan is a spirit of the cold essence, and her energy possesses a chilling attribute. It is quite challenging to ignite this frigid energy. Yuan, cease your efforts to ignite it. Instead, attempt to unleash an explosion of your spirit energy." Upon hearing this, Xia Tianyu focused her mental power, commanding the energy at her fingertips to detonate. A resounding boom echoed, and the surrounding space became engulfed in an icy chill, as if everything were frozen in time. Both Dan Qingzi and Qianzi were momentarily taken aback, quickly retreating from the frigid radius. This time, armed with the lessons from their previous encounter, they were well prepared. Yet, despite their rapid withdrawal, their robes and beards silently disintegrated into powder, vanishing without a trace. Dan Qingzi and Qianzi exchanged astonished glances before sheepishly retrieving 2 pieces of primordial energy each, absorbing them to conjure their garments and beards anew. This spirit is truly formidable. They simultaneously contemplated. Turning their gaze towards Li Yuan, he stated, "This time, another small vortex is spinning particularly swiftly." Chapter 104. The meeting gift for disciples. Dan Qingzi continued, "It appears that War possesses potential in alchemy and artifact crafting, while Yuan does not. Now, let us assess War's talent and comprehension in these arts to see if she can learn alchemy and artifact crafting. Yuan, we shall determine if she has the innate potential and understanding for array formation and talisman crafting." Thereafter, Dan Qingzi took charge of evaluating Yang Jinhua's aptitude for alchemy, while Qianzi focused on assessing Xia Tianyu's talent in talisman crafting and array formation. Dan Qingzi prompted Yang Jinhua to exhibit the potency of her spiritual strength, her capacity to envelop objects, the limits of separating spiritual quantities, and her ability to manipulate fire. To his astonishment, he discovered Yang Jinhua possessed an extraordinary talent for alchemy. Similarly, after evaluating Xia Tianyu's spiritual strength and precision, Qianzi was equally surprised to find that Xia Tianyu also displayed remarkable aptitude for array formation. The two exchanged knowing glances and smiled, realizing how fortunate they were to encounter such gifted young disciples. They could nurture and impart their divine skills, cultivating them into the finest alchemists and array masters. It was akin to discovering a hidden treasure. No, it was even more thrilling than that. What could be more exhilarating than finding a prodigiously talented youth to take under their wing? Qianzi remarked, "Huar, Yuo, as this is our first meeting, you both have chosen to pledge yourselves to us as disciples. We have no gifts to present as a token of our encounter. Here, take this knife, this sword, this bow, and this strip of chaos silkworm silk. Although these items are somewhat rudimentary and of lesser quality, the materials are still commendable. Choose whatever resonates with you as a weapon. Consider it our token of greeting." Li Yuan, overhearing Qianzi's words, thought to himself, how swiftly the tide has turned. Just moments ago, they were reluctant to accept disciples, and now they are openly acknowledging their roles as mentors and presenting gifts. How can they so readily bestow what rightfully belongs to me? Both Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua quickly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed masters," Qi Yunzi remarked. Although the craftsmanship of these weapons is somewhat lacking, the materials are truly exceptional. This dagger and sword are forged from chaos essence stones, a material of chaos grade that is not produced anywhere in the universe, found solely within the realm of chaos. Weapons crafted from chaos essence stones are exceedingly rare throughout the cosmos. The bowstring of this bow is made from chaos silkworm silk, and this belt fashioned from the same silk is also a treasure of chaos grade, nearly impossible to find in the entire universe. Qi Yunzi elaborated on the remarkable value of these weapons to Yang Jinhua and her companion, particularly the extraordinary properties of the chaos silkworm silk. Upon concluding his explanation, he invited them to each select a weapon. Yang Jinhua chose the Qingyun sword, while the young princess opted for the chaos silkworm belt. Excellent, Qi Yunzi declared. Since you have chosen these two weapons, we shall select suitable martial techniques to teach you. He beckoned Li Yuan over, instructing, young Li, assist in processing this chaos silkworm belt. Originally 3 zhang long, Li Yuan had previously exchanged a few feet for primordial energy. And now Qi Yunzi intended to cut 2 zhang for Xia Tianyu, retaining the remaining feet as a sample. Curious about Xia Tianyu's preferred color, Qi Yunzi inquired, to which she responded with a preference for pink. Consequently, he directed Li Yuan to fetch several sprigs of pink spiritual herbs, which they would melt into a spiritual liquid using the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace. This liquid was then employed to dye the chaos silkworm silk a delightful pink, thus completing the transformation of the chaos silkworm belt into a formidable weapon. As Li Yuan diligently followed the directives of Qianzi, he inwardly grumbled, "How can this be? I have just accepted 2 disciples, and now I am relegated to the status of a mere laborer, a common worker." Such is the preciousness of these disciples. They speak of the chaos silkworm silk as if it were an unparalleled treasure. After exchanging a modicum of primal energy, they are filled with reluctance. Yet they are now giving away 2 lengths of it without hesitation. Observing Li Yuan's beleaguered expression, Qianzi erupted into laughter. "My boy, do you understand? This is what one refers to as raising a son in poverty while nurturing a daughter in wealth." Dan Qingzi joined in the merriment. Qianzi then declared, "Let us name this weapon crafted from chaos silkworm silk the Hunshan Ling. Conveniently, I possess a divine technique known as the Huntian Ling divine art, the pinnacle of divine abilities in the divine realm. I shall impart this technique to her." Dan Qingzi remarked, "Hua has chosen the Qingyun sword, so I shall pass on the Qingyun sword technique to her." He continued, "Let us have Yuan and Hua practice the chaos formula and see if it is suitable for their cultivation." Summer Rain and Yang Jinhua, following the tenets of the chaos formula, endeavored to cultivate its inner workings, refine their souls, and hone their agility and martial skills, yet they experienced no discernible response. Qianzi observed, "It appears that the chaos formula is not conducive to their learning. What internal cultivation techniques or martial skills should we teach them instead?" Yang Jinhua then spoke, "Masters, I have a vague impression in my consciousness of an immense, swirling black hole. As long as this black hole continues to rotate, my cultivation seems to enhance without the need for any internal techniques." Summer Rain concurred, expressing that she too harbored a similar impression in her mind. Dan Qingzi and his companion were utterly astonished. Such ethereal beings existed in the world, capable of enhancing their prowess without the need for intricate internal cultivation techniques. Truly the favored children of heaven and earth. Since internal methods were unnecessary, Dan Qingzi proposed that they acquire skills in archery, swordsmanship, and the art of weaving. To learn the techniques of chasing the stars and the sun, as well as the arts of alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation. He assured them that with diligent study, they could undoubtedly grow into the most formidable divine emperors in this realm. In the ensuing days, the individuals within the Cosmic Pearl were exceedingly busy. Li Yuan immersed himself in absorbing the primordial energy, amassing over 300 units of it. Meanwhile, Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua diligently honed various skills under the guidance of Dan Qingzi and Qianzi. Time seemed to fly during their training, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, more than 100 days had passed. Outside, dawn broke, heralding the arrival of a new day. Qianzi addressed Li Yuan, saying, "Young one, the food within the Cosmic Pearl is nearly depleted. You ought to venture out to procure more. For the 3 of you. A single day outside equates to 120 days within this pearl, necessitating a substantial amount of sustenance." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan felt troubled. Having faced 2 assaults on the streets, he now harbored a fear of venturing out. Furthermore, he lacked the silver to purchase anything. Qianzi chided him. What a fool you are. With the two of us present, what is there to fear? If you find yourself without money, simply take a couple of pills to the apothecary and sell them. That will suffice to buy plenty of food. Encouraged by this, Li Yuan resolved to step out into the streets to procure the necessary supplies. Dan Qingzi remarked, let us refrain from unnecessary complications. I shall impart the art of disguise to War and Yuan, enabling the three of them to conceal their identities as they venture into the streets. Qianzi also shared his skills in disguise with Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua. Yang Jinhua transformed herself into a fiery young maiden, while Xia Tianyu assumed the guise of a rather foolish girl. Li Yuan, in turn, disguised himself as a boy with a notably large face, prompting laughter from the onlookers. Just as Li Yuan was preparing to lead the two out of the cosmic pearl, Qianzi interjected, Patience, we must ascertain whether we are being observed. After a thorough examination with his spiritual awareness, he inquired of Yang Jinhua, is that individual lurking in the thicket trustworthy? Yang Jinhua glanced over, uncertain of the person's identity. Qianzi then instructed Li Yuan, do not disguise yourself just yet. Step outside, ensnare him with a formation, and only once the area is devoid of attention should you adopt your disguise and release War and Yuan. Li Yuan exited the courtyard and approached the guards at the gate, expressing his desire to explore the Yang residence before making his way towards the grove. As he neared the figure concealed within the trees, he subtly projected a formation, ensnaring the individual with a binding array and an illusionary trap before discreetly withdrawing. The person, feigning nonchalance, had been monitoring Li Yuan but was suddenly engulfed by a transformation of the surroundings. Mountains, rivers, canyons, and forests materialized around him. In a state of panic, he soon comprehended his predicament. He was ensnared within a binding formation, confused about whether he had been exposed or how it had occurred. He could not afford to take risks. Death appeared to be his only escape. He drew a knife and plunged it into his own heart. Qi Yunzi instructed Li Yuan to collect the formation plate, and then Li Yuan proceeded along a narrow path towards the grand entrance of the Yang family estate. He informed the gatekeeper of his intention to step out for a brief errand before departing. In a secluded area, he entered the cosmic pearl, altered his appearance, and then brought Yang Jinhua and the little princess out from within the cosmic pearl. The three of them made their way onto the streets. Upon witnessing the suicide of a servant from the Yang family, Yang Jinhua was convinced this servant was, in fact, a spy infiltrating the Yang household. She resolved to report this matter to the clan leader at an opportune moment. The group of guards hurried over to investigate and report to the clan leader, who was taken aback and puzzled by the reason behind the suicide. In tracing the origins of the deceased, the clan leader was astonished to discover that no one seemed to know how this individual had come to the Yang family, his place of origin, or any details regarding his family. The clan leader was infuriated. How could such an incident occur within the esteemed Yang family? He inquired about Li Yuan's whereabouts, but the gatekeeper could only state that Li Yuan had left the Yang estate, with no knowledge of his destination. The clan leader became even more agitated and alarmed, promptly commanding the guards to search for and protect him on the streets. As Li Yuan and his companions strolled along the street, they came across a pill shop. Li Yuan led the two women inside. He inquired whether the shop would purchase pills, to which the shopkeeper replied, our establishment specializes in selling pills and generally does not buy those offered by private individuals. However, if the quality of the pills is particularly exceptional or the price remarkably low, we may consider acquiring some. The attendant, observing the ordinary appearance and attire of Li Yuan and his companions, surmised they were merely children from a common family and likely possessed no valuable elixirs. Thus he paid them little heed. Li Yuan presented 2 exquisite gathering qi pills to the attendant, inquiring, good sir, what would you estimate these pills to be worth? The attendant, casually accepting the pills, remarked dismissively that they held little value. However, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Exquisite gathering qi pills. How can this be? These 3 children possess such remarkable elixirs. Previously, in the Great Xia Kingdom, exquisite pills were unheard of for sale, and many had never even laid eyes on one. Yet, tales circulated of a young alchemist named Yuan, rumored to concoct such exceptional pills. Could this youth be that very Yuan? The attendant hurriedly addressed Yuan. "Esteemed sir, please wait a moment while I summon our manager." With that, he returned the pills to Yuan and hurriedly ascended the stairs. Shortly thereafter, he descended with an elder in tow. The attendant pointed to Yuan and exclaimed to the elder, "Manager Wang. This young gentleman is here to sell exquisite gathering chi pills." Manager Wang promptly approached Yuan, expressing, "It is indeed an honor for our apothecary to host you." "Young sir," Yuan replied modestly, "I am unworthy of such praise. Sir, please assess the value of these 2 exquisite gathering chi pills." Manager Wang accepted the pills and, upon inspection, confirmed their exquisite quality. He inquired, "Esteemed young sir, how much do you desire for this chi gathering pill?" Li Lian responded, "You may assess its worth and offer me a price that you deem appropriate." The steward, upon observing the youth's demeanor and approach to business, was reminded of the legendary young alchemist. He was generous, spirited, and seemingly indifferent to the value of currency. A sudden aspiration ignited within the steward's heart. If only he could forge a connection with this young alchemist, their apothecary's fortunes would surely flourish beyond measure. Hastily, the steward addressed Yuan, "Esteemed young sir, we at the apothecary would be most delighted to make your acquaintance. How does 200 million taels of silver for these 2 pills sound? We eagerly anticipate your future contributions to our establishment." Yuan replied, "Excellent. Thank you, dear sir." Clutching the 200 million taels in silver notes, he excitedly led the 2 young ladies out of the apothecary. The steward promptly secured the 2 exquisite chi gathering pills in a spiritual essence vial, treating them as the prized treasures of the shop. Chapter 106. The wealthy purchaser with newfound wealth. Yuan embarked on a lavish shopping spree with the 2 young ladies. As the festive season approached, the streets were adorned with towering piles of various goods. At each stall he visited, he purchased everything he desired without inquiring about the prices, simply clearing the shelves. Using a storage pouch as a ruse, he discreetly stored the items within the cosmic orb. The vendors were utterly ecstatic. Where could one find such a buyer? Though these 3 youngsters appeared rather ordinary and their attire was not exceptionally lavish, their purchasing behavior was decidedly extravagant. Numerous vendors approached, eagerly guiding Yuan and his companions towards their shops, hoping to entice them into purchasing their wares. One salt seller, initially skeptical that Yuan would buy more than a trivial amount, nonetheless implored them to visit his store. Upon entering, Yuan requested the proprietor to tally the salt, compute the cost, and then produced a banknote, subsequently absorbing all the salt into his cosmic orb. The salt seller was utterly astonished. Who was this child, purchasing such an immense quantity of salt? Did their family even realize? Such an abundance could sustain a large family for decades. Yuan and his companions then proceeded to a tailor's shop, where the proprietor swiftly welcomed them inside, offering tea and a seat while introducing the fabrics and patterns available. The young princess and Yang Jinhua initially presumed that Yuan intended to buy clothes for himself, pondering why he had recently acquired several outfits. However, they soon heard Yuan express, "Dear sisters, since arriving in this imperial city, I have been indebted to your kindness, and I have long wished to present you with a token of my gratitude. Today, I shall craft a few sets of garments for you both as a gesture of appreciation." Summer Rain and Yang Jinhua quickly interjected, "Brother Yuan, you have come to the imperial city alone without any family to care for you. It is only natural for us to lend a hand. There is no need for gifts, especially since our masters have already bestowed us with presents." To which Yuan replied, "What the masters offer is their own, but what I present is a reflection of my heartfelt intentions." Yuan addressed the proprietor of the tailor shop, stating that for every fabric suitable for young ladies, he wished to have a complete outfit made for both of them. The tailor shop owner replied, "Esteemed sir, our fabrics vary significantly in price. Some can be fashioned into an entire ensemble for merely a couple of silver coins, while others are exceedingly costly, requiring several hundred coins for a single set. Are you implying that you desire outfits from all fabrics, irrespective of color and cost, as long as they are suitable for young ladies? Li Yuan responded. Let us disregard the excessively cheap options. To this, Qianzi interjected, no, we must include the affordable ones as well. Should the day arise when you need to masquerade as a child from a destitute family, expensive garments would be unsuitable. Li Yuan then instructed the tailor. Proceed with all fabrics, regardless of their cost. Ensure each of them receives a full set. He produced a silver note, inquiring the total cost, and settled the entire amount for the garments. The tailor, taken aback, quickly remarked, Esteemed sir, you need only pay a deposit initially. We can settle the balance upon completion of the garments. Li Yuan replied, No need for that. I shall pay in full. Upon completion, we will simply collect the garments. The tailor, overjoyed, profusely thanked Li Yuan. Both Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua, witnessing the multitude of garments Li Yuan had commissioned, expressed verbally that such a quantity was unnecessary, as they would soon outgrow them. However, in their hearts, they were elated, relishing the abundance. After the shop assistant had taken their measurements, the trio exited the tailor's shop. Continuing their extravagant shopping spree, they arrived at a jewelry store, where Li Yuan instructed the proprietor to procure a set of gold and silver ornaments for each of the two young ladies. Subsequently, they ventured into a shop specializing in cosmetics, where Li Yuan again entered. Yang Jinhua and the little princess hurriedly restrained him, asserting, There is no need for you to make this purchase. We prefer brands that we deem suitable for ourselves. Those that do not suit us are of no use. Thus it would be imprudent to acquire in excess, as it would only lead to waste. Li Yuan reassured them, It's perfectly fine. Let us take a look. Once inside, he requested the shopkeeper to wrap each variety of blush and lipstick in duplicate. Yang Jinhua scolded him, How can one shop in such a manner? Foolish boy. The little princess cast him a disapproving glance. In the cosmic orb, Qi Yunzi chuckled, This is quite entertaining. Money can sway everyone's heart. Dan Kingsley joined in the laughter, adding, It is not merely money, but gifts that can truly enchant a young lady's heart. Having procured all necessary items, they had nearly exhausted their 200 million taels of silver. As midday approached, Li Yuan and the two girls ceased their shopping and proceeded to a restaurant for a meal. After dining, the trio visited an amusement park. After some time, Yang Jinhua proposed a game of hide-and-seek, with Li Yuan blindfolded to seek out the two girls. Despite his efforts, he failed to catch either of them. Qi Yunzi remarked, You've been outsmarted. How can you catch them when you cannot make contact? The little princess giggled, Brother Li Yuan, you will never catch me. As the conversation concluded, both Li Yuan and the young princess felt a sudden flutter in their hearts, an indescribable sensation enveloping Li Yuan. Qianzi remarked, Children speak nonsense. It is the new year, and such frivolities are forbidden. Dan Kingsley countered, Children's words are unrestrained, indeed. In the imperial city, numerous clan leaders and heads of various factions, including prominent merchants, flocked to visit Li Yuan, eager to procure elixirs from him. For these visitors, Li Yuan sought the assistance of the Yang family patriarch, agreeing to refine elixirs for those who could provide spirit materials and storage pouches. However, he refrained from selling to families such as the Chao, Sun, and Huang clans, who harbored ulterior motives against the court. Yet, at the behest of Yang Jinhua, Li Yuan graciously crafted numerous elixirs for the Yang family and her maternal family, the Li clan. As a result, the Yang family witnessed an increase of over 20 martial kings, while many young warriors who consumed foundation-building pills experienced significant enhancements in their talents and cultivation. The Li family mirrored this success, also adding over 20 martial kings to their ranks. Consequently, the combined strength of the Yang and Li families surged, with their number of martial kings far surpassing that of the other clans. Despite their best efforts to gather spirit materials, both families found that what they could offer paled in comparison to even 1% of the value of the elixirs Li Yuan provided, leading them to feel embarrassed to request further elixirs. During the New Year festivities, Emperor Ziming personally visited the Yang family to see Li Yuan, accompanied by the second prince, Zai Xiangshuan. Many others also sought an audience with Li Yuan at the Yang residence, though the majority were turned away by the Yang family patriarch. Chapter 107. The rising storm. Li Yuan paid a visit to the imperial palace to meet with Emperor SUSI-MANHUA and the second prince. The visit from Li Yuan filled the second prince with an overwhelming sense of excitement and exhilaration. He orchestrated a grand banquet, inviting Emperor SUSI-MANHUA, the Grand Marshal Xia Tianwu, the Chancellor, and other dignitaries. During the festivities, he lavished praise upon Li Yuan, expressing that it was solely due to Li Yuan's efforts that the internal and external troubles of the Great Xia Kingdom had been completely alleviated. He conveyed his joy that his father would no longer need to worry about the nation's destiny or the impoverished lives of its people, which brought him immense happiness. His words allowed those present to witness his humility, his deep concern for the nation and its citizens, his broad vision, and his far-reaching ambitions. They even caught a glimpse of Emperor SUSI-MANHUA's reflection in him. It became evident that the second prince, in every aspect, surpassed the first prince, who was confined by the emperor's decree. Emperor SUSI-MANHUA, too, was elated, encouraging Xia Tian to cultivate a closer bond with Li Yuan, to dedicate himself to rigorous training, and to pay greater attention to the nation's affairs. The second prince was nearly beside himself with joy. Today marked the moment he had firmly established his superiority over the first prince. Shortly thereafter, Emperor SUSI-MANHUA, accompanied by Xia Tianwu and the palace steward, arrived, heralding yet another grand banquet. After the new year, SUSI-MANHUA promptly dispatched several martial kings previously taught by Li Yuan, equipped with the formation discs, elixirs, spiritual swords, and storage bags crafted by Li Yuan. They journeyed under the stars to the southwestern Feilong Army, the northwestern Heilong Army, and the eastern Huanglong Army, imparting the archery techniques taught by Li Yuan and training the troops in the use of formation discs and the practice of the 100-man slaughter formation. Those soldiers who demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the Great Xia Kingdom, remarkable achievements in battle, and the innate talent suitable for promotion to martial kings were rewarded with Li Yuan's foundational replenishing pills, foundation-building pills, and the heaven-defying martial master and ascending king pills, nurturing them into martial kings to defend the Great Xia Kingdom. During the New Year festivities, Li Yuan, aside from attending necessary social obligations and accompanying the two young ladies on outings, devoted the remainder of his time to cultivation within the Cosmic Pearl. He now faced the imperative of breaking through to the rank of martial master. Otherwise, his spiritual power would stagnate. The spiritual prowess of a martial artist can only differ by one major realm from their physical cultivation. Currently, Li Yuan's spiritual power stood at the peak of the 19th level, equivalent to the pinnacle of martial master, while his physical cultivation was merely at the 8th level of martial disciple, indicating that his spiritual power had reached its limit. Originally possessing over 300 units of primordial energy, Li Yuan received additional contributions from SUSI-MANHUA and those factions and families that procured his elixirs during the new year, bringing his total to over 400 units of primordial energy. Li Yuan seized every moment to cultivate, hoping to swiftly transcend to the rank of martial master. Meanwhile, the two young ladies, Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua, found themselves even busier than Li Yuan, with pressing responsibilities. Under the tutelage of Dan Qingzi and Qianzi, they engaged in learning alchemy, artifact forging, the engraving of spiritual patterns, the arrangement of formations, and the study of martial techniques and agile movements. At times, Li Yuan yearned to converse with the little princess, yet upon observing the relentless tutelage of Qi Yunzi and his companion, he reluctantly abandoned the notion. The two girls, once exceedingly playful and neglectful of their training, now exerted great diligence under the guidance of Qi Yunzi and his associate, leaving them with no opportunity to engage in dialogue with Li Yuan. Moreover, beneath the watchful eyes of Dan Qingzi and his counterpart, it seemed there was little to discuss. After a fortnight, a startling rumor swept through the imperial city. The patriarchs of the Chao, Sun, and Huang families had jointly departed the city, purportedly in search of rare medicinal herbs in the Tianduan mountain range. This announcement incited fervent speculation among the populace. Some opined that the Chao, Huang, and Sun families, having witnessed numerous clans benefit from Li Yuan's elixirs while their own remained empty-handed, were now anxious to locate these herbs to cultivate their own martial kings. Others suggested that a member of these families had sustained injuries, succumbing to the perils of reckless cultivation, thus necessitating the healing properties of the herbs. There were even whispers that the three patriarchs conspired with the Dechen kingdom, plotting rebellion and treachery. In secret, Xia Mingjun summoned the Grand Marshal, the Chancellor, and Xia Tianwu, among others, to deliberate the sudden departure of the Chao Patriarch and his counterparts from the imperial city. It was evident that the matter was far from the narrative espoused by the three families regarding their quest for medicinal herbs. Xia Mingjun asserted, "We must prepare ourselves thoroughly. Send word to Marshal Xia Mingsheng of the Flying Dragon Army. Should Chen Ligua indeed lead his forces in a personal campaign, let the soldiers prioritize their escape rather than engage in direct confrontation. Notify the envoy heading to the Flying Dragon Army to hasten their journey, urging them to reach the Flying Dragon Army as swiftly as possible. It is imperative that the soldiers consume the elixirs at the earliest opportunity. Practice utilizing the Falcon Formation Disc and master the 100-man slaughter formation, while also learning Li Yuan's archery techniques. Should the Flying Dragon Army successfully grasp these formidable skills and see many of their warriors ascend to the rank of Martial King, they may not triumph over Chen Ligua, but they will certainly be able to withstand his assaults, ensuring their own preservation. We must closely monitor the movements of Chen Ligua and the Great Qin Kingdom, striving to acquire any intelligence regarding their preparations for an offensive as early as possible, so we can adequately prepare ourselves. Therefore, I beseech the Grand Marshal to set out immediately and expedite their journey to the southwest Flying Dragon Army. Once we receive word that Chen Ligua is personally leading an incursion against our great Xia Kingdom, I shall rush to the scene without delay. As for Biding County, the Qianlong Army, and the Great Liang Kingdom, we must remain vigilant regarding their developments. It is unlikely that the Emperor of the Great Liang Kingdom will personally lead his troops. As long as he does not, we can dispatch several martial kings along with some formation discs to at least fend off his advances. After we have dealt with the Great Qin Kingdom, we can settle accounts with them later. Chapter 108. Attack on the Li family from Chushan City without delving into the scheming and arrangements of Emperor Xia Mingjun of the Great Xia Kingdom. Let us turn our attention to Martial King Zhao Taijun, who traveled tirelessly towards Nanhua County and Chushan City. Within a month, Zhao Taijun arrived at Nanhua County, where he met with the county lord, Lin Yinghao. Zhao Taijun conveyed his intentions to Lin Yinghao and presented the elixirs gifted by Li Yuan to Lin Yinghao and Wang Yuexin, providing a meticulous explanation on how to consume them. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinghao joyfully accepted the elixirs. These medicinal pills could effortlessly cultivate several martial kings for him. Zhao Taijun sought Lin Yinghao's assistance in investigating and assessing the dealings of the Huqian family. Subsequently, Zhao Taijun informed Lin Yinghao of his intention to travel to Chushan City to deliver some medicinal pills to Li Yuan's family. Without delay, Lin Yinghao dispatched Lin Taiqing to accompany Zhao Taijun on this journey. Meanwhile, the trio dispatched by the Chao family leisurely made their way to Chushan City, indulging in the surrounding scenery. This assignment proved to be exceedingly simple for them. One martial master at the 9th level and 2 at the 8th, tasked with dealing with a mere 3rd-level martial master and a few from the 1st and 2nd levels of a small family. Furthermore, it was rumored that the 3rd-level martial master had been poisoned by snake venom. Upon their arrival, it would take little more than a few swift movements to eradicate the entire Li family. As for the city lord of Chushan and other families, they were all of low cultivation. Who would dare approach them seeking demise? Should any foolhardy individuals wish to court death, they would promptly be dealt with. It was rumored that Nanhua Prefecture had dispatched 2 8th-level martial masters to oversee the Wang and Li families in Chushan City. However, given the passage of time, it was likely that these two had already departed from such a desolate and impoverished locale. Even if they remained, the trio could easily divide their forces, 2 to engage the 8th-level martial masters while the 3rd could effortlessly annihilate the Li family. At this moment, the information relayed from Chushan City to the Chao family in the Imperial City had undergone a complete transformation. With the assistance of Li Yuan's foundational enhancement and foundation establishment pills, Wang Quan and Lin Taichi had both ascended to the pinnacle of level 9 martial masters. Wang Guangming of the Wang family had reached level 5, while the ancestral figure, Wang Qingping, after consuming the foundational enhancement and establishment pills gifted by Li Yuan, had also elevated his cultivation to level 4. The number of martial practitioners above the level of martial master in the Wang family had swelled to over 10 individuals. The situation of the Li family was even more remarkable. Their patriarch, Li Tianan, had attained the rank of level 5 martial master, and the family boasted 40 to 50 martial masters among its ranks. Both Li Wenxing and Li Wenyao had reached level 5, while Li Yuan's elder brother, Li Ming, had achieved level 3, and his younger brother, Li Feng, had reached level 1. Li Jingwen had also attained level 3. Now, the Li family had established itself as the foremost family in Chushan City. In stark contrast, the Chao family had retreated into a shell, no longer daring to behave arrogantly or act oppressively. However, the Li and Wang families, despite their newfound strength, did not adopt a haughty demeanor. Instead, they maintained their civility, no longer shrinking back or enduring grievances as they had before. The city lord, Wang Guangming, sensed something amiss. Typically, individuals of such high cultivation did not visit Chushan City. Where most visitors hailed from neighboring small towns, their abilities rarely surpassing level 3 martial masters. What could be the purpose of these 3 individuals' presence here? Wang Guangming commanded his guards to closely monitor the trio, ensuring they were fully aware of their movements, and instructed that any developments should be reported immediately. Wang Guangming informed the head of the Li family, Li Tianan, about the situation concerning these 3 individuals, urging him to prepare for any unforeseen events. These 3 had paraded through Shanxing, exuding an air of arrogance. Subsequently, they entered a tavern and seated themselves for a meal. They summoned a waiter, inquiring in detail about the circumstances in Shanxing, particularly the location of the Li family and the cultivation levels of its members. This tavern was owned by the Wang family, the city's ruling clan. After the waiter provided the trio with comprehensive information about the city and the Li family, he seized the opportunity to leave them and reported their inquiries to the tavern's manager. Upon hearing this, the manager hastily made his way to the city lord's residence to inform the Wang family's steward about the 3 individuals. The steward relayed this matter to Wang Guangming, who, upon hearing the news, promptly dispatched someone to the Li family to alert them and advise them to remain vigilant. Wang Guangming also communicated this incident to Lin Taichi. After the Chao family trio finished their meal, they ventured to the Li family's residence for reconnaissance before checking into a nearby inn. In response, Wang Guangming arranged for close surveillance of these individuals. As darkness fell, the 3 prepared themselves, covering their faces with black cloth, and then leapt from the inn's window, making their way towards the Li family's residence. Observers, witnessing their escape, immediately ignited a signal flare according to prearranged plans, sending it soaring towards the Li family's abode. Wang Guangming quickly reported this to Lin Taichi, and the 2 hurried towards the Li family. At that moment, the members of the Li family also beheld the fireworks. Wang Quan, Kong Xiaoping, Li Tianan, and the warriors of the Li family lay in secret ambush in the shadows. Since his arrival at the Li residence, Kong Xiaoping had taken up residence there and had not departed. His cultivation had advanced to the 8th level of martial master after consuming Li Yuan's elixirs. The 3 individuals from the Chao family arrived at the Li family's dwelling area. Chao Xiaoshui forcefully struck down the courtyard wall before him and bellowed, "Come forth, Li family, and meet your demise. Today, we shall annihilate you." In an instant, Wang Quan leapt from his hiding place, shouting, "Who dares to trespass upon the Li family? Your end is nigh." Wang Quan confronted Chao Xiaoshui, a 9th level martial master, and Chao Shaolin, an 8th level martial master, while Kong Xiaoping faced off against Chao Shaoduan, also an 8th level martial master. As the battle commenced, Wang Quan firmly suppressed both Chao Xiaoshui and Chao Shaolin, while Chao Shaoduan proved no match for Kong Xiaoping. After a few exchanges, Lin Taichi and Wang Guangming arrived, surrounding the three assailants. In mere moments, Lin Taichi, Wang Quan, and Kong Xiaoping overcame the three from the Chao family, leaving them sprawled on the ground. The trio lamented, realizing that had they anticipated such a turn of events, they would not have entered the mountain city with such ostentation and bravado. Had they approached discreetly, engaged with the members of the Chao family to ascertain the situation, they might have avoided this dismal outcome. Their overconfidence had led them astray. Chapter 109. The arrogant prisoners Wang Quan and Lin Taichi bound the three with spiritual ropes and escorted them to the Li family's council hall, where they commenced their interrogation. Before the interrogation could commence, Commander Chao proclaimed, "You dare to apprehend us? You are courting disaster. Do you know who we are? We hail from the esteemed Chao family of the 8 great families of the imperial city. We have been entrusted by the crown prince and the head of the Chao clan to come to Shanxing to punish the Li family. It would be wise for the members of the Li family to accept our retribution without resistance, and for those unconnected, it is best to remain uninvolved. Otherwise, dire consequences await you all." Upon hearing this, Wang Quan and the others were indeed struck with fear. Is this true? Has the crown prince and the Chao family actually dispatched individuals to obliterate the Li family in Shanxing? What could have provoked such an action? Did Li Yuan commit some transgression in the capital? Or did he offend the crown prince and the Chao family? If Li Yuan had indeed transgressed, one would expect the authorities to send an army to eradicate the Li family, rather than just these 3 individuals. Conversely, if it is a matter of offending the crown prince and the Chao family, it seems unlikely that these 3 would so brazenly reveal their connections to the crown prince and the Chao family, despite the fact that, in the eyes of the crown prince and the Chao family, the Li family in Shanxing is merely a trivial matter, easily extinguished like swatting a mosquito. One would think that such an overt and public act of annihilating a family would tarnish their reputation. Could it be that Chao Tao of the Chao family has persuaded the crown prince and the Chao family to eliminate the Li family? It is rumored that Chao Tao has been thriving in the capital. Yet surely that would not warrant the crown prince and the Chao family dispatching operatives to destroy the Li family. Moreover, a pressing concern for all was the fate of Li Yuan now that the crown prince and the Chao family had chosen to act against the Li family. The populace could scarcely fathom the turmoil that had befallen Li Yuan. Observing the brazen demeanor of the 3 individuals, Wang Quan and his associates felt utterly powerless to confront them. Ultimately, Wang Guangming and his companions convened to deliberate the matter, arriving at the decision to confine the trio within the dungeons of the city lord's estate. They ensured that the 3 cells were meticulously prepared, complete with bedding, tables, and chairs, and treated them with ample provisions. Subsequently, Wang Guangming dispatched a messenger to the county city to inform Lord Lin Yinghao of this incident. In truth, the 3, led by General Chao, were grappling with their own unspoken grievances. Despite their outward arrogance, they were acutely aware that the situation had spiraled out of control. Should they fail to invoke the names of the Grand Prince and the Chao family of the imperial city, they would be subjected to insurmountable suffering, potentially facing a brutal demise. Yet, if they did call upon the Grand Prince and the imperial Chao family, how could this affair possibly conclude? Initially, General Chao had urged a swift and decisive resolution against the Li family. Now that their scheme had been exposed, what repercussions would this have for the Grand Prince and the Chao family? The patriarch of the Li family, Li Tianan, and the city lord, Wang Guangming, were both formidable martial masters of the 5th rank, and both families possessed numerous martial practitioners. The Chao family could scarcely hope to stand on equal footing with them again, let alone contemplate the annihilation of the Li and Wang clans. The days when the Chao family wielded power and dominance in the Shanxing were irrevocably over. Now, with Chao Tao's sudden appeal to the imperial city for assistance in vanquishing the Li family, who would dare to show the Chao family any disrespect henceforth? The Chao family would no longer need to tread carefully, shrinking back and exercising utmost caution in their dealings. After the patriarch of the Chao family reported this matter to the ancestral elder, the 2 immediately decided to dispatch a martial artist of the clan to the imperial city to inform the Chao family and the crown prince about the capture of the 3 individuals from Chushan City. Thus, a martial artist named Chao Liang stealthily departed from Chushan City, hastening his journey towards the imperial city under the cover of night. The following day, the city lord, Wang Guangming, sent a martial artist to the county city to inform Lin Yinghao of the events occurring in Chushan City. As noon approached, Zhao Taijun arrived at Chushan City. Upon reaching the city gate, he was taken aback by the formidable display of guards. Soldiers stood in disciplined rows at the entrance and along the walls, exuding an air of vigilance as if they were anticipating an imminent threat. How could such a small city like Chushan be so heavily fortified? This was highly unusual. Had something significant transpired? With utmost courtesy, he addressed the guards stationed at the gate, stating he hailed from the imperial city and sought an audience with the city lord of Chushan. Upon realizing a martial king had arrived, the guards displayed no negligence. They quickly dispatched someone to rush to the city lord's residence to report to Wang Guangming, while others respectfully escorted Zhao Taijun towards the city lord's mansion. Before reaching the residence, they were met at a distance by Wang Guangming and Lin Taichi, who had come to greet them. Lin Taichi recognized Zhao Taijun as the one who had welcomed Li Yuan from the county city to the imperial city. After exchanging formalities, Lin Taichi and others ushered Zhao Taijun into the city lord's mansion. Once in the conference hall, everyone took their seats, and Lin Taichi recounted the events from the previous night regarding the crown prince and the Chao family's mission to eradicate the Li family in Chushan City. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Taijun was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could such an event possibly transpire? The crown prince and Li Yuan bear no animosity towards one another, do they? There has been no indication of discord between them. As the future sovereign, the crown prince should be seeking to cultivate goodwill and express gratitude towards Li Yuan for his significant contributions to the Great Xia Kingdom. How could he possibly send emissaries to annihilate the Li family?" Zhao Taijun pondered that there must be some unknown occurrence at play. He requested Lin Taichi and others to escort him to the city lord's prison to interrogate the 3 captives. Upon arriving at the prison, Zhao Taijun recognized the trio. General Chao promptly greeted Zhao Taijun, asserting their identity as members of the imperial Chao family while threatening Lin Taichi and the others. "Behold, we indeed hail from the royal Chao clan. General Zhao can attest to this. We were once good friends, both of us ranked as 9th-level martial artists. Congratulations to General Zhao on his recent promotion to Martial King." Zhao Taijun inquired about their intentions in coming to Shan City to eliminate the Li family. The 3 hesitantly recounted what they knew. The crown prince had sought to enlist Li Yuan as his follower, but Li Yuan had declined. Enraged, the crown prince commanded Chao Xiaobin to dispatch them for the purpose of extinguishing the Li family. Zhao Taijun was rendered speechless, incredulous that the crown prince, destined to become the ruler of the realm, could possess such a narrow-minded and short-sighted disposition. How could he be fit to lead a nation in the future? Chapter 110. The Emergence of Numerous Martial Kings in Shan City. Zhao Taijun found himself both amused and infuriated, questioning whether these 3 individuals were genuinely foolish or simply accustomed to acting with impunity. Upon hearing this revelation, everyone present was overwhelmed with astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this truly possible? Is such a fortunate occurrence possible? A mere handful of elixirs capable of elevating a martial artist or even a martial apprentice to the esteemed rank of Martial King. It is essential to recognize the arduous journey one must undertake to ascend from martial artist to Martial King. In the vast realm of the Great Xia Kingdom, aside from a scarce few, the majority remain stagnant as martial artists or apprentices, devoid of any prospects for advancement. Now, with Zhao Taijun presenting several elixirs that promise elevation to Martial King upon consumption, the crowd stands in a state of disbelief, yet their gratitude towards Li Yuan is boundless. Should a member of the Wang family ascend to Martial King, the ramifications for the entire clan would be monumental. The reason the 8 prominent families in the capital hold their esteemed status is precisely because each boasts a Martial King among them. Wang Guangming resolved to partake in the elixirs himself, joining Zhao Taijun and Lin Taichi as they made their way to the Li residence. Lin Taichi was equally filled with astonishment and elation. To think that a few elixirs could grant him the title of Martial King felt like a stroke of divine fortune. His decision to settle in the Wang family now seemed utterly fortuitous. Should he achieve the rank of Martial King, the transformation in his status, influence, and martial prowess would be nothing short of revolutionary. Upon arriving at the Li residence, City Lord Wang Guangming conveyed his intentions to the family head, Li Tianan. Upon hearing this, Li Tianan was also overwhelmed with joy and promptly summoned all family members. Zhao Taijun then requested Li Yuan's parents to send word to his maternal grandparents, urging them to bring forth any exceptionally gifted relatives. Li Yuan's father personally traveled to the Chu family, explaining their purpose to the family head, Chu Mingxian. The members of the Chu family were equally astonished, and Chu Mingxian selected the 8 most talented individuals from his clan to accompany him to the Li residence. The patriarch of the Li family also presented a token to Kang Xiaoping, who was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears welling in his eyes. He proclaimed that the greatest opportunity of his life was to forge a bond of brotherhood with Li Tianan, expressing his unwavering willingness to serve the Li family devotedly, repaying their kindness in every possible way. Once the participants were selected, Zhao Taijun elucidated the method and sequence for consuming the elixirs. Subsequently, the group gathered in an open space within the Li family's residence, commencing the consumption of the elixirs to elevate their cultivation and ascend to the rank of Martial King. Wang Quan and Lin Taichi, already at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Martial Master, directly ingested the miraculous Ascending King pill. Moments later, both Wang Quan and Lin Taichi leaped into the air, letting out a triumphant roar, having ascended to the rank of Martial King. Following suit, one after another, warriors sprang up, either howling with joy or laughing heartily, as they too had achieved the rank of Martial King. This was nothing short of an unprecedented miracle, the ascent to Martial King, a feat akin to scaling the heavens, yet, in the blink of an eye. 70 warriors had attained this rank. Among them were even a few who were merely martial apprentices, and within this brief moment, they too had risen to the rank of Martial King. Many felt as though they were in a dream, especially the Li family, where nearly anyone with a hint of talent who had the potential to ascend to Martial King had indeed done so. For a family, particularly a modest one like the Li family, to suddenly possess over 50 Martial Kings was a spectacle unmatched even in the entire realm of mortals, let alone the great Xia kingdom. Even the illustrious Xia family of the imperial court did not boast such a multitude of Martial Kings. Zhao Taijun observed the Li family's remarkable emergence of so many Martial Kings and mused that it seemed the mountain city could no longer contain the Li family. Upon witnessing the sudden elevation of so many Martial Kings within his family, the members of the Li and Chu clans were filled with unparalleled excitement and exhilaration. The Wang family, along with Wang Quan, Lin Taichi, and others, were equally astonished and thrilled. The 3 families promptly united to host a grand banquet in celebration of the emergence of these Martial Kings. Wang Quan and Kang Xiaoping expressed to the head of the Li family, Li Tianan, their desire to serve as humble retainers, pledging to remain with the Li family and protect their household. Lin Taichi also offered his services, eager to assist the Li family in any capacity. Li Tianan, upon hearing this, was immensely pleased and quickly resolved to appoint the 3 as esteemed elders of the Li family. However, the trio humbly declined the prestigious title, asserting that they were unworthy of such heights. Ultimately, in accordance with their seniority, all 3 were appointed as elders, on par with the clan leader, Li Tianan, while the family's venerable ancestor, Li Taihe, assumed the role of the esteemed elder. Li Taihe had cultivated a friendship with the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Qingping, for a century or two, and having now ascended to the status of Martial King, he reflected on Wang Qingping's stagnation in cultivation, attributing it to his sacrifices for the protection of his family and country, which had left him with lingering ailments. Consequently, he instructed the head of the Li family to send a medicinal pill to Wang Qingping, who, upon consumption, found all his old injuries and ailments miraculously vanished and also ascended to the rank of Martial King. Chapter 111. The Huqian family. Meanwhile, Zhao Taijun arrived at the county city of Nanhua and met with Lin Yinghao. Zhao Taijun recounted the events that transpired in Shanxing to Lin Yinghao. In turn, Lin Yinghao informed Zhao Taijun that he had located the Hu Qian family. He revealed that the Hu Qian family was a modest clan, consisting of Hu Qian and a clan leader who was a martial artist of the 4th rank, accompanied by 3 or 4 martial masters. The remainder consisted of martial apprentices and ordinary folk. Hu Qian's kin were notably straightforward, adhering to principles in their endeavors and displaying a fervent sense of justice, which often led them to suffer losses as they were frequently bullied by several prominent families. It was solely due to Hu Qian's esteemed position as an alchemist that his family managed to survive, albeit precariously, under the protection afforded by their status in Nanhua County. Otherwise, they might have long succumbed to the oppression of other clans. After listening to Lin Yinghao's introduction, Zhao Taijun urged Lin Yinghao to escort him to Hu Qian's family. Their residence was situated in a rather secluded part of the county town. Upon their arrival, they conveyed their intentions to the doorman. Upon hearing that the city lord Lin Yinghao had personally brought a general from the Imperial Forest Army to visit, several doormen hurriedly rushed into the family estate to inform the clan leader. The others, filled with utmost respect, escorted Zhao Taijun and Lin Yinghao into the Hu family. Inside the Hu family estate, Zhao Taijun and Lin Yinghao met with the clan leader, Hu Buping, to elucidate their purpose for visiting and to relay the unfortunate news of Hu Qian's demise. Upon hearing this, Hu Buping and the others were struck both by the astonishing effects of the elixirs gifted by Li Yuan and by their profound sorrow over Hu Qian's death. Zhao Taijun reassured Hu Buping that since Master Alchemist Li Yuan had taken Hu Qian as his disciple, his generous nature and extraordinary abilities would ensure that he would look after the Hu family in the future. In response, Hu Buping expressed the family's deep gratitude for Li Yuan's care and their willingness to become a vassal family to the Li clan, pledging to safeguard and protect the Li household. Zhao Taijun requested Hu Buping to find 5 exceptionally gifted martial artists or disciples, urging them to consume the elixir in preparation for their ascension to the rank of martial king. Hu Buping promptly gathered 4 martial masters from his family, including himself, totaling 5 individuals. Zhao Taijun instructed them on the proper sequence and method for taking the elixir. After half a day, all 5 had successfully ascended to the rank of martial king. They raised their voices to the heavens in joyous exclamations, overwhelmed with gratitude towards Li Yuan, Zhao Taijun, and others. Sensing that the matter was concluded, Zhao Taijun bid farewell to the group and set off under the stars toward the imperial city. Meanwhile, within the imperial city, Li Yuan and the 2 young ladies diligently practiced and studied day after day within the cosmic pearl. As Li Yuan absorbed the primal energies, his meridians filled with spiritual essence, rapidly enhancing his cultivation. With Li Yuan's progress, both Xia Tianyu and Yang Jinhua also experienced an elevation in their own abilities. After exhausting 300 pieces of primal energy, Li Yuan reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial disciple, while Yang Jinhua, despite not engaging in any training, attained the peak of the 9th level of martial master. Dan Qingzi and Xianzi had witnessed numerous events, yet they had never encountered a phenomenon akin to that of Li Yuan, Xia Tianyu, and the little princess. Whenever the 3 were together, as Li Yuan's cultivation advanced, so too did the progression of the 2 ladies. What a marvelous occurrence! Now that Li Yuan had reached the pinnacle of martial disciple at the 9th level, his next step was to ascend to martial master. Dan Qingzi and several others were filled with anticipation for Li Yuan's ascension to the rank of martial master, yet a subtle apprehension lingered in their hearts. Li Yuan's situation was distinctly different. While others at the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial apprentice merely needed to break through the Dantian barrier to advance, Li Yuan's Dantian barrier had already developed a slight fissure. There was uncertainty about what unforeseen events might unfold during his transition to martial master. Additionally, Li Yuan harbored deeper concerns. His Dantian had absorbed a considerable amount of primordial energy, yet he had yet to discern its whereabouts, as if it had vanished into thin air. Would this phenomenon recur when he sought to ascend from martial master to martial king, causing the absorbed spiritual energy to dissipate? How could he replenish his Dantian with spiritual energy to attain the rank of martial king? The inevitable must come, Li Yuan thought, as he laid out the remaining 100 or so pieces of primordial energy before him. With one hand, he grasped a piece, preparing for his ascent to martial master. Qianzi, Dan Qingzi, SUSI-MANHUA, and the little princess paused their training, standing before Li Yuan to witness his elevation. Li Yuan activated the inner workings of the chaos decision, striving to absorb the primordial energy. 10 pieces, 20 pieces, 50 pieces, 100 pieces, one by one, the primordial energy was drawn into his body. Upon absorbing 100 pieces, an abrupt crack echoed, and Li Yuan felt a jolt at the Shaochong acupoint of the Taiyin Heart Sutra in his fingertip, focusing his mental energy. He was instantly astounded. Good heavens! This acupoint has been breached. Just at that moment, Yang Jinhua and the little princess suddenly felt a wind that could penetrate their bodies, entering their Dantian space. This wind swiftly intensified, directly permeating their beings and forming a small vortex within the Dantian. They ascended to the rank of martial king. Qianzi exclaimed, He cannot possibly rupture all his meridians in such a manner, can he? There are over 700 meridians in total. If they were all to be breached as the Dantian was, it would be tantamount to breaking through over 700 Dantian spaces. How implausible that would be. Just imagine the amount of spiritual energy required. Wouldn't that mean a single martial master possesses the strength equivalent to that of 700 martial masters? What magnitude of power would that entail? And what would become of his Dantian? Dan Qingzi responded, First, consolidate your cultivation. Li Yuan promptly focused on fortifying his cultivation, consuming several pieces of primordial energy. Once these pieces were depleted, Li Yuan's cultivation stabilized at the first level of martial master. However, his first level was profoundly distinct from that of others. As Li Yuan's cultivation solidified, so too did that of the two women. At that moment, the primordial energy within the cosmic pearl was nearly exhausted. Li Yuan lamented, This primordial energy is truly insufficient. How much will be required for future cultivation? Dan Qingzi remarked, It is a pity that the primordial energy has run out. Otherwise, Li Yuan's mental strength could have surged to level 20. Achieving level 20 in mental strength signifies the rank of martial king, allowing Li Yuan to concoct Tier 3 elixirs and Tier 3 arrays, as well as spirit tools. Chapter 112. The four corners of smoke rise since the arrival of the two young girls, Xiao Jinhua and the little princess, into the cosmic pearl. A decade has elapsed within its confines. Their skills in alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation have reached remarkable heights. Xiao Jinhua is now capable of refining second-tier exquisite elixirs and spiritual weapons, and she can adeptly inscribe second-tier exquisite spirit patterns. The little princess has similarly attained a second-tier exquisite level in both inscribing spirit patterns and arranging formations. Devoid of the primordial energy, Li Yuan finds himself unable to continue his cultivation. Dan Qingzi advises, Let us temporarily halt our training. Rapid advancement may jeopardize your foundational stability. There is no harm in allowing the children some leisure. They should not be confined to the cosmic pearl all day. As Li Yuan prepares to escort the two girls outside for a stroll, a sudden knock reverberates through the air. He leads the girls out of the cosmic pearl and opens the door, revealing the family head of the Yang clan and Xia Tianwu standing on the threshold. Upon seeing Li Yuan, Xia Tianwu hastily exclaims, Master Li, a grave matter has arisen. His Majesty has summoned you to the palace with urgency. Li Yuan, alarmed, inquires, What has happened? Xia Tianwu replies, The details will be conveyed by His Majesty upon our arrival at the palace. In summary, the Emperor of the Great Qin Kingdom, Qin Ligua, is personally leading his forces to assault the Great Xia Kingdom. The northern territory of Biding and the Qianlong army have already revolted, colluding with the Great Liang Kingdom, and have commenced their offensive from the north against Great Xia. Concurrently, the Great Yu and Heishan kingdoms in the northwest are also launching their attacks. Additionally, several eastern island nations have joined in the invasion. Therefore, His Majesty requests your presence in the palace to discuss countermeasures. Li Yuan accompanied Xia Tianwu and the leader of the Yang family to the Qingjin Hall of the imperial palace. Upon encountering Li Yuan, Emperor SUSI-MANHUA elaborated on the current situation. The emperor of the Great Qin Kingdom, Wu Huangqin Ligua, was resolutely determined to annihilate the Great Xia nation with his personal military campaign. In the northern region, the Wu Huang of the Great Liang Kingdom had not taken to the battlefield himself. However, due to the defection of the Qianlong army and the northern courtyard prefecture, which had allied with the Great Liang, there were no soldiers left to defend the north, leaving it vulnerable to a swift and unimpeded advance from the Great Liang Kingdom. To the northwest, both the Great Yu Kingdom and the Black Mountain Kingdom had dispatched troops for an offensive. Yet, neither was led by an emperor of Wu Huang caliber, and the military strength of these two nations was considerably feeble, which could be deemed a silver lining in these troubled times. In the east, several island nations, Chongqing Island, Haifeng Island, Longyu Island, and Shaowang Island, had united to launch an assault via maritime routes. Nevertheless, with our formation arrays, the 100-man slaughter formation, our miraculous archery techniques, and the newly added numerous martial kings, these various offensives did not pose an insurmountable challenge for us. We remained unperturbed. Our true concern lay with the backing of the Great Qin Kingdom, the Tianduan sect. Although the sects of the immortal realm have an agreement prohibiting their martial artists from interfering in mortal nations, Elder Qin Tairen of the Tianduan sect was a denizen of the Great Qin Kingdom. He was once the most outstanding genius of the Great Qin Kingdom, and after being accepted as a disciple by the Tianduan sect, his cultivation soared to unprecedented heights, ultimately breaking through to the realm of Wuzong. The prowess of a Wuzong is beyond our comprehension. Perhaps with just a few strikes, a Wuzong could reduce our imperial city to ruins, or with a mere flick of the wrist, could annihilate our million-strong army. If the Great Qin Kingdom were to seek assistance from Qin Tairen, and he were to intervene, it is conceivable that he could extinguish all our lives with but a few strikes, leaving us with no recourse for lamentation. It is likely that the realm of cultivation would not truly intervene on behalf of our insignificant mortal nation against Qin Tairen and the Heavenly Severance sect. Li Yuan inquired. Your Majesty, what is your plan? Emperor SUSI-MANHUA responded. The Grand Marshal has already personally approached the Dragon Army, and I too intend to join him there. As for the Northern Dalian Kingdom and the Qianlong Army, as well as the Northern Court, I plan to send the second prince along with General Meng Anghua and the heads of the Yang and Li families to lead the troops. In the northwest, we shall dispatch President Ning Feijie of the Royal Academy along with the heads of the Liu and Shao families to assist the Black Dragon Army in repelling the incursions from those two nations. To the east, I shall send 2 royal offerings and the head of the Zhao family to support the Huanglong army against the assaults from the 4 islands of the north. I have also extended invitations to the 3 presidents of the Alchemist Guild, the Blacksmith Guild, and the Array Masters Guild, all of whom have agreed to join me in this expedition. The imperial city shall be left under the stewardship of the Crown Prince and the Chancellor. The heads of the Chao, Sun, and Huang families have already departed the imperial city, and their current whereabouts are unknown. Thus, I hold no expectations for their involvement. I wonder what suggestions young Master Li might have regarding this arrangement? Qianzi responded, the situation is perilous. Should the Great Qin Kingdom indeed have a martial sovereign to aid them, the Great Xia Kingdom would find it exceedingly difficult to ensure its own survival. Many of the regulations within the realm of cultivation are mere platitudes, as long as their own interests are not hindered. No one will genuinely rise to advocate for justice on behalf of the Great Xia Kingdom. This is a truth we understand better than anyone. Furthermore, leaving the imperial city under the watch of the Crown Prince is a grave oversight by the Emperor. Once the war commences, it is likely that this Grand Prince will leave the Emperor in tears. You should inform the Emperor to retain the heads of the Yang and Li families within the imperial city to prevent any upheaval that could disrupt the rear. The young princess shall accompany the second prince on the expedition, while young Jinhua remains in the Yang family. Should the Grand Prince and the Chao family make any moves, young Jinhua along with the Yang and Li families will be sufficient to withstand the onslaught. You will personally accompany Emperor SUSI-MANHUA to the Feilong army. Thus, even if that martial sovereign truly intervenes to aid the Great Qin Kingdom. With the lid of the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace, the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace itself, the divine tree of life, and the chaotic silkworm silk, you will at least be able to thwart the martial sovereign's attacks, safeguarding the valiant soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom from being easily dispatched. Additionally, ensure that Zhao Taijun is swiftly notified to bring the martial kings from Nanwei County and Chushan City to the Imperial City. This time, it is anticipated that many have ascended to the rank of martial king in Nanwei County and Chushan City, and these individuals will be essential to resist the sudden aggression of the Chao, Sun, Huang families, and the Grand Prince. Inform Emperor Xia Mingjun to urgently gather as many spiritual materials as possible. With such resources, your spiritual power can reach level 20, that is, the martial king level. At that point, you will be able to make better use of the cosmic pearl, the lid of the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace, and the furnace itself. Li Yuan conveyed to Emperor Xia Mingjun the words imparted to him by Qi Yunzi. He informed Mingjun that both the young princess and young Jin Hua have now attained the martial king level, and the young princess is capable of arranging exquisite second-tier formations. Thus, with the young princess accompanying the second prince to Baiding County, their success is virtually assured, while young Jin Hua's presence in the capital will prevent any internal turmoil. He accompanied Emperor Xia Mingjun on the campaign against the Feilong army, assuring the emperor that even with the support of the Wuzong of the Great Qin Kingdom, he could withstand the assault long enough to ensure the retreat of the Great Xia's forces. Upon hearing this, Xia Mingjun was elated and sincerely expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Li Yuan. Chapter 113. Meticulous analysis and deployment. Li Yuan conveyed to Xia Mingjun his hope that the emperor could gather as many spiritual materials as possible. With such materials, he could enhance his cultivation and subsequently concoct a greater quantity of superior elixirs, enabling more warriors of the Great Xia to ascend to the rank of Wuwang. Additionally, he could forge more storage bags and formation plates, thereby further augmenting the national strength of the Great Xia. He urged Xia Mingjun to permit the heads of the Yang and Li families, along with their Wuwang, to remain in the imperial city to prevent any internal strife. Emperor Xia Mingjun appeared somewhat perplexed, noting that the imperial city was already under the guard of the crown prince, a Wuwang of the 9th rank. Even if the Chao family and the other 3 clans were to rebel, with their leaders personally leading the attack, the crown prince would have the formation plates and the adeptly trained imperial guards capable of executing the 100-man slaughter formation. He intended to assign some Wuwang to heed the crown prince's commands to assist in the city's defense. Such arrangements should suffice to protect the imperial city and avert potential unrest. Why then, he pondered, was there a need to station so many individuals within the capital? However, Li Yuan informed him that both little Jin Hua and the little princess had already ascended to Wuwang, with the latter possessing the ability to deploy exquisite second-tier formations. He could withstand the assaults of Wuzong, making the presence of Li Yuan and his 3 generals, along with the heads of the Yang and Li families, appear relatively inconsequential. Thus, Emperor Xia Mingjun consented to Li Yuan's proposal and commanded the prompt gathering of all available spiritual materials from the imperial city to be entrusted to Li Yuan. Tomorrow, Emperor Xia Mingjun shall personally lead the forces of the imperial city to the southwest Flying Dragon Army to resist the onslaught of the Daqin Kingdom, necessitating a multitude of preparations. The situation is dire. Upon entering the Cosmic Pearl, Qi Yunzi remarked, "Let us observe the battlefields to the east, north, and northwest. Should their martial sovereign emperor refrain from direct assault, the Great Xia Kingdom may still harbor hopes for victory. However, if their forces were to suffer defeat, the emperor would likely take to the field himself. The martial emperor possesses the ability to traverse the skies. Distances of tens of thousands of miles can be covered in mere days. Particularly, the eastern region is home to 4 island nations, each ruled by an emperor of martial sovereign caliber." Dan Kingsley interjected, "The likelihood of their martial sovereign leading a campaign is rather slim. If they were inclined to do so, they would have already extinguished the Great Xia Kingdom. With so many martial sovereigns united in their assault, no nation could withstand such an onslaught. Yet, An emperor cannot casually take to the battlefield. They must remain vigilant against threats to their own stronghold. Should their sanctum be compromised, it would result in utter devastation and significant losses. The relationships between nations are intricate, making it improbable for them to collaborate in a concerted effort to annihilate a single country. Furthermore, while martial sovereigns can soar through the skies, this newfound ability is still taxing and requires immense energy. Thus, they are unlikely to take flight merely to obliterate a nation of little consequence to their own. The current conflict appears rather peculiar. The simultaneous assault from numerous nations suggests the existence of a mastermind orchestrating the chaos. It is highly likely that the Grand Qin Kingdom has promised these nations substantial benefits, thus prompting their military engagement. Nevertheless, even with their forces amassed, it is improbable that they will engage in a desperate fight. At most, their actions may be mere posturing, a show of force rather than a genuine attempt to conquer. This evening, Li Yuan conveyed to the emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom that as long as they can withstand the onslaught from the three fronts, there is no need to aspire for victory. Should they inflict excessive damage upon the enemy, it may incite their emperor to retaliate recklessly out of rage, which could spell disaster. The focus now must be on conserving strength, as the primary battlefield lies within the territory of the Grand Qin Kingdom, where conditions are dire. If the martial sovereign intervenes, our chances of victory are nearly non-existent. However, with the treasures possessed by Li Yuan, we can manage to withstand his advances. Thus, we must prepare for a prolonged resistance. As time progresses, the realm of cultivation will undoubtedly intervene. Given Li Yuan's extraordinary talents, it is likely that a sect or noble family from the cultivation world will take notice of him, thereby providing us with much-needed assistance. Alternatively, if we can procure sufficient spiritual materials to elevate Li Yuan's mental prowess to level 20, we would be capable of repelling the martial sovereign's attacks effortlessly, forcing him to retreat empty-handed. Should Li Yuan's mental strength reach level 29, the equivalent of a martial emperor, we would even have the means to vanquish the martial sovereign. However, the ascension of Li Yuan is fraught with challenges. The quantity of spiritual materials required is immense, rendering a promotion to martial king unattainable for the time being. And consequently, his mental strength cannot reach level 29. The imperial city remains the most concerning aspect of this situation. With the crown prince's folly, arrogance, and incompetence, the patriarch of the Chao family could easily compel his surrender with just a few words, bringing him entirely under their control. At that juncture, two 9th-level martial kings, along with the 7th-level patriarch of the Sun family, the 6th-level patriarch of the Huang family, and the martial king remaining in the capital, would pose a formidable challenge. The crown prince possesses numerous formation plates, and he possesses many of the same as we do. The patriarchs of the Yang and Li families, one a 6th-level martial king and the other a 5th level, would be unable to withstand the crown prince's onslaught. We must concoct additional elixirs for them, striving to cultivate as many martial kings as possible within these two families. Let Hua inform both patriarchs that as soon as our troops depart, all members of the Li family must be swiftly relocated to the Yang family, employing the formation plates to provide full protection for the Yang family. Expedite the training of the warriors from both families in utilizing formation plates and mastering the 100-man slash technique. It is imperative that the patriarchs of the Yang and Li families understand that once the emperor departs, the crown prince may immediately strike against them. Therefore, regardless of the methods the crown prince employs to manipulate the patriarchs and members of the Li and Yang families, they must resolutely refuse to heed his commands. Even if he presents orders purportedly from the emperor himself, only a direct edict penned by Li Yuan would warrant compliance, although the likelihood of such an occurrence is almost non-existent. When we meet with the patriarch of the Yang family shortly, we must convey that all instructions must be followed as per Hua's guidance. As for the princes and princesses, all relatives of the second prince, they must be transferred to the Yang family this very night. The little princess should endeavor to relocate as many of those in poor standing with the crown prince or aligned with the second prince to the Yang family as possible. Having refined additional formation plates, elixirs, and spirit arrows, the time for departure approached. This evening, there were numerous tasks awaiting them. Yunzi remarked, certain acupoints on the human body, when pressed, can render a warrior's internal spiritual energy inoperative, thus enabling control over their prowess. Should you capture an enemy on the battlefield, employing this acupoint technique will facilitate their confinement, alleviating any concerns of escape or resistance. Allow me to impart this technique to you. Subsequently, Yunzi meticulously elucidated to Li Yuan and his companions which acupoints, when activated, would incapacitate their adversary's spiritual energy and demonstrated the method of directing their own energy to press these acupoints on the enemy. After an extensive explanation, he instructed the trio to practice for a while. Once they had gained proficiency, Yunzi advised, bestow this technique upon the soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom. Thus, when we reach the battlefield, we can capture a multitude of foes alive, particularly in the eastern, northern, and northwestern theaters. The aim is to seize as many as possible and subsequently exchange these prisoners for spiritual herbs and materials. In doing so, we shall avoid inciting the wrath of their martial emperor through mass slaughter, while simultaneously acquiring a wealth of spiritual resources, a dual triumph. After practicing the acupoint technique imparted by Yunzi, Li Yuan proceeded to refine further formation plates, elixirs, and spirit arrows before pausing. Chapter 114, Parting. Preparations had concluded, and the primordial energy within the cosmic pearl was nearly depleted. It was imperative to reserve this energy for emergencies, prohibiting further cultivation or exchanges. Li Yuan stood there, gazing at Yang Jinhua and the little princess. With the onset of war imminent, the three would soon part ways, each tasked to stand alone against the impending challenges. Li Yuan suddenly felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of parting from the two girls. Although their acquaintance in the external world had been fleeting, merely a little over a month, within the confines of the cosmic pearl, they had shared over a decade together. Despite the fact that during those years, they had been preoccupied with their individual cultivation and studies, rarely engaging in conversation or play, the bond forged through their daily companionship had penetrated deep into their hearts. Now, as they faced an imminent separation amidst the onset of a great battle, the uncertainties of war loomed large. No one could predict what calamities might befall them in the throes of conflict, where misfortune could strike anyone at any moment. Li Yuan gazed at the two girls, who in turn looked back at him. As the moment of parting drew near, unspoken words and myriad emotions swirled among them, making the farewell all the more poignant. The three stood in silence, each lost in thought. Li Yuan reached out, intending to grasp the hands of the little princess and the golden flower. However, Yunzi swiftly interjected, "Do not hold hands. Are you seeking further hardship?" The little flower and the little princess exchanged glances, then turned their eyes back to Li Yuan. Suddenly, the little flower burst into tears, prompting the little princess to join her in weeping. Dan Kingsley remarked, "The power of the imperial city remains insufficient. We must urgently inform the martial kings of Nanwei County and Chushan City to hasten their arrival at the Yang residence. The primal energy is still too scant. Were it abundant enough, we could establish a grand formation to encircle the entire Yang family, thereby shielding ourselves from the onslaught of the Grand Prince and the Chao clan leader. Little flower, once we have departed, you must employ your wits to ensure the survival of both the Yang and Li families from annihilation." Qianzi remarked, "It is imperative to remember that one must never underestimate the enemy in war. Such complacency is the most fatal of weaknesses. Therefore, you must approach warfare with utmost diligence, contemplating every aspect meticulously and guarding against any unforeseen circumstances. Regardless of what unexpected events may arise, maintain your composure and clarity of mind, striving to devise countermeasures as best as you can. Though you are both still young, lacking experience in both life and warfare, the onus of the entire campaign's success now rests upon your shoulders. We cannot accompany you. Your safety must be your foremost concern." Having spent considerable time together, both Dan Kingsley and Qianzi held a deep affection for the young girls, Jinhua and the princess. The two girls were kind-hearted, innocent, obedient, and intelligent, harboring immense respect for their mentors. Yet, The impending separation filled their hearts with sorrow, prompting countless reiterations of advice and care. Qianzi continued, "We find ourselves in a state of utter helplessness. Such trivial matters, which I could have effortlessly dispatched with a mere breath in the past, now elude us. We can no longer withstand even a single exertion of our soul power." Dan Qingzi instructed Li Yuan to bestow upon each girl 5 fragments of primordial energy remaining within the cosmic pearl. Each shard of primordial energy is equivalent to 10,000 inferior spirit stones, capable of sustaining the operation of a second-tier formation for an extended duration. During combat, should the spiritual energy within a warrior's body be entirely depleted, the formation would falter. To maintain its operation, one must place spirit stones or other energy-rich items at the formation's core, thereby replenishing the spiritual energy of all participants within the array. The primordial energy holds extraordinary significance. Regrettably, Li Yuan has expended an excessive amount of this energy in his cultivation, leaving but a meager quantity within the cosmic pearl, allowing each individual a mere 5 fragments. Furthermore, Li Yuan distributed the spiritual arrows contained within the cosmic pearl among the 2 women, providing each with 200 arrows, a spiritual bow, 10 formation plates, and 10 storage bags. Consequently, the items and primordial energy refined by Li Yuan and his companions within the cosmic pearl have dwindled to a scant remainder. Li Yuan, accompanied by the 2 women, exited the cosmic pearl to meet with the patriarch of the Yang family, requesting that he send for the patriarch of the Li family. He informed the Yang patriarch that His Majesty the Emperor had consented to permit Yang Jingluan and Li Hongda, the patriarch of the Li family, to remain in the imperial city, ensuring that they prepare adequately for the potential treachery of the crown prince and the patriarchs of the Chao, Sun, and Huang families. The Yang patriarch, upon hearing this, was struck with disbelief, unable to fathom that such a betrayal could indeed transpire. Shortly thereafter, the Li patriarch arrived. Li Yuan urged the Yang patriarch to dispatch messengers swiftly to Nanhua County and Chushan City to locate Zhao Taijun and summon all the martial kings from both locales to the imperial city, enlisting their assistance in safeguarding the palace alongside the Yang and Li families. The 2 patriarchs fell into a profound silence. Could it be that the crown prince truly harbored intentions of rebellion? Such an eventuality seemed implausible. Why would Li Yuan exhibit such unwavering conviction in the crown prince's betrayal of the Great Xia Kingdom? Li Yuan solemnly cautioned both patriarchs that as soon as the expeditionary forces departed from the imperial city, they must promptly relocate all members of the Li family to the Yang household, remaining vigilant against any extermination attempts by the crown prince and the Chao, Sun, and Huang families. As long as the Yang and Li families are not eradicated by the crown prince, it is impossible for the crown prince and the Chao family to completely seize control of the imperial city, thereby disrupting the formation of the frontline troops. He cautioned both clan leaders to remain vigilant, advising them not to heed any words from the crown prince, even if they were purportedly commands from the emperor instructing the Yang family to undertake certain tasks. Such directives should only be acknowledged if they bore the personal seal of Li Yuan. All instructions should be adhered to as dictated by Huar. It is imperative to promptly train the family S-guards, practicing the 100-man slaughter formation and learning to utilize the formation discs, ensuring that the Yang and Li families are prepared to resist an assault from the crown prince and the Chao family. Li Yuan earnestly admonished the leader of the Yang family, subsequently penning 2 letters for him to dispatch to Nanhua County and Chushan City, summoning the martial kings from those regions to come to the imperial city and assist the Yang and Li families in fending off the impending attacks from the crown prince and the Chao family. Li Yuan then informed the leader of the Yang family that he would immediately notify the family of the second prince and the mother of the little princess, urging them to seek refuge at the Yang residence, hoping that the leader would provide them sanctuary and ensure their safety. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Yang family readily agreed and dispatched numerous individuals to the vicinity of the imperial palace to prepare for the reception of those coming to the Yang household. Having concluded these arrangements, Li Yuan hurriedly led the little princess towards the palace. Upon arrival, they were met with a scene of extraordinary hustle and bustle within the palace. Li Yuan proceeded to request an audience with Emperor SUSI-MANHUA. After meeting with Emperor SUSI-MANHUA, Li Yuan presented his strategies concerning the eastern, northwestern, and northern battlefronts. He advised the emperor to refrain from launching full-scale offensives or seeking decisive victories in these areas. Instead, it sufficed to withstand their attacks, thereby preventing the martial sovereigns of these nations from feeling humiliated by a significant defeat and subsequently retaliating in anger. Furthermore, he urged that the soldiers on these three fronts should diligently gather spiritual materials, which, upon collection, should be directed to the Southwest Flying Dragon Army rather than the Imperial City. With an ample supply of spiritual materials, I would be capable of concocting elixirs, enabling the cultivation of a substantial number of martial kings at any given moment. Moreover, with sufficient resources, I could assure that we would at least be able to withstand the assaults from the Great Qin Kingdom. Regarding the Flying Dragon Army front, we must prepare for a prolonged resistance. In Chapter 115, the expedition commenced. Subsequently, Li Yuan informed SUSI-MANHUA about the technique of acupoint control over martial artist powers, which delighted the emperor immensely. He promptly summoned the leaders of the reinforcements from the eastern, northern, and northwestern regions, Ningfei, the president of the Royal Academy, the heads of the Liu and Shao families, the second prince, and General Mengangua, along with the two royal offerings and the head of the Zhao family, to discuss military affairs. He commanded the palace steward to deliver the newly collected spiritual materials to Li Yuan. Unfortunately, it has become exceedingly difficult to procure spiritual materials within the imperial city, resulting in a meager collection. The palace steward and the chancellor remained behind, questioning Emperor SUSI-MANHUA. "Your Majesty, why should we heed the words of Li Yuan, who is but a mere child?" Emperor SUSI-MANHUA remarked, "Li Yuan is but a mere child, hailing from a remote little town, yet he possesses such remarkable abilities. Do you truly believe this is solely his own talent? A child of merely 12 or 13 years, even if he commenced his studies at birth, could not possibly achieve such prowess without the guidance of a master. This master is extraordinary, far beyond our humble capabilities. Li Yuan has mentioned that he harbors secrets he cannot disclose, and we must not pry, yet we can place our faith in the wisdom imparted by this eminent figure. It is indeed a blessing for us, and for the great Xia nation, to have the counsel and support of such a high-ranking individual." Upon leaving the Hall of Diligent Governance, Li Yuan accompanied the second prince, Xia Tianxian, to his princely residence. There, Li Yuan advised the second prince that on the battlefield, he should heed the words of the little princess, engaging only in proactive defense. If necessary, he should even feign defeat, retreating a short distance and conceding some territory. The primary objective is to withstand the northern army's assaults without annihilating them. Otherwise, we risk incurring the wrath of their martial emperor, which would surely lead to our downfall. Given that the second prince had been sequestered within the palace, devoted to study and cultivation, he was woefully uninformed about worldly matters, state affairs, and the art of war. Therefore, Li Yuan reiterated his counsel with great urgency. Ultimately, Li Yuan inquired, "I wonder if the second prince believes in me?" The second prince glanced at Li Yuan and replied, "Though our acquaintance is brief, I feel a profound connection with you, Li Gongzi, and hold you in the highest regard. How could I possibly doubt your words?" Li Yuan said, "If the second prince trusts me, then I implore you to heed my counsel. Please inform your family to discreetly relocate to the Yang residence immediately after the army departs. This matter is of utmost importance, and I urge the second prince to contemplate my advice earnestly." The second prince cast a glance at Li Yuan and replied, "Very well. I shall convey this order at once." The young princess then sought out several princes and grandsons with whom she shared close ties, or those who were at odds with the eldest prince, or had a strong rapport with the second prince, urging them to secretly journey to the Yang residence. She assured them that should any upheaval occur in the capital, the Yang family possessed the strength and capability to ensure their safety. After a night filled with busyness and sleeplessness, the various armies assembled and commenced their expedition. Yang Jinhua hurried over to bid farewell to the departing soldiers. She found the young princess, who was already mounted upon a magnificent steed. Upon seeing young Jinhua approach, the princess swiftly dismounted, their eyes meeting before they embraced tightly. Reluctant to part, tears streamed down little Jinhua's face as the princess joined her in weeping. It seemed that since they could remember, they had rarely been apart. Both young women hailed from affluent families, held esteemed positions, adorned in fine garments, blessed with exceptional talents, and were beloved by nearly all. Yet now, with the advent of war, everything they once knew was rendered obsolete. What the future held was a mystery, beyond their capacity to envision. The harsh realities of war are well known. Anyone may fall in battle, becoming naught but a mound of earth. Many soldiers might bid farewell here, only to become a permanent absence. Two individuals clasped hands, their eyes brimming with tears as they sought out Li Yuan. Upon finding him, they discovered Li Yuan already seated upon the steam dragon, poised to depart. Li Yuan addressed the two young women, saying, "Do not be disheartened, dear sisters. Perhaps the war shall soon come to an end, and victory will be ours. We shall remain safe and sound." The young princess and young Jinhua approached Emperor SUSI-MANHUA, who opened his arms to embrace the young princess, gently patting her back before taking young Jinhua into his embrace as well. Looking at the two girls, a wave of sorrow washed over SUSI-MANHUA's heart. His inadequacy compared to Chen Ligua of the Great Qin Kingdom had led to repeated humiliations for the Great Xia Kingdom. Now, with the Great Qin Kingdom waging war once more, intent on annihilating the Great Xia, he found himself compelled to lead the charge personally, fighting to protect the myriad subjects of the Great Xia and his own sons and grandsons. It pained him that this conflict also ensnared his obedient and beloved daughter, forcing her, at the tender age of 13, to march for her country. She was indeed his pride, at such a young age. She had already attained the cultivation of a martial king. Moreover, in such a short time of training alongside the esteemed Li Yuan, she had acquired remarkable skills and techniques, which filled him with joy. And then there was young Jinhua, also young yet extraordinarily gifted. The presence of such promising youth in the Great Xia Kingdom was a tremendous fortune. The young princess and young Jinhua bid a heartfelt farewell to Emperor SUSI-MANHUA. Their voices tinged with emotion. "Father, take care. Your Majesty, take care." SUSI-MANHUA laughed heartily, saying, "Do not worry, my dear Huaer and Yuer. With the assistance of young Master Li in this expedition, I am confident that victory will be ours, and we shall celebrate in due time." Amidst his laughter, SUSI-MANHUA leapt onto his chariot, leading the army forth with great fervor. Chapter 116. The Crown Prince assumes regency. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Xia Tianwei, having been confined by Emperor SUSI-MANHUA, was engulfed by a tumult of anger and trepidation. He seethed with indignation for having done nothing wrong, having merely offered the emperor a couple of suggestions which he deemed quite reasonable. How could a mere child of humble origins and modest cultivation stir the entire Great Xia Kingdom into such a frenzy, producing so many martial kings seemingly overnight? How could governance proceed under such chaotic conditions? Yet, the emperor lavished affection upon Li Yuan, treating him as a treasured gem. For this Li Yuan, the emperor had imprisoned his own eldest son, the nation's heir apparent, a prince of the 9th level of martial prowess, within the confines of their home, compelling him to reflect and repent. Repent for what? Should he stoop to apologize to such a lowly, insignificant creature as Li Yuan? The crown prince seethed with fury, yet his heart was also gripped by fear. Did his father's confinement of him signify a loss of favor? Would he be stripped of his position as heir? It seemed that the emperor now held the second prince in high regard. What merits did the second prince possess? As a royal of noble birth, he disregarded his stature, frequently lowering himself to court the company of those of lesser standing. On what grounds did he presume to rival the crown prince for the position of heir? Xia Tianwei found himself engulfed in self-pity and trepidation within the confines of his home when suddenly he received a decree from Emperor SUSI-MANHUA. Several neighboring nations had launched an offensive against the Great Xia Empire. The emperor intended to lead the expedition personally to the borders of the Great Qin Kingdom, appointing him as the crown prince to govern in his stead and assist the prime minister in managing state affairs, while wholeheartedly supporting the soldiers on the front lines. A smile graced the face of the crown prince, for he realized that his father had not forsaken him. He still held him in high regard. In times of leisure, he would discipline him sternly, yet in the face of war, he was deemed indispensable. This conflict arrived at a most opportune moment, and he felt fortunate for its onset. The following morning, the crown prince rose early, preparing himself diligently before attending the court. The various ministries and nobles had already gathered in the Golden Yuan Hall, all anxious about the emperor's perilous campaign. Uncertainty loomed over whether the great Xia Empire could withstand this onslaught. Should they falter, all would be condemned to become slaves of a fallen nation. Beneath the crumbling nest, how could there be unscathed eggs? Many were too fearful to envision the grim reality of a shattered nation and the devastation of family. The nobles were filled with trepidation. Seated upon the dragon throne at the heart of the Golden Yuan Hall, the crown prince addressed the assembled ministers. My father has embarked on a campaign and entrusted me with the governance of the state. Each of you must fulfill your duties without delay. I must impart a crucial admonition. All present are esteemed nobles, and you must not lower yourselves to associate with those of base status, for such actions would disturb the established order and propriety. Chancellor Jiang Shouxian remarked, Your Highness. The Crown Prince, while the principles of propriety and law are of utmost significance, we currently face the imminent threat of invasion from neighboring nations. The urgency of military action cannot be overstated. Therefore, as His Majesty hastens to the battlefield, I propose that our discourse today should focus on how to effectively coordinate the various departments, the imperial city, and the provincial capitals to gather troops, supplies, and provisions, thereby organizing reinforcements to support the war at the borders. The Crown Prince responded, Indeed, supporting the frontier is of paramount importance. Each department, military, personnel, and revenue, must diligently fulfill their respective duties to contribute to the nation's efforts. Minister of War Pei Jingqing addressed the Crown Prince. Your Highness, this forthcoming conflict promises to be exceedingly arduous. Whether from the east, north, northwest, or southwest, we are confronted with formidable challenges. There is no certainty of victory from any quarter, and it is plausible that the war may extend over an extended period. Thus, it is imperative that we prepare for the support of frontline operations, a task that is exceptionally demanding and cannot be accomplished solely by the military or revenue departments. It necessitates Your Highness's direct involvement to ensure success. Minister of Revenue Liu Jianba then added, The logistics of war support are overwhelmingly complex. Determining the appropriate proportion of troop mobilization, adjusting war taxes, securing funding from the various familial powers, and managing the production and transportation of troops, supplies, and remedies for the wounded are all intricate tasks that require the collective effort of the entire nation. I sincerely hope that Your Highness will take a hands-on approach to ensure timely assistance for the front lines. The Crown Prince, Xia Tianwei, interjected, I am well aware of this. Let us set this matter aside for now and invite the Minister of Rights to discuss how to establish proper protocols, delineate ranks, and enforce hierarchy. In the Grand Hall of the Golden Yuan Pavilion, the esteemed ministers and nobles, for the first time, recognized that this crown prince was utterly ignorant of the state affairs and possessed no experience in governance. The emperor had confined him within the palace walls, urging him to cultivate himself, thus expending countless resources only to produce such a simpleton. The discussions regarding how to support the war had reached an impasse. Chancellor Jiang Shouxian proposed, Your Highness, perhaps we should assign the task of coordinating war support to the elder statesmen, allowing them to manage the specific affairs of assistance. The Crown Prince retorted, I have already devised a strategy for raising troops and provisions to support the front line. I shall announce it tomorrow, and I expect everyone to comply. Today, let us deliberate on the formulation of rituals, the clarification of hierarchies, and the strict enforcement of ranks. Some court officials, adept at navigating the currents of favor, began to offer their counsel on how to properly establish rituals, clarify hierarchies, and enforce ranks. The ministers engaged in discussions throughout the morning, after which the Crown Prince declared the court adjourned. Chancellor Jiang Shouxian was engulfed in deep apprehension. Worries about the war, concerns for the court, and trepidations for the nation's future. He contemplated writing a letter to Emperor SUSI-MANHUA to inform him of the events transpiring in the court, yet he hesitated, knowing that the emperor was currently beset with anxiety. He could not burden the emperor with every trivial matter, for doing so might incite suspicion and discomfort in the crown prince. In Chapter 117, Persuasion to Surrender, he summoned his advisors to recount how he had skillfully redirected the court's deliberations from discussions of support for the borders to the formulation of rituals and the clarification of hierarchies. However, I announced today in the court that I have formulated a strategy to support the frontier. Today, you shall devise a methodical approach for this endeavor, along with a set of ceremonial protocols. By tomorrow's audience, I shall issue a decree for the officials to adhere to. As evening descended, the crown prince was enjoying a few drinks and listening to melodies with several attendants, when suddenly a guard approached to report, "Your Highness, the heads of the Chao Sun and Huang families are currently at the Chao residence, requesting your secret presence for a discussion." Accompanied by the guard, Xia Tianwei discreetly made his way to the Chao family and met with the family head. The heads of the Huang and Sun families were also present at the Chao residence. After exchanging formalities, the head of the Chao family invited the crown prince to take a seat, while he, along with the heads of the Sun and Huang families, positioned themselves in 3 directions near the door, facing the crown prince. Chao Anbong exchanged glances with the heads of the Huang and Sun families before addressing Xia Tianwei. "Your Highness, may I inquire your thoughts on the current military situation at the borders?" Chao Anbong continued, "Your Highness, my perspective stands in stark contrast to yours. Let us first consider the eastern, northwestern, and northern battlefields. In the east, there are 4 island nations, each with its own martial emperor. To the north, the Daliang kingdom boasts another martial emperor, and in the northwest, 2 nations each possess a martial emperor. These martial emperors possess the ability to traverse vast distances, covering tens of thousands of miles in mere days. In contrast, we lack any martial emperors in these 3 regions. Should those emperors choose to launch an assault personally, a mere few strikes could obliterate our frontier forces, leaving us with no chance of victory. Defeat is inevitable. In truth, the reason why the eastern 4 islands, the Great Liang Kingdom, and the 2 nations from the northwest have launched an assault against our Great Xia Kingdom is due to the instigation of the Great Qin Kingdom, which has promised these nations immense benefits, thereby compelling them to unite in this offensive. Currently, our nation holds no prospect of victory in any aspect, and the calamity of national destruction looms ominously. The purpose of inviting His Royal Highness the Crown Prince today is to deliberate on a strategy to avert the annihilation of the Great Xia Kingdom and its people. Upon hearing Chao Anbong's words, Crown Prince Xia Tianwei felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, rendered utterly speechless. How could this be possible? For so long, he had harbored the belief that his father, the illustrious Emperor SUSI-MANHUA, was wise and invincible, capable of resolving any crisis that arose. Yet now, fear gripped Xia Tianwei. He had never anticipated that war could lead to such a dire outcome. Having only just assumed regency for a single day, he had barely settled into the dragon throne of the Golden Yuan Hall. The thought that the Great Xia Kingdom could be defeated, leading to its downfall and the extinction of his lineage, was unfathomable. What was to be done? As a noble crown prince, if the Great Xia were to fall, capture by the Great Qin Kingdom would result in his execution. Could he possibly escape? Even if he managed to flee, what agonies and hardships would a life in exile entail? The crown prince sat there, overwhelmed and disoriented, observing his distress. The head of the Chao family seized the moment. "We must devise a plan to prevent the obliteration of our nation and spare countless innocent lives from the ravages of war, ensuring they do not become slaves to a foreign power." The crown prince inquired, "What then shall we do?" The patriarch of the Chao family proclaimed, "I possess a method that could spare the Great Xia Kingdom from the ravages of war, rescuing countless souls from the brink of annihilation. The question remains, Your Highness, are you willing to consider it?" The crown prince hastily inquired, "What is your esteemed solution?" The patriarch continued, "Did you not venture into the Tianduan mountain range in search of spiritual herbs and medicines? Once they have vanquished the Great Xia Kingdom, They will execute all the elderly, enslave the youth and children, and eradicate the royal family, government officials, military, and prominent families of the Great Xia without exception. We shall inform the envoy from the Great Qin Kingdom that the crown prince of the Great Xia is benevolent and compassionate, cherishing his people as if they were his own kin. Should the Great Qin Kingdom destroy the Great Xia and subject the crown prince and his family to a fate of dismemberment and torture, it would be a grievous loss. Such a virtuous individual as the crown prince ought not to endure such barbarity. It would be a profound violation of divine harmony. After much entreaty on our part, the envoy from the Great Qin Kingdom consented that, should the crown prince lead the Great Xia and refrain from opposing the Great Qin, obeying their commands, then after the defeat of Emperor Xia Mingjuan's forces, the Great Qin Kingdom would not obliterate the Great Xia, but instead allow the crown prince to ascend as its emperor. Thus, the lives of the citizens, royal descendants, and officials along with their families could be preserved. The crown prince was engulfed in turmoil, a cacophony of thoughts flashing through his mind. Fear, anguish, distress, sorrow, and heartache assailed him as he hesitated, lost in contemplation. The three members of the Chao family sat patiently at three corners, awaiting the crown prince's decision. The crown prince inquired, "If we reconcile with the Great Qin Kingdom, will father agree?" Earlier, when the Great Qin Kingdom sought peace with us, it spared father the need to lead an army into battle. Chapter 118. The schemes of the Chao clan leader the crown prince proposed. Perhaps I should send someone to inform father not to pursue war with the Great Qin Kingdom any longer, with the martial sovereign of the Great Qin assisting them. If we were to establish peace, they would refrain from attacking us. Father has only been gone for a day. There is still time to send a messenger to catch up with him. The clan leader of the Chao family responded, "That is not feasible. Setting aside the fact that the Great Qin would never spare your father, even if you were to send a messenger to catch up with him and convey your words, he would not acquiesce. You are left with two paths to choose from. The first path is to oppose the Great Qin Kingdom like your father, ultimately leading to the destruction of your nation. You, along with all members of the royal family, the officials of the Great Xia, and their families, would be captured and executed or reduced to slavery by the Great Qin. The second path is to seek reconciliation with the Great Qin Kingdom. In this scenario, once they defeat your father, they would cease their assault on the Great Xia and install you as emperor, albeit under their command." The crown prince hesitated, grappling with the notion of accepting such a reconciliation. He understood that it essentially amounted to surrendering to the Great Qin Kingdom, a notion difficult to fathom. Yet, the alternative presented a grim reality, the inevitable death of them all. The thought of death sent a tremor of fear through the crown prince. He was unwilling to meet his end. As a royal, he enjoyed a life of opulence, surrounded by luxury and privilege, with the power to command both wind and rain. Yet, should he fall into the hands of the Great Qin Kingdom, he would face a fate of dismemberment and excruciating torment. Sitting there, he was consumed by anxiety, his mind a tempest of confusion. Before him sat the patriarch of the Chao family and two other clan leaders, poised for action. They were prepared to strike the moment the crown prince refused to capitulate to the Great Qin. Unbeknownst to him, the atmosphere was fraught with treachery. His rapport with the Chao patriarch had always been strong. The elder had been unwavering in his loyalty, never once opposing him. In this dire moment for the nation, while many in the court remained oblivious to the dreadful consequences of defeat, it was these three leaders who meticulously contemplated the crisis, seeking a path to survival for him. The crown prince felt a swell of gratitude towards the Chao patriarch, vowing in his heart that once he ascended the throne, he would elevate the elder to a position of great honor and reward. After a lengthy hesitation, he gazed into the expectant faces of the three men and finally declared, "Very well, I agree to reconcile with the Great Qin Kingdom. I am grateful to you three for uncovering this path to survival for the Great Xia. You are indeed its benefactors." Upon hearing the crown prince's words, the three men were elated beyond measure. They had successfully swayed him. With the crown prince rebelling against the Great Xia and acquiescing to the demands of the Great Qin, they had effectively severed the lifeline for all the soldiers stationed at the borders. Without support from the rear, how could they hope to continue their fight? The three of them conspired with the crown prince, thereby rendering immense service to the Great Qin Kingdom. Once the Great Qin Kingdom triumphs over the Great Xia Kingdom, what advantages shall their families reap in the realm of Great Qin? The head of the Chao family remarked, "Your Highness, the crown prince, is truly unparalleled in wisdom, possessing far-reaching vision and a heart that cherishes his people as his own children. He shall undoubtedly become the most illustrious emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom. Since the crown prince has agreed to reconcile with the Great Qin Kingdom, we must now devise a strategy for how to seize control of the imperial city. Once the battles at the borders are won, we must determine how to negotiate with the Great Qin Kingdom to preserve the integrity of the Great Xia Kingdom." The crown prince replied, "Is the imperial city not already under my dominion?" The head of the Chao family responded, "The imperial city is indeed under your control, Your Highness. Yet the chancellor and many ministers in the court will undoubtedly demand your full support for the war at the front. If we are preparing for reconciliation with the Great Qin Kingdom while simultaneously aiding the war effort, it will surely provoke their ire, and they shall not consent to our peace. The Great Qin Kingdom, bolstered by the martial sovereign, perceives our Great Xia Kingdom as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. They possess the power to annihilate us or to spare us, and this decision lies entirely within their discretion. Thus, we must not provide support to the front lines, lest we incite the wrath of the Great Qin Kingdom. Moreover, given the current situation, whether we provide support or not, the outcome remains unchanged. We are destined for defeat. The Great Qin Kingdom can vanquish our Great Xia Kingdom with the ease of swatting a mosquito." The crown prince asserted, "I am now the regent. Who among them would dare to defy my orders?" The patriarch of the Chao family remarked, "Should your Highness decree against providing support to the front lines, it is certain that many will voice their dissent, particularly the prime minister and the heads of the Yang and Li families. Should a multitude oppose your Highness, it would be exceedingly difficult to maintain control over the imperial city. I propose a strategy for your Highness's consideration. Given that His Majesty has only recently embarked on his expedition, it is prudent to avoid alienating the court officials for the time being to prevent them from relaying information to the emperor. You may engage in a passive discourse regarding the matter of frontline support within the court, merely voicing opinions without any intent of action. I have heard that your Highness has broached the topic of ceremonial laws during today's court session, which is commendable. Redirect the focus of the court's discussions towards the ceremonial laws. Thus, when you ascend to the throne, you may establish a strict adherence to laws and regulations, ensuring that the relationships among sovereign and subjects, as well as between father and son, are clear and hierarchical, thereby preventing the disorder that has characterized His Majesty's reign, where merit was often placed above rank and propriety was compromised. Take, for instance, Yuan, whose lowly cultivation and humble origins are matched only by his limited skills in alchemy. Yet, His Majesty has elevated him above all others, disrupting the established hierarchy of the court. During this month leading up to His Majesty's arrival at the frontier, it is imperative to establish and clarify the system of ceremonial laws. The distinctions between sovereign and subjects must be unequivocal. Every noble and minister within the court, as well as the families and factions of the imperial city, must have their ranks and positions distinctly defined, from beneath His Majesty from the first rank to the ninth. Each individual's status must be meticulously delineated. Those of lower rank must show proper respect and bow before their superiors. Conversely, those of higher rank possess complete authority to command and direct those beneath them. The lower ranked must not defy the orders of their superiors. Individuals of noble character must not lower their status by mingling indiscriminately with those of inferior rank. Intermarriage and other actions that blur the lines of social hierarchy between different classes are strictly prohibited. Those who confuse these distinctions must face severe penalties. A system of servitude shall be established for those unable to repay debts, who violate the law, or who disobey the commands of His Highness, transforming them into slaves. Should His Highness fail to actively support the border defenses, he will undoubtedly face opposition from the staunch ministers, such as the Chancellor. It would be prudent to wait for an opportunity to expose their errors or disrespect towards His Highness, and then apprehend them, converting them into slaves. As for wicked families like the Yangs and Lis, His Highness must seize upon their transgressions and imprison them, relegating them to servitude. Those who stubbornly resist must be executed. Of course, it is currently believed that we have retreated to the Tian-Duan mountain range. Thus, it is advisable for us to remain out of sight for the time being to avoid raising suspicion and inciting unnecessary trouble. Orders must be given to the soldiers to guard the city gates diligently, and starting tomorrow, no one shall be permitted to enter or exit the imperial city freely. All carrier pigeons entering or leaving the city must be intercepted, preventing anyone from transmitting messages via this means. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince thought to himself, "Do they not follow my commands in the court? Why is there disobedience and such a multitude of matters to attend to?" Chapter 119. The Crown Prince's fury in the court. After the Crown Prince departed, Chao Anbong and the others burst into laughter. Chao Anbong remarked, "This Crown Prince is adorably foolish. We must actively cooperate with him to gain control over the entire imperial city. Arrest and execute the Prime Minister along with those obstinate nobles who insist on supporting the borders. Annihilate the Yang and Li families. If one does not bolster the frontiers, the soldiers stationed there will soon find themselves depleted of both provisions and morale, leading to inevitable demise. Yet, what purpose does support serve? The Great Qin Kingdom possesses a martial sovereign. Failure is merely a matter of time." The Crown Prince sits there, disoriented, beset by anxiety and distress. In this moment, strategists present him with two proposals, one detailing how to assist the front lines, and the other outlining the enforcement of decorum and hierarchy. Upon glancing at the proposal for frontline support, the Crown Prince silently tore it to shreds. The strategists stood in shock. This document was the fruit of their labor through the night, yet he dismissed it without a second thought. Did he find it unsatisfactory? Or was there some flaw or incompleteness within? Fearful, they gazed at the Crown Prince, wishing to inquire but daunted by his grim demeanor. They remained silent and still. The Crown Prince regarded them for a moment before gesturing for their departure. He languished in profound sorrow, remaining seated until dawn approached, when an attendant came to escort him to court. With heavy steps, he made his way to the Golden Throne Hall, dreading the prospect of facing the throne once more. He no longer wished to occupy that dragon seat. It filled him with trepidation, despair, and anguish. Reflecting on his demeanor from the previous day, he recalled how spirited and exuberant he had felt while issuing commands. However, he had contemplated fleeing several times, wishing never to return to the Golden Throne Hall. Yet he understood that escape was futile, avoidance was impossible. Within awaited a multitude of ministers and officials. While the patriarch of the Chao family and two others observed him intently, he felt compelled to proceed, aware that any retreat would spell doom for both himself and his family. The Crown Prince entered the Golden Throne Hall, advancing towards the Dragon Throne, where he seated himself upon the Emperor's dais. As the ministers and officials acknowledged his presence, a hush fell over the assembly, all eyes fixed upon him, anticipating his words. The Crown Prince sat there, hand resting on the dragon table before him, head bowed, at a loss for what to express. Chancellor Jiang Shoshin stepped forward. Addressing him, "Your Highness, His Majesty has been on campaign for 2 days. We must urgently convene to formulate strategies for supporting the front lines. We cannot afford any delays." The Crown Prince replied, "I have already devised the strategies for frontline support, which I shall proclaim in 2 days. Today, however, we must focus on the imperative of establishing a strict hierarchy of laws and etiquette. I propose categorizing our citizens into 9 distinct ranks, assigning each individual a clear status. Those of lower rank must fully obey the commands of their superiors, showing utmost respect and refraining from any affronts towards them. Our previous system of servitude has been woefully inadequate. Henceforth, those who violate royal edicts, engage in theft, or default on debts shall be relegated to the status of slaves." Upon hearing this, the assembly of ministers and officials stood in stunned silence. What has come over the Crown Prince? In the present moment, the nation is engulfed in turmoil, teetering on the precipice of survival. Yet, The Crown Prince engages in lengthy discourse about etiquette and hierarchy, seemingly oblivious to the urgency of the situation. Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian, distressed, implored, "Your Highness, while the principles of propriety and rank are indeed significant, we face an impending crisis as flames of war rage. Our soldiers on the front lines are valiantly battling. It is imperative that we prioritize all efforts to support them in these dire times." Suddenly, the Crown Prince erupted in fury, impudent. "Is it I who governs the state, or you? Am I not the heir apparent? Imperial guards, seize Jiang Shouxian and confine him to the dungeons." At that moment, four imperial guards stormed into the hall, encircling Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian. However, none dared to truly apprehend him. Jiang Shouxian was revered throughout the Great Xia for his lifelong dedication to the realm, which had enjoyed political clarity and national tranquility largely due to his efforts. Yet now, under the Crown Prince's regency, he issued a command to detain Jiang Shouxian, leaving the guards in a state of hesitation, torn between duty and conscience. They stood uncertain, grappling with their predicament. Just then, all the civil and military officials rose in unison, beseeching the Crown Prince. "The Prime Minister has toiled tirelessly for the nation, even if his counsel is deemed inappropriate. It stems from his unwavering commitment to the country, the people, and the soldiers bravely facing the enemy on behalf of Your Highness. I implore Your Highness to consider the grace of His Majesty and, in light of the Chancellor's dedication to the nation and its people, to forgive his transgressions." The Crown Prince declared, "From this day forth, the imperial city shall be under strict martial law. No one is permitted to enter or exit." With that, he turned and departed. The assembled ministers exchanged glances, rendered speechless and uncertain of how to proceed. They stood in silence for a moment, until Chancellor Jiang Shouxian shook his head, let out a deep sigh, and slowly withdrew from the Golden Luan Hall, followed by the other ministers. Jiang Shouxian was filled with sorrow, anxiety, and heartbreak, with the borders in peril and His Majesty leading the charge. The imperial city should be fully mobilizing troops and provisions to support the emperor and the soldiers at the front. Yet, the Crown Prince acted in such a manner. After much deliberation, the ministers found themselves at a loss, with no viable solutions. At that moment, a guard entered to report, "Chancellor, the steward of the Yang family, Yang Jinghua, requests an audience." Chapter 120. Pigeon Post to Nanhua Prefecture. Chancellor Jiang Shouxian instructed someone to invite Yang Jinghua inside. Upon entering and noticing several individuals present, Yang Jinghua hastily paid his respects and then stood silently, observing Jiang Shouxian. The Chancellor urged him, "These esteemed individuals are allies. Feel free to speak candidly, Steward Yang." Yang Jinghua replied, "Honorable Chancellor and esteemed lords, the head of the Yang family has sent me to request an audience with you. Given the current dire circumstances, our patriarch is unable to visit the Chancellor's residence in person and wishes to invite you to the Yang family to discuss urgent matters." Yang Jinghua first extends his apologies on behalf of the clan leader to the esteemed Chancellor. Jiang Shouxian, feeling at a loss, requested the ministers present to wait momentarily, and then followed Yang Jinghua to the Yang residence. Upon arrival, Jiang Shouxian met Yang Jingluan, who revealed to him the predictions and arrangements that Li Yuan had devised prior to his departure, leaving Jiang Shouxian utterly astonished. Currently, the members of the Yang and Li clans, along with the household guards and attendants, are diligently training under the guidance of the Yang Jinhua in the use of the formation plates and the 100-man battle array. All individuals needing to relocate from the palace to the Yang residence have successfully made the transition. It is surmised that the patriarch of the Chao family and his associates are biding their time, awaiting the moment when His Majesty has ventured far from the capital to instigate their plans. Meanwhile, we too are anticipating the arrival of the Martial King from Nanhua County and the forces from Chushan City to bolster our position. However, there is a pressing concern. It is estimated that His Majesty will take 1 to 2 months to reach the frontier. Yet, Chaoanbong may not have the luxury of waiting that long. Furthermore, our envoys dispatched to Nanhua County and Chushan City will require a month to arrive at their destination. meaning that reinforcements from these regions may not reach the capital for at least 2 months. Should Chao Anbong decide to act after 1 month, we may find ourselves unable to support the Martial King's arrival from Nanwei County. Our current forces cannot withstand the onslaught from the Crown Prince and the Chao Sun and Huang families. I wonder what strategies the esteemed Chancellor might propose. Yang Jingluan responded, stating that our immediate objective must be to rally the loyal ministers within the court, advising them to refrain from confronting the Crown Prince, to conserve their strength, and to avoid being purged by him. Before the confrontation, it is imperative to garner the support of the Imperial Guards and the Royal City Guards generals. Lord Xia Tianwu has accompanied His Majesty on his expedition, and now the Imperial Guards are under the command of Feng Shiyun. We must devise a strategy to win Feng Shiyun to our side, ensuring that if the Crown Prince declares his surrender to the Great Qin Kingdom and rebels against His Majesty, he will be unable to mobilize the Imperial Guards. The same approach should be taken with the Royal City Guards. Regardless of rank, we should strive to win over as many officers as possible. This way, even if there are unforeseen changes, the damage to the royal city can be minimized. If the Prime Minister wishes to refrain from attending court, he may feign illness. His future presence in court would only prove detrimental. Since that day, tranquility has reigned in the court. Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian has ceased to attend, and no officials dare to oppose or question the Crown Prince's commands. The Crown Prince meticulously delineates the rights and hierarchical structures, categorizing officials by rank and designating families and factions accordingly, thus classifying all citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom into specific tiers. Seated upon the dragon throne, the Crown Prince gradually feels a sense of satisfaction. He muses that this is the dignified demeanor befitting an emperor. Yet, thoughts of the conflict at the border gnaw at him, for the Great Qin Kingdom will inevitably advance, leaving him to ponder whether he can maintain his throne securely. He yearns for the days to remain unchanged. One day, a servant suddenly reports to him that the family of the second prince, Princess Yang Mengshu, along with several princes and princesses, have mysteriously vanished from the palace. Their whereabouts unknown. The Grand Prince remarked, "Where can they possibly escape to? Once the situation stabilizes, I shall ensure they face the consequences." He commanded his subordinates to exert every effort in locating the missing individuals. One of his attendants reported that due to the lockdown in the imperial city, the populace was not permitted to enter or exit, which had incited considerable discontent. The city gates were perpetually in uproar, and numerous incidents had already transpired. The Grand Prince responded, "The present tranquility allows for the reopening of the gates." His orders were relayed to the city gates, prompting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. Upon receiving news of the people's exuberance, the Grand Prince felt a profound sense of joy. However, upon learning of this, the head of the Chao family dispatched a messenger to reprimand the Grand Prince sternly, asserting that opening the gates would allow information to flow between the city and the border, which would be exceedingly detrimental to the Great Qin Empire. The emperor would undoubtedly be incensed, placing the Grand Prince in a precarious position. Thus, he insisted that the Grand Prince must not open the gates or permit anyone to enter or exit the imperial city. The Grand Prince, upon hearing this, felt a deep sense of displeasure. He was vexed not only by the severity of the Chao family's patriarch's tone, but also by the lack of respect shown towards him. Yet, he dared not defy the patriarch's orders. He suddenly realized that, despite being the regent prince, he was not held in the highest esteem. Nor was he the unquestioned authority he had imagined. Meanwhile, Lin Yinghao, the lord of Nanwei Prefecture, was particularly elated after bidding farewell to Zhao Taijun. His family had suddenly gained 5 martial kings, and his blood brother, Wang Qingping, had not only healed from his past injuries, but had also ascended to the rank of martial king. Lin Yinghao had long harbored a sense of guilt regarding Wang Qingping's past injuries. Upon hearing that Wang Qingping had recovered and been promoted to the title of martial king, he resolved to take the time to visit Chushan City to extend his congratulations. One day, while attending to matters at the Lord's mansion, he suddenly received a message delivered by a carrier pigeon from the imperial city. Upon reading the contents of the letter, he was taken aback with astonishment. After making some arrangements, he hurriedly set off for Chushan City. Upon arriving, he first congratulated Wang Qingping and then showed him the letter he had received. Wang Qingping was overwhelmed with excitement and joy at Lin Ninghao's arrival. However, after reading about the events in the imperial city, he too was struck with shock. Not daring to delay, he immediately led Lin Ninghao, along with Lin Taichi and others, to the Li family. At the Li residence, Wang Qingping introduced Lin Ninghao to the esteemed elder Li Taihe and the clan leader Li Tianan. Lin Ninghao expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the Li family for their support of Li Yuan. He then presented the letter from the chancellor to Li Taihe and Li Tianan, who read it carefully. Lin Ninghao assured them that the chancellor's handwritten letter was indeed authentic, leaving no room for doubt. He stated that the messenger sent by Li Yuan to Nanwei County and Chushan City would require nearly a month to arrive, which was also credible. The urgency of the situation in the imperial city was evident from the chancellor's use of a carrier pigeon to communicate, prompting Lin Ninghao to implore the Li family to trust the chancellor and swiftly send aid to the imperial city. After hearing Lin Ninghao's explanation, the esteemed elder Li Taihe decisively proclaimed, "We shall go to the imperial city to assist the Yang and Li families in opposing the crown prince and the Chao, Sun, and Huang clans, and to rescue the imperial city from its peril." Chapter 121. Undercurrents in the imperial city. The elder of the Li family promptly dispatched messengers to notify Li Yuan's maternal family and the martial kings of his own clan. After a flurry of preparations, all martial kings from the mountain city set forth. 2 from the Wang family, Lin Taichi, Wang Quan, and Kong Xiaoping, totaling 5. Alongside 8 from Li Yuan's maternal family, and 50 from his own lineage, culminating in a total of 63 individuals. Under the leadership of Lin Ninghao, they hastily departed. Before their departure, the elder of the Li family glanced back at those remaining behind. Apart from a few martial masters whose age and innate talent rendered them incapable of ascending to the rank of king, the rest were ordinary folk or martial apprentices. This exodus effectively stripped the Li family of its most formidable assets. To safeguard those left behind from unforeseen misfortunes, Li Taihe requested Wang Qingping to ensure the Wang family's protection of the remaining members of the Li family and the Chu family of Li Yuan's maternal lineage. Thanks to the foundational and restorative elixirs provided by Li Yuan, the Wang family, apart from Wang Qingping and Wang Guangming who were promoted to martial kings, also boasted several martial masters. With such capable individuals overseeing matters, the Li family and Li Yuan's maternal family were unlikely to encounter significant troubles. The group rode swiftly, soon reaching the county city. After 10 days of travel, they unexpectedly encountered the martial king Zhao Taijun, who had also been on the road for a few days. Upon seeing each other, Zhao Taijun was elated, and after a brief exchange, they quickly clarified their respective intentions. Zhao Taijun joined forces with Lin Ninghao and the others, and together they hastened towards the imperial city. As time passed day by day, it soon marked the completion of a month since Emperor Xia Mingjun had embarked on his campaign. They gradually approached the borders, while within the imperial city. Apart from the turmoil at the city gates due to the first prince's blockade preventing the populace from entering or exiting, the city appeared deceptively tranquil. The court was devoid of discussions regarding support for the borders or the war. Instead, the focus lay on matters of propriety, the distinction of rank, and the enforcement of hierarchy. The patriarchs of the Chao, Sun, and Huang clans, who exerted control over the first prince, patiently awaited the opportune moment to act, biding their time until Emperor Xia Mingjun had ventured far enough away. Their objective was to eradicate any family, faction, or official within the imperial city that dared oppose them or advocated for reconciliation with the Great Qin dynasty. The leader of the Chao clan felt assured of victory, being a pinnacle level 9 martial king, second only to Emperor Xia Mingjun himself, together with the first prince, also a level 9 martial king, and the leaders of the Sun and Huang clans. Their combined strength rendered them virtually invincible within the imperial city. Meanwhile, the patriarchs of the Yang and Li clans, in conjunction with Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian, discreetly contacted numerous families, factions, and court officials. Gradually, word spread among the populace of the impending upheaval within the imperial city. instilling a sense of dread and anxiety as they awaited the forthcoming changes. Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian successfully allied with the commander of the Imperial Guard, Feng Shiyun, and the general of the city's defense forces, Wei Yongchang, along with several other generals and leaders from both the Imperial Guard and the city's defense. Subsequently, Feng Shiyun and Wei Yongchang each concocted reasons to depart the imperial city and journey to distant lands. The patriarch of the Chao clan continued to wait silently, biding his time. He had no intention of relying on the Imperial Guard and the royal city's defenders to assist the crown prince in dealing with the officials and families within the palace. As long as these parties refrained from aiding the Yang and Li families or the remaining clans and court officials, he was exceedingly confident that, with the crown prince and the heads of the Sun and Huang families at his side, he could easily seize control of the royal city and eliminate all opposing families, officials, and factions. He remained inactive, forbidding the crown prince from taking any action. Even when the crown prince sought to investigate those who had fled to the Yang family from the palace, the head of the Chao family, Chao Anbong, objected. These were mere insignificant figures. Once he commanded the royal city, disposing of them would be as effortless as squashing a mosquito. Chao Anbong resolved to take action. That evening, he dispatched word for the crown prince to convene at the Chao residence. Upon the crown prince's arrival, Chao Anbong informed him, "Your Majesty has reached the border, and conflict will soon erupt. You and all the soldiers at the border will be swiftly vanquished by the great Qin kingdom and Qin tyrant. We must seize control of the royal city before the Feilong army is annihilated by the great Qin kingdom. Only then can we ensure that after the great Qin kingdom destroys the Feilong army, they do not continue their assault on the great Xia, allowing your highness to ascend the throne. If we wait until the great Qin kingdom has obliterated the Feilong army and your majesty, it will be too late for us to take control of the royal city. The Qin army, having defeated the Feilong army and your majesty, will face no opposition and will swiftly advance upon us, besieging the royal city and executing all who dare to resist, including the royal family and officials of all ranks. Alternatively, the great Qin kingdom may not even need to deploy an army for an assault. It suffices for Emperor Qin Ligua and Wuzong Qin Daren to arrive, and with but a few slaps, they could reduce our imperial city to ruins, extinguishing the lives of all within. At that juncture, it would be too late. Hence, we must swiftly seize control of the imperial city and send word to the great Qin kingdom, informing them that we have secured the city and imploring them not to mount an attack." Upon hearing this, the crown prince felt a surge of sorrow at the thought of his father, the emperor he had always revered, a figure he regarded as almost divine in his wisdom, soon to meet his demise. Simultaneously, a sense of relief washed over him. Thanks to the patriarch of the Chao family, a path to survival had been charted for him. Otherwise, he too would face a gruesome end at the hands of the great Qin kingdom, subject to unspeakable tortures without a resting place for his remains. In Chapter 122, The Great Change in the Imperial City, the patriarch of the Chao family elucidated to Xia Tianwei the steps to secure control over the imperial city. First, eliminate the Yang and Li families, along with any officials and factions brave enough to resist, and then declare reconciliation with the great Qin kingdom. The patriarch meticulously outlined to the crown prince the strategy for asserting control over the city and achieving peace with the great Qin kingdom, detailing each step, potential unforeseen circumstances, and appropriate responses. After a sleepless night, the next morning, the crown prince ascended to the court, and in accordance with the directives of the Chao family leader, he commanded the palace guards to summon the heads of the Chao, Sun, Huang, Li, and Yang families to convene for deliberation. Upon hearing the proclamation, the civil and military officials in the court were filled with astonishment and suspicion. The heads of the 8 noble families of the imperial city held no official rank, thus lacking the qualification to participate in court discussions. Typically, should there be a matter requiring their assistance, it would be communicated privately. Why then were they summoned to the court today? What purpose could this serve? Meanwhile, certain lords and ministers privy to inside information began to feel a sense of dread. A monumental upheaval was impending. The crown prince, upon hearing this, was consumed by fury and immediately declared in the court the heads of the Yang and Li families, as subjects of the Great Xia Kingdom, have audaciously disregarded the edicts of the imperial court. This is an act of treachery. Furthermore, the Yang family has long harbored rebellious intentions by concealing royal members. Their actions today are tantamount to treason against the Great Xia Kingdom. Henceforth, I hereby declare the Yang and Li families as traitorous clans. I shall personally lead the imperial guards to eradicate these families and annihilate their lineage. Following the crown prince's announcement, an eerie silence enveloped the court. As many were left dumbfounded by the shocking revelation, those who understood the gravity of the situation remained equally astounded. The leaders of the three families received their orders and departed. The crown prince proceeded to the imperial guards' training grounds, and upon witnessing the meager assembly of troops, his ire intensified. The training ground was sparsely populated, with only a handful of imperial guards present. Apart from a few whom he had managed to rally, the rest were not only few in number, but also possessed inadequate skills, rendering them practically useless. In this contingent, he discerned merely 3 martial kings, all of whom were his own. The Grand Prince soon discerned the reason behind the sparse presence of the Imperial Guard. The majority of its ranks were on leave, and even the commander, Feng Shiyun, was nowhere to be found. With no recourse, he commanded the Imperial Guard to summon all soldiers on leave to return promptly to their posts and fulfill their duties. Furthermore, the Grand Prince ordered the assembly of the Royal City Guard. However, he soon realized that aside from those stationed at the city gates, there were scarcely any available troops. He instructed the Royal City Guard to abandon their posts at the gates and gather together to accompany him in the eradication of the Yang family. As the crowd gathered both inside and outside the city gates observed the withdrawal of the Royal City Guard, they seized the opportunity to rush towards the gates, resulting in a chaotic scene. Some sought to enter the city while others aimed to exit, amidst a cacophony of cheers and cries. After the Grand Prince led the Imperial Guard and the Royal City Guard to rendezvous with the retainers of the Chao, Sun, and Huang families, they arrived at the residence of the Yang family. The Grand Prince commanded the area to be encircled. Unfortunately, the number of men he brought was insufficient. Apart from the Yang family's front gate, only a sparse gathering of individuals could be seen elsewhere. Standing at the entrance of the Yang residence alongside the heads of the Chao, Sun, and Huang families, the Grand Prince observed the tightly shut doors. With no sign of the Yang family, he ordered a retainer to proclaim the imperial edict, and a guard loudly announced, "By the will of heaven." In accordance with the decree of the Crown Prince, the head of the Yang family, Yang Jingluan, and the head of the Li family, Li Hongda, have long harbored treasonous intentions, harboring royal family members and refusing to heed the Crown Prince's summons. Their actions are utterly insubordinate. By law, their estates shall be confiscated and their clan extinguished. After the attendant finished reading the imperial edict, a group of guards forcefully breached the grand entrance of the Yang residence with a massive wooden battering ram. The Crown Prince, along with the patriarch of the Chao family and numerous members of the Imperial Guard and City Defense Forces, surged into the estate. Upon entering the courtyard of the Yang family, the Crown Prince observed a vast plaza where the patriarch of the Yang family, the patriarch of the Li family, and many others stood in an unusual formation. With a long sword in hand, the Crown Prince pointed at the patriarch of the Yang family, declaring, "Yang Jingluan, your family and the Li family have disregarded my commands, harbored members of the royal family, and nurtured treasonous intentions. Today, I have come to eradicate your families." In response, Yang Jingluan coldly retorted, "Who harbors treasonous thoughts? Heaven and earth can bear witness. Your Highness, you have been swayed by the insidious words of Chao Anbang, betraying the Great Xia and your own father. In this time of national peril, while His Majesty bravely leads the army, risking life and death for the countless subjects of Great Xia, you, in the imperial city, act contrary to your father's wishes, disregarding the lives of him and thousands of valiant soldiers. You truly deserve the gravest of condemnations. Fortunately, we have long anticipated your treasonous intentions and prepared for the worst. Had it not been for our vigilance, your disgraceful actions of inciting chaos in the imperial city and surrendering to the Qin kingdom might have succeeded. Patriarch Chao interjected. Why waste words on him? Eliminate them. With that, he swung his sword and led the charge forward. Yang Jingluan, with a cold smile, raised his long sword, which radiated a formidable energy, and swung it to confront the advancing assailants. The formidable energy blade, wielded by the patriarch of the Yang family, sliced through the air with lightning speed, cleaving towards the assembled crowd before him. The front line, comprised of the Imperial Guards, the Royal City Defense Forces, and the retainers of the Chao family, was ruthlessly severed as if they were mere tofu, with many falling victim to the onslaught of this energy weapon. Tragically, the patriarch of the Sun family, a master at the 7th level of martial prowess, met his demise beneath the might of the energy blade. Chapter 123, The Yang Family's Fierce Battle, Part 1. The Crown Prince and the patriarch of the Chao family leapt aside, narrowly evading the deadly strike, while the patriarch of the Huang family crouched low to escape its wrath. Some managed to evade the attack, yet others were not so fortunate, meeting their end or sustained grievous injuries. The Chao family patriarch shouted in alarm, urging, "Fall back! Retreat!" Those who survived scattered. Some fled through the main gate, while others vaulted onto the walls, escaping over the parapet. Upon emerging, the Chao family patriarch was incensed to find that of the 100 or so who had entered, only 20 or 30 had escaped, and the patriarch of the Sun family lay slain within. In a fit of rage, the Chao family patriarch commanded the Imperial Guards, the city defense forces, and the retainers of the Chao, Sun, and Huang families to demolish the gates, walls, and entrance of the Yang estate. A throng of Imperial Guards, city defense forces, and the retainers of the 3 families hefted heavy timber, battering it against the entrance and walls of the Yang residence. In a short while, the gates and walls crumbled under the relentless assault. The Yang family members erupted in laughter, taunting, "Advance, advance! Rebels, today, you shall experience the formidable power of our 100-man slaughter formation." The patriarch of the Chao family, in a state of exasperation, addressed the Crown Prince. "Is this not the famed 100-man slaughter formation? Such a formidable array, why was I not informed of its potency?" The Crown Prince replied, "I was unaware of its might. I have never encountered it before." The Chao patriarch retorted, "They possess the 100-man slaughter formation, do you not? Did His Majesty not leave you with some formation plates upon his departure?" A confidant of the Crown Prince within the Imperial Guard interjected, "Your Highness, we do have formation plates. His Majesty left us 5 when he left." The Chao patriarch urged, "Then why not retrieve them at once? With such a powerful formation plate, we too shall employ it and see how that old scoundrel Yang Jingluan resists." A soldier from the Imperial Guard produced a formation plate and presented it to the Chao patriarch, explaining its usage. After listening intently, the Chao patriarch refined the formation plate with his mental energy and cast it upon the ground, activating it with his spiritual force. Taking command from the center of the formation, he selected 100 guards to form their own 100-man slaughter formation. With a swift motion of his long blade, an energy saber manifested upon it, given the Chao patriarch's peak cultivation at the 9th level of Martial King. His energy saber was longer and larger than that of the Yang patriarch. With a hearty laugh, the Chao patriarch proclaimed, "Yang Jingluan, you old wretch. Behold as I cleave you all in twain with a single stroke." With that, he swung his long blade, and the energy saber shot forth with lightning speed toward the Yang clan. The energy blade of the patriarch of the Chao clan, having been deflected, was reduced to a mere flicker of its former might, now devoid of power. The patriarch of the Chao clan laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Yang Jingluan, let us see how many more of these strikes you can withstand." With that, he swung his long blade, conjuring another formidable energy sword, which he directed towards the Yang clan's formation of 100 men. At that moment, beside the Yang clan's array, a small girl clad in gray, her face smeared with dust, waved her hand towards the patriarch of the Chao clan. An array plate descended upon the Chao clan's formation and suddenly activated. The 2 spinning array plates collided with a resounding boom. The violent impact caused an explosion, propelling the patriarch of the Chao clan, the crown prince, the patriarch of the Huang clan, and 3 other martial kings out of the array, leaving them battered and disheveled. The remaining individuals within the array, whose cultivation did not reach the martial king level, were utterly annihilated in the blast. Furious beyond measure, the patriarch of the Chao clan sternly commanded the crown prince, "Summon all the soldiers from the imperial city, gather every warrior from the clans and factions, dismantle the walls of the Yang residence, raze every building to the ground, and obliterate the Yang clan. Any individual within the imperial city who dares to disobey or resist this command shall be deemed a traitor, and their families will face annihilation." Upon hearing this, the crown prince hastily instructed the imperial guard to relay the patriarch's orders. The patriarch of the Huang clan interjected, "Your Highness, Brother Chao, since the Yang clan can destroy our formation using their array plates, we shall employ the same strategy. Do we not have 4 array plates at our disposal?" He hurled one over, shattering the formation of the Yang family, eager to see how they would withstand their assault. The patriarch of the Chao family erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "What a splendid plan! Let us proceed with it." A soldier from the Imperial Guard presented a formation disc, which the Chao patriarch accepted, refining it before launching it towards the Yang family's formation. At that moment, a young girl clad in gray suddenly revealed a bow in her hands. She drew the bow and shot an arrow that struck the formation disc thrown by the Chao patriarch, causing it to explode, thereby annihilating the formation. Only then did the Chao patriarch take notice of the girl in gray. He inquired, "Who is that little girl?" Suddenly, he was taken aback, realizing that her cultivation was at the level of a martial king. Who could she be? "Ah, I know. She is Yang Jinhua from the Yang family." No one else could have advanced to the rank of martial king at such a tender age. She spoke, "Patriarch Chao, did you ever anticipate that today would unfold in such a manner? You have incited the crown prince to betray the great Xia kingdom, believing your prowess would easily allow you to seize control of the imperial city. Yet, you were oblivious to our prior preparations against your treachery. I shall see how you intend to breach the defenses of the Yang family today." Chao Anbong sneered, "Do you truly believe that you can withstand our assaults unscathed? I shall summon reinforcements to encircle your Yang family, trapping you and ensuring your demise through starvation. We shall see how long you can endure." The patriarch of the Huang family added, "The great Qin kingdom has already summoned the martial sovereign Qin Tyrant from the heavenly severance gate to assist them. They will swiftly obliterate the dragon army of the great Xia kingdom and advance upon this imperial city. At that point, we shall see how you intend to defend yourselves." The patriarch of the Chao family shot him a glare, and at that moment, the patriarch of the Huang family suddenly realized he had misspoken. The first prince also trembled, gripped by intense fear. Chapter 124. The Fierce Battle of the Yang Family, Part 2. The patriarch of the Yang family laughed heartily. "Has your true nature finally been revealed? You have betrayed the great Xia kingdom and his majesty, a crime deserving of death 1,000 times over." First prince, as the biological son of his majesty and the heir to the throne, you were entrusted with the governance of the nation. Yet, you have succumbed to the insidious words of the patriarch of the Chao family and betrayed both his majesty and the great Xia kingdom. Do you not realize how your actions dishonor the countless citizens of the great Xia and the emperor himself? The first prince retorted, "Desist from your nonsensical accusations. How could I, as the first prince, ever betray the great Xia kingdom? I am merely seeking a path to survival for the multitude of citizens. Your stubborn resistance will ultimately lead to your demise." Yang Jinhua interjected, "First prince, Patriarch Chao, you seem to believe that this war will inevitably result in the triumph of the great Qin kingdom and the defeat of the great Xia kingdom. But have you considered what would happen if the great Xia emerged victorious and the great Qin faced defeat? What then would become of you, the Chao family, the first prince, and the Sun and Huang families?" Yang Jinhua added, "Patriarch Chao, your knowledge of the schemes of the great Qin kingdom is quite detailed. Yet, regrettably, your overconfidence blinds you. You presume that the great Xia kingdom is destined for failure, while the great Qin will assuredly prevail. Just as in this imperial city, where you possess 2 ninth-level martial kings, and one at the 7th and one at the 6th. You believe it will be effortless to seize control of the imperial city and eradicate the Yang and Li families, along with any other opposing factions. But what is the reality now? Have you achieved victory? Can you truly dominate the imperial city with ease? If the battlefield at the borders mirrors the situation in this city, what consequences will you face? The patriarch of the Chao family declared, on the battlefield at the border. The great Qin kingdom cannot possibly suffer defeat. You insignificant beings, it is merely a matter of time before I obliterate you. Do not presume that your mere array formations can withstand our onslaught. At that moment, a confidant of the crown prince spoke to him, Your Highness, we possess explosive spiritual arrows akin to those shot by Yang Jinhua. We can utilize these arrows against their formations. The patriarch of the Chao family quickly inquired, How many of these arrows do we have? The confidant replied, When His Majesty set out for battle, he left us with 50 of these fire-explosive arrows. It turned out that these arrows, inscribed with fire-explosive runes, had been crafted by Li Yuan, who produced several hundred and allocated some to Xiao Jinhua and the little princess, while the remainder was entrusted to Emperor Xia Mingjun. The emperor distributed these arrows among the various generals heading into battle, reserving 50 for the imperial guard in the royal city. Currently, only Li Yuan possesses the ability to forge such arrows. The members of the artisan guild have yet to master the technique, rendering these arrows quite scarce. The patriarch of the Chao family insisted, Hand over all these arrows to me, and also the remaining 3 array formations. The quartermaster approached, presenting the 3 formations and the 50 arrows. The confidant of the crown prince informed the patriarch, Li Yuan has also taught a method of archery that enables the shot arrows to track their intended targets. He then meticulously conveyed the secrets of this archery technique to the head of the Chao clan, who was left utterly astonished. Having departed from the imperial city merely a month prior, he was astounded by the myriad of strange occurrences that had transpired in such a brief period. This Li Yuan possessed extraordinary skills. He could forge ammunition capable of elevating martial masters and even martial apprentices directly to the rank of martial king. And he could craft formations that not only ensnared but also eliminated foes, accommodating strategies for slaying 100 adversaries. He could produce arrows that detonated upon impact with the target and instruct others in the art of crafting tracking arrows. The head of the Chao clan pondered over the intricacies of this archery technique for a moment before seizing a bow and an arrow. He drew the bowstring and aimed at the head of the Yang clan within the formation. Observing this, the young girl Jinhua promptly retrieved her own arrow and shot it towards the arrow released by the Chao clan leader. The 2 arrows collided and erupted in a spectacular explosion. Undeterred, the Chao clan leader launched another arrow at Jinhua, who retaliated with another shot, resulting once more in a dazzling detonation as the arrows met. Then, the Chao clan leader produced 10 arrows and handed them to 10 soldiers trained in this technique, instructing them to simultaneously target Jinhua. The 10 arrows whistled through the air toward her, prompting Jinhua to swiftly deploy a formation plate, enlarging it and positioning it before herself. The arrows struck the formation plate in unison, culminating in a fierce explosion. Subsequently, the Chao clan leader brandished 30 arrows, distributing them among 30 soldiers, commanding them to simultaneously target various sections of the formation plate. Should even 1 or 2 of these arrows find their mark upon the formation, they would obliterate it entirely. Once the formation is shattered, the formidable 100-person slaughtering array devised by the head of the Yang clan would be rendered ineffective, allowing him to swiftly eliminate them all. Aside from the leaders of the Yang and Li clans, who are both advanced martial kings, the remainder are predominantly first-level martial kings. Martial masters, or even martial apprentices, certainly no match for him alone, especially with the presence of the Grand Prince and the head of the Huang clan by his side. 30 arrows soared simultaneously towards various points of the formation. The breadth of their trajectory was so expansive that there was no possibility of intercepting them, whether by arrows or through the formation itself. SUSI-MANHUA made no attempt to obstruct the arrows with any means. Upon striking the formation, an explosion ensued, shattering the formation. Though this was merely the detonation of a formation rather than a collision of 2 forces, Its might was not substantial. The majority of those within the array were nonetheless annihilated. The head of the Chao clan erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Old scoundrel Yang Jingluan, I wonder how you will resist this time." With a swift flourish of his blade, he commanded his forces, "Charge!" A throng of imperial guards, royal city defenders, and the warriors and attendants of the Chao clan surged forward towards the members of the Yang clan. However, as they advanced a few paces, the scene before them abruptly transformed. No longer were they facing the Yang clan, but instead, mountains, forests, rivers, gorges, and colossal boulders materialized. The advancing troops were taken aback, and the head of the Chao clan realized they had been ensnared within the very formation itself. As Little Golden Flower observed the members of the Chao family rushing towards her, she swiftly cast a formation plate, enlarging it to activate the array within. After ensnaring the approaching Chao family members, she threw another formation plate, compelling the warriors of the Yang family to take their positions within the newly formed 100-man slaughter formation. The patriarch of the Yang family swung his long blade, summoning a colossal energy blade that manifested atop it, and he immediately wielded this energy blade, cleaving towards the members of the Chao family ensnared within the array. At that moment, chaos erupted within the formation, as a hail of arrows rained down. Fireballs descended from the heavens, massive boulders tumbled down the mountainside, torrential floods surged from the ravines, and countless vines spiraled through the air. The members of the Chao family scrambled to defend themselves, yet many of the less skilled were struck, burned, or crushed. During this tumult, an energy blade cleaved through the air, prompting those trapped within the formation, including the Chao family members, to leap or crouch in an attempt to evade. The patriarch of the Huang family also leapt, seeking to escape the trajectory of the energy blade. However, as he ascended, the energy blade pivoted and turned, severing him in twain. The patriarch of the Chao family, witnessing the dire situation, hastily retrieved a formation plate, enlarging it to activate. The collision of the two activated formation plates resulted in a violent explosion, obliterating everyone within except for the Chao patriarch, the crown prince, and the three martial kings. Chapter 125. The Fierce Battle at the Yang Residence. Part 3. The patriarch of the Chao family, the crown prince, and three others were violently hurled from the formation, their predicament a spectacle of disarray. In haste, they retreated beyond the reach of the energy blade. Enraged and humiliated, the Chao patriarch commanded his men to assault the formation. He declared that the formation's energy was finite, capable of sustaining its operation only for a brief period. Soon, the energy would be depleted. Once devoid of energy, the formation would cease to function, and he wondered how long they could endure. Little Jean Hua presented a piece of primordial energy to the head of the Yang family, instructing him to place it at the formation's core. This singular piece of primordial energy was equivalent to 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The formation, being a second-tier array, required merely 10 spirit stones to operate normally for 2 hours. Thus, this piece of primordial energy could sustain the array for an extended duration. The group assailed the formation for an extended time, yet their efforts bore no fruit. It appeared that the formation possessed an abundance of energy, allowing it to operate indefinitely. At that moment, the troops summoned by the crown prince from the imperial city, along with various family retainers, began to arrive in succession. Observing the influx of reinforcements, the Chao patriarch urged the crown prince to command these newly arrived forces to launch an assault on the Yang residence, to raze the walls and structures to the ground, and to execute any member of the Yang family on sight, regardless of identity. Many soldiers and retainers heeded the command, employing massive timber to batter the walls and buildings of the Yang estate. After demolishing the entirety of the Yang family's walls and several structures, they discovered that the premises were utterly deserted. Undeterred, they continued their relentless destruction of the remaining edifices. However, the estate of the Yang family is exceedingly vast. If one were to methodically assault it room by room, it remains uncertain how long it would take to reduce the Yang residence to mere rubble. No one dares to venture deep into the Yang courtyard, for who can ascertain where the Yang clan members might be concealed? The Yang family has produced numerous martial kings through the alchemical prowess of Yuan, while none among this group possesses even a semblance of that strength. To delve into the depths of the Yang residence would be tantamount to courting death. The patriarch of the Chao family observed the onslaught upon the defensive formation and remarked, "I wonder how long you can endure. Even if you cannot breach your formation, I shall remain here, watching you exhaust yourselves, deprived of sustenance and rest, until you are utterly worn down." Yang Jinhua brandished a flame-burst spiritual arrow, aiming at a peak 9th-level martial artist from the Chao family. She released the arrow, which struck the warrior squarely in the chest, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that left him utterly dismembered. The patriarch of the Chao family hastily commanded his followers to guard against Yang Jinhua's arrows, if such a spiritual arrow approaches. Simply using a shield or any other object to deflect it will cause it to detonate without inflicting harm. The soldiers of the imperial city, along with the guards of the Chao family and others, remained on high alert, their eyes fixated on the young Jinhua, wary of her lethal projectiles. The standoff persisted, causing the patriarch of the Yang family to silently fret. Such a stalemate is not a viable strategy. Though they had meticulously prepared for this confrontation, their forces are undeniably too feeble. In this deadlock, any slip or unforeseen event could lead to their utter defeat. Although the patriarch of the Chao family and the crown prince suffered significant losses, both sustained only minor injuries that did not alter the overall situation. It is crucial to remember that as long as there exists a martial king of the 9th level, they could obliterate all their adversaries. At that moment, a family vassal quietly reported to the patriarch of the Yang family, "Esteemed patriarch, the martial kings from Nanhua Prefecture and Chushan City have arrived. The chancellor has already made contact with them. Please provide your instructions." Indeed, the martial kings from Nanhua Prefecture and Chushan City, led by Zhao Taijun and Lin Yinghao, had hastened their journey through the night and finally arrived at the imperial city today. Initially, they were concerned about how they could infiltrate the city. However, upon reaching the city gate and contacting their liaison, they discovered that the crown prince had dispatched all the imperial guards stationed at the city gate to besiege the Yang family, leaving the entrance completely unguarded, inaccessible for anyone to enter. Zhao Taijun and his companions swiftly slipped through the city gate and met with Chancellor Jiang Shouxian, who immediately ordered someone to inform the patriarch of the Yang family. Upon hearing the news, Yang Jingluan was overjoyed and instructed the vassal to relay this information to little Jinhua, entrusting her with the responsibility to act according to the strategy they had previously devised. The vassal approached little Jinhua and informed her of the arrival of the martial kings from Nanhua Prefecture and Chushan City, stating that the patriarch had requested her to make the necessary arrangements. Little Jinhua responded, 74 martial kings have arrived. So let us form 100-man slashing formation with every 10 martial kings alongside our Yang and Li family vassals, which will result in 700-man formations. If we lack personnel, we shall ask the Chancellor to provide the necessary reinforcements. In my possession, I hold a dozen or so formation plates. After uttering this, she produced 3 and added, "Moreover, I shall request 4 more for the esteemed clan leader." When Li Yuan departed, he had gifted 10 formation plates to the patriarch of the Yang family. With these 7 formation plates, we shall construct 7 lethal 100-man slaying formations, enabling these individuals to discreetly infiltrate the ranks of the various families arriving to support the crown prince, including the household guards and the Imperial Forest Army, as well as the Royal City's defense forces. Subsequently, we shall subtly arrange the formations around the crown prince and the patriarch of the Chao family, encircling them within these traps, ultimately eliminating both the patriarch and the crown prince. Should we succeed in vanquishing them, the royal city shall remain safeguarded. It is imperative that we eradicate both, for if even one of them escapes, we will lose our grip on the royal city and may even jeopardize our own safety. The military leader received his orders and departed. He sought out Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian, recounting Yang Jinhua's directives, before presenting the 7 formation plates. Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian promptly organized the troops, ensuring each formation was manned by 100 individuals. Zhao Taijun, Lin Yinghao, Wang Qingping, Li Taihe, Wang Quan, Lin Taichi, and Kang Xiaoping were each assigned to refine one formation plate and oversee the command. Following a brief coordination exercise, these individuals, guided by those designated by Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian, seamlessly blended into the ranks of the Crown Princess household guards, who were being summoned from various families. Without drawing attention, they discreetly selected their positions, encircling the Crown Prince and the patriarch of the Chao family. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously cast the formation plates onto the ground, activating them with their mental energy. Chapter 126, Fierce Battle at the Yang Family, Part 4, 700 individuals took their positions. As Lin Yinghao and his 6 companions wielded their long swords, conjuring 7 formidable energy blades suspended in midair. The head of the Chao family and the Crown Prince stood to one side, directing the soldiers, family generals, and guards in their assault on the Yang family's formation. Suddenly, they realized that 700-man slashing formations had emerged around them, and the 7 energy blades were simultaneously arcing towards them. Many soldiers and family generals found themselves ensnared within the Falcon formation, and the scenery before their eyes transformed dramatically, revealing mountains, colossal boulders, forests, and rivers. The head of the Chao family and the Crown Prince quickly comprehended their predicament. They were surrounded by the formation. The soldiers and family generals trapped within the Falcon formation were not of the martial king rank, but rather of the martial master and martial disciple levels. Consequently, within a brief period, they were struck down by arrows from the trembling platform, crushed by falling boulders, ensnared by cascading vines, or met their demise through fire or drowning. The 7 energy blades simultaneously lunged towards the Crown Prince, the head of the Chao family, and the 3 newly promoted martial kings. The 5 men were taken aback, leaping or crouching in an attempt to evade, yet evasion was futile against such formidable energy blades. In a matter of moments, the 3 newly ascended martial kings were slain. The Crown Prince and the head of the Chao family found themselves in the midst of the 7 formations. The Crown Prince engulfed in terror, while the head of the Chao family was gripped by both astonishment and fury. They were at a loss, unable to fathom from where the Yang family had summoned such a multitude of martial kings and formations. The head of the Chao family declared, "We must escape first." With that, he produced a formation plate and hurled it towards the formation commanded by Zhao Taijun. At that moment, Xiao Jinhua was simultaneously guarding against the potential resistance of the Chao clan leader. Observing him hurl a formation disc, she swiftly knocked an arrow and shot it, causing the formation disc to explode upon impact. The Chao clan leader then drew his bow, launching a spirit arrow towards Xiao Jinhua. In response, she released another arrow, targeting the one shot by the Chao clan leader. The 2 arrows collided, resulting in a violent explosion. At that critical moment, the Chao clan leader produced his final formation disc and hurled it towards Zhao Tiejuan's disc. The Chao clan leader's disc landed atop Zhao Tiejuan's, and he amplified it with his mental energy, activating its function. The 2 formation discs collided, unleashing a tremendous explosion. Among those within Zhao Tiejuan's formation, except for the 10 martial kings led by Zhao Taijun who were thrown aside, the remainder perished in the blast. Seizing the opportunity, the Chao clan leader leaped from Zhao Tiejuan's formation. Nearby, Lin Yinghao and Wang Changping swung their long energy sabers, swiftly striking towards the Chao clan leader. He evaded their assault by lying flat on the ground, narrowly avoiding their energy blades, and then with a mighty leap, he sprinted beyond the range of their attack. Observing the Chao clan leader's escape, the Crown Prince hastened to follow the path he had created. He had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly realized that the scenery before him had transformed. No longer was he amidst the arena of 100 warriors and the fallen martial kings, but rather surrounded by towering peaks, colossal boulders, dense woods, and flowing rivers. It turned out that upon witnessing the clan leader of the Chao family shatter Zhao Tiejuan's formation disc, Xiao Jinhua had rushed out and immediately cast another formation disc in an attempt to ensnare the Chao clan leader. Alas, he had already escaped beyond the reach of her formation. However, the eldest prince remained trapped within the confines of the disc. Arrows began to rain down from the crevices of the boulders, the heights of the mountains, and the depths of the forest, all aimed at the eldest prince. Massive stones tumbled toward him, and in midair, countless vines swirled menacingly in his direction. In a frantic effort, he swatted at the arrows and vines, desperately attempting to shatter the formation surrounding him. Yet, at that moment, 6 energy blades from the surrounding 100-warrior formations surged toward him. The energy blades halted abruptly as the clan leader of the Yuan family bellowed, "Strike with the blades. Capture the eldest prince alive." The 6 energy blades descended upon the prince, who, in a flurry of panic, attempted to evade them. But with so many blades assaulting him, evasion was futile. At last, one of the energy blades struck his back, sending him crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, another blade slammed into him, forcing him back down. Subsequently, 4 more blades descended upon his legs and arms, shattering them with brutal force. The eldest prince succumbed to the onslaught, rendered unconscious and unable to resist. The head of the Chao family bellowed at the assembly, "How dare you harm the crown prince? You are committing treason. You shall face the annihilation of your families. I will personally see to it that each of you is dispatched, and your entire lineage extinguished. I shall eradicate all of you and your kin." With that, the leader prepared to retreat with his remaining, beleaguered forces. However, he was suddenly astonished to find the scenery before him transformed into towering peaks, dense woods, and colossal boulders. The head of the Chao family was struck with alarm. "How have I been ensnared by the formation once again?" Panic surged within him. This formation, albeit a mere second-tier array, was peculiarly robust and challenging to breach. Had he still possessed a formation plate, he might have risked injury to dismantle the array. But now, bereft of any such means, he was at a loss. It transpired that when the heads of the Yang and Li families, along with the young girl Jinhua, deliberated on how to confront the Chao family leader, they had contemplated the eventuality of the martial kings from Nanhua County and Chushan City arriving. They realized that should they possess the means to eliminate the Chao family leader, it was imperative to devise a way to ensnare him should he be outside the range of the formation's assault. Without the ability to trap the Chao family leader within the array, even a multitude of martial kings would be incapable of capturing or vanquishing him. To ensure the entrapment of the Chao family leader, the head of the Yang family discreetly dispatched 5 individuals, each armed with a formation plate, to mingle within the ranks of the crown prince's entourage. He instructed them to ensnare the Chao family leader and the crown prince when the opportune moment arose. Currently, the patriarch of the Chao family stands as the sole martial king at the 9th level, while the rest of the family members possess abilities below that rank. In contrast, the Yang family boasts over 100 martial kings, and should they manage to confine the Chao patriarch and prevent his escape, there exists a possibility of vanquishing him. Seizing the opportunity, a clever Yang family general stealthily placed an array plate beside the Chao patriarch, activating it with his spiritual energy to ensnare Chaoanbong. A multitude of arrows rained down from the boulders and trees, targeting Chaoanbong. He paid no heed to these projectiles, fully aware that the energy arrows from this secondary array posed little threat, likely only capable of piercing his skin and inflicting minor wounds. Ignoring the arrows and rolling boulders, Chaoanbong concentrated on delivering powerful strikes against a nearby boulder, hoping to shatter the array and secure his escape. He struck the boulder thrice, causing it to tremble, and the entire array shook as well, yet it remained unbroken. Vines ensnared Chaoanbong, but he summoned a spiritual weapon, a large blade, from his storage bag, hacking at the tendrils while continuing to assault the boulder with his palms. At that moment, a spiritual arrow was launched at him by Xiao Jinhua. However, just then, 2 energy blades materialized out of thin air, slicing towards him. When Lin Yinghao and Wang Qingping observed that the patriarch of the Chao family was ensnared by the formation, their battle-hardened instincts seized the opportunity. They promptly gathered their mental energies to retrieve the formation plate and positioned themselves beside the Chao patriarch. Casting the plate onto the ground and activating its powers. Leading their 100-man slashing squad, they reformed the 100-man slashing array upon the plate. With a swift motion, they raised their long knives, creating formidable energy blades that manifested above them, and they immediately swung these energy blades towards the Chao patriarch. Chaoanbong, in a desperate maneuver, threw himself to the ground, narrowly evading the two energy blades. At that moment, Li Taihe, Wang Quan, Lin Taichi, and Kang Xiaoping also collected the formation plate and joined the Chao Patriarch, initiating its activation. After dodging the initial onslaught, Chao Anbong gathered his strength to strike the massive stone, intent on breaking the formation. However, as he struck, four more energy blades materialized in the air, descending upon him. Panic-stricken, Chao Anbong prostrated himself on the ground, eluding two of the energy blades, yet two others quickly followed in a lethal arc. He sprang into the air, narrowly escaping once more. However, as he momentarily hovered, caught between the heights, two energy blades surged toward him. In a desperate act, he sank his body downward, headfirst towards the earth, successfully dodging one blade. Yet, he was a fraction too slow to evade the other, which cleaved through his leg, severing it. Chao Anbong fell to the ground, defeated. At that moment, four formidable energy blades struck toward him. He endeavored to twist his body in an attempt to evade these lethal weapons, yet as he moved forward ever so slightly, one energy blade struck his other leg. Another severed his neck, while the remaining two blades impacted his torso. Chao Anbong's other leg and head were cleaved away, his head rolling to one side. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as all eyes turned toward the patriarch of the Chao family. People found it difficult to comprehend the reality before them. The patriarch of the Chao family, a formidable figure who had dominated the imperial city for many years. Renowned for his prowess and ranked second in cultivation within the city, even revered by many as a deity, now lay before them in a state of decapitation. Was this truly real? Many harbored doubts, questioning if they were ensnared in a dream. Moments later, the patriarch of the Yang family proclaimed to the martial kings from Nanhua County and Chushan City, "Victory! We have triumphed. Gratitude to our friends from Nanhua County and Chushan City for their assistance." Suddenly, the crowd erupted in exuberant cheers. "Victory! We have triumphed." Observing the chaos, the eldest prince and those accompanying the Chao patriarch saw many hastily retreating, prompting the guards of the Yang and Li families to swiftly pursue. The patriarch of the Yang family declared, "Do not chase them. They cannot escape. Secure the battlefield and bind the eldest prince." The guards of both families commenced their cleanup of the battlefield, while the patriarchs of the Yang and Li families, alongside the young Jinhua, approached the martial kings from Nanhua County and Chushan City to exchange greetings. As the formalities of greetings and expressions of gratitude drew to a close, Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian approached, initiating yet another exchange of pleasantries. Following a thorough discussion among the attendees, it was resolved that Jiang Shouxian would assume responsibility for the affairs of state, overseeing the matters of the imperial city and providing support to the front lines. In light of the chaos wrought by the rebellion of the crown prince and the patriarch of the Chao family, Jiang Shouxian determined to convene an immediate court session to address the myriad issues plaguing the imperial city. Utilizing her acupoint sealing technique, the adept Xiao Jinhua subdued the crown prince's martial prowess and administered a healing elixir. Given that the crown prince was a martial sovereign, Xiao Jinhua provided him with a second-tier healing potion. Thus, his recovery would not be instantaneous. Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian ordered the crown prince to be confined in the Ministry of Justice's prison, assigning 2 martial sovereigns to guard him personally. Jiang Shouxian gathered everyone in the Grand Hall and commanded that all civil and military officials be summoned to deliberate on state matters. He dispatched envoys to summon Commander Feng Shiyun of the Imperial Guard and General Wei Qi Yongchang of the city's defense forces, instructing them to diligently restore order within the imperial city. Furthermore, he requested the participation of the Imperial Guard, the city's defense forces, the retainers of the Yang and Li families, and representatives from the various noble families within the city to assist in the eradication of the Chao Sun and Huang families along with their vassals, ensuring that all members of these clans were apprehended and imprisoned, awaiting the sovereign's decree. Following a tense yet necessary deployment of forces, tranquility was restored to the imperial city. Subsequently, Jiang Shouxian initiated urgent preparations to support the frontline efforts, dispatching messengers to inform Emperor Xia Mingjun of the events transpiring within the imperial city. Meanwhile, The armies of the Great Xia Kingdom surged toward the borders, with the first skirmishes erupting on the battlefield of Baiting County. Due to the allegiance of Baiting Jun and the Qianlong army to the Great Liang Kingdom, the northern front was left entirely unguarded. The forces of Baiting Jun and the Qianlong army were appointed as the vanguard, directly advancing into the heart of the Great Xia Kingdom, encountering no resistance along their path. Consequently, Duan Ganqing and his companions swiftly surged out of Baiting County, launching an assault on Yenzhou County. The governor of Yenzhou, Changsun Yomi, possessed merely the cultivation of a martial master, rendering him incapable of withstanding the onslaught of Duan Ganqing and his allies. Therefore, upon their brief engagement, he was swiftly vanquished. Duan Ganqing and his forces rapidly seized control of the entire Yenzhou County. When the second prince, Xia Tianxian, and the young princess arrived, Duan Ganqing and Qin Jimin were poised to attack the neighboring Yuzhou County. The second prince and the young princess promptly established their formations in an open terrain. The second prince held over 100 formation plates, while the young princess selected more than 10,000 capable soldiers to comprise over 100 hundred-man slashing formations, ensuring that the troops practiced diligently. Additionally, he arranged several hundred-man and thousand-man slashing formations in the open area for further training. The young princess's strategy was as follows. In the expansive area, she deployed the 100-man and 1,000-man slashing formations at the front, left, and right, creating a vast pocket. Once the forces of Baiting County and the Qianlong army entered this pocket, the 100-plus squads holding formation plates would seal off the retreat of the Qianlong army and Baiting County from behind, thereby forming a colossal encirclement that would trap the Qianlong army and Baiting County's forces within. Chapter 128. A surprise attack, Duan Ganqing proclaimed. The Great Xia Kingdom is feeble, and its emperor is cowardly and inept. Presently, it is ensnared in a catastrophic plight. Aligning ourselves with the Great Xia will only lead to ruin and desolation, leaving us without a resting place in death. By joining forces with the Great Liang Kingdom, we not only evade utter annihilation but also partake in greater wealth and splendor. If one does not act for oneself, heaven will bring about their demise. With merely the 20,000 aged and infirm soldiers under your second prince's command, how could you possibly withstand my 50,000 fierce warriors? Today, I shall eradicate you all. Regardless, you are destined to perish. Whether sooner or later, death awaits you all. Qin Jiming retorted, Emperor Xia Mingjun has long regarded us with disdain. If we do not rebel, we shall inevitably face his wrath. What crime has my son, Qin Shuwen, committed in the capital? Without a word, you have dispatched him to his demise. Today, I seek vengeance for my son and aim to obliterate the Great Xia Kingdom. Duan Ganqing replied, Let us dispense with idle chatter and determine our fates on the battlefield. However, at that moment, the scenery before them transformed abruptly. No longer was it the summer-selected troops and the army ahead, but rather a landscape of mountains, forests, boulders, and rivers. A multitude of Qianlong troops and soldiers from Baiting Jun surged forth. Chapter 129. Enlisting the Qianlong army's second prince, Xia Tianxian, swung his energy blade, cleaving through the advancing soldiers with a single stroke. The foremost soldier was severed in half, and blood sprayed forth like a torrential mist, with dismembered corpses strewn across the ground. The young princess handed a piece of primal energy to Xia Tianxian, instructing him to place it at the core of the formation. With this fragment of primal energy, the formation would sustain itself for an extended duration. A multitude of soldiers surged forward, with the summer contestant wielding a long sword, repeatedly sweeping through the ranks. Countless soldiers fell, either slain or wounded. Fear gripped many, rendering them hesitant to advance any further. The soldiers at the rear began to retreat, preparing to flee. It was at this moment that they suddenly perceived a formidable assembly of warriors behind them, positioned in an unusual formation. The leader's long sword shimmered with the essence of a colossal energy blade. The troops of the Qianlong army and those of Baiting County comprehended their dire predicament. They were ensnared. After 2 days of marching and reclaiming substantial territories in Yenzhou County, they were poised to press onward to recover Baiting County when a scout hastened back with alarming news. The forces of the Dalian kingdom had reached the borders of Baiding County and would soon launch an assault. The second prince, Xiaotian, promptly commanded a halt to their advance. He and the young Princess Min Gangguo selected a level, expansive terrain suitable for deploying formations and established their camp. The princess immediately began etching intricate diagrams of the 100-man slaughter and 1,000-man slaughter formations upon the ground, intensifying the training of the soldiers to master these tactics. Days later, the armies of Dalian arrived. Scouts and soldiers from the Qianlong army, who had fled to the Dalian kingdom, reported to the commander Murongji the harrowing details of the Qianlong army's devastating defeat at the hands of the second prince. Murongji and his comrades were taken aback. They pondered what strategies the second prince had employed to so effortlessly vanquish the formidable Duangan Cheng, a martial king of the 9th level, and Qin Jiming, a martial king of the 3rd level. As Murongji instructed his scouts to diligently investigate the tactics employed by the Daxia army, he simultaneously ordered his soldiers to hasten their advance. Murongji led his troops before the army of the Great Xia Kingdom. Upon observing the peculiar formation and the unusual terrain chosen for defense by the Great Xia forces, a sense of bewilderment enveloped them. The arrangement of the Great Xia army was remarkably unconventional, and the terrain they occupied was equally perplexing. Typically, an army would select strategically advantageous positions that are difficult to assault. However, the Great Xia army opted for a vast and flat expanse, a location that is easily assailable and challenging to defend. A single charge from a large contingent could potentially scatter them into disarray. Consequently, Murongji merely stationed his forces and maintained a standoff with the Great Xia army, refraining from any offensive maneuvers or challenges. The forces of the Great Liang Kingdom, content with their inactivity, also abstained from initiating an attack. Thus, the two armies remained locked in a tense stalemate. 2 days later, the quartermaster abruptly reported to the second prince and Princess Mengangua, "Your Highness, esteemed princess, the general informs us that our provisions are dwindling perilously. Initially, we set forth with enough supplies to sustain 200,000 troops for a month. However, nearly a month into our campaign, we have unexpectedly augmented our numbers by an additional 500,000 soldiers. Although the Qianlong army and the forces from Baiding had brought some supplies, their contributions were minimal. Now, we find ourselves with enough provisions to last only 5 days. The imperial city was supposed to mobilize supplies to support us following our departure. Yet we have received no word regarding any assistance from the imperial city. This is exceedingly strange. Why have the crown prince and the chancellor not come to our aid? Now we possess the storage bags refined by Master Yuan, which facilitate the transport of provisions with remarkable ease, no longer necessitating the extensive mobilization of troops for prolonged journeys. The young princess remarked that it is highly likely that unrest has occurred in the imperial city. Subsequently, she recounted to Xia Tianxian and Meng Anghua, the military supply officer, the predictions made by Dan Qingzi and Qianzi before the expedition, along with the deployments in the imperial city. All three were profoundly shocked, unable to fathom the possibility that the crown prince might indeed rebel. This matter is of utmost gravity. If the crown prince does not rebel, how will the predictors justify their foresight to His Majesty and the crown prince in the future? The young princess refrained from mentioning Dan Qingzi and Qianzi. They were deeply skeptical of who could be so bold as to surmise that the crown prince would rebel and to make preparations in advance. Although the princess attributed it to Yuan, the three remained unconvinced that a mere 13-year-old could possess such foresight and sagacity. Should the crown prince truly contrive a rebellion against the Great Xia, then the individual capable of predicting such an event would indeed be extraordinary. Presently, the evidence is stark. Provisions that were supposed to arrive remained silent, leaving the three to consider their next steps with a mixture of hope and skepticism. Chapter 130. The Surprise Attack on the Military Granary. Meanwhile, two martial kings leading a small squad do not advance towards the imperial city, nor do the forces gathering provisions from various states. However, the young princess and Meng Anghua lead a 1,000-strong contingent, evading the surveillance of the Liang Kingdom's army. Under the cover of night, maneuvering around the forces of the Liang Kingdom to approach their rear. They dispatched a number of scouts, who swiftly discerned the location of the granaries belonging to the great Liang Kingdom. The young princess and Menganghua led a small team to this food storage camp, meticulously surveying the terrain and the conditions within the military encampment. Soon, they gathered that the camp housed 20,000 soldiers tasked with guarding the granaries, and the provisions within could sustain an army of 500,000 for a month. As night fell, the young princess disguised herself as a humble maid and stealthily approached the entrance of the military camp. 2 rows of soldiers stood guard at the gates. The princess discreetly tossed a formation plate at the entrance and activated it. Instantly, the 2 rows of sentinels were enveloped by the formation, succumbing to arrows, boulders, and fireballs conjured by the magical array. The princess retrieved the formation plate, and with a wave of her hand, Menganghua led the 10 small teams swiftly into the camp. The teams dispersed, and wherever they spotted a cluster of soldiers, they hurled the formation plates, igniting them to unleash a deadly onslaught. The teams formed a 100-man slashing formation, wielding energy blades to dispatch the soldiers of the great Liang Kingdom. Following this initial wave of attack, 5,000 to 6,000 of the enemy soldiers were eradicated. The soldiers of the great Liang soon realized the incursion of these small teams. In an uproar, the camp reverberated with their shouts, and groups of soldiers surged towards the intruders. Menganghua and the princess directed their teams, ensnaring the soldiers within the formation, systematically eliminating them. With the energy blades of the 100-man slashing formation, they repeatedly cleaved through the advancing troops, severing them in twain. After another 2 assaults, more than 10,000 soldiers of the great Liang Kingdom lay vanquished. Even the commander in the barracks, a general of the Wu Wang level, was eliminated. The soldiers of the Liang Kingdom, filled with trepidation, dared not continue their assault and instead fled from the camp, seeking refuge in the distance. The young princess and Menganghua orchestrated the formation of squads, utilizing array plates to encircle and eliminate some foes while pursuing others. The soldiers of the Liang Kingdom retreated far away, prompting the young princess and Menganghua to urgently command their troops to pack all the provisions from the camp into storage bags. Shortly thereafter, the young princess and her companions filled over 200 storage bags to capacity, removing more than half of the provisions from the camp. With no more storage bags available, the young princess lamented, "We still lack sufficient storage bags. It is a pity to waste these provisions with nothing left to contain them." Menganghua then ordered the 1,000 soldiers to each carry some supplies, subsequently setting fire to the remainder. With the provisions secured, the morale of the troops stabilized significantly. Meanwhile, Mu Rongji of the Liang Kingdom had firmly resolved to stand his ground against the army of the Xia Kingdom, neither launching an offensive nor retreating, merely maintaining a defensive stance. Suddenly, a soldier arrived with alarming news, reporting that the Xia army had launched a surprise attack on their granary during the night, resulting in the loss of a month's worth of supplies, either seized by the Xia army or set ablaze. Mu Rongji was taken aback. How could the Xia army possibly mount a sudden assault on his granary? The granary was guarded by 20,000 soldiers, among whom was a Wu Wang. He had not observed any movements from the Xia army, so how could they have unexpectedly attacked the granary? With the granary compromised and the army devoid of provisions, how could they possibly continue the fight? Mu Rongji hastily summoned the quartermaster. Upon the quartermaster's arrival, he reported that their current provisions would suffice to sustain the army for merely 3 days. Should the supply route fail to deliver sustenance after this period, their forces would find themselves bereft of resources, leading to an inevitable collapse without a fight. The second prince, the young princess, and Menganghua, upon receiving news of the retreat of the great Liang Kingdom, promptly pursued the advantage, swiftly reclaiming the northern court prefecture. They established formations and constructed fortifications at the border where the northern court prefecture met the great Liang Kingdom, fortifying their defenses against potential incursions. Before long, the second prince received word from the capital. The first prince, along with the Chao, Sun, and Huang clans, had rebelled. The first prince had been captured, and the leaders of the 3 clans were executed, with their kin imprisoned. The second prince, SUSI-MANHUA, and their companions remained astounded by this turn of events, maintaining a vigilant defense against the Great Liang Kingdom's offensive while awaiting news of the conflict involving the Filong Army and the Great Qin Kingdom. The fate of the Great Xia Kingdom hinged upon this battle. A defeat would spell the end of their nation and lineage, while the second prince and the young princess steadfastly defended against the Great Liang Kingdom's onslaught in the northern court prefecture. Let us turn our attention to the Royal Academy's dean, Ning Feijia, along with the heads of the Liu and Xiao families, who journeyed northwest, while two royal offerings and the head of the Zhao family ventured eastward. Each contingent, accompanied by their forces, hastened to the encampments of the Black Dragon Army in the northwest and the Yellow Dragon Army in the east. Upon their arrival, they discovered that both battlefronts were remarkably tranquil, with only sporadic skirmishes involving small detachments occurring intermittently. Originally, the kingdoms of Deyue and Heishan in the northwest, along with the four island nations in the east, although having reached an accord with the Great Qin Kingdom to jointly assault the Great Xia Kingdom, were merely posturing and did not truly engage in combat. They awaited the outcome of the war between the Great Qin and the Great Xia. Should the Great Xia be defeated, they would seize the opportunity to attack and reap the benefits. Conversely, if the Great Xia emerged victorious, they would suffer no loss. It was speculated that after the life-and-death struggle with the Great Qin, even if the Great Xia were to achieve victory, they would incur heavy casualties and be left severely weakened, lacking the strength to launch an offensive against them. Chapter 131. Marching to the southwestern battlefield. Thus, the three battlefronts found themselves in a state of stalemate. However, at this juncture, none of the three factions were inclined to initiate large-scale offensives, making it exceedingly difficult to capture their soldiers. Only sporadic small groups of the enemy were occasionally apprehended, yielding minimal spiritual materials in return. The commanders of the three factions found themselves unable to launch proactive attacks or capture enemy troops for the exchange of spiritual resources. With no alternatives available, they resorted to extensive collection of spiritual materials within their camps. Consequently, the three encampments independently issued military orders. All soldiers were encouraged to contribute spiritual herbs, medicinal elixirs, and other valuable resources. The military merit registrars would, based on the grade and worth of the materials, duly record their contributions, or upon the successful refinement of elixirs by Li Yuan, compensate them with the produced potions. Regarding those who consumed the elixir and ascended to the rank of martial king, they were naturally immensely grateful, unhesitatingly surrendering all their spiritual materials. It is essential to recognize that a martial king possesses exponentially greater chances of survival on the battlefield or defeating enemies than a martial master. Thus, their status within the military is significantly elevated, and their military achievements are correspondingly grander. Future military merits will undoubtedly come with explicit rewards, bestowed either upon themselves or their families. Furthermore, a martial king not only enjoys unparalleled prestige within the Great Xia Kingdom, but also elevates the honor of their entire family due to their existence. The three commanding generals gathered the collected spiritual materials, securely placing them within storage bags, and ordered one or two martial kings to swiftly deliver them to the southwest Flying Dragon Army's battlefield. Meanwhile, on the southwest Flying Dragon Army's front, Grand Commander Xiamingli, accompanied by several martial kings, promptly arrived at the Flying Dragon Army camp. Upon his arrival, Xiamingli immediately commenced meticulous preparations. He first selected soldiers with outstanding military achievements and exceptional talents, promoting them to the rank of martial king without delay. This time, Xiamingli brought with him 100 elixirs for promotion to martial king, in addition to the 200 elixirs previously delivered by Emperor Xia Mingjun, which had already promoted additional martial kings. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the Flying Dragon Army gained 300 new martial kings. Combined with the existing few martial kings within the Flying Dragon Army, the total number now exceeds 300. The Grand Marshal, Xiamingli, commanded Marshal Xiaming Xing of the Flying Dragon Army to select 30,000 soldiers, forming 300 battalions of 100 men each. Xiamingli distributed the array plates he had brought along with those previously delivered by envoys, assigning one to each of the 300 martial kings. Each martial king was tasked with refining the plates and leading a battalion in rigorous training to master their coordinated use. To ensure the effective deployment of the array plates, Xia Mingli arranged for 3 reserve squads for each plate, enabling immediate replacements in the event of casualties within the primary battalions. He emphasized to the squad leaders the critical necessity of accurately estimating the coverage area of the array plates before activation, cautioning them against allowing 2 plates to overlap in the same region, as such an occurrence could lead to catastrophic explosions due to their friction and collision. To prevent overlapping and subsequent detonation, Xia Mingli personally supervised and instructed the squad leaders on how to control the expansion of the array plates, ensuring that no 2 plates would intersect. He meticulously delineated the distance between each squad, guaranteeing that the spacing would prevent any overlap prior to the deployment of the plates. Simulating the battlefield, he positioned each squad in fixed locations to further ensure that the plates would not collide or explode. Xia Mingli also endeavored to gather as many spiritual materials as possible within the army, promising to recognize the contributions of soldiers who submitted these materials with military honors, or to reward them with elixirs once Li Yuan successfully refined them. A substantial quantity of spiritual materials was amassed, which Xia Mingli stored in a pouch and commanded one martial king to deliver without delay to the imperial city under the cover of night. The soldiers of the Great Qin Kingdom flowed in continuously from various regions, as the ominous shadow of war loomed over the entire southwestern battlefield. With conflict on the verge of eruption, Emperor Xia Mingjun led an army of 300,000, hastening through the night towards the garrison of the southwestern Flying Dragon Army. As they marched, Li Yuan took the opportunity to instruct the soldiers in the practice of the 100-man slaughter formation and the tracking arrow technique taught by Qianzi. During his time in the imperial capital, Li Yuan had crafted several formation plates, spiritual arrows, and elixirs. But fearing that Emperor Xia Mingjun might bestow these upon the crown prince, he had refrained from presenting them at that time. Now that they had departed from the capital, Li Yuan produced these items and distributed them. In the army, Xia Mingjun had also gathered some spiritual materials, which he entrusted to Li Yuan. Li Yuan immediately refined all these materials into formation plates, elixirs, and storage bags, allowing the soldiers to stow their burdensome military equipment and luggage within the storage bags, thus enabling them to advance lightly and swiftly towards the battlefield. Along the way, regardless of the size of the cities they passed, Emperor Xia Mingjun dispatched soldiers tirelessly to collect spiritual materials. Whenever materials were acquired, Li Yuan would transform them into elixirs, promoting loyal and gifted soldiers to the rank of martial kings one by one. Consequently, as they neared the southwestern Flying Dragon Army's battlefield, the Imperial Guard and the soldiers from the capital, led by Xia Mingjun, had amassed nearly 200 martial kings, and by now, the Great Xia Kingdom boasted several hundred martial kings. The Emperor Xia Mingjun felt a surge of joy within. The Great Xia nation boasted an abundance of martial kings. Even in the event of a defeat in this war, as long as these loyal warriors stood resolutely against the Great Qin nation, they could wreak havoc upon it, inflicting substantial losses. As the Grand Army approached the battlefield, they encountered a martial king dispatched by Grand Marshal Xia Mingli to deliver spiritual materials. Li Yuan was elated and prepared to refine these materials into elixirs. However, Qianzi intervened, stating, "It is unwise to transform all the spiritual materials into elixirs. We must reserve some primal energy for future use. The formation can only sustain itself for half an hour. The array you inscribe for 1,000 or 10,000 slaughters will also be limited by the soldier's internal spiritual power. We are in the realm of mortals, where even inferior spiritual stones are scarce. Therefore, we must retain sufficient primal energy as a contingency. Should the energy of the formation deplete during battle, we will need to supplement it with the primal energy." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan ceased his elixir crafting and instead converted the spiritual materials into primal energy for storage. After enduring more than a month of arduous travel, the army led by Emperor Xia Mingjun finally arrived at the battlefield of the Flying Dragon Army. Almost simultaneously, the forces led by Emperor Qin Ligua of the Great Qin nation also reached the site of confrontation. The two armies swiftly arranged their formations, Chapter 132. The two armies exchange insults. Li Yuan accompanied the Grand Army to the defensive stronghold of the Flying Dragon Army, where Grand Marshal Xia Mingli and Marshal Xia Mingsheng had already emerged from their camp to welcome Emperor Xia Mingjun from afar. Following their respectful greetings, Marshal Xia Mingsheng proceeded to brief the emperor on the situation of the two opposing forces. The Dragon Army defends a border pass known as the Dragon Gate. This Dragon Gate spans a width of 20 to 30 miles, flanked by sheer cliffs that render any attempt to traverse them utterly impossible. Between these towering precipices, the Dragon Army has erected an imposing wall, exceeding 30 zhang in height and measuring 7 or 8 zhang in width. The wall is adorned with beacon towers, lookout points, and firing apertures. Within the confines of this fortification lies Dragon City, which serves as the military encampment for the Dragon Army. The valiant soldiers of the Dragon Army stand vigilant, tirelessly guarding the Dragon Gate day and night. Across the expanse of several dozen miles lies the Tiger and Dragon Gate, defended by the great nation of Qin. This strategic pass, also nestled between two formidable cliffs, stretches 30 to 40 miles in width. The nation of Qin has similarly constructed a towering wall at this gateway to fortify against the Dragon Army. Between the two armies lies an expansive and level battlefield, where clashes and fierce combat frequently erupt, leading to the sacrifice of countless soldiers who laid down their lives for their country. On the second day following Emperor Xia Mingjuan's arrival at the Dragon Gate, Emperor Qin Ligua of the Qin nation emerged from the Tiger and Dragon Gate, leading his forces to array before the pass. Having received timely reports from his soldiers, Emperor Xia Mingjun promptly organized his troops and led them forth from the Dragon Gate to confront the opposing army. In accordance with prior strategic arrangements, the shield-bearing defenders took their positions at the forefront, followed by 400 hundred-man squads equipped with formation discs, archers, chariot units, cavalry, and infantry, all arranged in orderly succession. A general from the Qin nation galloped forth from the ranks of his army. He approached the front lines of the Great Xia Kingdom and proclaimed loudly, "Emperor Xia Mingjun of the Great Xia Kingdom, heed my words. I come bearing a decree from our esteemed Emperor of the Great Qin Kingdom. You have slain the martial King Qin Tianying of the Great Qin, and my sovereign is filled with unparalleled fury. He has communicated with our venerable ancestor, Elder Qin Tianren of the Tian Duan sect. Upon hearing of his descendant Qin Tianying's demise at your hands, Elder Qin was equally incensed and commanded that our emperor swiftly annihilate your Great Xia Kingdom. Our venerable ancestor has already made his way from the Tian Duan sect and will soon arrive at Longhu Pass. Recognizing the benevolence bestowed by the heavens, my emperor, in his compassion, is reluctant to engage in excessive bloodshed. Thus, he has specifically entrusted me with this message. The emperor of the Great Xia, Xia Mingjun, must immediately lead his forces to surrender and take his own life as an act of contrition. In doing so, our emperor may pardon the heinous offense of your nation in slaying the elders Qin and spare you from the calamity of national destruction. Should you refuse, our emperor shall march forth to lay waste to the Great Xia Kingdom and cleanse it in blood." The commander of the Imperial Forest Army, Xia Tianwu, galloped forth and bellowed at the envoy of the Great Qin Kingdom, "Your ambitions to annex our Great Xia Kingdom are laid bare for all to see. It is common knowledge among the populace. You dispatched Qin Tianying to infiltrate our realm, resulting in the deaths of numerous prodigious youths from our nation. His demise is but a just retribution. We acted in accordance with the principles of heaven. Qin Tianying's death was warranted. You exploit the name of the Tian Duan sect to launch attacks and threaten our Great Xia Kingdom, brazenly defying the regulations of the cultivation world. Rest assured, the cultivation world shall adjudicate this matter fairly, and your schemes shall not prevail. The Great Qin Kingdom will surely face the consequences of its misdeeds." The general of the Great Qin Kingdom laughed heartily, proclaiming, "The realm of cultivation will certainly deal with the affairs of the mortal realm with fairness. However, you have slain the backup nephew of the venerable Qin Tianren. The venerable Qin seeks vengeance for his kin, which is a private matter, and the realm of cultivation has no authority to interfere. How dare you, mere shrimp and insects, utter such bold words in defiance of the wrath of our esteemed emperor and the venerable ancestors of the Great Qin Kingdom? You are truly deluded. You claim that your great Xia kingdom will unite as one to resist the great Qin kingdom, but alas, you are unaware that your imperial city is already under the control of the Chao, Sun, and Huang families, the 8 prominent families of your imperial city. The heads of these 3 families have long since allied with our great Qin kingdom. The head of the Chao family, Chao Anbong, along with the others, has already incited your regent prince, who has now turned against your great Xia kingdom and surrendered to our great Qin kingdom. On the battlefield, you are no match for our great Qin forces. You are utterly powerless before us. Moreover, with the prince guarding the imperial city having betrayed you, your predicament leaves you no option but to surrender. Should you refuse to yield, our emperor shall lead his army to obliterate your encampment, leaving none of you with a grave to call your own. Summer was shouted vehemently. This is utter nonsense. The heavens are just, and the natural order will ensure justice prevails. How could the realm of cultivation allow you to act with impunity? Your words are the ramblings of a dreamer, and even a 3-year-old child would not believe such slander against our esteemed prince of the great Xia kingdom. Your attempt to sow discord within our ranks is laughable. If you wish to fight, then let us do so. The great Xia kingdom only knows of heroes who stand firm in battle, not cowards who kneel for survival. All soldiers of the great Xia kingdom vow to share the fate of our kingdom. We would rather die in battle than succumb. The general of the great Qin kingdom thundered, since you insist on your folly and seek your own demise, there is no need for the great Qin kingdom to show you any mercy. We shall fulfill your desires at once and march to obliterate your great Xia kingdom, annihilating your nation and extinguishing your lineage. In the 133rd chapter of the Great Battle, Emperor Qin Ligua of the great Qin kingdom issued a command, prompting the soldiers to roar in unison. The shield-bearers, wielding their broad and towering shields, surged to the forefront for defense, followed closely by the chariot brigade. And then the archers, cavalry, and infantry, advancing in a formidable array toward the forces of the great Xia kingdom. The war drums resounded, creating an overwhelming momentum. Riding atop his steed, Qin Ligua surveyed his formidable army, his heart swelling with excitement. After such prolonged scheming and anticipation, he had finally found the perfect pretext, securing the agreement of the venerable ancestor Qin tyrant to personally oversee the campaign, even pledging to intervene himself, if necessary. With the presence and commitment of the esteemed ancestor, the defeat of the great Xia kingdom seemed as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Once the great Xia kingdom was vanquished, his own realm would undoubtedly grow stronger and expand its borders. However, as Qin Ligua reveled in his lofty aspirations while mounted upon his horse, he abruptly realized that the forces of the great Xia kingdom were not advancing. Instead, the shield-bearers stood resolutely at the front, using their shields to shield the troops behind from the onslaught of the great Qin archers. The soldiers before them were merely infantry arranged in a rather peculiar formation, with the chariot brigade, archers, cavalry, and spearmen positioned behind. Qin Ligua pondered to himself, why does the great Xia army not charge forward? Such passive defense is not in accordance with the principles of military strategy and is a grave error for any army, leading to significant losses. Could it be that they are afraid, hesitant to charge, and thus compelled to defend? The grand army of the great Qin kingdom swiftly approached the forces of the great Xia kingdom. At that moment, they suddenly realized that the shield-bearers of great Xia had retreated to the second line, revealing a formation of soldiers arranged in a peculiar manner, numbering approximately 40 to 50,000. Qin Ligua thought to himself, how could these mere 40 to 50,000 withstand the charge of my 500,000 troops? However, as the war chariots and soldiers of the great Qin kingdom surged toward the great Xia forces, Qin Ligua was taken aback. He witnessed 300 to 400 energy blades suddenly materializing among the soldiers at the forefront of great Xia, slicing toward the war chariots and soldiers of great Qin with lightning speed. The war chariots and steeds were effortlessly severed in two by the sweep of those energy blades. The soldiers who had charged into the peculiar formation of great Xia suddenly appeared as if they had become fools or madmen, leaping about, dodging left and right. Instead of attacking the nearby soldiers of great Xia, they seemed to be performing a jester's dance. Those of lower cultivation fell to the ground lifeless in an instant. while those of higher cultivation managed to resist for a brief moment before inexplicably collapsing as well. Some martial kings who charged into this strange formation also acted like lunatics, evading and leaping about, ultimately falling victim to the energy blades of Great Xia. In the span of just a moment, more than 10 martial kings from the Great Qin Kingdom were slain, numerous war chariots were destroyed, and soldiers fell in rows, cut down or wounded by the energy blades of Great Xia. The archers of the Great Xia Kingdom unleashed a volley of arrows from the rear, resulting in the demise of numerous soldiers from the Great Qin Kingdom. In the midst of the battle, the Great Qin Kingdom suffered significant casualties. Upon witnessing this, Chen Ligua promptly commanded his attacking troops to retreat. In an instant, the sounds of retreat, trumpets, drums, and cries mingled into a cacophony as the soldiers of the Great Qin Kingdom hastily withdrew. The cavalry, chariots, archers, and infantry of the Great Xia Kingdom pursued relentlessly, annihilating even more of the Great Qin soldiers. Upon returning to Filong Pass, he felt immense joy and ordered that the battlefield achievements of the soldiers be duly recognized and rewarded. He then summoned Li Yuan to his presence. Back at Filong Pass, Shi Yuanzi from the Cosmic Pearl remarked to Li Yuan that the forces of the Great Qin Kingdom posed little threat. Their primary concern lay with the formidable martial sovereign, Qin Tairen. With Qin Tairen yet to arrive and after today's fierce clash, it was certain that Chen Ligua would be hesitant to launch further assaults. This presented an opportune moment to meticulously arrange defenses against Qin Tairen's impending attack. Plans were set to inscribe 4 10,000-man slaying formations around Filong City to counter Qin Tairen. As long as these formations were established within Filong City, fortified by sufficient primordial energy, they would be capable of withstanding Qin Tairen's assaults for an extended period, safeguarding the forces of the Great Xia Kingdom from his onslaught. On the battlefield before Filong Pass, arrangements were made to inscribe 4 10,000-man slaying formations, 20,000-man slaying formations, and 100-man slaying formations. The 10,000-man formation led by King Wu could barely withstand the advances of this martial sovereign. However, should the Emperor Wu, Xiaomingjun, command this 10,000-man formation, its power would significantly enhance the defense against Qin Tairen's aggression. The 20 formations of the 1,000-man slaughter can effectively counteract Chen Ligua's advances. In the future, as more spiritual materials become available, it is imperative to convert them into primal energy to sustain the formation's operation. You are to meet with Emperor Xia Mingjun shortly, urging him to promptly select soldiers to form the 100-man slaughter, 1,000-man slaughter, and 10,000-man slaughter formations, ensuring that the troops are swiftly trained in coordinated maneuvers. Each formation must have a sufficient reserve force to replenish the ranks in the event of casualties. Currently, the army of the Great Xia Kingdom boasts over 500 martial kings. Besides ensuring that each formation is led by a martial king, 5 additional martial kings should be designated to specialize in tracking arrow techniques, enabling them to utilize incendiary spiritual arrows to detonate Qin Tairen's energy hands or energy blades in the future. Once a martial artist attains the rank of martial emperor, they can harness the spiritual essence of heaven and earth for their own use. Thus, from the martial emperor level onwards, practitioners not only gain the ability to soar through the skies, but can also condense the spiritual energy into formidable constructs such as energy hands, great swords, and long blades. With merely 5 spiritual arrows, one can obliterate the energy constructs of a martial zone. Preparation for a prolonged conflict with Qin Tairen is essential. At present, aside from employing the 10,000-man slaughter formation to resist Qin Tairen, your treasures will be your means of engagement with him. No other alternatives exist. Sustaining a long-term stalemate may potentially attract the attention of adept cultivators from the immortal realm, who may value your innate talents and intervene to thwart Qin Tairen's aggression against the Great Xia Kingdom. Alternatively, sufficient spiritual materials could be gathered to facilitate Li Yuan's mental fortitude in breaking through to level 20. Should Li Yuan's mental prowess reach this level, he would be capable of easily countering Qin Tairen. If it were to ascend to level 29, he would possess the means to defeat or eliminate him. As battles ensue, you must conceal yourself in the shadows, fully prepared to guard against Qin Tairen. Should Qin Tairen launch an assault, retreat into the cosmic pearl and engage him with your treasures. No sooner had the words left his lips than the soldiers dispatched by Emperor Zemingjian arrived to summon Li Yuan, who followed them to the emperor's tent. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zemingjian expressed his gratitude to Li Yuan, acknowledging that the formations he had devised successfully thwarted the advance of the Great Qin Kingdom, resulting in the annihilation of numerous enemy soldiers, including the demise of several martial kings, inflicting significant losses upon the Great Qin Kingdom. Then, with a furrowed brow, Zemingjian turned to Li Yuan and said, "Today, the general who communicated on behalf of Qin Liguo claimed that a disturbance has arisen within our imperial city, alleging that the crown prince has rebelled under the instigation of the head of the Chao family. This seems rather implausible. What is your perspective on this matter, Li Gongzi? During your time in the imperial city, you made some peculiar and seemingly unnecessary arrangements, which I failed to comprehend at the time. Might you possess insights into this situation?" Chapter 134. Formation. Li Yuan replied, "Your Majesty, during our expedition, we took certain precautions in the imperial city, leaving the heads of the Yang and Li families, along with 40 to 50 of their martial kings, behind. This was a strategic move to prepare for any potential upheaval within the city. The head of the Chao family is cunning and manipulative. It is indeed possible that the crown prince has been seduced or controlled by him, leading to a rebellion against the great Xia kingdom and against your Majesty. As for the crown prince, any faults he may possess can be attributed to his Majesty's prolonged seclusion, which has deprived him of exposure to worldly affairs. Thus, even if he has erred, it is a forgivable transgression, and I implore your Majesty to show him mercy." Emperor Xia Mingjun was greatly perplexed from Li Yuan's words. It appeared he was certain of the crown prince's impending treachery, suggesting that he had anticipated this betrayal and had taken precautions and made arrangements even before the campaign commenced. How could Li Yuan have foreseen such an occurrence within the capital and prepared accordingly in advance? Nevertheless, given Li Yuan's proactive measures in the capital, it seemed unlikely that any significant errors would arise. With the war now underway and an abundance of matters requiring attention and strategy, Emperor Xia Mingjun could not afford to delve deeply into this issue. He commanded Xia Tianwu to swiftly compose a letter to be dispatched via carrier pigeon to the imperial city, inquiring about the situation there. Subsequently, he began to heed Li Yuan's counsel by selecting soldiers trained in the 10,000 slaughter and 1,000 slaughter formations and sought the assistance of the 3 guild leaders from the Alchemist Association, the Blacksmith Association, and the Formation Master Association to instruct and train the troops. Seizing the advantageous opportunity during the war, Li Yuan diligently inscribed the 10,000 slaughter and 1,000 slaughter formations on the battlefield at Feilong City and the frontier. Under the guidance of Dan Qingzi and Qianzi, Li Yuan first etched 4 10,000 slaughter formations within the military camp, enveloping the entire Feilong City in the protective embrace of the formations. Thus, even in the event of a future assault by the martial sovereign Qin Tairen, whether from the east, west, south, or north, or even from the skies, the 4 10,000-man battle formations of Flying Dragon City are assured to withstand his advances, preventing the catastrophic scenario of Qin Tairen breaching the city and engaging in widespread slaughter. Li Yuan meticulously inscribed 4 10,000-man formations and 20,000-man formations on the battlefield before the Flying Dragon Pass. The 10,000-man formations continuously resist the onslaught of the martial sovereign, while the formations led by Emperor Xia Mingjun possess even greater strength to repel Qin Tairen's aggression. The 20,000-man formations are capable of completely countering the assaults from Qin Liguo. Each of the 400-man formations holds the potential to vanquish the martial king. Once these formations have been inscribed, they may barely withstand the incursions of the Great Qin Kingdom. Should Qin Liguo find himself ensnared within the 10,000-man formation, he could be swiftly eliminated. Likewise, if the martial king were to become trapped within the 1,000-man formation, he could meet a swift demise. With such strategic arrangements, coupled with the assistance of Li Yuan's Universe Bagua Furnace lid, the Universe Bagua Furnace itself, the Tree of Life, the Chaotic Silkworm, and the Cosmic Pearl, a prolonged defense against the incursions of Qin Tairen and the Great Qin Kingdom is achievable. After a flurry of activity over several days, With the aid of the three guild leaders, Yuan successfully completed the inscription of these formations as planned. Subsequently, he commenced the rigorous training of the soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom under the guidance of the three guild leaders. Chen found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend the tactics employed by the Great Xia Kingdom in this battle. Where did that formidable energy blade originate? How could it possess such immense power? With a single stroke, it could cleave both his war chariot and the martial king in two. The soldiers, arranged in peculiar formations, seemed to have suddenly lost their minds, refusing to launch an assault against the Great Xia Kingdom. Instead, they darted about, dodging and evading, merely enduring the onslaught without the slightest ability to retaliate. Chen Ligua commanded the scouts within his ranks to promptly investigate the extraordinary methods employed by the Great Xia that wielded such formidable power. Subsequently, he produced his communication talisman to inquire about the conditions on the eastern, northern, and northwestern battlefields. The forces in these three directions were merely posturing, lacking any real intent to engage in combat with the Great Xia's armies. In Chapter 135, Exchange of Prisoners for Spiritual Materials, Chen Ligua immediately instructed the envoys of the Great Qin Kingdom stationed at these three battlefronts to lodge a formal protest with their commanders, urging them to intensify their offensive against the Great Xia. He instructed the envoys to convey to the commanders of these three armies that their esteemed ancestor, Wuzong Chintiren, would soon arrive at the Longhu Pass battlefield. Once ancestor Chintiren set foot on the battlefield, he would effortlessly vanquish Xia Mingjun and his forces with just a few slaps. He assured the envoys that should these armies expedite their attacks, any territory seized would rightfully belong to the conquerors. Conversely, should they fail to intensify their efforts, once the Great Qin Kingdom annihilated Xia Mingjun and his troops, any hopes of reaping rewards would be utterly futile. Once the esteemed ancestor of the Great Qin Kingdom, Chintiren, learned that any nation appeared to sign an agreement with the Great Qin, ostensibly to launch a joint offensive against the Great Xia, yet in truth did not intend to engage in actual hostilities, merely feigning aggression while awaiting future opportunities, it would not bode well for those nations should his ire be provoked. He instructed his envoys to convey this sentiment to the emperors of the three involved nations, urging them to exert pressure on their respective marshals at the front lines. Countries such as the Great Liang, the Black Mountain, and the Black Wind Isle, upon receiving the dual promise and threat from the Great Qin's emissaries, were compelled to half-heartedly muster their armies in preparation for an assault on the Great Xia. The second prince of the Great Xia, Menganghua, and his companions had long been anxious and eager for the Great Liang to commence their attack, anticipating the capture of enemies to acquire spiritual materials to present to Li Yuan, thus supporting the Flying Dragon army on the battlefield. They themselves were hesitant to escalate their offensive, fearing that a severe defeat might incite fear and fury in those nations' emperors, prompting them to intervene directly. Now, seeing the Great Liang and other nations organizing their forces for an assault, they hastened to assemble their troops to confront the impending conflict. The marshal of the Great Liang, Morongshi, commanded a general of the 6th rank to lead an army of 100,000 to issue a challenge. The young princess had already devised 2 formations for 10,000 manslaughters, 10 formations for 1,000 manslaughters, and 100 formations for 100 manslaughters at the forefront. As the general of the Great Liang swung his long blade, the shield-bearers advanced, followed closely by the chariot units, crossbowmen, cavalry, and infantry, all surging forward with thunderous war drums, exuding an overwhelming momentum. Menganghua and the second prince each commanded a formidable formation of 10,000 warriors, while the remaining martial kings led formations of 1,000 and 100 warriors respectively, preparing to counter the onslaught of the Daliang Kingdom. As the Daliang forces surged forward, the 2 10,000-man formations, alongside 10,000-man formations and 100-100-man formations, sprang into action, manifesting over 100 energy blades in the air. The second prince's strategy was to capture the enemy soldiers alive. Thus, the Falcon formation only activated the entrapment and illusion arrays, refraining from unleashing the lethal array. Over 100 energy blades struck down the encircled soldiers, and the reinforcements from the Daxia Kingdom charged in. Employing the acupoint techniques taught by Professor Li Yuan at the Imperial City to incapacitate them, rendering their martial prowess dormant. Many of the Daliang soldiers, struck unconscious by the 10,000, 1,000, and 100-man formations, had yet to regain consciousness or make their escape when they were swiftly subdued by the advancing Daxia troops, who immobilized their abilities. In this singular confrontation, the Daliang forces suffered the capture of 60 to 70,000 soldiers. The Daliang marshal, Murongji, was profoundly astonished and terrified. He could not comprehend the extraordinary tactics employed by the Daxia kingdom that so decisively vanquished his 100,000-strong army and captured so many soldiers in such a brief span. Murongji hastily commanded a retreat from the main camp. On the following day, the second prince dispatched a messenger to communicate with the commander of the Great Liang Kingdom, conveying that the troops of the Great Xia Kingdom welcomed an offensive from the Great Liang forces. Furthermore, it was stated that any captives taken by the Great Xia would henceforth be exchanged for spiritual herbs and elixirs, urging the Great Liang Kingdom to prepare an ample supply of such precious resources to avoid a situation where the Great Xia would execute their captured soldiers due to a lack of spiritual materials. Upon hearing this, Commander Murongji of the Great Liang was filled with both indignation and helplessness. They had toiled diligently to mount an offensive, only to find themselves unwittingly supplying spiritual resources to their adversary. Yet, he found himself in a precarious position. To refrain from attacking would invite scrutiny from the envoy of the Great Qin Kingdom, and he dared not feign indifference towards them. Offending the Great Qin was no trivial matter, for their esteemed elder, Qin Tyran, was a revered figure of the Heavenly Severance sect, possessing formidable martial prowess. Should they incur his displeasure, the Great Liang would surely face dire consequences. However, to proceed with the assault was equally daunting. The bizarre formations of the Great Xia and their formidable energy blades were overwhelmingly powerful. As soon as his soldiers entered the ranks of the Great Xia, it felt as though they had stepped into an entirely different realm, where the surroundings morphed into towering peaks and colossal boulders. The energy blades were simply insurmountable. His troops had no means of defense whatsoever. Their offensive efforts were merely an offering of spiritual resources to the Great Xia. Once again, the two armies stood in a stalemate. The Great Liang dared not send forth any more troops to attack, and the Great Xia likewise refrained from launching an offensive. Chapter 136. The confrontation from all directions. Regrettably, Murongji's charge failed to penetrate the peculiar formation of the Great Xia Kingdom. This strange arrangement firmly obstructed the forces of the Great Liang Kingdom, as more than 100 energy blades swept relentlessly through their ranks, rendering numerous soldiers unconscious. Collapsing to the ground, a particularly long and wide energy blade struck down Murongji, the commander of the Great Liang Kingdom, incapacitating him and capturing him alive into the encampment of the Great Xia Kingdom. Faced with the loss of their commander, the soldiers of the Great Liang Kingdom hastily retreated, while the army of the Great Xia Kingdom pursued vigorously. Over 100 formation discs, capable of inflicting devastating blows, were hurled among the fleeing soldiers of the Great Liang Kingdom, activating to ensnare a multitude of their ranks, subsequently capturing them alive into the encampment of the Great Xia Kingdom. The second prince and Menganghua ordered the confinement of Murongji in the command tent. The second prince commanded the soldiers to search Murongji's storage pouch, instructing him to erase the mental imprint upon it, after which he would inscribe his own mental energy onto the pouch. Upon probing within, the second prince discovered Murongji's storage pouch contained a considerable amount of items, including a substantial sum of silver notes, 2 second-tier spiritual herbs, and various documents concerning military deployments and correspondence. Murongji held his 2 second-tier spiritual herbs in high regard. Only a few days prior, when the Great Liang Kingdom exchanged spiritual materials for soldiers, he had refrained from parting with these precious herbs. Now, all of Murongji's possessions rightfully belonged to the second prince. The marshal of the Great Liang Kingdom, Murongji, found himself gripped by fear. He recognized that they were no match for the forces of the Great Xia Kingdom, which merely defended against them without launching an offensive. Should the Great Xia Kingdom choose to attack, they would likely be crushed in an instant. Murongji conveyed his analysis to the emperor of the Great Liang Kingdom. The emperor could only command his troops to focus entirely on defending against the anticipated assault from the Great Xia Kingdom, abandoning any thoughts of offensive maneuvers. Once again, the battlefield fell into a tranquil standoff. The second prince dispatched personnel to swiftly deliver the acquired spiritual materials to the battlefield of the Flying Dragon Army, presenting them to Emperor Xiaomingjun. The situations on the battlefield of the Black Dragon Army in the northwest and that of the Yellow Dragon Army in the east were nearly identical to that of the Northern Front. However, unlike their northern counterpart, neither the Black Dragon Army nor the Yellow Dragon Army employed the 1,000-man or 10,000-man slaughter formations. They relied solely on smaller 100-man formations, making their defense considerably challenging. Nevertheless, they still managed to capture numerous enemy soldiers, maintaining their lines while exchanging many spiritual materials, thereby instilling fear in their adversaries and compelling them into a defensive posture against the forces of the Great Xia Kingdom. The armies on all three fronts successfully safeguarded the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom and procured a substantial quantity of spiritual materials, which were delivered in batches to Emperor Xiaomingjun. Upon receiving these materials, the emperor immediately entrusted them to Li Yuan. At present, Li Yuan's most pressing need was for the primal energy. The numerous formations and array discs required a constant supply of energy. Should the spiritual power within the soldiers' bodies or the energy within the array discs become depleted, the formations would cease to function. Without these formations to counter the Great Qin Kingdom, the Great Xia Kingdom would be unable to withstand the onslaught of Qin Tyrant. Thus, Li Yuan exchanged all these spiritual materials for primordial energy, refraining from converting this primordial energy into pills, formations, storage bags, and the like. He distributed the primordial energy he obtained to the leaders of the formations and the alchemists of the formation plates. Subsequently, Li Yuan instructed Grand Marshal Xiaomingli to rigorously train the soldiers, aiming for them to maintain synchronized movements, until the day they could form the formations without formation plates or inscribing them on the ground. Their formations would enable them to advance or retreat, and to attack or defend. Unfortunately, this proved to be an exceedingly arduous task, in formations designed for slaying hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. If even one soldier deviated by half a step forward or backward, the formation would collapse, rendering the formation ineffective and unable to unify the energy within each individual. Consequently, they would be incapable of channeling energy into formidable blades or shielding against the enemy's arrows or chariots. Such mastery could not be achieved overnight. Indeed, since Grand Marshal Xiaomingli's arrival at Filong Pass, he had been training soldiers in the formation plates, yet had not succeeded in forming the formation with human participants. One day, Emperor Xiaomingjun was convening with Xiaomingli, Xia Mingsheng, Xia Tianwu, and others to discuss military matters when a soldier arrived to report. The head of the Yang family, Yang Jingluan, has arrived with over 100 martial kings to present themselves. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xiaomingjun was filled with joy and immediately dispatched someone to inform Li Yuan before personally stepping out of the grand camp to welcome them. Just a few days prior, Emperor Xiaomingjun had received a letter from Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian in the imperial city, informing him of the happenings within the city. Jiang Shouxian respectfully informed Emperor Xiaomingjun that he, along with the patriarchs of the Yang and Li families, Shao Jinhua, and the martial kings from Shancheng, had successfully eliminated the leaders of the Chao, Sun, and Huang families, thereby gaining control over the entire imperial city. They had apprehended the eldest prince and detained the majority of the members of the Chao, Sun, and Huang clans within the imperial city, confining them in the dungeons. Now, order had been restored in the imperial city, and he was mobilizing troops and provisions from the city and various prefectures to support the front lines. Furthermore, he assured Emperor Xiaomingjun that, given the stabilized situation in the imperial city, no unforeseen events were likely to arise. Thus, he instructed the patriarch of the Yang family to lead over 100 warriors from the Yang and Li families, along with those from Shancheng, to the battlefield of the Filong army, leaving only the patriarch of the Li family, Shao Jinhua, and a few martial kings to maintain order in the imperial city. Chapter 137. The martial kings from Shanshan reinforced the Feilong army as Emperor Xia Mingjun stepped out of the main camp. He had not walked far when he spotted the patriarch of the Yang family leading over 100 warriors approaching swiftly from the distance. The emperor hastened to greet them. Upon noticing the emperor coming to meet them, the patriarch of the Yang family and his companions quickly dismounted and approached him. The emperor also dismounted from his warhorse to welcome them. Yang Jingluan, the patriarch of the Yang family, led his companions to kneel on one knee, proclaiming loudly, "Yang Jingluan pays his respects to your majesty." The others echoed in unison, "We pay our respects to your majesty." The emperor promptly stepped forward to assist Yang Jingluan and the others to their feet, expressing his gratitude. "You have all worked diligently. On behalf of the Great Xia Kingdom, I thank you," Yang Jingluan proclaimed. "The Great Xia Kingdom is also our home. We bear the duty and responsibility to defend it, ensuring that no one dares to infringe upon or endanger it." At this moment, Lin Yinghao stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Emperor Xia Mingjun, and declared, "I, Lin Yinghao, pay my respects to your majesty. I have returned to the ranks today and am at your majesty's command." Zhao Taijun then approached the emperor, stating, "Your majesty, this is General Wang Qingping, an esteemed veteran who has fought valiantly on the battlefield of the Flying Dragon Army for the Great Xia Kingdom. He and General Lin Yinghao are sworn brothers, having shared life and death in battle. He sustained severe injuries while rescuing General Lin, which hindered his cultivation. However, having consumed the elixir from Master Li Yuan, not only has he restored his foundation, but he has also ascended to the rank of Martial King." They journeyed from Nanhua Prefecture and Chushan City to aid the Imperial City, vanquishing the leaders of the Chao, Sun, and Huang clans. As the situation in the Imperial City stabilized, he and General Lin expressed their resolute desire to return to the battlefield of the Flying Dragon Army, willing to face fire and bloodshed for your majesty and the defense of the Great Xia Kingdom. Emperor Xia Mingjun approached Wang Qingping, grasping his hand and saying, "General Wang, you have endured much hardship. On behalf of the countless citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." Wang Qingping promptly replied, "For the Great Xia Kingdom and your majesty, I would willingly face death 1,000 times." Emperor Xia Mingjun laughed heartily. "Excellent. For the myriad citizens of our Great Xia Kingdom, let us share life and death together, united against formidable foes." Li Taihe hurried forward, bowing respectfully and stating, "Li Taihe pays his respects to your majesty. I am willing to be your majesty's vanguard, ready to follow your orders. For your majesty, I would willingly lay down my life to defend the Great Xia Empire." Emperor Xia Mingjun grasped Li Taihe's hand and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Master Li, I am profoundly thankful to you for nurturing such an exceptional child. It is precisely because of Li Yuan that our Great Xia possesses the courage and strength to resist formidable foes. Today, I hereby declare that your Li family shall henceforth be the guardian clan of our Great Xia Empire. Whenever you require assistance, the entirety of our nation shall rally to your side." Li Taihe promptly bowed in acknowledgement, stating, "I am deeply honored by your majesty's recognition. The Li family of Chushan City shall undoubtedly dedicate ourselves to your majesty and the Great Xia, willing to sacrifice without hesitation." Emperor Xia Mingjun erupted into hearty laughter once more. Subsequently, Zhao Taijun introduced all the martial kings from Nanhua County and Chushan City to Emperor Xia Mingjun. The emperor felt immense gratitude towards the martial kings who had come to reinforce him, filled with confidence and ambition. He believed that with so many loyal martial kings safeguarding the nation, they would surely triumph over the Great Chen Empire, leaving Chun Tairen of the Tianduan men to return empty-handed. At that moment, Li Yuan arrived. Upon seeing the numerous martial kings from Nanhua County and Chushan City, he was overwhelmed with excitement and fervor. Though only a few months had passed since he departed from Chushan City, the events of those months had transpired so rapidly that it felt as though he had been away for years. Now, reuniting with many kin from his homeland, each of whom had significantly advanced in their martial prowess due to his elixirs, he was filled with elation. When the soldiers reported Li Yuan's arrival to Emperor Xia Mingjun, all eyes turned toward him. Li Yuanfei dismounted and approached the gathered crowd, first bowing respectfully to Xia Mingjun. "I have the honor of meeting your majesty," he said. Xia Mingjun burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Splendid! Young Master Li, on behalf of the great Xia Kingdom, I extend my gratitude to you. Your efforts in cultivating such numerous martial kings for our realm are indeed a blessing for us all. Now, do greet your relatives." Li Yuan stepped forward to meet Lin Ninghao, Wang Chenping, Lin Taichi, Wang Quan, Kong Xiaoping, and others, each expressing boundless gratitude towards him. He then greeted the martial kings from the Yang and Li families, as well as members of the Hu and Chu clans. Finally, he paid his respects to his ancestral forebear, Li Taihe, and numerous elders of his family. With immense excitement, he approached his cousin Wang Yuexin, his cousin Li Jingwen, his brother Li Ming, and his younger brother Li Feng, joyfully greeting each one. The younger members of the Li family were equally thrilled to see Li Yuan, eagerly pulling him close, bursting with countless words to share. Upon hearing this, everyone mounted their horses and followed Emperor Xia Mingjun into Feilong City. Although the military prohibited drinking, the emperor still organized a grand banquet to welcome the martial kings from Nanhua County, Chushan City, and the families of Yang and Li. Since they were all martial kings, their tolerance for alcohol was commendable. The wine served, being mere mortal fare and not spirit wine, could not intoxicate them even in large quantities. Nevertheless, the gathering was conscientious, partaking only modestly, mindful of the possibility of a sudden attack from the Great Qin Kingdom or the potential for negative repercussions within the military. However, the public's concerns were largely unfounded. The Great Qin Kingdom, led by Qin Liko, had no intention of launching an attack. The numerous soldiers in the army were elated by the arrival of the many martial kings from Nanhua County and Chushan City, eager to toast to their presence, making it inconceivable for them to harbor any dissatisfaction towards their revelry. In Chapter 138, regarding the establishment of a martial king squad, Emperor Xia Mingjun inquired about the events in Chushan City. Li Tianan, the head of the Li family, recounted to the emperor the peculiar occurrences that transpired when Li Yuan was in Chushan City. Zhao Taijun also informed him of the Grand Prince's orders for the Chao family to dispatch personnel to Chushan City to eliminate the Li family. Upon hearing this, Xia Mingjun was filled with rage and indignation, promptly declaring that he would send men to Chushan City to annihilate the Chao family and execute the 3 representatives sent from the royal capital. Li Yuan and his family expressed their heartfelt gratitude for Emperor Xia Mingjun's decision. Following a grand banquet, under the guidance of Qianzi and another, Li Yuan organized a 100-man squad of martial kings from Chushan City, along with 2 5-member teams known as the Flame Burst Spirit Arrow Squads. The reinforcements from the Yang and Li families, along with the martial kings from Nanhua County and Chushan City, totaled 130 individuals. After allocating 10 individuals for the Flame Burst Spirit Arrow Squads, 120 remained, all of whom were incorporated into the 100-man squad. Li Yuan provided this squad with 20 Hawk formation plates, with 1 plate designated for every 10 individuals. During combat, if movement was necessary, 2 holders of the surplus formation plates could assume leadership of the 100-man squad, while the original leader could seamlessly retrieve the formation plate and enter the reserve team. Thus, this elite 100-man slaying squad became remarkably agile and mobile. During combat, they would simply cast the formation plate onto the ground, activating it to instantly establish a 100-man slaying formation when an offensive was required. Any one of the 2 individuals among the 20 reserves possessing the formation plate could hurl their refined plate, prompting the 20 reserves to swiftly take their positions. As long as 80 individuals filled the gaps left by the original formation, a new formation would immediately materialize. This enabled the 100-man slaying martial king squad to launch attacks, retreat, defend, and provide support at any moment, significantly compensating for the formation plate's lack of mobility and flexibility. Without the formation plate, assembling a 100-man slaying formation using only personnel was theoretically possible, allowing for unrestricted advancement and retreat. However, this proved exceedingly arduous to train for, and to date, no squad had successfully accomplished it. Given that every member of this squad was a martial king, Their might was particularly formidable, capable of rivaling the power of a 10,000-man slaying formation. This meant they could withstand the assaults of martial sections. After Li Yuan elucidated the purpose and movement methods of the Martial King 100-man slaying formation squad to the group, he instructed them to commence their training immediately. Li Yuan organized 2 Martial King fire explosive spirit arrow squads, led by the patriarchs of the Chu and Hu families, Chu Mingxian and Hu Buping, respectively, along with the original 5-member squad, totaling 3 squads. He directed them to disperse across the battlefield, specifically targeting Qin Tyrant. Li Yuan provided each of these 3 squads with 100 fire explosive spirit arrows. With the support of the Martial King's squad, Emperor Xia Mingjun felt a considerable sense of security. With this elite team of 100 warriors, coupled with the 8 10,000-man slaughter formations and 20,000-man formations devised by Li Yuan, along with this skilled arrow squad, they were well equipped to withstand the impending assault from Wuzong Qin Tyrant. As for Emperor Qin Ligua of the Great Qin Kingdom, he had become inconsequential in the eyes of Xia Mingjun. It was evident that the 1,000-man formation led by the Martial King alone could suffice to counter and potentially eliminate Qin Ligua, without even considering the 10,000-man formation. After several days of rigorous training, materials collected from the 3 battlefronts and from Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian within the imperial city and various prefectures continuously flowed to Li Yuan. Though the quantities were not substantial, Li Yuan still managed to exchange for 200 pieces of primordial energy. With this primordial energy in hand, Li Yuan felt a profound sense of assurance. This energy was of utmost importance. Along with the previously exchanged energy, he allocated 5 pieces to each 10,000-man formation, 2 to each 1,000-man formation, and 1 to each 100-man formation. With this primordial energy, these formations could endure for an extended period, allowing the Great Xia Kingdom to maintain a protracted standoff against Qin Tyrant. On one particular day, while Li Yuan was training soldiers in the Flying Dragon Army to effectively utilize the 10,000-man formation, he was suddenly alerted by Qianzi. They are coming. A Wuzong, presumably the elder Qin Tyrant from the Heavenly Severing Sect. A jolt of urgency coursed through Li Yuan, prompting him to swiftly command the soldiers to assume their positions in formation. He then instructed one soldier to hastily inform Emperor Xia Mingjun of the arrival of the Wuzong. Xia Mingjun received the news from Li Yuan and immediately commanded the soldiers to take their positions, establishing a robust defense and remaining poised for battle against the Great Qin Kingdom. He then personally led his troops out of Feilong Pass and onto the battlefield. There, he observed that the soldiers were already in formation, fully prepared for the impending conflict. Upon noticing Xia Mingjun's arrival, Li Yuan hurried forward and informed him, "Your Majesty, the martial sovereign has already arrived at the Great Qin Kingdom's camp. We must be ready to defend against his assault at any moment." Xia Mingjun gazed toward the military encampment of the Great Qin Kingdom but could not discern the presence of the martial sovereign, Qin Tyrant. Doubt crept into his mind. How could Li Yuan have known of Qin Tyrant's arrival when he had not seen him? Looking around at the assembled officers, Xia Mingjun sought someone to inquire about the circumstances of Qin Tyrant's arrival, but it appeared that no one was aware of his presence. As the soldiers wore expressions of skepticism, Xia Mingjun addressed his troops, stating, "From this moment forth, we shall adhere to our previous strategies and remain ever vigilant for Qin Tyrant's offensive." The officers responded in unison, acknowledging his command, before dispersing to their respective positions. Xia Mingjun conducted a thorough inspection of the ranks, observing that all soldiers were in their designated formations, with the formations of 10,000, 1,000, and 100 men fully prepared to execute their maneuvers, and the reserve troops also standing ready. Chapter 139. The Assault of the Martial Emperor. A short while later, the sound of cannon fire erupted from the Great Qin Kingdom's camp, accompanied by the resounding beat of drums. The gates of Feilong Pass swung wide open, and waves of soldiers emerged from within. At the forefront stood the shield-bearers, their elongated shields raised in defense. Following them were the charioteers, archers, cavalry, and infantry. They swiftly approached the front lines of the Great Xia army, forming a steadfast formation. A general on horseback galloped forth, his voice booming, "Hearken! Xia Mingjun of the Great Xia, my esteemed ancestor, Elder Chen Tyran, has arrived at Longhu Pass. He commands your immediate surrender should you dare defy his orders. He shall smite you all with but a single blow." In response, Xia Tianwu rode forth from the ranks, proclaiming with equal fervor, "The realm of cultivation forbids its practitioners from assaulting the territories of mortals. Should Chen Tyran dare to act, justice shall be served by others. All soldiers of the Great Xia pledge to stand resolute with our nation until death. In the Great Xia, we honor valiant warriors who perish in battle, not cowardly souls who surrender. If it is war they seek, let it be war without further discourse." The general from the Great Qin nation sneered, "Very well. Since you choose to embrace your demise, we of the Great Qin shall show no mercy. Prepare for your end." Initially, the soldiers of the Great Xia were engulfed in trepidation, fearing an assault led by Chen Tyran. However, as they discerned that the aggressor was not Chen Tyran himself, but rather Chen Ligua commanding the charge, a collective sigh of relief swept through their ranks. It appeared that the regulations of the cultivation realm indeed prohibited its denizens from attacking those of the mortal realm. After arriving at Longhu Pass, Chen Ligua had informed Chen Tyran of the unique strategies employed by the Great Xia and how they had inflicted significant losses upon the Great Qin. Chen Tyran revealed to Chen Ligua that the Great Xia utilized a formation, speculating that it was merely a secondary level of formation. In general circumstances, only a martial king possesses the ability to inscribe a secondary formation. To inscribe a tertiary formation, one must be a martial emperor. However, in the Great Xia Kingdom, there exists but one martial emperor, Xia Mingjun, who, it can be ascertained, lacks proficiency in formations. Therefore, it is likely that these formations were inscribed by a martial king at best. Secondary formations are typically capable of extinguishing martial masters. Yet any individual who attains the status of a martial king can effectively counter these secondary formations. Such formations hold no efficacy against a martial emperor, thus allowing Chen Ligua to lead his own forces to directly dismantle them. Without the reliance on these formations, the Great Xia Kingdom stands no chance against the Great Qin Kingdom. Chen Ligua alone could vanquish the armies of the Great Xia Kingdom without the necessity of personal involvement. Furthermore, Chen Tyran informed Chen Ligua that there exists a regulation within the realm of cultivation prohibiting practitioners from engaging with the nations and individuals of the mortal realm. Although this regulation lacks designated institutions or personnel for enforcement, and practitioners of the cultivation world typically overlook such matters in the absence of personal stakes. Any transgression by a cultivator against a mortal nation or individual provides a convenient pretext for their adversaries or rival sects to retaliate. Such a scenario would afford them a moral high ground, rendering it beyond reproach. The intricate web of relationships within the realm of cultivation is far beyond the comprehension of Chen Ligua, an emperor of a mere mortal kingdom. Thus, he advised Chen Ligua against acting impulsively. However, Chen Ligua could personally assault the army of the Great Xia Kingdom, for these secondary formations posed no threat to him. Once he dismantled these formations, victory over the Great Xia Kingdom would be easily within reach. Chen Ligua, with great eloquence, promptly organized his troops and charged forth from the Longhu Pass. He first commanded his men to send a message to Emperor Xia Mingjun of the Great Xia Kingdom, threatening him in the name of Chen Tyran, demanding his surrender. When Xia Mingjun resolutely refused to yield, Chen Ligua personally led his troops into battle. With an army numbering 500,000 to 600,000 surging forward, the drums of war thundered and the sounds of slaughter echoed in the heavens. As the grand army approached the forces of the Great Xia Kingdom, the shield-bearers fell back, allowing the archers to commence their volley. The charioteers and cavalry charged ahead. After the shield-bearers of the Great Xia Kingdom withstood the initial barrage of arrows, they swiftly retreated, and the leaders of the 1,000-man, 100-man, and 10,000-man formations initiated their strategies. Energy blades materialized in mid-air, aimed at cleaving the advancing chariots and cavalry in half. Upon witnessing this, Chen Ligua leaped into the air, soaring high before diving toward the formation of the Great Xia Kingdom. With a sweeping motion of his great sword, an energy blade formed atop it, and he struck toward the 1,000-man formation. This formation was commanded by a general of the Flying Dragon Army, a martial king of the 5th rank. Upon seeing Qinligua's blade approaching, he swiftly swung his energy blade to meet it, and the two energy blades clashed with a resounding impact that reverberated through the heavens. Both blades shattered into 2 pieces, dissipating into nothingness. Qinligua then approached Qin Tairen, who inquired, "Who orchestrated the formations of the Great Xia Kingdom? For they are remarkably formidable." "It is merely a secondary formation. However, slaying the martial king is as effortless as slicing through a cucumber. Even the martial emperor can only contend with it, unable to dismantle this formation. When did the Great Xia Kingdom acquire such a remarkable adept? I have never heard of a secondary formation possessing such formidable power. Even members of the Formation Master Guild could not possibly arrange such an extraordinary secondary formation. Tomorrow, I shall personally investigate." Chapter 140. The weakness of the formation. The following day, after breakfast, Qinligua led the army out from the Longhu Pass, once more charging towards the forces of the Great Xia Kingdom. The SUSI-MANHUA of the Great Xia Kingdom had also prepared his troops early, establishing a formation before the Flying Dragon Pass. Upon sighting Qinligua's advancing army, he promptly activated the formation, conjuring hundreds of energy blades of varying lengths in the air. Qinligua, at the forefront, galloped towards the army of the Great Xia Kingdom. Raising his long sword, he manifested an energy blade atop it. He swung his sword towards a formation designed for 1,000-man slaughter, and in response, the energy blade from that formation immediately countered his strike. Simultaneously, energy blades from other 1,000-man formations and a 10,000-man formation surged towards him. When the two energy blades collided, they instantly shattered into 2 fragments, dissipating into nothingness. Qinligua deftly leaped back, evading the onslaught of the approaching energy blades, and continued to retreat beyond the reach of their strikes. He stood there, hesitant to advance further. He commanded the archers to rain arrows upon the formation of the Great Xia Kingdom, yet as soon as the arrows entered the formation's domain, they plummeted to the ground, seemingly halted by an unseen force, rendering them utterly ineffective. The second approach involves obstructing them at the gates of Phylong Pass, preventing their advance to the formation, thus rendering them incapable of assembling their array. Qinligua remarked, "Ancestor, tomorrow I shall employ the first method to test the waters, assaulting their formation to deplete the spiritual energy within the soldiers, leaving them bereft of means to resist with their array." On the following day, Qinligua diligently organized his troops and led the army out of Phylong Pass, arriving at the battlefield where the two armies would clash. SUSI-MANHUA, having received reports from scouts, also promptly mobilized his forces to the battlefield, positioning his soldiers and activating their respective formations. This time, Qinligua commanded his troops to advance just beyond the range of the Great Xia Kingdom's energy blades, halting their march before commencing an assault on the enemy's formation. They unleashed a barrage of arrows, launched massive stones via catapults, and hurled long spears, while warhorses drew chariots for a suicidal offensive. In an instant, the front of Great Xia's formation was besieged by a flurry of arrows, colossal stones raining from above, and long spears hurtling forward, while chariots charged ahead. The energy blades of Great Xia relentlessly struck the stones and cleaved through the oncoming chariots, yet a greater number of arrows and spears found their mark upon the formation. Half an hour elapsed, and the spiritual energy within the soldiers began to wane. The commander of the 100-man slaughter formation hastily produced the pre-prepared spiritual stones to replenish the formation's energy at its core, while the leaders of the 1,000-man and 10,000-man slaughter formations retrieved the primordial energy bestowed upon them by Yuan to restore their vigor. Another wave of attack ensued, and soon the spiritual stones for the 100-man slaughter formation were depleted once more. Due to the scarcity of spiritual stones in this mortal realm, and the limited supply throughout the Great Xia Kingdom, the formation is on the verge of ceasing its operation. Should the soldiers' internal spiritual energy remain unreplenished, the cessation of the formation will coincide with the depletion of their energy, rendering them utterly motionless. The leaders of the 100-man slaughter formation must therefore produce their sole piece of primal energy, placing it at the formation's core. Chunligua has been attacking for an extended duration, and his spiritual energy is nearly exhausted. However, the formation of the Great Xia remains steadfast, showing no signs of depleting its energy. Upon returning to the military camp, Chun Tyran remarked to Chunligua, "Given today's circumstances, the Great Xia must possess a substantial amount of spiritual stones to sustain the formation for such an extended period. This method of assault is futile. As long as the Great Xia has an adequate supply of spiritual stones, your forces will not breach their formation, even if all arrows, chariots, and spears are exhausted. Should your troops deplete their resources, they will be left defenseless against an offensive from the Great Xia." He continued, "Tomorrow, we shall alter our strategy. Under the cover of night, let the soldiers stealthily exit the city and seize the position of the Great Xia's formation, preventing them from establishing their defense. Only then will they be unable to withstand your assault." Receiving these directives, Chunligua promptly relayed the orders, instructing the soldiers to exit the gates under the cloak of darkness, approach the location of the Great Xia's formation, and blockade the gates of Phylong Pass, ensuring they cannot reach the formation site or prepare their defenses. Dan Kingsley remarked, "This formation possesses two significant drawbacks. Firstly, it necessitates a substantial amount of energy to sustain its operation. Secondly, it requires the soldiers to reach the designated positions in order to establish the formation. Although today's assault by the Great Qin Kingdom has expended considerable primordial energy, their own losses are even more pronounced. Should they persist in such offensives over an extended period, they may find themselves devoid of sufficient arrows, spears, chariots, and boulders to sustain their efforts. Their withdrawal today is likely attributed to their lack of resources for further aggression." Xianzi responded, "This Chun Tyran has astutely discerned the vulnerabilities of our formation. Consequently, he will undoubtedly devise a means to thwart our establishment of the formation tomorrow, preventing our soldiers from occupying the designated positions. Thus, it is imperative that we remain vigilant against a potential preemptive strike from them tonight, aiming to seize our outlined formation and render it impossible for us to establish it. I propose that Xia Mingjun discreetly depart the encampment after dusk to secure the formation's positions and set the formation in place, while remaining wary of a surprise attack from the Great Qin Kingdom. Furthermore, I instruct Li Yuan to promptly proceed to the front lines, etching intricate entrapments and confounding mazes before our formation. Should the minister's forces attempt an early strike to catch us off guard and seize our formation, we shall ensnare them within our traps, annihilating their ranks." Xianzi conveyed the outcome of their deliberation to Li Yuan, urging him to promptly inform Emperor Xia Mingjun to prepare for the possibility of an early assault from the Great Qin Kingdom aimed at commandeering their formation. He then directed Li Yuan to hasten to the front lines to commence the etching of the formation. Li Yuan conveyed the words of Xianzi to Xia Mingjun, urging him to swiftly gather spiritual materials. Otherwise, once their primordial powers were depleted, they would find themselves in a precarious position. Even if they managed to fend off the advances of the Great Qin Kingdom, the casualties would be devastating. Chapter 141. Capturing Chunligua alive. Upon hearing Li Yuan's counsel, Xia Mingjun immediately commanded a formation of 10,000 soldiers along with 4 formations of 1,000 soldiers each, as well as the Martial King squad, to exit the city and arrange themselves in formation. They were to protect Li Yuan as he inscribed a confinement array and a confusion array at the forefront, while also dispatching numerous scouts to gather intelligence on the movements of the Great Qin troops. He instructed them that should they observe the soldiers of the Great Qin Kingdom departing the city under the cover of night, they were to signal immediately. The soldiers quickly took their positions, and under the guidance of Xianzi, Li Yuan discreetly inscribed the confinement and confusion arrays at the front lines. After toiling for some time, he finally completed the inscriptions, securing the position of the Great Xia Kingdom. At the focal points of the 2 arrays, Li Yuan placed 2 pieces of primordial essence. Just as the formations were set, Xianzi remarked, "Our suspicions were correct. The army of the Great Qin Kingdom stealthily exited the city tonight and is lying in wait about 20 to 30 miles ahead. If we remain unprepared, they may advance before dawn and seize our position, rendering our arrays ineffective. Inform Emperor SUSI-MANHUA to discreetly mobilize the troops now and establish the formations. In the future, the army should be divided into several contingents to take turns in defense. This formation must remain manned at all times. It is imperative to hold this array steadfastly and prevent the Great Qin Kingdom from capturing it. This evening, while the Great Qin Kingdom remains unsuspecting, let the 100-man slaying squad, equipped with the Falcon formation, infiltrate their encampment. They shall utilize the formation disc to ensnare their soldiers, subsequently annihilating them in large numbers, aiming to eliminate as many of the Great Qin's troops as possible tonight. This will render them incapable of counteracting our formation through attrition. At that moment, heed my command to enlarge the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace, and while Chen Ligua is unguarded, swiftly ensnare him within the furnace, sealing it shut and incinerating him with the chaotic flames. Li Yuan dispatched a messenger to inform SUSI-MANHUA, conveying the words of Qianzi and Dan Qingzi, urging him to promptly rally the troops to the battlefield. SUSI-MANHUA, leading the army of the Great Xia Kingdom, soon arrived at the scene of conflict. Li Yuan shared the strategies devised by Qianzi and Dan Qingzi with SUSI-MANHUA, who immediately instructed the soldiers to prepare. Aside from those defending the 10,000 slaying, 1,000 slaying, and 100 slaying formations, the remainder of the soldiers, comprising the 100-man slaying squad with the Falcon formation disc, stealthily infiltrated the Great Qin's positions, poised to eliminate their forces. Once the battle commenced, all remaining warriors were to follow commands and launch an assault. Tonight, we shall significantly diminish the Great Qin's military strength, ensuring they can no longer mount an offensive. SUSI-MANHUA commanded. As night deepened, SUSI-MANHUA completed all arrangements, with the soldiers fully prepared. Shortly after, countless troops suddenly appeared before the Great Xia Kingdom's lines. With a wave of his hand, Chen Ligua silently directed the soldiers of the Great Qin to advance, ready to seize the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom. However, after they charged forward for a while, they suddenly discovered that the scenery before them had transformed. Towering peaks, colossal boulders, dense woods, and flowing rivers emerged. Countless vines in the air ensnared the soldiers of the Great Qin Kingdom, rendering them immobile. At that moment, SUSI-MANHUA shouted, activating the formation, which immediately triggered the remaining arrays. Energy blades materialized in midair and surged towards the trapped soldiers. Chen Ligua was taken aback, raising his long knife. He conjured an energy blade upon it and struck at the oncoming energy blade, severing it with a single blow, causing his own energy blade to shatter into two, dissipating into the ether. He raised his long knife once more, summoning another energy blade, and struck again at one aimed at the besieged soldiers of the Great Qin Kingdom. The two energy blades again cleaved into halves, vanishing into nothingness. Chen Ligua leaped forward, rushing beside the squad of 100, and aimed to form a colossal energy hand to smite them all. But just then, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself unable to see anything. It was now night, and though the surroundings were dark, the battlefield was never so dark as to render everything invisible. It is worth noting that Chen Ligua was a martial emperor, possessing formidable mental strength. Under normal circumstances, even in the dark of night, he could perceive his surroundings distinctly through his mental prowess. Chen Ligua was greatly astonished. He struck out with his palm, but encountered nothing. Could it be that he too was ensnared by some formation? This thought perplexed him deeply. After Li Yuan had conveyed all matters to SUSI-MANHUA, he stealthily infiltrated the camp of the Great Qin Kingdom. When the battle erupted, he approached Chen Ligua, who was in a fit of rage, and as Chen Ligua advanced to crush a small team within the Falcon formation, Li Yuan enlarged the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace, positioning it upside down to ensnare Chen Ligua within. Seizing the moment of Chen Ligua's bewilderment, Li Yuan swiftly closed the lid of the furnace and reduced its size, storing it within the cosmic pearl before vanishing inside it himself. In Chapter 142, The Demise of Chen Ligua, upon entering the cosmic pearl, Li Yuan immediately unleashed the chaotic fire seed to heat the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace, subjecting Chen Ligua to its searing intensity. Chen Ligua, bewildered and flailing his arms, suddenly sensed a growing heat enveloping him. He was utterly astonished, If this heat persisted, he would surely perish in flames. Overcome by terror, he exclaimed, "Who is responsible for this? Who has trapped me in here? Xiaoming-jun, if you have the courage, face me in a one-on-one duel." Resorting to such treachery is hardly the mark of a hero. You are truly despicable. As the heat intensified, Qinligua felt that his demise by fire was imminent. In a desperate plea, he called out, "Xiaoming-jun, let us reconcile. I will withdraw my troops at once and promise never to attack your great Xia kingdom again." Li Yuan responded, "Qinligua, good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished. You have long coveted the destruction of the great Xia kingdom. You have instigated a war, disregarding the lives of countless beings, leading innumerable families to devastation, with husbands and wives torn apart and children left orphaned. You have plunged the citizens of both nations into a state of suffering, causing their lives to spiral into chaos and despair. Your sins are beyond redemption, and no amount of death could atone for your misdeeds. Today, I stand as the representative of all the valiant souls who perished on the battlefield of the Flying Dragon Army. And on behalf of the myriad families and citizens affected by your actions, I condemn you to death." With that, Li Yuan intensified the infusion of chaotic flames, causing the 8 trigrams furnace to become exceedingly hot. Qinligua, in a frenzy, launched a series of futile attacks, all of which missed their mark. As the temperature escalated, he felt as though he were being roasted alive in the furnace. The searing pain coursing through his body was unbearable. He cried out, "I beg you, spare me. I surrender. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. I implore you, grant me mercy." Li Yuan paid him no heed, continuing to amplify the chaotic flames. After a brief pause, he probed with his spiritual energy, discovering that Qinligua had collapsed within the furnace, unconscious. Qianzi cautioned, "Do not let him perish completely. When he is on the brink of death, cast him into the exchange gate before ending his life. He is a martial sovereign, capable of yielding some primordial energy." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan sustained the flames for a while longer, sensing that Qinligua was nearing death, and then released him, casting him into the exchange gate. Subsequently, he severed the head from his lifeless body with the chaotic blade and utilized the headless corpse to exchange for primordial energy. Moments later, the primordial energy surged forth, and Li Yuan was elated to find that he had acquired 50 units of it. Holding the primordial energy, he felt an overwhelming joy. Qianzi warned, "Prepare yourself, and keep an eye on that Chun Tyrant." Having eliminated Qinligua, it is certain that when Chun Tyrant discovers his disappearance, he will be consumed by fury. At that moment, he may well disregard the regulations of the cultivation world and personally strike back. Inform Xiaoming-jun that all formations designed to counter Chun Tyrant, along with the Martial King's 100-man slaughter squad and the Flame Burst Spirit Arrow team, should cease their efforts to eliminate the soldiers of the Great Qin Kingdom, as those soldiers have become inconsequential. The pressing matter now is to prepare for Chun Tyrant's impending assault. Li Yuan swiftly emerged from the Cosmic Pearl and approached Xiaoming-jun, declaring, "Your Majesty, I have dispatched Qinligua. We must now fortify our defenses against Chun Tyrant, who, cornered, may breach the rules of the cultivation world and attack us directly. Therefore, I command that all 10,000-man and 1,000-man slaughter formations, as well as the Martial King's squad and the Flame Burst Spirit Arrow team, halt their pursuit of the Great Qin soldiers and concentrate on defending against Chun Tyrant's onslaught." With that, Li Yuan produced Qinligua's severed head from the Cosmic Pearl. Xiaoming-jun, upon witnessing this, was taken aback. He could scarcely comprehend how, in the blink of an eye, Li Yuan had vanquished Qinligua and severed his head. How could this be? How could Li Yuan possess such extraordinary prowess, defeating the martial Emperor Qinligua with merely the cultivation of a martial artist? Nevertheless, regardless of the means by which Li Yuan achieved this feat, the fact that Qinligua had been eliminated was undoubtedly a source of immense joy. Xiaoming-jun, preoccupied with the gravity of the situation, scarcely had time to express his gratitude to Li Yuan. Without delay, he commanded the soldiers beside him to relay orders, in accordance with prior arrangements. All forces engaged in the confrontation against Chun Tyrant were to immediately cease their assaults on the Great Qin Kingdom, fortifying their defenses against the impending attacks. Xia Mingjun instructed the soldiers to announce to the entire army that the Great Xia Kingdom had eliminated Qinligua, and he ordered that Qinligua's severed head be displayed atop the flagpole at Filong Pass. Meanwhile, Qin Tairen had dispatched Qinligua covertly to seize the positions of the Great Xia Kingdom, aiming to capture its formations. However, only a short while after the soldiers had set forth, a cacophony of battle cries erupted outside. Suddenly, Qin Tairen realized that Qinligua was missing. Although night had fallen and darkness enveloped the battlefield, Qin Tairen, as a martial sovereign, possessed formidable spiritual acuity, enabling him to discern the conditions of the battlefield even in obscurity. He surveyed the entire battleground but found no trace of Qinligua. Where could Qinligua have gone? Anger surged within Qin Tairen as he surveyed the countless corpses strewn across the field. What he initially perceived as a minor incursion into the Great Xia Kingdom now appeared to be a dire miscalculation. He had assumed that the Great Qin Kingdom would effortlessly vanquish its adversary, requiring no personal intervention. His presence on the battlefield was meant to intimidate the Great Xia Kingdom, compelling them to surrender without resistance, thus averting a catastrophic clash that could inflict significant losses upon the Great Qin Kingdom. Yet, the reality of the battlefield diverged starkly from his expectations. After several engagements, the Great Qin Kingdom had suffered severe casualties, while the Great Xia Kingdom appeared to have sustained minimal losses. What manner of conflict was this? And where was Qinligua? Chapter 143. Battle against the martial sovereign Qin Tairen gazed upon the towering walls of the Filong Pass in the Great Xia Kingdom, where a thick flagpole bore the gruesome sight of a severed head, the head of Qinligua. Stunned, Qin Tairen could hardly comprehend the scene before him. How could it be that, in the blink of an eye, the Great Xia Kingdom had executed Qinligua and displayed his head for all to see? How had this battle unfolded? How could Qinligua, with such formidable prowess, second only to himself, the martial sovereign, have been slain? Who was responsible for this atrocity? With Qinligua's demise, how could he possibly explain this to the Great Qin Kingdom? What fate awaited them henceforth? In the realm of mortals, a nation without a martial emperor to safeguard it could not hope to endure. If the Great Qin Kingdom were to fall, what would become of his numerous descendants? Surely, he could not remain as their protector indefinitely. Moreover, as an elder of the Tiandu sect, it was inconceivable for him to linger in this mortal realm for long, especially given the meager spiritual essence that permeated it. What could he do? A sudden wave of fury surged within Qin Tairen. The audacity of the Great Xia Kingdom was intolerable. A mere mortal nation, easily extinguishable, dared to defy his orders, to oppose him, and to murder his kin, the martial emperor of the Great Qin Kingdom, before his very eyes. This was an affront beyond measure. If he did not eradicate the Great Xia Kingdom, he would be unable to provide an account to the descendants of the Great Qin Kingdom, and his own wrath would remain unappeased. Qin Tairen resolved to take matters into his own hands and obliterate the Great Xia Kingdom himself. Although there is a risk that his enemies or those from the Heavenly Severance sect might seize upon this as a pretext to trouble him, he conjectured that in the realm of mortals, extinguishing a mere mortal kingdom was hardly noteworthy, and perhaps no one would ever become aware of it. Qin Tairen observed that the soldiers of the Great Qin Kingdom who could flee had already taken refuge in the Longhu Pass, while those unable to escape had mostly perished. Suspended in midair, Qin Tairen proclaimed loudly, "People of the Great Xia Kingdom, heed my words. You have unwarrantedly slain my descendant, Qin Tianying. I sent emissaries to urge your surrender, yet not only did you refuse, but you have now also murdered the emperor of the Great Qin Kingdom and countless soldiers. You are truly deserving of death. Today, I shall take matters into my own hands and annihilate your Great Xia Kingdom, avenging Qinligua, Qin Tianying, and the brave soldiers of the Great Qin Kingdom. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, he raised his palm, conjuring a colossal hand of energy, which he swept towards the army of the Great Xia Kingdom. Below, in accordance with their pre-battle strategy, a squad of explosive spirit arrows led by the patriarch of the Chu family unleashed 5 arrows simultaneously. The 5 arrows struck Qin Tairen's energy hand, resulting in a tremendous explosion that obliterated it. Qin Tyran was taken aback. What manner of arrows are these? How can they explode? He again gestured, forming another energy hand to strike downward. Once more, the squad led by Hu Booping released 5 arrows, once again destroying his energy hand. Qin Tyran's fury intensified. He extended both hands, simultaneously conjuring 2 energy hands to descend upon his foes. The general of the Dragon Legion led the Inferno Arrow Squad to unleash 5 arrows, shattering one of Qin Tyran's energy hands. Another energy hand descended, only to be cleaved in 2 by a 1,000-man slaughter squad wielding energy blades, causing both the energy hand and blade to dissipate simultaneously. Qin Tyran summoned the spiritual energy within him, connecting with the heavens and earth, allowing energy hands to materialize at his palms, striking downward in succession. One after another, the energy hands descended upon the battlefield, where 4 10,000-man formations, 20,000-man formations, and the 100-man slaughter squads wielded their energy blades, fervently resisting the onslaught. 3 spiritual arrow squads incessantly released their arrows, detonating the incoming energy hands. In a cacophony of explosions, the clash of energy blades and hands echoed through the skies, while thick smoke billowed and sparks flew across the battlefield. Qianzi instructed Li Yuan to notify the 400 100-man slaughter squad leaders, urging them to swiftly form 400-man teams to counter Qin Tyran's energy hands. Seizing a moment of distraction, Li Yuan slipped into the Cosmic Pearl, using his mental prowess to lift the lid of the Qian Kuan 8 trigrams furnace above Qin Tyran's head, enlarging it with his psychic energy before bringing it crashing down upon him. Focused intently on delivering energy hand strikes, Qin Tyran suddenly sensed, in the depths of his subconscious, an object plummeting from above. Looking up, he was met with the sight of a colossal object resembling an iron plate descending toward him. Qin Tyran gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom how such a massive iron plate had appeared above his head so unexpectedly. With a mighty hand, Qin Tyran struck the iron plate above his head, while he swiftly descended towards the ground. At that moment, he suddenly perceived the presence of something beneath him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a colossal, gaping black hole below. If he were to fall, he would plummet directly into its depths. A shiver coursed through Qin Tyran's body as a flash of insight illuminated his mind. He understood at once why Qin Ligua had vanished so abruptly, only to be killed moments later. Qin Ligua must have fallen into this black abyss and met his demise there. He hurriedly wielded his mighty hand, delivering a forceful strike both upwards and downwards, and desperately propelled himself sideways. Just then, an enormous rod hurtled towards him, but he deftly evaded it. Meanwhile, the iron plate above had descended, and the black hole below loomed ominously closer. He swung his 2 powerful hands once more, repelling both the iron plate and the gaping void below, and swiftly maneuvered to the side. Yet at that instant, an instinctual sense of grave danger surged within him. He glanced upwards and beheld a ribbon hurtling towards him. Uncertain of what the ribbon was, he felt an overwhelming threat. With both hands extended, he struck the ribbon aside with his energy-infused hands and darted swiftly to the side, finally escaping the perilous reach of the iron plate and the black hole. Chapter 144. The Heist, Part 1. Qin Tyran found himself perplexed. How had the iron plate, the black hole, the enormous rod, and the ribbon all vanished so suddenly? Qin Tyran even began to doubt whether there was an issue with his own consciousness. Moments ago, those entities had not appeared in the sky, and it must have been a mere hallucination. Yet, he understood that it was not his mind playing tricks, but rather those things had been activated by someone and then swiftly withdrawn. What could they be? A sudden realization struck Qin Tyran. The colossal treasures capable of expanding, contracting, and moving. A cold sweat broke out on him as he thought how fortunate he was to have reacted swiftly. Otherwise, should he have been struck by such a treasure, escape would have been impossible, with death as the inevitable outcome. Qin Ligua must have been eliminated by this very artifact. Within the confines of Longhu Pass, Qin Tyran summoned the remaining generals of the Great Qin Kingdom. He informed them that he would henceforth lead and command them directly, issuing an order that no one was to venture forth for attacks. but instead to maintain a vigilant defense of Longhu Pass against the impending assault from the Great Xia Kingdom. The responsibility for attacking and annihilating the Great Xia Kingdom would rest solely upon his shoulders. Upon hearing this, the generals of the Great Qin Kingdom sighed in relief. They had found the ongoing conflict with the Great Xia Kingdom to be utterly humiliating. They had scarcely managed to eliminate a handful of enemy soldiers, while their own forces, numbering around 600,000 to 700,000, had already suffered over half in losses. If this continued, not only would they fail to conquer the Great Xia Kingdom, but their vast army might also be entirely obliterated by it. In such a scenario, the Great Qin Kingdom would be left defenseless against the Great Xia Kingdom, leading to its inevitable demise without a fight. Seated within the military tent, Chun Tairen pondered silently, contemplating the nature of those treasures belonging to the Great Xia Kingdom. However, given their ability to expand and retract, to shift and maneuver, they must undoubtedly be extraordinary artifacts. Such treasures he had only heard of in tales, never having laid eyes upon them himself. He possessed a fifth-tier spiritual sword, yet even this formidable weapon could not expand or contract. The treasure he beheld was infinitely more precious than his sword. While he felt a sense of relief for having evaded the treasure's lethal assault, he could not suppress a burgeoning thought. If such a remarkable artifact had spared him, it implied that its possessor's cultivation was rather mediocre. In the Great Xia Kingdom, the highest authority was none other than Emperor Xia Mingjun, the martial emperor. However, this treasure surely did not belong to him. Whoever else possessed, it would at most be a martial king. Should he devise a means to seize this treasure, it would be akin to a windfall from the heavens. Qin Liguo resolved to wait until dawn to venture onto the battlefield of the Great Xia Kingdom, seeking the possibility of acquiring such treasures. All were filled with curiosity regarding the nature of the phenomena that had materialized: a colossal iron plate, a vast black hole, and an elongated, thick rod, accompanied by a delicate ribbon barely 5 feet long, which many had overlooked entirely. How could such objects manifest on the battlefield? Whose were they? What had caused their abrupt appearance and subsequent vanishing? Emperor Xia Mingjun was well aware. These artifacts undoubtedly belonged to Li Yuan. Li Yuan had claimed to possess methods to counter Qin Tairen's attacks. It was evidently these treasures that bolstered his confidence to boast of his capability to withstand Qin Tairen's onslaught. Alas, Li Yuan's cultivation was woefully inadequate. Had it been greater, he might have wielded these treasures to vanquish Qin Tairen, just as he had done with Qin Liguo. Now, Xia Mingjun comprehended the urgency with which Li Yuan sought the spiritual materials. With such resources in hand, Li Yuan would undoubtedly possess the means to transmute them into energy, thereby elevating his own cultivation. Xia Mingjun mused that once they had thwarted Qin Tairen's offensive, he must endeavor to amass as many spiritual materials as possible to assist Li Yuan in his ascension. Li Yuan's unwavering loyalty to the Great Xia Kingdom, regarding it as his own home and defending it at all costs, was commendable. With Li Yuan's cultivation enhanced, the Great Xia Kingdom would remain impervious, ensuring that no adversary could threaten its existence. Thus, the forces of the Great Xia Kingdom took turns defending, tirelessly occupying the battlefield in front of the pass day and night. The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Tairen commanded his soldiers to fortify the Longhu Pass, forbidding them from leaving the city. He himself did not even open the gates of Longhu Pass, instead soaring into the sky and directly above the Great Xia Kingdom's position. Without uttering a word, he manifested colossal hands of energy, striking down upon the soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom. The soldiers, ever vigilant, had been monitoring the movements of the Great Qin Kingdom at Longhu Pass. Upon witnessing Qin Tairen's emergence, they promptly prepared for battle. The 4 10,000-man slashing formations, the 20,000-man slashing formations, and 2 martial king squads of the Great Xia Kingdom simultaneously summoned energy blades, while the spiritual arrow squads readied their arrows on the bowstrings. As Qin Tairen's colossal hands of energy descended upon the army of the Great Xia Kingdom, their energy blades cleaved through each one with precision. Due to the necessity of 3 shifts in defense, only 1 squad of the flame-exploding spiritual arrows was deployed to engage in combat. The Spirit Arrow team focused intently on Chun Tyran's formidable energy hand. Upon identifying any energy hand lacking the protective energy blade, they would immediately unleash their fiery explosive spirit arrows to obliterate it. Li Yuan, concealed within the cosmic pearl, deftly employed his mental prowess to levitate the lid of the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace above Chun Tyran's head, enlarging it before bringing it crashing down. Chapter 145, Snatching Treasures, Part 2. These treasures were truly remarkable. However, the individual possessing them must possess a relatively low cultivation level. In the army of the Great Xia Kingdom, aside from Xia Mingjun, who held the rank of martial emperor, the rest were merely martial kings, martial masters, or even martial apprentices, with no one of higher cultivation present. Furthermore, the manner in which the individual controlling these treasures wielded them for attack, while still managing to defend against them, indicated that this person's cultivation was not particularly high. If their cultivation were truly formidable, these treasures, when magnified and made heavier, would weigh not merely hundreds of thousands of pounds, but potentially millions or even more. What to do then? Chun Tyran sat there, pondering slowly. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He conceived a plan to capture or eliminate the one who possessed these treasures. If he could dispose of that individual, the treasures would then be left ungoverned. In that case, who could possibly rival him on this battlefield? Given the low cultivation level of that person, Chun Tyran felt confident in his ability to defeat them. Even if it meant sustaining some injuries from being struck by those treasures, he was determined to seize them. After all, Chun Tyran had discerned that the possessor's cultivation was indeed low. Even if he were to be hit by the treasures, the danger would be minimal, at worst. He would only suffer some minor injuries. Yet how does one identify that individual? Chun Tyran could not devise any method and could only earnestly observe during tomorrow's battle. Hoping to discern the person, Xia Mingjun, while walking, was consumed by worry. This battle was merely a passive defense, lacking the capability to launch an offense, and could not vanquish Chun Tyran. Meanwhile, martial sovereign Chun Tyran held complete initiative. He could strike at will and retreat whenever he pleased. They could neither defeat him nor impede his movements. Furthermore, the formations at their disposal relied not only on the soldier's internal spiritual energy, but also necessitated energy sources such as spirit stones. However, where could they acquire such abundant energy? Currently, a single formation required 5 units of primordial energy. It was certain that Li Yuan possessed limited amounts as well. Otherwise, he would not have been so anxious for Xia Mingjun to gather spiritual materials. Xia Mingjun was oblivious to the connection between the spiritual materials Li Yuan sought and the primordial energy. Did Li Yuan transform these spiritual materials into primordial energy? How did he accomplish such a transformation? If Chun Tyran were to prolong this stalemate, when would it ever conclude? Over time, their primordial energy would inevitably deplete, rendering the formations inoperative. What then? Without the formations, the Great Xia could scarcely withstand the onslaught of the martial sovereign. Chun Tyran could easily crush their forces with a few powerful strikes. Relying on Li Yuan's treasures for defense, Xia Mingjun pondered whether these treasures also required substantial energy to function. If Li Yuan's artifacts demanded considerable primordial energy for operation, how could they possibly supply such a vast amount? Chun Tyran, the sovereign of martial arts, possesses the remarkable ability to soar through the skies. His potential to launch a sudden attack at any moment necessitates that the army of the Great Xia be ever vigilant. A moment's negligence could result in a devastating ambush, leading to total defeat. Li Yuan, too, requires rest and cannot remain on the battlefield indefinitely. Should Li Yuan take a respite, and Chun Tyran choose that moment to strike? The absence of Li Yuan's defense would render the situation exceedingly precarious, perhaps even insurmountable. The Summer Ming army, following orders, disseminated the primal energies bestowed by Li Yuan to the leaders of the 10,000 Slaughter Formation, the 1,000 Slaughter Formation, and the Martial King Squad. Qianzi observed, given the current circumstances, it appears implausible to utilize Li Yuan's treasures to vanquish Chun Tyran. We can only maintain a stalemate. However, Should we acquire sufficient spiritual materials to elevate Li Yuan's mental prowess to the 20th level, we might then triumph over Qin Tyrant. What shall be Qin Tyrant's next course of action? Chapter 146, The Battle for the Royal City, Part 1. Dan Kingsley remarked, Qin Tyrant lacks any advantageous strategies. He may choose to prolong this conflict, depleting our primal energies until he has a chance to overcome us. Yet, it is unlikely he possesses knowledge of the extent of our primal energies or how long we can endure. Can he truly sustain the patience required for such a protracted engagement? While he stalemates with us, his own consumption will be considerable. In this mortal realm, where the spiritual essence of heaven and earth is exceedingly scarce and replenishment is arduous, he would surely hesitate to maintain a long-term standoff, risking the exhaustion of his inner spiritual energy. There exists a possibility that he may abandon this battlefield altogether and ascend to the imperial city of the Great Xia, laying it to waste. However, such actions would ultimately lead to his own detriment. Raising the imperial city of the Great Xia to the ground serves little purpose. Aside from a fleeting sense of vindication, it yields no tangible benefit. Nevertheless, daring to obliterate the imperial city of a mortal realm constitutes a grave matter fraught with peril. Should the adversaries from the realm of immortals become aware of this transgression and use it as a pretext to create trouble for him, it would become exceedingly difficult for him to navigate the ensuing chaos. Some matters remain inconsequential when left unexamined, yet once scrutiny is applied, they escalate into significant issues. Qianzi remarked that the only feasible way for him to triumph over us now lies in capturing or eliminating Li Yuan and seizing his treasures. Therefore, to thwart the possibility of Li Yuan being captured or eliminated by Qin Tyrant, he must minimize his own visibility and conceal himself within the Cosmic Pearl, rendering himself undetectable to Qin Tyrant. The following day, Li Yuan and Xia Mingjun arrived early at the battlefield. Li Yuan informed Xia Mingjun of his intent to position himself at the center of the battlefield, where he would remain hidden, launching a surprise attack on Qin Tyrant. Xia Mingjun, of course, offered no objections. Li Yuan then made his way to the center of the battlefield and swiftly concealed himself within the Cosmic Pearl. Moments later, Qin Tyrant emerged from the Longhu Pass, soaring into the skies above the army of the Great Xia. Without uttering a word, he materialized a colossal hand of energy and struck down upon the soldiers of the Great Xia. The myriad formations of the Great Xia, including the 10,000-man slaughter formation, the 1,000-man slaughter formation, along with the Martial King Squad and the Spirit Arrow Squad, immediately mobilized to counter Qin Tyrant's assault. Li Yuan once again sent the lid of the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace soaring above Qin Tyrant's head, subsequently enlarging and intensifying its weight, directing it to crash down upon him. Qin Tyrant swept aside the lid with a powerful hand, meticulously observing the army of the Great Xia Kingdom to discern who was orchestrating these treasures. If he could identify that individual and eliminate him, not only would he seize these valuable items, but he would also swiftly triumph in this conflict. The enormous iron plate was cast aside, revealing yet another vast, dark opening that loomed toward him. He deftly deflected this abyss as well. Thus, while fending off these treasures, he continued to scrutinize the scene. After a considerable time had passed, he still could not identify the one manipulating these artifacts. He darted into the air above the Great Xia forces and bellowed at Xia Mingjun. Xia Mingjun, I hereby command your surrender. Relinquish these treasures. Otherwise, I shall raze your imperial city to the ground and annihilate all your kin, your clansfolk, and every soul within the Great Xia capital. You may hold your ground here, but I wonder how long you can endure. I possess ample time to extinguish your Great Xia. For me, time is of no consequence. I can linger here for decades, even centuries, until I wear you down. Xia Mingjun retorted. Qin Tyrant, carry out your threats. The Great Xia has only heroes who die in battle, not cowards who surrender. With a population of millions, should you dare to act with merciless abandon, the heavens shall not spare you. The realm of immortals will not turn a blind eye. Retribution will come for you. As long as a single individual from the Great Xia possesses the strength to vanquish you in the future, He will avenge the countless souls of our people." Chen Tairen laughed heartily. "Xia Mingjun, you are exceedingly naive. The denizens of the immortal realm are selfish and cold-hearted, each tending to their own affairs. Who would bother with the trivial matters of a mere mortal nation? I shall now fly to your imperial city and reduce it to rubble." With that, he soared into the air, heading towards the imperial city of the Great Xia. Xia Mingjun was taken aback, his heart racing at the thought that Chen Tairen was intent on destroying his imperial city. What should he do? He scanned his surroundings in search of Li Yuan, hoping to find some means to thwart Chen Tairen's murderous intentions. At that moment, Li Yuan was within the cosmic pearl, and Qianzi cautioned, "Do not venture out. If Chen Tairen truly intends to massacre in the imperial city, we will be powerless to intervene. However, I suspect he may not dare to wreak havoc there. Should he truly pursue such carnage, individuals from the immortal realm would undoubtedly step forward to address the situation and seek justice for the fallen. Let us wait and see. If he does make his way to the imperial city, we shall breach his Dragon Tiger Pass and annihilate the forces of the Great Chen." Meanwhile, Chen Tairen, unable to breach the formations of the Great Xian or ascertain who wielded control over the treasures, expended considerable spiritual energy over several days. In a fit of rage, he set his sights on the imperial city of the Great Xia, resolved to raze it to the ground. He mused to himself that by not attacking the Flying Dragon Pass, he could render the Great Xia's forces impotent. Given time, their army would grow complacent. And at that moment, he could strike unexpectedly, perhaps even obliterating the Great Xia's forces and seizing their treasures. The imperial city of the Great Xia Kingdom lies merely tens of thousands of miles from Phylong Pass. After 2 days of flight, Chen Tairen arrived at the imperial city of the Great Xia. Hovering above the city, he bellowed, "People of the Great Xia, heed my words. I am Wuzong Chen Tairen, the ancestral patriarch of the Great Chen. Your emperor, Xia Mingjun, has refused to surrender, and in my fury, I have come to obliterate your city, to raze it to the ground and annihilate all within." With that, he gestured, conjuring a colossal hand of energy that descended upon the imperial city. The impact caused buildings to collapse, reducing people to mere pulp. His thunderous voice reverberated through the city, igniting panic among the populace. Cries and wails erupted as countless individuals fled in desperation, turning the imperial city into a chaotic maelstrom. After his devastating strike, Chen Tairen proclaimed, "Now, I offer you a chance to survive. Surrender the relatives of Xia Mingjun to me, and I shall spare the rest. Should you refuse, death awaits you all." Suddenly, a blade of energy materialized in midair, followed by several more. 3 blades, closest to Chen Tairen, hurtled toward him with lightning speed. He deftly dispersed 2 with a wave of his hand and evaded the third, preparing to ascend to a height beyond the reach of the energy blades to continue his assault on the imperial city. Yet, just as the thought of flight crossed his mind, an instinctive sense of danger surged within him. Glancing around, he spotted a ribbon-like entity, 2 zhong in length, darting toward him with serpentine swiftness. What could this be? Chapter 147, The Battle at the Imperial City, Part 2. He hastily employed his other hand to summon a colossal hand of energy to strike at the ribbon. But the ribbon was pliable and did not yield to force. Chen Tairen's palm met the ribbon with no effect whatsoever. He retrieved his long sword, a 5th-tier spirit sword, and swung it at the ribbon, yet it proved futile. The ribbon was both unyielding and resilient, impervious to his attempts to sever it. Bound by the ribbon, he began to descend towards the ground. He struggled vigorously, seeking to free himself from its grasp, but his efforts were in vain. He remained suspended in the air, exerting all his strength to resist the ribbon's pull, determined not to be dragged down. At that moment, an energy blade surged towards him from below. He swiftly wielded his energy sword with his other hand, cleaving the energy blade in 2. However, an intense chill emanated from the ribbon, freezing his garments into shreds. The arm ensnared by the ribbon lost all sensation, rendering him nearly immobile, as a pervasive cold enveloped him, making even the slightest movement arduous. With no leverage in the air and his body rendered numb, he was dragged closer to the ground, soon finding himself merely 2 or 3 yards from it. In desperation, He channeled the energy within him to combat the encroaching cold. Just as he managed to expel the frigid energy from his body, another energy blade lunged at him. He thrust his energy sword towards the incoming blade, and upon collision, both weapons dissipated into nothingness. Qin Tairen raised his gaze and beheld a girl of merely 12 or 13 years who hurled a longsword towards him. Initially, he regarded this act with indifference, dismissing the notion that a small girl could wield any significant power. What harm could such a weapon inflict upon him? However, in the blink of an eye, the sword found its mark, piercing his abdomen. Qin Tairen did not even contemplate evading or deflecting it. Yet, suddenly, a profound sense of danger surged within his subconscious. As he momentarily froze, the sword embedded in his belly detonated. A conflagration enveloped him, and he cried out in agony as flames seared his body, leaving a gaping wound in his abdomen, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. With great effort, Qin Tairen summoned his internal energy, struggling desperately to free himself from the entangling ribbons. Just then, an energy blade descended upon him once more. Meanwhile, within the imperial city, the onlookers witnessed SUSI-MANHUA concentrating all her spiritual energy into the Qin Yuan sword, fervently drawing upon the ethereal forces of nature. Seizing the opportune moment, she cast the sword at Qin Tairen with reckless abandon. As the blade pierced his abdomen, she utilized her mental prowess to ignite the energy coalescing within the sword, an explosion of black hole essence and fire. Following the violent eruption, SUSI-MANHUA, having exhausted her spiritual energy, mental strength, and resolve, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. In the sweltering summer, Princess Xia Tianyu summoned the ethereal energy within her body. Desperately drawing from the essence of the heavens and earth, she unleashed the formidable skill of the Hunyuan silk, ensnaring Qin Tairen and attempting to draw him to the ground. However, the disparity in their cultivation levels rendered her unable to control the silken ribbon. As Qin Tairen struggled valiantly, on the verge of breaking free, she had no choice but to stake everything, channeling all her spiritual power into the Hunyuan silk to freeze his arm. Yet, as Qin Tairen's arm was severed, the Hunyuan silk, entwined around the severed limb, fell to the ground, and Princess Xia Tianyu, having exhausted her energy, succumbed to unconsciousness. Chancellor Jiang Shouxian rushed over, glancing between the pale-faced SUSI-MANHUA and the princess, both lying on the ground in a state of distress, leaving him at a loss. The second prince swiftly retrieved a top-grade healing elixir from his storage bag, tossing it to a soldier by the formation. The soldier, upon receiving the healing elixir, hastened to Jiang Shouxian's side and presented it to him. Jiang Shouxian promptly ordered that the two young women be administered the healing elixir, but to no avail. The elixir proved ineffective, and both remained unconscious. Reluctantly, Chancellor Jiang Shouxian commanded that the two girls be carried to the nearby military camp. You may wonder how the second prince and the princess, initially stationed at the battlefield of Biding County to fend off the Liang Kingdom's invasion, suddenly appeared in the imperial city, not only repelling Qin Tairen's assault, but also delivering a devastating blow when he was caught off guard, forcing him to retreat in fright. The second prince and the little princess were originally resisting the assault of the great Liang Kingdom in Biding County, managing to deter the enemy's forces from breaching the Tiger Wolf Pass. Faced with such adversity, the great Liang's commander, Morongji, had no choice but to report the situation on the battlefield to Emperor Liang Shouqing. Upon receiving the news, Emperor Liang was filled with both fury and concern. His anger stemmed from the humiliation of the esteemed Great Liang army being unable to overcome a prince who was yet unversed in worldly affairs. His worry was that should they fail to invade the Great Xia Kingdom and eliminate the second prince's troops, the Great Qin Kingdom would undoubtedly suspect that they were merely bluffing and not genuinely exerting their full strength in the assault. This could lead to dire consequences after the Great Qin Kingdom vanquished the Great Xia Kingdom, as they would surely seek retribution against the Great Liang Kingdom. Thus, not only would their nation fail to reap the rewards of this war, but they might also face punitive measures from the Great Qin Kingdom for having offended them. Ultimately, Emperor Liang Shouqing resolved to personally journey to the Tiger Wolf Pass battlefield to annihilate the forces of the Great Xia's second prince. Chapter 148. The slaying of Liang Shouqing. Exerting immense spiritual power, Liang Shouqing soared from the imperial city to the Tiger Wolf Pass. Upon arrival, he immediately commanded the army to withdraw from the pass and advance to the battlefield. After a round of fierce verbal exchanges, he ascended above the Great Xia forces, brandishing a colossal hand of energy to strike down upon them. The second prince, Xia Tianxian, Menganghua, and the little princess were all on edge upon learning of Emperor Liang Shouqing's personal appearance on the battlefield. They had preemptively positioned their troops at the scene, with soldiers taking their assigned places, forming formations of 10,000 manslaughters, 1,000 manslaughters, and 100 manslaughters. As Liang Shouqing soared above their army and commenced his assault, the second prince and his companions promptly activated their formation, conjuring a multitude of energy blades in midair. Liang Shouqing's colossal energy hand descended, only to be met with the energy blades that sliced through it or the fiery explosive arrows that detonated against it. After several strikes, witnessing the Daxia Kingdom's energy blades successfully disperse his energy hand incited great fury within him. Resolute, he decided to descend to a lower altitude above the Daxia army. Intent on using his energy hand to smite their soldiers directly, he hovered above the second prince's myriad slaying formation, gesturing with both hands as two energy hands simultaneously lunged towards the second prince and his allies. The second prince hastily swung his energy blade, dispersing one of the energy hands, while a squad of fiery explosive arrows obliterated the other. Just as Liang Shouqing unleashed these two energy hands, and before he could condense another for further assault, a slender ribbon suddenly darted swiftly from behind him. At first, Liang Shouqing regarded it as merely a ribbon, paying it little heed as he attempted to swat it away casually. However, the moment his hand grazed the ribbon, it instantly coiled around his arm with lightning speed. Startled, he quickly reached with his other hand to free himself, only to find the ribbon, akin to a nimble serpent, ensnaring it in the blink of an eye. In no time, the ribbon had wound itself around him several times. Liang Shouqing suddenly sensed a tremendous force emanating from the ribbon, pulling him downward. He channeled his spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to break free from its grasp. However, he suddenly discovered that his spiritual energy could no longer circulate. Liang Shouqing was taken aback, struggling desperately to free himself from the binding ribbon, yet his efforts proved futile. Without the support of his spiritual power, Liang Shouqing plummeted to the ground like a burlap sack filled with grain. Many were bewildered by the sudden appearance of a ribbon on the battlefield that ensnared Liang Shouqing, causing his fall, but the second prince and others understood that it was the little princess who had used the mysterious heavenly silk to entangle him. Upon witnessing Liang Shouqing ensnared by the little princess and fallen to the ground, the second prince immediately wielded his energy blade and struck. With his spiritual energy incapacitated, Liang Shouqing saw the energy blade descending upon him and desperately pushed off the ground, attempting to evade the strike, but alas, without the ability to harness his power. He could only move a fraction of a distance before the energy blade severed both of his legs. At the same time, Menganghua, leading a formation of 10,000, observed Liang Shouqing's predicament. Witnessing the second prince amputate his legs, he swung his energy blade toward Liang Shouqing, delivering a decisive blow that severed his head. It was a tragic fate for Liang Shouqing, the esteemed emperor of the great Liang Kingdom, a figure of martial prowess, to be so swiftly beheaded by the second prince and his entourage, whose highest cultivation level was merely that of a martial king. In the kingdom of Daliang, Murongji originally beamed with pride as he observed their emperor Liang Shouqing soaring above the armies of the great Xian nation, poised to vanquish them. However, in an unexpected turn of events, he witnessed their emperor ensnared by a silken ribbon, plummeting to the ground, whereupon he was beheaded by the second prince and Menganghua. Overwhelmed with shock, he brandished his long knife and shouted, "Charge!" With a swift shake of the reins, he led the charge, his troops following suit. Seeing the soldiers of Daliang cease their assault and begin to retreat, the second prince bellowed, "Charge! Annihilate Daliang!" With a flourish of his long knife, he surged forward. The valiant warriors of the 10,000 Slaughter Formation, the 1,000 Slaughter Formation, and the 100 Slaughter Formation surged forth from their ranks, pursuing the fleeing soldiers of Daliang. The elite 100 Slaughter Squad, wielding the Falcon Formation disc, rapidly infiltrated the Daliang forces, discarding the disc upon the ground to activate it, thereby ensnaring a multitude of Daliang soldiers and dispatching them with energy-infused blades. The chariots of the Great Xia surged ahead, followed closely by the cavalry and infantry, while archers unleashed a flurry of arrows. In the ensuing chaos, countless Daliang soldiers fell by the sword, and those who managed to flee to Hulong Pass hastily shut the city gates. The soldiers of Daliang, suffering heavy casualties, gathered together, their faces etched with despair. In Chapter 149, the second prince strategizes the defense of the imperial city, grappling with the grim reality that their martial emperor has been slain by the Great Xia, and the Grand Marshal Murongji has also met his demise, leaving them with no means to continue the fight. In their previous confrontations with the Great Xia Kingdom, although they were never a match for their formidable opponent and merely endured a series of assaults, the Great Xia had only taken them captive without executing them. However, this time, the Great Xia not only slaughtered their emperor and grand marshal, but also unleashed a merciless onslaught, resulting in catastrophic casualties among their ranks. Should the Great Xia continue their indiscriminate massacre, with their emperor and grand marshal slain, they would find themselves rendered powerless before the Great Xia army. Akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, the surviving vice-marshal of the Great Liang Kingdom, along with several generals, after much deliberation, reluctantly hoisted a white flag upon the city walls, signaling their surrender to the Great Xia. They dispatched envoys to present their capitulation document to the second prince of the Great Xia. The second prince had received news of the upheaval in the imperial city days prior. He was aware that the crown prince, under the influence of the patriarch of the Chao clan and others, had surrendered to the Great Qin Kingdom, only to be captured later by the patriarch of the Yang clan and Yang Jinhua and imprisoned thereafter. Furthermore, the patriarchs of the Chao, Sun, and Huang clans had all met their demise. The battlefield they occupied was not the primary theater of war. That distinction belonged to the Flying Dragon Army's battleground. The second prince harbored deep concerns regarding the Flying Dragon Army's situation, and he felt an overwhelming urgency regarding the state of the imperial city. He was tormented by uncertainty about the extent of the devastation wrought by the crown prince and the patriarch of the Chao clan's surrender to the Great Qin Kingdom, wondering if a massacre had occurred within the imperial city and the fate of his family. At present, the second prince held Li Yuan in profound esteem. Utterly confounded by how Li Yuan had foreseen the crown prince's treachery and surrender long before it transpired, allowing for timely preparations to be made. The kingdom of Daliang has now submitted a letter of surrender. After discussions with the Mingyan kingdom, it was decided to accept Daliang's capitulation, commanding Daliang to offer 500 billion taels of silver, along with rare herbs and treasures, to the Great Xia Kingdom. In return, the Great Xia Kingdom will refrain from sending troops to invade and annihilate Daliang. Upon arriving at the imperial city, the second prince inquired about the situation from Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian, the head of the Li family, and others, feeling relieved to learn that the first prince had not engaged in widespread slaughter in the capital, which had suffered minimal damage. After understanding the circumstances, the second prince prepared to lead several martial kings from the capital to support his father at the Feilong military front. However, Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian intervened, stating that with the emperor, Grand Marshal Li Yuan, and 600 or 700 martial kings already present at the Feilong battlefield, the second prince's involvement would be of little consequence if they were unable to withstand the assault from the Great Qin Kingdom. He advised the second prince to remain in the capital to make preparations, ensuring that in the event the Feilong army could not defend the Feilong Pass, they would devise strategies to protect the imperial city. Some voiced dissent, arguing that if Emperor Xia Mingjun could not hold the Feilong Pass against Qindarin, then it would be implausible for them to defend the imperial city against Qindarin. Jiang Shouxian retorted, asserting that even if they could not hold it, they must still attempt to defend. If Qindarin truly advanced, They would rather fight to the bitter end than allow the Great Qin Kingdom to easily seize the imperial city. After a thorough discussion among Shoshian, the second prince, the head of the Li family, the little princess, and others, it was resolved that around the imperial city, formations of the 10,000 slaughter and 1,000 slaughter would be inscribed. They would train the soldiers to defend fiercely against the impending assault from the Great Qin Kingdom, vowing that even in the face of national ruin, they would inflict severe losses upon the enemy, ensuring that the Great Xia would not fall easily. Thus, the little princess and SUSI-MANHUA hastily arranged numerous formations of the 10,000 slaughter, 1,000 slaughter, and 100 slaughter within the imperial city, commanding the martial kings and masters to lead rigorous training day and night. Just a few days into their training, a sudden roar from Qin Tyrant echoed above the imperial city, followed by his colossal energy hand crashing toward them. The inhabitants of the city were engulfed in terror, and the second prince urgently commanded the soldiers to take their positions, brandishing their energy blades to counter Qin Tyrant's assault. The little princess launched a surprise attack with the mixed heaven ribbon, successfully ensnaring Qin Tyrant's arm. With all her might, she channeled her spiritual energy to pull him down. Meanwhile, SUSI-MANHUA summoned her strength to hurl the Qingyan sword at Qin Tyrant, igniting the spiritual fire accumulated at its tip and creating a gaping wound in his abdomen. The energy blade wielded by the eldest prince severed one of Qin Tyrant's arms. Freed from the entanglement of the mixed heaven ribbon, Qin Tyrant hastily fled. But both SUSI-MANHUA and the little princess had exhausted their spiritual energy and collapsed. After administering healing pills to the little princess and SUSI-MANHUA, Jiang Shoshian discovered that the pills were ineffective, filling him with profound sorrow as he worried for their injuries and feared another attack from Qin Tyrant. In truth, Jiang Shoshian and the second prince's concerns regarding Qin Tyrant's potential resurgence were unfounded. Qin Tyrant, in a state of utter disarray, fled from the imperial city, traversing over 1,000 miles before discovering a grand mountain. Within its embrace, he stumbled upon a cave, from which he hastily entered, swallowing a healing pill in his anxiety. He seated himself upon the ground, channeling his spiritual energy to mend his wounds. The severity of his injuries left Qin Tyrant in a state of sheer terror. He had never anticipated that the imperial city of the Great Xia would harbor such formidable experts and possess such impenetrable defenses. That seemingly inconspicuous ribbon, a mere 2 zhang in length, proved to be extraordinarily powerful, ensnaring his arm with a will of its own, rendering him incapable of escape despite his frantic struggles. He even felt a semblance of gratitude that the energy blade had severed his arm. Had he remained ensnared by the ribbon and subsequently captured by the Great Xia, it would have spelled his certain demise. Moreover, the sword cast towards him, upon mere contact with his abdomen, was imbued with flames that threatened to explode, an astonishing display of might. Fortuitously, as a martial sovereign, he had survived. Had he been merely a martial emperor, he could have perished in an instant. The imperial city of the Great Xia indeed housed extraordinary talents. Qin Tyrant, in his arrogance and profound ignorance of the Great Xia's defenses, had brazenly approached to launch an assault without the slightest caution. Now, having narrowly escaped, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The thought of annihilating the Great Xia was utterly dispelled from his mind. However, he pondered the fate of the Great Qin. After all, it was his own family's realm. If he were to abandon it and provide no assistance, the Great Qin, bereft of its emperor, would stand defenseless against the onslaught of the Great Xia. However, what purpose would it serve to continue assaulting the Filong Pass of the Great Xia Kingdom? Not only is it evident that I cannot contend with the formidable formations of the Great Xia, but even if I were to vanquish their armies, it would hold little significance. The imperial city of the Great Xia is home to formidable experts. Even if I were to defeat the Filong army and Xia Mingjun, I would still hesitate to launch an attack on the imperial city itself. In chapter 150, Qin Tyrant contemplated his predicament within the cave, filled with helplessness and sorrow. He never anticipated that as a martial sovereign, he would find himself ensnared in such a dire and powerless situation, unable to fight and unwilling to surrender. What was he to do? Ultimately, Qin Tairen came to a realization. Waging war against the Great Xia Kingdom was futile, and preserving the Great Qin Kingdom was equally pointless. As a cultivator from the realm of immortals, it was foolish to engage in conflict with the mortal realm, especially after sustaining grievous injuries and losing an arm, nearly costing him his life. Yet, this journey was not devoid of merit. He discovered the presence of a colossal treasure within the ranks of the Great Xia army, wielded by an individual of considerably low cultivation. If he could identify that person, he possessed both the capability and confidence to seize the treasure. Should he succeed in acquiring these invaluable artifacts, his venture into the mortal realm would not be in vain, even in light of his lost arm. Thus, how might he procure those treasures? Qin Tairen sat in the cave, pondering meticulously. A direct assault was undoubtedly unfeasible. He could never breach the formidable formations and defenses surrounding the treasures. If a frontal attack was not a viable option, what then should he pursue? Qin Tairen sat in contemplation for an extended period, ultimately devising a cunning plan. Having lost an arm and sustained severe injuries, he could easily masquerade as an elderly, battle-worn soldier, stealthily infiltrating the military camp of the Great Xia. His objective was to discreetly identify the individual in possession of the treasures. Once that person was located, a swift and decisive strike could eliminate them, allowing him to seize the coveted riches. As for the intricate formations of the Great Xia, while he could not breach them, they would be powerless against him. Perhaps a sudden assault might even disrupt the defensive arrays of the Great Xia. After all, given the recent lapse in vigilance, it was plausible that the Great Xia's forces had relaxed their defenses. In such a scenario, he might very well find an opportunity to dismantle their military formations. This assault from the Great Qin upon the Great Xia was entirely predicated on the support he had provided. Had he not consented to assist, the current predicament would not have arisen. Therefore, even if he could not assist Great Qin in vanquishing Great Xia, he was determined to ensure that Great Qin would not be annihilated by the latter. Resolute in his decision, Qin Tairen remained seated, tirelessly channeling his spiritual energy for healing. 3 days later, the wound on his abdomen had healed, and the severed arm had also mended. Qin Tairen rose and soared into the sky, heading towards the battlefield of the Flying Dragon Army. Meanwhile, at the Flying Dragon Army's battleground, Xia Mingjun, witnessing Qin Tairen's advance towards his imperial city, was consumed with anxiety, yet felt utterly powerless. He sought out Li Yuan, but found himself unable to locate him at that moment. He organized his soldiers into a defensive formation and then summoned Xia Mingli, Xia Mingxing, Xia Tianwu, and others to discuss strategies. However, after deliberating for a while, they reached no conclusion. They were utterly powerless against Qin Tairen, who was heading towards the imperial city. While launching an attack on the Longhu Pass of the Great Qin Empire would be relatively easy, such an assault now seemed futile. The Great Qin Empire, having lost Qin Ligua, was rendered incapable of resistance against the Great Xia Empire, which could annihilate it at any given moment. Yet, the principal adversary of the Great Xia Empire was not the army of the Great Qin, but rather Qin Tairen himself. Xia Mingjun dared not abandon his position to confront the Great Qin Empire. If he left his stronghold, and it turned out that Qin Tairen had not proceeded to the imperial city, but was instead lurking nearby, a sudden attack would leave them in a precarious situation. Without the support of their formation, they would struggle to withstand Qin Tairen's onslaught. As the group was at a loss, they unexpectedly received a letter via carrier pigeon from the second prince, Xia Tianxian. Upon reading it, Xia Mingjun was astonished to learn that Xia Tianxian and the young princess had managed to eliminate Emperor Liang Shouqin of the Great Liang Empire. How could this be possible? The pampered second prince was merely at the 9th level of martial king, while the young princess was only at the 1st level. Yet, they had succeeded in vanquishing the martial Emperor Liang Shouqin. In this realm of mortals, there were countless nations and innumerable martial emperors, but it was rare to hear of any martial emperor being slain. It is crucial to note that martial emperors possess the ability to soar through the skies. In battle, even if they cannot overpower their opponent, they can typically flee. How then did the second prince and the young princess manage to defeat Liang Shouqin? Xia Mingjun immediately announced the news of the second prince's victory over Liang Shouqing to all present. Upon hearing the news, everyone was filled with immense joy. Finally, there was an uplifting piece of good news. The second prince truly possessed extraordinary talent and wisdom, exhibiting courage and strategy, capable of taking on responsibilities with resolute decisiveness. In contrast, the eldest prince, confined within the palace to study and train, was arrogant, haughty, ambitious yet inept, self-centered, and indecisive. In a fleeting moment, he had been seduced by the patriarch of the Chao family, disregarding his father and the entire Dacian nation, consumed by a fear of death, utterly lacking in merit. In the hearts of the people, if the second prince was a majestic dragon, the eldest prince was but a mere crawling insect. The crowd reflected, in times of peace, the princes appeared as noble dragons and phoenixes among men, yet when faced with significant challenges, their true natures and abilities were laid bare. After a brief moment of exhilaration, thoughts of their current predicaments and concerns for the imperial city cast a shadow of profound sorrow over them. Chapter 151. Breaking through the Dantian, Yuan found himself in a state of despair within the Cosmic Pearl. He yearned to venture out to confer with Xia Mingjun regarding strategies, yet Qianzi forbade him from doing so. Yuan comprehended that even if he were to step outside, there would be no means to thwart Shintyran's impending assault on the imperial city. Remaining within would allow the people to rely on him. Should he venture forth and fail to present a solution, their disappointment would only deepen. At that moment, Dan Kingsley suddenly proclaimed, "Excellent. A considerable amount of spiritual materials has arrived. This is indeed good news. Let us venture out to assess the quantity of spiritual materials and devise our next course of action." Yuan exited the Cosmic Pearl, his heart aflame with urgency as he hastened to meet Xia Mingjun. At that moment, a soldier approached to report that the imperial city had dispatched a new batch of spiritual materials. These materials had been collected from various provinces under the orders of Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian. Due to the considerable distance between the imperial city and the provinces, the delivery had only just arrived today. Shortly thereafter, another soldier arrived with news that the second prince of the Dalian kingdom had sent a contingent of spiritual materials gathered from their battlefield, along with contributions from the northwest and eastern fronts. Each of these three battlefields, adhering to the strategic deployment established at the outset of their campaign, had exerted every effort to collect spiritual materials through various means, including exchanging prisoners for resources, gathering within the ranks, and scavenging on the battlefield. They each managed to amass a collection of materials, which were then hastily delivered to the Feilong army's battlefield. Emperor Xia Mingjun felt a surge of joy upon receiving this news. With these spiritual materials in hand, it was highly probable that Yuan could devise a method to harness the primordial energy, enabling them to withstand Shintyran's assaults for a more extended period. The emperor commanded that all the materials be brought forth. Moments later, 6 or 7 storage bags were presented to him. After a brief examination, he ordered that these spiritual materials be entrusted to Yuan. Upon receiving the bags, Yuan informed the emperor of his need to attend to the materials and respectfully took his leave, exiting the emperor's tent. How should he utilize this primordial energy? Should he continue to refine the spiritual arrow array or reserve the energy for the formation's power source? Qianzi suggested enhancing Yuan's spiritual strength with the primordial energy, aspiring to elevate it to the 20th level. Should Yuan elevate to the 20th level, he alone could withstand Shintyran's onslaught. At that juncture, the army of the Great Xiao would no longer be ensnared in passivity. They could choose to advance or retreat, or even besiege the Longhu Pass of the Great Qin. However, the crux of the matter lies in the peculiarity of Yuan's situation, which is unlike that of others. He has only just unsealed one of the acupoints in his body, attaining the status of a first-level martial master. Both Dan Kingsley and Qianzi are uncertain whether Yuan's first-level martial mastery is complete or if he must fully unseal his Dantian and all acupoints to truly be considered a complete first-level martial master. Should he not be a fully realized first-level martial master at present, it would be exceedingly challenging for his mental prowess to reach the 20th level. According to the principles of martial cultivation, To elevate mental strength to the 20th level, one must possess at least first-level martial mastery. The disparity between mental capacity and cultivation cannot exceed one major realm. Dan Kingsley suggested, let us give it a try. Even if Li Yuan cannot elevate his mental strength to the 20th level, the more than 300 fragments of primordial energy should elevate his mental prowess to a level very close to the 20th. At that point, Li Yuan would have a greater chance to contend with Qin Tyrant. With the decision made, Li Yuan seated himself on the ground, surrounding himself with the 300 fragments of primordial energy. He commenced the absorption of this primordial energy, employing the soul cultivation technique of the chaos decision. One by one, the fragments were consumed, and Li Yuan's mental strength gradually ascended. After a day of diligent practice, having absorbed 60 to 70 fragments of primordial energy, his mental prowess had significantly improved. As Li Yuan continued his cultivation, he suddenly let out a piercing scream and fell to the ground, followed by another outcry before losing consciousness. Both Dan Kingsley and Xianzi were taken aback and hurried to Li Yuan's side to assess the situation. Upon their joint scrutiny, astonishment washed over them as they observed that the barrier of Li Yuan's dantian had been significantly breached once again. The two minuscule whirlpools within his dantian had diminished considerably, nearly becoming imperceptible, with only a faint trace remaining, still slowly swirling. Dan Kingsley exclaimed, "This is dire. Huar and Yuan are in trouble." Xianzi replied, "Huar has encountered trouble in the Imperial City, likely clashing with Qin Tyrant. But how could Yuan be in peril? Did she not vanquish the Emperor of the Great Liang and the Grand Marshal, securing victory? How could both of them suddenly find themselves in distress?" Xianzi remarked, "They remain unaware that their lives are far more precious than the combined existence of everyone in this realm." He glanced at the healing potions on the table beside him before turning to Li Yuan, stating, "We must swiftly rescue Li Yuan." Dan Kingsley also surveyed the healing potions and Li Yuan, though the potions were within arm's reach. Saving Li Yuan merely required retrieving a potion from the table and placing it in his mouth. Yet, the two exchanged glances, neither daring to move. Both their soul embryos were severely depleted, rendered exceedingly fragile, and they did not even dare to expend a fraction of their soul energy. Should they deplete themselves further, their soul embryos risked complete dissolution, leading to their ultimate demise, with no hope of body reconstruction thereafter. Xianzi awkwardly smiled at Dan Kingsley before drifting to Li Yuan's side, opening his mouth to draw in 50 units of primordial energy. Dan Kingsley remarked, "You have consumed too much." Xianzi remarked, "One must always be wary of the dissolution of the soul infant. If the primordial energy absorbed is insufficient, utilizing soul power to take a healing pill may cost one's life, leading to a tragic demise." He then approached the table where the healing pills were placed, reached out, and gently took one. Gradually, he floated to Li Yuan's side and placed the healing pill into his mouth. He wiped his forehead, to which Dan Kingsley responded, "There is no need to wipe. You're not sweating at all. Can your soul infant even perspire?" Xianzi chuckled awkwardly. "Here we are, dignified divine emperors, reduced to this state, using such meager primordial energy, as if we were thieves." Dan Kingsley replied, "With such a paltry amount of primordial energy, and so many places in need, how can we still have the audacity to compete? Moreover, even if we absorb some, it's merely a drop in the bucket, utterly futile." Xianzi declared, "In the future, when I have amassed sufficient primordial energy, I shall absorb tens of thousands, no, millions of units at once." Dan Kingsley remarked, "Having fallen to this state, you have only yourself to blame, dragging me into your misfortunes." Xianzi smiled awkwardly once more. The two ceased their conversation and turned their attention to Li Yuan. Chapter 152. 6 martial sovereigns. After Li Yuan consumed the healing pill, he paused for a moment before regaining consciousness. He glanced at Dan Kingsley and Xianzi, inquiring, "What has happened to me? Why did my dantian suddenly ache so severely?" Xianzi replied, "It seems that Huar and Yuan have encountered trouble in the Imperial City. As you observe the diminutive whirlpools of energy within their dantians, it is evident that a considerable amount has been swiftly depleted. We must promptly devise a means to rescue them." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan hastily seated himself amidst the primordial energies, commencing his absorption of the original essence to cultivate his soul power. Meanwhile, Xia Mingjun languished in the military camp, enduring days that felt like years, fraught with anxiety. After 5 days, having absorbed 200 units of primordial energy, Li Yuan finally paused. His mental strength had ascended to the pinnacle of level 19. Yet he found himself unable to breach the threshold of level 20. Dan Xing remarked, "Our conjecture has proven correct. It appears that Li Yuan must fully open all his acupoints and the walls of his dantian, breaking through the first layer of space within them, to attain the complete status of a first-level martial artist. Only then might he elevate his mental power to level 20. Qianzi pondered aloud. I wonder if each of Li Yuan's acupoints must similarly be broken through 9 layers of space, akin to the dantian, to achieve the integrity of a 9th-level martial artist, thus enabling his ascension to martial king. If that is indeed the case, how much energy would be required? Given that Li Yuan cannot elevate his mental strength to level 20, and with the remaining primordial energy being scarce, Danxing and Qianzi reluctantly advised him to cease his cultivation, reserving the nearly 100 units of primordial energy for contingency purposes. Suddenly, Qianzi exclaimed, "They have arrived." Ah, how has Chun Tairen transformed into this state? How could he have changed so dramatically? Danxing echoed his astonishment. Li Yuan inquired, "What has transpired?" Qi Yunzi remarked, "This Chun Tairen has lost an arm, appearing exceedingly disheveled. He now assumes the guise of an elderly war veteran, stealthily approaching the military camp of the Great Xia. What could his intentions be?" Dan Qingzi replied, "It is evident that this Chun Tairen engaged in a fierce struggle against Hua and Yu in the imperial city, resulting in the severing of his arm. It is worth noting that Yu possesses the chaos silkworm silk, crafted into the mysterious heaven cloak. Should Chun Tairen grow overconfident and careless, you might indeed ensnare him with the cloak. Furthermore, with Hua wielding the azure cloud sword, it is quite plausible for her to sever the arm of Chun Tairen trapped by the cloak. Now we understand why misfortune befell Hua and Yu. They must have been locked in a desperate battle with Chun Tairen, expending tremendous energy, which has left their small black hole vortices nearly depleted. However, since their vortices have not been entirely consumed, it suggests that they are not in grave danger, at least for the time being." At this moment, Li Yuan hastily ventured out to inform Xia Mingjun to maintain a vigilant defense against the impending ambush by the disguised Chun Tairen. For several days, Xia Mingjun had been in a state of anxiety, feeling as though time dragged on interminably. Upon seeing Li Yuan, his heart soared with joy. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Mingjun had begun to view Li Yuan as his pillar of support and savior. The absence of Li Yuan left him feeling utterly helpless in the face of his predicament, unsure of how to proceed. Yet now, upon encountering Li Yuan, a profound tranquility washed over him. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, he glanced around but did not spot Chun Tairen. Nevertheless, he swiftly commanded his soldiers to remain vigilant and prepare for battle. Li Yuan departed from Xia Mingjun and, under the guidance of Qi Yunzi and his companion, disguised himself as an inconspicuous soldier, gradually advancing towards Chun Tairen. Suddenly, Qi Yunzi exclaimed in alarm, "Do not approach Chun Tairen any closer. Quickly hide within the cosmic pearl. More martial sovereigns are arriving. This is the end for the Great Xia." Li Yuan hastily slipped into the cosmic pearl. Qi Yunzi intoned, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 martial sovereigns. Another 6 have arrived. The Great Xia can no longer withstand this onslaught. Dan Qingzi remarked, while 6 more martial sovereigns have indeed come. They need not all be allies of Chun Tairen, nor necessarily here to assault the Great Xia. As for their intentions, we shall observe further. Inform Xia Mingjun that 6 more martial sovereigns have arrived. He must remain cautious and not underestimate the situation. Li Yuan stealthily emerged from the cosmic pearl once more, returning to Xia Mingjun's side to convey the news of the 6 newly arrived martial sovereigns and the need to prepare for resistance. Upon hearing Li Yuan's report, Xia Mingjun was taken aback, exclaiming, "How can there be so many martial sovereigns? Where do they come from? What is their purpose? Are they all summoned by Chun Tairen to assist in the assault on the Great Xia? If they are indeed here to attack, How can we possibly defend ourselves? Is it truly the heaven's will for the great Xia to perish? Xia Mingjun was enveloped in profound anxiety, yet he resolutely vowed within himself that, even if these martial sects had been summoned by Chen Tyrant to assault the great Xia kingdom, he would fight to the death in resistance. Should he fail to withstand their onslaught, even if the great Xia were to fall, he would ensure that these adversaries comprehended that the great Xia kingdom was not to be trifled with. Those who sought its annihilation would pay a bloody price. Chapter 153. Eliminating Chen Tyrant. Li Yuan departed from Xia Mingjun and stealthily approached the location where Qianzi and Dan Qingzi anticipated Chen Tyrant might launch his attack. Seizing the opportunity when others were oblivious, he quietly entered the Cosmic Pearl, preparing with utmost diligence to counter the impending assault from Chen Tyrant and the 6 martial sections. Qianzi remarked, "This time, we may very well succeed in eliminating Chen Tyrant. He is currently injured, having lost an arm, which must significantly impair his abilities. With his arm severed, both his offense and defense will be considerably diminished. Moreover, Li Yuan's mental fortitude has been further enhanced, greatly amplifying his capacity to control these treasures. Consequently, it is likely that Chen Tyrant will no longer possess the capability to easily disperse these artifacts, as they can now hold their ground against him. He will find it difficult to escape unscathed. A further advantageous aspect is that with Li Yuan's augmented mental prowess, his soul technique, the soul needle strike, may prove effective against the martial sections. As long as this soul skill manages to momentarily incapacitate Chen Tyrant, allowing us a brief breath's advantage, we can bind him with the chaotic silken threads, obstructing the flow of his spiritual energy. Subsequently, we shall slam down the lid of the Qian Kuanbagua furnace. When the lid descends upon him, you will enlarge the Cosmic Pearl and strike it against the lid, which should render him dazed. Afterward, we will ensconce him within the Qian Kuanbagua furnace to meet his demise." Dan Qingzi added, "Moreover, we must remain vigilant against the onslaught of these 6 martial sovereigns. Should they truly approach to attack us, we shall employ these treasures to intimidate them. Once we have dealt with Chen Tyrant, we will cast his head forth and have Li Yuan hurl the Cosmic Pearl along with the lid of the Qian Kuanbagua furnace towards the advancing martial sovereigns. Using the Qian Kuanbagua furnace, the Tree of Life, and the chaotic silken threads as a barrier to instill fear, while we assail them with soul needles. This should suffice to scare them away." Meanwhile, Chen Tyrant ambled across the battlefield of the great Xia kingdom, and as he surveyed the scene, he was taken aback. Since his departure from the Dragon Army's encampment of the great Xia kingdom, 4 or 5 days had elapsed. He had presumed that the forces of the great Xia would have grown complacent, providing him with an opportunity for a stealthy strike. However, upon closer inspection, he found the great Xia's troops to be on high alert, their defenses tightly knit, as if facing a formidable foe. The prospect of mounting a surprise attack seemed exceedingly difficult. He estimated that he would scarcely be able to inflict any harm before the great Xia's forces would react. Even if he succeeded in dispatching some of their soldiers, it would bear little significance. His current objective had shifted from annihilating the great Xia kingdom to locating the individual possessing the treasured artifacts. However, he realized that seeking the individual who possessed the treasure was a rather unrealistic endeavor. With so many soldiers around, if the treasure bearer did not reveal themselves, it would be impossible for him to identify that person. Chen Tyrant lingered for a moment on the battleground of the great Xia kingdom, and seeing no opportunity, he contemplated exiting the territory to devise another plan. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. As he lifted his gaze, he was confronted by a colossal iron slab descending towards him from above. Chen Tyrant was taken aback, dressed as a pitiful elderly soldier. How could the people of the great Xia kingdom have discovered his presence? It seemed utterly implausible. Without a moment to ponder, he raised his hand, conjuring a massive energy hand that materialized in his grasp. He swung this formidable hand towards the descending iron slab. In the past, a mere swipe would have sent the slab flying aside. It posed little threat to him. Yet this time, to his astonishment, he found that he had merely halted the slab in midair rather than deflecting it. Shocked, he began to doubt whether he had sustained injuries that had diminished his power. rendering him incapable of moving the slab. With one of his arms severed in the Imperial City, he could only summon energy with one hand to strike. Having just unleashed a palm strike, there was no time to gather energy again for another assault on the slab. Thus, he leaped aside, hoping to escape the area covered by the impending descent of the iron slab before it struck the ground. As he had just taken a few steps into the air, he suddenly discovered a vast, gaping black hole ahead, seemingly lying in wait to ensnare him. He swiftly turned to the side to evade it, but at that moment, a colossal stick came crashing towards him. He instinctively dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding the massive blow, and desperately propelled himself outward. However, just then, an excruciating pain shot through his head, as if something had pierced it, rendering him momentarily paralyzed, with thoughts halting in their tracks. Consequently, his mind was unable to command his body to move. In this fleeting moment of distraction, a ribbon, several feet in length, ensnared him entirely. Regaining his senses, Chun Tyron struggled fiercely, striving to free himself from its grasp. Yet, the ribbon clung to him as if it were welded in place. Resisting all his efforts to extricate himself, Chun Tyron was taken aback. And even more startling was the realization that this ribbon could also inhibit the flow of his inner spiritual energy. Bound by this ribbon, his spiritual power became stagnant, unable to circulate. What sort of ribbon is this? In the imperial city of the Great Xia, it was this very ribbon that had ensnared his arm, preventing his escape. Ultimately, it was only through the severing of his arm by an energy blade that he managed to flee. Now, ensnared once more by this ribbon, what was he to do? Chun Tyron struggled with all his might, endeavoring to move forward and escape the range of these treasures' assault. However, the ribbon rendered his internal spiritual energy immobilized and dormant, leaving him incapable of exerting his abilities. He fought instinctively, desperately writhing to advance. However, a body devoid of spiritual energy is akin to that of a mere mortal. How could it possibly traverse far or evade the onslaught of these treasures? He had scarcely moved forward a fraction when a colossal iron plate crashed down upon him, pinning him beneath its weight. The iron plate landed heavily upon his form, followed by a thunderous impact as yet another immense and weighty object struck the surface above. With his spiritual energy rendered impotent, he was incapable of harnessing any power to resist and was instantly rendered unconscious. Observing that Chun Tyron had succumbed to the blow, Li Yuan swiftly retreated into the cosmic pearl, retrieved the iron plate, and enveloped Chun Tyron with his mental energy, drawing him into the cosmic pearl. He subsequently placed him within the Qian Kuanbagua furnace, secured the lid, and ignited the chaotic fire seed to commence heating the furnace. The fierce, searing pain from the flames jolted Chun Tyron awake. As he opened his eyes, he found himself engulfed in darkness, unable to discern anything around him. His entire being throbbed with acute agony, prompting him to strike out in desperation, attempting to dispel the oppressive darkness and heat. However, after 2 futile strikes, he realized he had grasped nothing but emptiness. Fear gripped him, and he cried out, "Where is this place? Who has brought me here? Speak." In the depths of the Qian Kuanbagua furnace, Chun Tyron's frantic calls gradually morphed into pleas for mercy, yet Li Yuan paid him no heed. After a brief while, with Chun Tyron's voice falling silent, Li Yuan turned his mental focus towards the furnace, discovering that Chun Tyron had ceased to move. "It is time," said Qianzi, "release him." Li Yuan released the unconscious Chun Tyron and promptly placed him into the exchange gate, where he severed his head with the chaos blade, subsequently extracting over 100 fragments of primordial energy from his lifeless body. Chapter 154. Capturing Li Dalin. As Li Yuan completed the exchange, he suddenly heard a resounding laughter echoing across the battlefield. "Ha ha! What a treasure! What a treasure indeed!" Li Yuan looked up to see an individual suspended in midair. Qianzi remarked, "This is one of the 6 martial sovereigns. Let us listen to his words and discern his intentions." The martial sovereign descended before the army of the Great Xia, surveying the troops before proclaiming, "People of the Great Xia, I am Li Dalin, an elder of the heavenly martial sect. Who among you leads? Step forward to speak." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression transformed into one of immense joy. The heavenly martial sect, the very support upon which our great Xia relies, has finally sent aid. Had they arrived sooner, even without assisting us in vanquishing Chun Tairen, they might have at least delayed him, alleviating the burden of this arduous battle. With urgency, Xiao rushed from the ranks. Approaching Li Dalin, he clasped his hands in reverence and said, "It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elderly. I am Xiao, the Emperor of the Great Xia, and on behalf of all our people, I extend a warm welcome to your arrival. We are profoundly grateful for your tireless efforts to assist our nation." Li Dalin remarked, "Your Majesty of the Xia need not be overly courteous. I have come at the behest of the Tianwu sect to mediate the conflict between your great Xia kingdom and the Diqin kingdom, urging Elder Chun Tairen to lay aside grudges and refrain from meddling in the affairs of the mortal realm." The Mingjun of Xia, clasping his hands in response, said, "Seniorly, our Xia kingdom has produced a prodigious youth, Master Li Yuan, who possesses remarkable skills in alchemy, artifact crafting, and formation arrangement. It is precisely because of Master Li that we have managed to withstand Elder Chun Tairen's assaults, albeit barely." Qianzi interjected, "This is dire. The Mingjun of Xia has revealed Li Yuan's identity. Judging by Li Dalin's words, he does not seem to be a paragon of justice. Should he develop an avarice for our treasures, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation." Li Dalin inquired, "Are you suggesting that those treasures belong to this Li Yuan?" The Mingjun of Xia, having transitioned from initial surprise and excitement to a state of calm, seemed to sense an underlying disquiet. He replied, "I'm not entirely certain about that. During our skirmishes with the Diqin kingdom, those treasures manifest whenever Elder Chun Tairen launches an attack. When he refrains from aggression, the treasures do not appear." Li Dalin let out a cold laugh, saying, "Your Majesty, claiming ignorance of the ownership of such extraordinary treasures is implausible. With such remarkable artifacts aiding your military endeavors, how can you profess to not know their provenance? Are you attempting to deceive a mere child?" Sensing the discontent in Li Dalin's tone, the Mingjun of Xia hastily offered an apologetic smile, saying, "Seniorly, I truly am not aware of this. I have only witnessed it in its manifestation. Without its appearance, I have no knowledge of what it truly is. No one in the military has reported this matter to me." Li Dalin's expression darkened as he bellowed, "What utter nonsense! How dare you deceive me in such a manner?" Withholding the truth, he demanded, "Where is that Li Yuan? Summon him at once." Xiao replied, "Young Master Li is a prodigy, endowed with both courage and wisdom. During the battle, he concealed himself within the ranks, waiting for the opportune moment to confront Chun Tairen. If he does not reveal himself, I am powerless to locate him." Suddenly, Li Dalin conjured a colossal hand of energy, seizing Xiao by the throat and lifting him off the ground, his voice seething with anger. "Xia, I have traveled countless miles and endured great hardships to arrive in this desolate place to assist you. Yet, you persist in your obfuscation and evasiveness, failing to speak candidly. Do you, a mere sovereign of the mortal realm, presume to adopt such an attitude? I hereby command you to surrender those treasures at once. By presenting these treasures to the Tianwu sect, you will earn their favor, and they will reward you accordingly. Today, I stand here as the representative of the Tianwu sect, assuring you that should you relinquish these treasures, they will protect your great Xia kingdom, ensuring that no mortal realm dares to extinguish it. Should you continue with your nonsensical prattling and delay this matter, do not expect me to show mercy. You must realize that extinguishing your life and obliterating your great Xia kingdom would be a trivial task, requiring no effort at all." Qianzi remarked, "Such is the nature of those from the realm of cultivation, cold-hearted and selfish, ruthless in their betrayal. Prepare to rescue the person. First, cast Chun Tairen's head aside to disrupt Li Dalin's thoughts. Then, strike Li Dalin's head with the lid of the Qian Kuanbagua furnace and pierce his mind with the soul needle technique. Seizing the moment while Li Dalin is momentarily stunned, extract Xiao from his grasp using the Tree of Life. Save Xiao first, then immediately bind Li Dalin with the Chaos Silkworm thread. Smash him with the lid of the Qian Kuanbagua furnace, if he is rendered unconscious. confine him within the furnace, and refine him to death. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan first launched the lid of the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace above Li Dalin's head, then enveloped Chun Tyran's head with his mental energy and hurled it towards Li Dalin. Li Dalin was pressuring Xia Mingjun to surrender her treasures when he suddenly beheld a disembodied head hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he extended his other empty hand, forming a massive energy hand to grasp the approaching head. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. It was indeed Chun Tyran's head. As Li Dalin stood in shock, a sudden piercing sensation jolted through his mind, accompanied by excruciating pain. He found himself immobilized, unable to think or command his limbs. At that moment, a colossal staff appeared between him and Xia Mingjun, nudging her gently and freeing her from Li Dalin's grasp. Simultaneously, a massive iron plate descended towards Li Dalin's head, and a 5-foot-long ribbon ensnared him. Before he could comprehend the situation, the iron plate crashed down upon him, slamming him to the ground and rendering him unconscious. Upon witnessing the success of his ambush, Qi Yunzi urged Li Yuan, "Hurry, confine him within the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace and extinguish his life." In Chapter 155, releasing Li Dalin, Li Yuan swiftly closed the lid of the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace, securing Li Dalin inside. He then placed the furnace within the cosmic pearl and summoned the primordial fire to commence heating the vessel. This time, Li Yuan merely struck Li Dalin with the lid of the furnace, refraining from using the cosmic pearl for additional force. Consequently, upon opening his eyes, Li Dalin found himself enveloped in darkness, unable to perceive anything. He waved his hand to conjure an energy hand, attempting to strike out in desperation, but after several attempts, he realized he had hit nothing. Panic surged within Li Dalin as he called out, "Where am I? Who has brought me here? Release me at once." Li Yuan, ignoring his pleas, continued to heat the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace. Meanwhile, Xia Mingjun surveyed his surroundings, failing to locate Li Yuan. He shouted, "Young Master Li, have you captured Elder Li? You must not harm his life. Young Master, where are you?" Hearing Xia Mingjun's cries resonating through the cosmos, Li Yuan paused the heating process. Qi Yunzi interjected, "We cannot release Li Dalin. To strike a serpent without ensuring its death is to invite peril. Even if we were to release him now, we have already incurred his wrath. He will not let us go unscathed, especially as he covets our treasures. Our earlier success in capturing him was due to our surprise attack. He was unprepared. Had he taken precautions in advance, your extraordinary soul needle technique would have been rendered ineffective against him, making it exceedingly difficult to apprehend him thereafter. Should we fail to capture him, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. He could swiftly reduce the great Xia kingdom to utter chaos." Li Yuan remarked, "However, His Majesty the Emperor has ordered his release. Should we take the life of Elder Li Dalin, it would undoubtedly create significant complications for His Majesty. I shall first seek an audience with the Emperor." With that, Li Yuan stepped out from the cosmic pearl and approached Xia Mingjun. Upon seeing Li Yuan, Xia Mingjun, disregarding formalities, promptly inquired, "Young Master Li, did you capture Elder Li Dalin?" "We dare not act against Elder Li." Li Yuan responded, "Your Majesty, it was I who launched a surprise attack and captured him. This presents a remarkable opportunity. I possess the capability to eliminate him. If we release him now, capturing him again will be an insurmountable challenge, as such an opportunity for a surprise attack may never arise again. Should we let him go, he may turn against us, becoming another Chintaran. Our success in eliminating Chindaran was partly due to the fact that he was severely wounded by the little princess and Xiao Jinhua, and also because he was caught off guard. However, such methods can only be employed once or twice. They cannot be repeated ad infinitum. If we release this Li Dalin, capturing him again will be exceedingly difficult." Xia Mingjun replied, "Am I unaware of this? Yet, we truly cannot afford to offend the heavenly martial sect. If we were to kill Elder Li, how could we possibly justify it to the heavenly martial sect? Our great Xia kingdom has already offended the heavenly gate of severance. Should we further provoke the heavenly gate of martial arts, where shall we find a path to survival? We simply cannot afford to antagonize the heavenly gate of martial arts any longer. It would be best to release him. After all, we have not taken his life, thus We have not forged an irreconcilable enmity. There remains a possibility for reconciliation. By releasing this Li Daling, he should have no reason to strike against our Xia kingdom. Li Yuan replied, "Since your majesty is resolute in your decision to release him, I shall comply. Now, I implore your majesty to organize the troops, activate all formations, and then I will release Li Daling." Emperor SUSI-MANHUA commanded the soldiers to return to their positions, activating all formations. Li Yuan swiftly entered the Cosmic Pearl, channeling his mental energy to liberate Li Daling. Li Daling had been confined within the 8 trigrams furnace, unable to escape or strike at anything. Sweltering in unbearable heat that intensified by the moment, threatening to scorch him to death. Just as panic gripped him, he suddenly sensed a drop in temperature around him, providing a modicum of relief. After a brief pause, he felt himself being hurled through the air, and then, with a sudden brightness, he landed abruptly on the ground. Upon looking up, he realized he had emerged. Before him shone the radiant sun, the flying dragon pass, the battlefield, and countless soldiers. Li Daling stood momentarily in astonishment before awakening to the reality. I have escaped from that wretched place. His heart swelled with joy at having survived a harrowing ordeal. He gazed upon the army and soon spotted SUSI-MANHUA among them. Li Daling beheld SUSI-MANHUA, and an overwhelming fury surged within him. In such a desolate and barren place, confronted by a throng of wretched individuals whom he deemed inconsequential, he had nearly lost his life. Should word of this escape, it would become a farce. With a sudden leap into the air, he bellowed down at SUSI-MANHUA. "SUSI-MANHUA, how audacious you are to dare ambush me. I shall strike you down and obliterate your great Xia." Moments prior, he had been incapacitated by a searing pain in his mind, rendering him defenseless and susceptible to being struck unconscious by a metal plate, subsequently finding himself in that inscrutable, shadowy realm. Although he was unaware of how he had been assaulted in his very consciousness, he had heard whispers of a soul attack, an assault capable of rendering a person motionless and vulnerable, leading to their demise. Such an attack, if potent enough, could reduce a person to idiocy or even result in their immediate death. Yet, if the soul attack was not overwhelmingly formidable, it could be defended against, especially if one were not caught off guard. Though Li Daling lacked knowledge of defensive techniques against such assaults, he discerned that the practitioner behind the soul attack was not particularly formidable. Among the assembly before him, only the Emperor SUSI-MANHUA possessed the strength of a martial emperor. The others were merely martial kings, martial masters, or even martial apprentices. The soul attacks from such individuals should be easily countered. Thus, he enveloped his consciousness with his mental energy, meticulously guarding against any further incursions. Then he extended his hand, conjuring a colossal hand of energy that surged towards SUSI-MANHUA. Chapter 156. The Battle with Li Daling. SUSI-MANHUA hastily wielded his energy blade to defend himself. The energy hand and the blade collided, dissipating into the air. As he defended himself, SUSI-MANHUA shouted, "Senior Li, please pause and allow me to explain. What occurred earlier was merely an accident. The great Xia kingdom would never dare to confront you, Senior Li." Li Daling retorted, "Dare not confront me? You captured me and nearly set me ablaze. Is that not a confrontation? Merely an accident? Very well, surrender those treasures to me and hand over the one who ambushed me, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, none of you shall escape today. I will crush you all. Moreover, this incident was instigated by your ambush. Even if I were to annihilate you, the immortal realm could do nothing to me. Now, surrender that individual and those treasures." SUSI-MANHUA replied, "Senior Li, it was indeed an accident. I do not know who captured you, nor do I know the ownership of those treasures. I implore you to see reason." Li Daling declared, "Since you remain obstinate and unrepentant, then you shall all meet your demise." With that, he struck again towards SUSI-MANHUA. SUSI-MANHUA swiftly raised his energy blade in defense, exclaiming, "Senior Li, please refrain from violence. Let us discuss this calmly. The great Xia kingdom is willing to double its tribute to the Tianwu sect, merely seeking your mercy." Li Daling ceased to respond. He wielded his colossal energy hand, delivering blow after blow towards SUSI-MANHUA. With no other option, Xiamingjun continued to swing his energy blade in defense. Beside him, several formations of 1,000-man slaughter and the Martial King Squad also brandished their energy blades, joining the fray to assist Xiamingjun against Li Dailing's relentless onslaught. The Flame Burst Spirit Arrow Squad took up their bows, raining arrows that detonated upon contact with Li Dailing's energy hands. Seeing this, Li Dailing's fury intensified, and he bellowed, "Ah! I had no idea that you insignificant creatures possessed such extraordinary techniques capable of withstanding my assault. Continue your resistance. I shall see how long you can endure." With that, he resumed his barrage of strikes upon the forces of the Great Xia Kingdom. The battlefield was soon engulfed in a haze of smoke, flames reaching skyward amidst the cacophony of clashes and explosions. Red Cloudsy remarked, "Behold, this is the consequence of failing to eliminate a serpent. Li Dailing is akin to a treacherous wolf. Release your treasures to aid them. These mere mortals stand no chance against Li Dailing's might and cannot withstand his attacks." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan hastily launched the lid of the Qianquan Bagua furnace above Li Dailing's head, enlarging it as it descended upon him. He then expanded the furnace, directing its mouth at Li Dailing, while magnifying the divine life tree to strike down upon him. The chaotic silkworm threads floated towards Li Dailing, and Li Yuan executed the soul needle technique, aiming to pierce Li Dailing's head. Li Dalin was fervently engaged in his assault when he suddenly perceived a shadow looming before him. Raising his gaze, he saw the massive iron plate descending towards him once more. He swung his energy-infused hand to strike at the iron plate, managing to halt it momentarily above his head. However, the energy dissipated quickly, and he once again struck out, successfully blocking the plate from descending further. At that moment, he felt an insidious force piercing towards his spirit. Swiftly, he channeled his mental energy to fend off the attack, successfully repelling the incursion on his consciousness. A sense of calm washed over Li Dalin. As long as he could thwart this spiritual assault, he harbored no fear of the treasures or the armies below. With his mind unburdened, he felt emboldened to unleash his attacks freely, curious to see how these foes would withstand his onslaught. As he paused for an instant, the iron plate loomed above him once again, plummeting down. He swiftly sidestepped, aiming to evade the plate's path. Yet, upon lifting his gaze, he was alarmed to see a dark, gaping maw hurtling towards him. He instinctively struck out, managing to thwart the gaping void's advance. As he veered to the side, he suddenly sensed a colossal rod descending upon him. He narrowly dodged it, but at that moment, he felt a wave of impending danger wash over him. Raising his eyes, he recognized the ribbon that had once ensnared him, now spiraling back towards him. He wielded his energy hand to grasp the ribbon, yet it eluded him, darting away like a nimble serpent. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly maneuvered to the side, escaping the iron plate's threatening domain. Then, Li Dailing swiftly ascended to the skies. Bellowing down at Xiamingjun, heed my words. Your repeated defiance against me is tantamount to courting death. The Tianwu sect shields you and safeguards your great Xia nation, yet you dare to challenge authority, truly a transgression deserving of the gravest punishment. Today, I shall eradicate your great Xia nation, leaving none of you with a place to rest in peace. With that, he brandished a colossal hand of energy, launching further assaults below. He had soared to great heights, and Li Yuan's mental prowess was insufficient to reach him with his treasures. However, due to Li Dailing's lofty elevation, his attacks, when they descended to the ground, lost much of their potency, easily thwarted by Xiamingjun and his cohorts. As both sides remained locked in this stalemate, a sudden, hearty laughter echoed from afar in the heights. "Ha ha! What a delightful spectacle! Li Yuan, my dear junior brother, I apologize for my tardiness. I was eager to witness how you would vanquish this Li Dailing, but alas, he has ascended too high for you to contend with him. There's little left to see. Allow me to assist you in dealing with him. I'll send him crashing down, and then you can strike him with that iron plate." With that, he conjured a massive hand of energy and aimed it at Li Dailing's head. As Li Dailing relentlessly attacked Xiamingjun's army, he was taken aback to discover someone beside him, another martial sovereign. From the man's words, it was clear he intended to aid his junior brother, Li Yuan. Li Daling was astonished. Was Li Yuan the same individual Xia Mingjun had mentioned? How could he possibly have a martial sovereign elder brother come to his aid? At this moment, the formidable energy hand of Wu Zong was descending upon him. In a state of panic, he hastily waved his own energy hand in defense. Just then, a hearty laughter resonated. Ha ha, such a lively scene. Zhuang Liu from the causal gate has come to pay his respects to young Master Li. Eager to share a portion of fate with you. I trust you will not take offense. Since Li Daling of the Tianwu Gate has offended you, the causal gate must certainly teach him a lesson. Upon finishing his words, he gestured, conjuring an energy hand aimed at Li Daling. Li Daling was taken aback once more. The causal gate? How can it be the causal gate? These lowly creatures from the mundane world are mere insects that I could easily dispose of. I have never regarded them with any seriousness. How could the causal gate possibly acknowledge such individuals? How dare I oppose someone from the causal gate? Even 100-fold courage would not embolden me to offend them. As Li Daling witnessed Zhuang Liu of the causal gate wielding his energy hand toward him, he swiftly countered with his own. The two energy hands collided and dissipated. Li Daling exclaimed loudly, "Wait, gentlemen, let us speak amicably. I am Li Daling from the Tianwu Gate, attending to some personal matters here." Before he could finish, a new round of laughter echoed from above. Young Master Li, the Alchemist Guild Yuan Xinjue arrives late in his rescue. I beg for your forgiveness. Young Master Li. The Smithing Guild Yuan comes to pay his respects. The Array Master Guild Yi Jingtong is here to greet young Master Li. Chapter 157. The collective intervention of the martial sects within the Cosmic Pearl. Li Yuan found himself in a quandary as Li Daling soared to great heights. His limited mental prowess rendering him incapable of sending the lid of the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace to such lofty altitudes. Just when despair began to settle in, he suddenly heard someone from the sky calling out, "Junior brother Li Yuan." Stunned, Li Yuan wondered, who is this person? Are they addressing me? This seemed utterly implausible, for he had never encountered any martial artist of considerable cultivation. How could this martial sect member possibly know him? Qi Yunzi expressed his astonishment. The Gate of Causality? How could someone from the Gate of Causality come to our aid? That is a formidable sect. Following the registrations of Yuan Xinjue from the Alchemist Guild, Si Wenin from the Blacksmith Guild, and Yi Jing from the Array Master Guild, Qi Yunzi remarked, "Well, it seems the crisis for the Great Xia Kingdom has passed." Setting aside the individual who called out to junior brother Li Yuan and the person from the Gate of Causality, the mere presence of these three guilds, the Alchemist Guild, the Blacksmith Guild, and the Array Master Guild, renders any threats from the Heavenly Martial Gate or the Heavenly Severing Gate utterly insignificant. Their arrival, therefore, undoubtedly signifies goodwill and sincerity, as these sects possess immense influence and integrity within this universe, unlike the avaricious, despicable, and shameless Li Daling. Dan Qingzi stated, "There are 6 factions that everyone in this universe dares not offend lightly. The first of these 6 factions is the Celestial Mechanism sect. This sect possesses the extraordinary ability to perceive the celestial mechanisms, enabling them to foresee any event that may transpire. Consequently, they consistently evade calamities before they befall. Furthermore, the Celestial Mechanism sect is an enigmatic order. Not only can they discern celestial secrets, but they can also disrupt them, conjuring disasters out of thin air to befall certain factions and individuals, thereby subjecting them to unwarranted misfortunes. In the past, within the divine realm, the mightiest emperor, the devourer of heaven, once incurred the wrath of the Celestial Mechanism sect. As a result, they unleashed countless calamities upon his devouring sect, inflicting severe losses. Ultimately, the devourer of heaven was compelled to bow to the Celestial Mechanism sect, offering monetary reparations to resolve the chaos. The second faction one must not offend is the Causality sect. This sect possesses the profound ability to unravel the threads of cause and effect, allowing them to draw favorable outcomes towards themselves while deftly evading adverse consequences. Should anyone provoke the Causality sect, they possess the power to sever your good fortunes and replace them with calamities, thus ensnaring you in a web of inexplicable disasters, misfortunes, and even death. These three sects are shrouded in mystery. For ordinary individuals, not only is it nearly impossible to join their ranks as disciples, but even a mere encounter with a member of these sects is exceedingly unlikely. Additionally, the Alchemist Guild, the Smithing Guild, and the Array Master Guild all wield immense influence and capability, instilling a profound sense of caution in anyone who might consider offending them. Now, let us turn our attention to their purpose. In the high skies, the martial artist who called out to Li Yuan addressed Li Dalan, saying, "Li Dalan, how dare you offend my junior brother? This is an act of self-destruction. You should leave." Upon finishing his words, he extended a colossal hand of energy, aiming to strike Li Dalan. Simultaneously, Zhuang Liu from the Causality Gate and 3 other martial artists from various guilds declared in unison, "To dare offend young Master Li, you truly have a death wish. Should you not kneel and confess your sins to young Master Li?" For formidable hands of energy followed suit, descending upon Li Dalan. Upon witnessing such an overwhelming force directed at him, Li Dalan felt utterly helpless. He could not retaliate against these individuals, for he was merely a lowly elder of the Tianwu sect. Not only he, but even the entire Tianwu sect could not afford to offend any one of them. With no means to counter the impending assault, he could only retract his head and swiftly plummet towards the ground. Gongsun Yangping from the Alchemist Guild, Zhuo Jiamu from the Blacksmith Guild, and Feng Yudao from the Array Master Guild, upon realizing that the individuals in the sky hailed from the Alchemist Guild, the Blacksmith Guild, and the Array Master Guild, were filled with immense excitement. Wonderful! The higher guilds have sent their representatives. Moreover, these were esteemed martial artists, indicating that their reports had captured the attention of the upper guilds. If they could recommend a genius recognized by the higher guilds, it would amount to a significant achievement, promising them substantial rewards, though they are regarded as the esteemed leaders of the guilds in these mortal realms. The truth remains that they are acutely aware of their inferior status in the eyes of the higher associations within the realm of cultivation. In a world teeming with countless nations and individuals akin to themselves, it is likely that the upper echelons of the cultivation society do not even remember their names. After Li Dalan descended to the ground, the 5 individuals promptly followed suit. One of them, who had called out to Li Yuan, proclaimed, "Li Yuan, I am Dongfang Lu from the Heavenly Machine sect. In truth, I arrived long ago, but I wish to observe how you would play with this Li Dalan before offering my assistance. How shameful it is. Allow me to eliminate this Li Dalan for you as a form of apology." Upon finishing his words, he extended his hand, summoning a colossal hand of energy, poised to strike Li Dalan upon the head. In a panic, Li Dalan waved his hands, exclaiming, "Esteemed friends, let us converse amicably. Do not resort to violence." The individual retorted, "You dare to assault my junior brother. You deserve a fate worse than death. There is nothing more to discuss. You shall perish." With that, the energy hand descended upon Li Dalan's head, prompting him to hastily conjure a defensive hand of energy. He continued to plead for mercy, stating, "Esteemed friend, I was mistaken. Spare me, I beseech you. I shall never again dare to attack the Great Xia Kingdom." At this moment, a voice emerged from the Causal Gate, that of Zhuang Liu, who proclaimed, "As an elder of the Tianwu sect, you have received countless riches from the Great Xia Kingdom in exchange for protection. Yet, not only have you failed to safeguard the Great Xia, but you have also turned against it, coveting the treasures of young Master Li. The actions of your Tianwu sect sow the seeds of malevolence, and thus, you shall inevitably reap the bitter fruits of your deeds. Today, allow me to grant you a taste of that consequence." With that, he conjured an immense hand of energy and struck towards Li Dalan. In haste, Li Dalan extended his own hand of energy to counter the assault, exclaiming, "Esteemed elder, we of the Tianwu sect have always sheltered the Great Xia Kingdom. The events of today are purely accidental, and I assure you that we will continue to protect the Great Xia, ensuring it suffers not a single misfortune." Yuan Xinjue of the Alchemist Guild interjected, "With young Master Li Yuan's protection, why would the Great Xia need your Tianwu sect's guardianship? You have accepted their wealth. Yet instead of providing protection, you have attacked them and seized their treasures. Such despicable conduct, if left unpunished, undermines the very principles of justice and righteousness. Upon finishing his words, he too summoned a hand of energy to strike at Li Dalin, who swiftly waved his own hand to defend against the blow. Realizing the dire situation, he sought an opportunity to escape the encirclement of the 5 assailants. However, the 5 would not allow him to flee so easily. Their hands of energy descended upon him almost simultaneously. He managed to shield his head and body with his hands, but the 5 strikes landed forcefully upon him, sending Li Dalin crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his body feeling as if it had been shattered, engulfed in excruciating pain. Li Dalin, in a state of panic and fear, struggled to kneel before several individuals, bowing his head repeatedly as if pounding garlic. "Esteemed elders, gentlemen, I beseech you, spare me. I shall never again dare to attack the great Xia kingdom, nor covet young Master Li's treasures." Upon realizing that the 5 had no intention of showing him mercy, he turned to Shi Mingjun, fervently knocking his head against the ground. "Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Xia kingdom, I implore you, intercede on my behalf, and plead with these esteemed elders to spare my life." Shi Mingjun, who had initially stood on high alert within the formation, wary of potential attacks from Li Dalin and the 5 martial masters, felt a sense of reassurance upon discerning that these 5 were there to visit Li Yuan and were indeed his allies. He hastened to step out of the formation and approach the 5, performing a respectful gesture and saying, "Esteemed elders, I am Shi Mingjun, the sovereign of the great Xia kingdom. I am profoundly grateful for your arduous journey to assist us. This esteemed elder, Li, is a senior member of the Heavenly Martial Sect, under whose protection we have long thrived, and for which we are eternally thankful. Let us converse at length, but first, I kindly request that young Master Li steps forth to speak." At that moment, Li Yuan was concealed within the cosmic pearl. Upon hearing the one calling him junior brother identify as a member of the Heavenly Mechanism Sect, Qianzi was taken aback. The Heavenly Mechanism Sect? What brings them here? Have they taken an interest in Li Yuan, perhaps intending to recruit him as a disciple? If that is the case, it would be a momentous occasion. Qianzi then addressed Li Yuan, saying, "That individual from the Heavenly Mechanism Sect, Dongfeng Lu, referred to you as junior brother. It is probable that they wish to take you under their wing. This is indeed a significant fortune." The Celestial Mechanism Sect is shrouded in mystery. With an air of superiority that sets them apart, they do not openly accept disciples. Instead, their chosen few are meticulously selected through the art of celestial divination. Consequently, very few are privy to the location of the Celestial Mechanism Sect or the identities of its disciples. Each member embodies a convergence of immense fortune and celestial wisdom, characterized by integrity, noble character, profound cultivation, and a penchant for chivalry, all while remaining enigmatic. However, the Celestial Mechanism Sect is fiercely protective of its own, offering unwavering support to its disciples. Should anyone offend a member of this esteemed sect, they would face relentless retribution, as the sect possesses the ability to discern and track those who have wronged them. Thus, very few can evade the relentless pursuit of the Celestial Mechanism Sect. Should they take an interest in Li Yuan and wish to accept him as a disciple, it would be a fortuitous turn of events. With his induction into the sect, Li Yuan would gain an invaluable talisman of protection, rendering him immune to any malicious intent. We need not fear that the Celestial Mechanism Sect or its members covet Li Yuan's treasures. If they desired to seize such possessions, they would not need to resort to the current methods. With a mere flick of their celestial arts, they could effortlessly claim Li Yuan's belongings, given his relatively modest level of cultivation. Additionally, the Alchemist Guild, the Smithing Guild, and the Formation Guild are all drawn to the arts of alchemy, weapon crafting, and formation techniques, respectively. Though everyone possesses a profound affection for treasures, their arduous journey from the distant realms of cultivation to this place must surely be motivated by their admiration for Li Yuan's alchemical mastery, weapon forging skills, and array formations. Thus, it is unlikely they would jeopardize their chance to acquire Li Yuan's divine techniques over mere trifles. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan swiftly emerged from the cosmic pearl, approaching the assembled individuals with a respectful gesture, saying, "Esteemed seniors, Your efforts are greatly appreciated. I extend my sincere gratitude for your tireless journey to assist me." Upon seeing Li Yuan, the group gathered around him, reciprocating his greeting. Dongfang Lu pays his respects to junior brother. Zhuang Liu of the Causality Sect salutes young Master Li. Yuan Xinjue from the Alchemist Guild pays his respects. Si Wenin of the Weapon Crafter Guild greets young Master Li. Yi Jingtong from the Array Masters Guild bows to young Master Li. Meanwhile, Li Daling, lying on the ground, noticed the martial artists paying their respects to Li Yuan and felt a surge of trepidation. He contemplated fleeing but found himself severely injured by the energy strikes from several individuals, making escape exceedingly difficult. In a moment of desperation, he spotted Emperor SUSI-MANHUA of the Great Xia Kingdom not far from him. And a wicked thought crossed his mind. He intended to seize the Emperor as a hostage to ensure his own survival. At that moment, within the Cosmic Pearl, Dan Kingzi cautioned Li Yuan, "Be wary of Li Daling. I sense he harbors intentions towards SUSI-MANHUA." With a flicker of thought, Li Yuan summoned the lid of the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace from the Cosmic Pearl, enlarging it to serve as a barrier between Li Daling and Emperor SUSI-MANHUA. Li Daling leaped into the air, but scarcely had he taken 2 steps before he collided headlong with the lid of the Qian Kuan 8 trigrams furnace. Dazed and disoriented, he fell to the ground. Chapter 159. The martial sect's favor towards Li Yuan just as Dongfang Lu and others prepared to engage Li Yuan in conversation. They suddenly noticed Li Daling springing upward, only to crash into an inexplicable large iron plate that had materialized before him. The group quickly turned, conjuring energy hands that they simultaneously directed towards Li Daling. Still reeling from his earlier impact, Li Daling glimpsed the formidable energy hands approaching him and instinctively leaped aside, narrowly evading their assault before turning to flee. Dongfang Lu and the other 5 ascended into the air once more, wielding their energy hands to strike at Li Daling again. He, quick to react, once more darted to the side, escaping the onslaught of 5 energy hands. Li Daling glanced upwards at the 5 martial sect members hovering above him, realizing the futility of attempting to break free from their encirclement. In utter desperation, he knelt on both knees, bowing his head fervently. "Esteemed seniors, I have erred. I am afraid and willing to amend my ways. Please spare me. Master of Xia, I implore you to show mercy. Young Master Li, I was wrong. Please grant me clemency." Moments earlier, SUSI-MANHUA had stood not far from Li Daling, utterly astonished by the latter's dire predicament, and was taken aback by his audacity to seek his forgiveness while simultaneously attempting to seize him. Even though Li Daling is such a person, SUSI-MANHUA understands that he cannot and dare not take any action against him. After all, the Great Xia Kingdom relies on the protection of the Heavenly Martial Sect. If Li Daling were to be executed here, the Heavenly Martial Sect would surely not let it rest. Without the shelter of the Heavenly Martial Sect, how would the Great Xia Kingdom survive? Would it depend on the influence of the 5 martial sects? However, SUSI-MANHUA is not at all familiar with the Heavenly Mechanism Sect and the Causality Sect, so how could he dare to rely on their protection? As for the Alchemist Guild, the Blacksmith Guild, and the Array Master Guild, they have explicitly declared that they only engage in alchemy, forging, and array formations, and will never involve themselves in the disputes and grievances of sections. Therefore, the Great Xia Kingdom also cannot count on their protection. SUSI-MANHUA's heart brimmed with hatred and anger towards Li Daling, but seeing that the 5 martial sects above could potentially besiege and kill him at any moment, he hastily interceded on Li Daling's behalf. He clasped his hands and addressed the 5 martial sects in midair. "Esteemed seniors, SUSI-MANHUA pays his respects. Although Elder Li's actions today may have been somewhat unscrupulous, the Heavenly Martial Sect has always shown great care for the Great Xia Kingdom. Thus, I kindly beseech you to spare Elder Li for the sake of the Heavenly Martial Sect's benevolence towards us." Dongfang Lu and the other 4 turned their gazes towards Li Yuan, awaiting his decision. Li Yuan responded, "Since His Majesty has requested the release of Elder Li, then let him go." Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, the 5 ceased their assault on Li Daling. They descended from the air and encircled Li Daling. Dongfang Yu addressed Li Daling, saying, "Elder Li, under normal circumstances, your actions today would warrant severe consequences. However, since my junior apprentice has chosen to spare you, we shall grant you mercy today. Nevertheless, heed my words. From this day forth, as long as my junior agrees, he shall be recognized as a disciple of the Tianji sect, and he, along with the great Xia kingdom, shall be under the protection of our sect. Should you contemplate causing trouble for the great Xia kingdom or my junior, you must reflect upon how many lives you are willing to risk by opposing us. Are you familiar with the Tianji sect? Allow me to reiterate our guiding principle. The Tianji sect will not tolerate any harm inflicted upon any of its disciples. Should anyone dare to harm a disciple of the Tianji sect, we shall unleash the full might of our sect in retaliation, without relent. Zhuang Liu added. Our Yingguomen hereby declares its protection over young Master Li and the great Xia kingdom. From this moment on, any who show disrespect towards the great Xia kingdom, young Master Li, or his family shall be deemed an enemy of the Yingguomen, and we too shall seek relentless vengeance. Yuan Xinjue from the Alchemist Guild proclaimed. As long as young Master Li is willing to join our Alchemist Guild, he shall be honored as an elder. Even if he chooses not to join, he will remain a distinguished guest of our guild. I hereby announce, the Alchemist Guild extends its protection over young Master Li. Anyone who dares to show disrespect towards young Master Li is, in essence, demonstrating a lack of reverence for the Alchemist Guild and positioning themselves as adversaries of this esteemed institution. The consequences of opposing the Alchemist Guild are not something that an ordinary individual can withstand. Similarly, Siwen Yuan of the Artisan Guild and Yi Jingong of the Array Master Guild publicly declared analogous resolutions. Emperor Xia Mingjun was overwhelmed with exhilaration and anticipation. Although he was not well acquainted with the sects of Tiangmen and Yinghua, the apparent disregard shown by Dongfang Lu and Zhuang Liu towards Li Dalin indicated the formidable and remarkable nature of these two factions. With both sects now pledging their protection over the great Xia kingdom, and in conjunction with the declarations made by the Alchemist Guild, the Artisan Guild, and the Array Master Guild, who would dare to disrespect or oppose the great Xia kingdom or launch an assault against it in the future. Henceforth, the great Xia kingdom need not fear any threats of invasion or annihilation. This is truly splendid. Such exhilarating news. All of this fortune is brought forth by Li Yuan, who is indeed a harbinger of good fortune for the great Xia kingdom. The kingdom is immensely grateful to Li Yuan. When the opportunity arises, I shall express my heartfelt gratitude to him. Regardless of his requests, I will unhesitatingly comply and exert the full strength of the great Xia kingdom to fulfill his desires. Furthermore, the great Xia kingdom will extend utmost respect towards Li Yuan's family, ensuring all possible conveniences for their survival and development. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, Dan Qingzi and Qianzi listened with great delight to the words of Dongfang Lu and Zhuang Liu. With the assistance of the Celestial Mechanism sect and the Causality sect, Li Yuan's path to cultivation would undoubtedly become significantly smoother, enabling him to elevate his prowess at an accelerated pace. This may even lead him to ascend to the realms of immortals and deities sooner than anticipated, thus allowing both of them to achieve their restoration more swiftly. Qianzi remarked to Li Yuan, should the esteemed Dongfang Lu extend an invitation for you to join the Celestial Mechanism sect, you must certainly accept. This is an extraordinary opportunity. To be recognized by the Celestial Mechanism sect is truly rare. The celestial arts of the sect possess enigmatic powers that elude even the most divine beings. However, the celestial arts are exceedingly elusive, and none outside the Celestial Mechanism sect, whether in the realms of immortals or deities, have ever attained such profound mastery. Should you join the Celestial Mechanism sect and master their celestial arts, it would be akin to acquiring multiple lives, an invaluable gain indeed. As for the Causality sect, they have not extended an invitation to you, yet learning their causality arts would also be remarkable, for their powers are indeed extraordinary, and it is exceedingly difficult for those outside the Causality sect to access their divine techniques. Regarding the Alchemist Guild, the Artisan Guild, and the Array Master Guild, there is no necessity for you to become fully immersed in them. While complete membership would provide a stable existence and elevate your social standing, it would also embroil you in various internal complications, consuming precious time. However, You may consider becoming an honorary member of these guilds. This honorary member is not bound by their constraints, nor is there an obligation to perform any tasks for them. Rather, assistance is offered during significant events or crises. When you acquire precious medicinal herbs, rare materials, or valuable alchemical formulas, as well as techniques for crafting artifacts or intricate formation diagrams, you should prioritize selling these to them. As an honorary member, you can enjoy numerous benefits and preferential policies. However, attaining the status of an honorary VIP is not a simple endeavor. One must possess sufficient capital, capability, and influence that can bring them advantages. Only then might they consider appointing you as an honorary elder or president. The reason they have traveled tirelessly from the distant realm of cultivation is undoubtedly due to the astonishment caused by the alchemical formulas and techniques you provided, which prompted their hurried arrival to entice you into their ranks. Chapter 160. Invitation here. Xianzi incessantly elaborated to Li Yuan about the characteristics and capabilities of the Tiangong sect and the cause and effect sect. After expressing gratitude for the mercy shown by the five lords, he acknowledged his previous shortcomings and promised to amend his ways. He extended an invitation to the lords to visit the Tianwu sect, assuring them of a warm welcome. Oriental Lu reprimanded him sharply, saying, "Enough with the trivialities. Leave at once. Should you dare to employ any deceitful tricks again, I shall not spare you and will annihilate your Tianwu sect." Upon hearing the command to depart, Li Daling hurriedly rose from the ground, bowed respectfully to the assembly, and then limped away. As Xia Mingjun observed Li Daling retreating into the distance, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the five martial ancestors and expressed, "Esteemed elders, I, Xia Mingjun, am profoundly grateful for your invaluable assistance. This place is ill-suited for discourse. I kindly request that you honor us with your presence at the military camp in Feilong Pass for a more private conversation." Li Yuan echoed the sentiment, stating, "Respected elders, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your support. I invite you to accompany His Majesty to the military camp where we may take a moment to rest." Dongfang Le chuckled, "Excellent. My esteemed brother has some matters he wishes to discuss with our junior brother. Let us retire to the military camp for a while." He then turned to Zhuang Liu and the others, suggesting, "Dear friends, shall we indulge in a drink at the military camp?" All four companions readily agreed. Seeing their willingness to visit his military camp filled Xia Mingjun with joy. He promptly signaled to Xia Mingli to ensure the safety of their group before leading them towards the interior of Feilong Pass. Upon reaching Xia Mingjun's grand tent, he invited everyone to take their seats and once again bowed in gratitude, proclaiming, "On behalf of the countless citizens of the great Xia Kingdom, I express my deepest thanks for your support. Your immense kindness and virtue shall forever be etched in my heart." Dongfang Le replied with a bow, "There is no need for such formalities, esteemed ruler of Xia. My visit here is primarily to meet with my junior brother Li Yuan. Aiding the great Xia Kingdom is merely a fortuitous byproduct of my journey, a trivial endeavor." Turning to Li Yuan, he continued, "I have some matters I wish to discuss with you, if it is convenient." Li Yuan quickly responded, "It is entirely convenient. Esteemed elder, your efforts to come to this mortal realm to impart your wisdom to me are greatly appreciated. Let us retire to this side tent for our conversation." Xia Mingjun swiftly commanded two soldiers to escort Li Yuan and Dongfang Lu to a nearby grand tent for a discussion. Meanwhile, Zhuang Liu from the Fate Gate addressed Xia Mingjun, stating, "Lord of the Xia, I have been entrusted by our Fate Gate's leader to come to the great Xia Kingdom to safeguard the family and kin of young Master Li Yuan, fostering a bond of goodwill. Henceforth, I shall reside in the great Xia Kingdom, and I trust this will not be too much of an imposition upon you." Upon hearing this, Xia Mingjun felt an overwhelming surge of joy. The presence of a martial sovereign in the great Xia Kingdom was akin to having a guardian deity. In the future, which nation would dare to show disrespect or launch an attack against the great Xia Kingdom? Xia Mingjun quickly responded, "It is indeed a blessing for the great Xia Kingdom that Senior Zhuang is willing to reside here. We are immensely grateful, and the notion of being a burden is far from our thoughts. On behalf of the countless citizens of the great Xia, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you, Senior Zhuang." Zhuang Liu replied, There is no need for such formalities, Lord of the Xia. At that moment, Yuan Xinjue from the Alchemist Guild, Si Wenin from the Blacksmith Guild, and Yi Jing from the Array Masters Guild simultaneously bowed to Xia Mingjun, saying, Lord of the Xia, we have hurried here upon receiving messages from the leaders of the 3 guilds of the Great Xia. Young Master Li Yuan is indeed a remarkable individual. His mastery in alchemy, weapon crafting, and array formations is unparalleled and beyond comprehension. With his alchemical skills, the entire Tianwu continent's practices in alchemy, weapon crafting, and formation shall experience a significant enhancement. Moreover, these are merely rudimentary divine techniques. Should young Master Li possess advanced skills, it would be a tremendous boon for all martial artists across our continent. In the Alchemist Guild, Yuan Xinjue inquired of Xia Mingjun, Your Excellency, I am unaware of the whereabouts of the presidents of our 3 guilds in the Great Xia Kingdom. If they are also present on this battlefield, we would appreciate it if you could summon them, as we have some matters we wish to discuss privately. Xia Mingjun promptly replied, Esteemed elders, the presidents of the 3 guilds of the Great Xia Kingdom are indeed on the battlefield of the Flying Dragon Army. They are laboring diligently to combat the forces of the Great Qin Kingdom and Qin Tyrant, and their contributions are immense. I would like to extend my gratitude to the 3 of them for their unwavering support of the Great Xia Kingdom. I shall send someone to seek them out and invite them to meet with you. He immediately dispatched a soldier to find the 3 guild presidents in the military camp and on the battlefield. In truth, the 3 guild leaders, Gongsun Yangping, Zhuo Jimu, and Feng Yudao, had already arrived outside Xia Mingjuan's grand tent, awaiting the audience with their superiors from the guilds. Upon hearing that 3 martial sects were to meet them, they promptly entered Xia Mingjuan's tent to pay their respects to the esteemed martial sect masters who had come from the upper guilds. Meanwhile, upon entering the grand tent and taking their seats, Li Yuan and Dongfeng Lu engaged in conversation. Dongfeng Lu addressed Li Yuan, Junior Brother Li. I have ventured from the distant realm of cultivation to meet you without prior consent, presumptuously claiming the title of Elder Brother. I hope you can forgive my audacity. Li Yuan quickly responded, Esteemed Senior, your arduous journey from the far-off realm of cultivation to this world, where the spiritual energy is scarce, leaves me deeply grateful. How could I harbor any grievances against you? Under the humble circumstances of Li Yuan, it was perplexing to him how he could have attracted the attention of an esteemed elder, prompting a visit for guidance. Dongfeng Lu remarked, Junior Brother Li Yuan, my visit is, in fact, on the orders of the Master of the Heavenly Mechanism sect, who wishes to extend an invitation for you to join our ranks. May I inquire if you have heard of the Heavenly Mechanism sect? How familiar are you with our organization? Would you be inclined to accept this invitation? Upon hearing Li Yuan's response, Dongfeng Lu was filled with delight. This is splendid. I never anticipated that you were acquainted with the Heavenly Mechanism sect. This makes my invitation all the more effortless. Since you are amenable to joining us, allow me to elucidate our methods of operation, our approach to accepting disciples, and the formidable crises that our realm currently faces. This urgency in seeking your companionship is precisely why the Heavenly Mechanism sect is so eager to welcome you. Chapter 161. The Heavenly Mechanism sect. Li Yuan found himself somewhat bewildered. Dongfeng Lu continued, Do not be in a rush, Junior Brother Li. Allow me to explain in detail. The Heavenly Mechanism sect was founded by the revered ancestor of Heavenly Mechanism, who possessed extraordinary abilities, enabling him to decipher the celestial patterns and glimpse into the future. This gift allowed him to foresee significant events, thus averting calamities and seeking opportunities for survival. The art he established, known as the Heavenly Mechanism technique, is shrouded in mystery and astonishment. On a grand scale, it can predict the fortunes and misfortunes of the entire world, while on a more intimate level, it can foresee an individual's destiny and prospects. In various respects, the Celestial Mechanism sect is a favored child of the cosmos, possessing the ability to foresee the fortunes and misfortunes of individuals, nations, and regions alike. It serves as a harbinger, offering advance warnings to humanity, thereby enabling them to take precautions against calamities and seize opportunities. This profound capability is a primary reason why the Celestial Mechanism sect is held in high esteem by the world. Following the inception of the Celestial Mechanism art by its revered founder, the Celestial Mechanism ancestor, the sect was established. Its disciples, adept in this art, have prophesied numerous fortunes and misfortunes, guiding many and helping avert disasters, thus bestowing blessings upon the world. However, a saying goes, the secrets of the cosmos must not be divulged. When disciples of the sect disclose their predictions to others, they may incur the wrath of the Celestial Order. Consequently, joining the Celestial Mechanism sect often necessitates a spirit of sacrifice. Numerous disciples have faced divine retribution for forewarning humanity about impending disasters, thereby revealing celestial secrets. This sacrificial spirit has garnered admiration from the public, leading them to perceive the members of the sect as noble, upright, and benevolent saviors. The commendable reputation of the Celestial Mechanism sect in the eyes of society can primarily be attributed to its stringent selection process for disciples. The sect consistently seeks individuals of high moral character who prioritize others over themselves, embodying integrity and kindness. Typically, the disciple recruitment process unfolds as follows. Initially, the art of celestial prediction is employed to identify potential candidates, followed by a prolonged period of scrutiny to ensure that the individual meets the sect's rigorous standards before receiving an invitation to join the Celestial Mechanism sect. Should the assessment reveal that an individual does not entirely meet the stringent criteria of the Celestial Gate, the gate shall relinquish its interest in that person. Adhering to the principle of quality over quantity in the selection of disciples, the recruitment of disciples within the Celestial Gate is conducted in utmost secrecy, with little information divulged to outsiders regarding who has been accepted as a disciple or who belongs to our esteemed order. This discretion minimizes external knowledge of our members and alleviates potential complications, thereby preserving the sanctity of our secrets. The laws of the celestial realm disallow any interference with its divine order. Thus, any breach of these secrets invites the wrath of celestial retribution. The process of accepting a disciple into the Celestial Gate is exceedingly rigorous, leading to an unwavering protection of our members. Should anyone dare to offend a disciple of the Celestial Gate, retribution will be swift and severe, often magnified tenfold or 100-fold, which is why many are eager to join our ranks. Outsiders may perceive our members as untouchable, yet there are indeed those who challenge the authority of the Celestial Gate. In certain instances, we find ourselves powerless against certain individuals, especially in regions where the celestial truths are obscured. If an individual who has wronged the Celestial Gate seeks refuge in such territories, we are unable to ascertain their whereabouts or circumstances, rendering us incapable of avenging our members. The structure of the Celestial Gate is as follows. At the pinnacle stands the Supreme Elder, followed by the Gate Master, various elders, elite disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples. In our Tianji sect, the practice of celestial mechanics differs significantly from martial cultivation. The latter often relies on the oral transmission and personal instruction of masters, leading to a congregation of masters and disciples within the sect, where disciples engage in collective training and mutual improvement. Conversely, in the Tianji sect, all newly selected disciples, upon being chosen, become external disciples, without exception, even those who are direct disciples of elders, the sect leader, or even the Supreme Elder. After being granted the rudimentary techniques of celestial mechanics, they are left to their own devices, entirely self-sustained. External disciples must independently cultivate their skills and utilize the celestial techniques bestowed upon them to deduce the location of the sect. Only then can they truly be considered disciples of the Tianji sect. Should a selected disciple fail to ascertain the sect's location and reach it, they remain an external disciple indefinitely. However, when a disciple's cultivation or age reaches a certain threshold, the sect will no longer allow them to wander outside but will instead invite them to serve as protectors or various emissaries for the sect. Yet, dear Junior, you are an exception. The reason I journeyed from the distant realm of cultivation to invite you to join the Tianji sect, and so publicly announced your acceptance as a disciple, is due to the vague foretelling of our predecessors, who predicted an impending colossal crisis threatening our realm. Nonetheless, this prediction has proven to be exceedingly inaccurate, as the celestial mechanisms of our realm have encountered issues, rendering the Tianji sect incapable of performing precise deductions. After the esteemed elders of the Tianji sect divined the impending crisis, the sect united its forces to devise a solution. In the nebulous resolution that emerged from their calculations, a faint glimmer of hope was discerned within you, my junior. The elders expressed their astonishment, for you are merely a martial apprentice, a mortal among mortals. How could such a being harbor the potential to resolve this dire situation? The sect leader and elders, adopting a stance of cautious optimism, instructed me to seek out my junior and extend an invitation to join the Tianji sect. Upon my arrival and subsequent observations, I was indeed struck by your extraordinary nature. The foresight of the sect's leaders is truly remarkable. Furthermore, the gate of causality has traced its path to you, indicating that you possess significant opportunities to avert the looming crisis of our realm. This is nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, at such a tender age and residing in the mortal world, you are aware of the Tianji sect. I remain perplexed by the secrets you may hold. Yet since your fate intertwines with the lives of countless beings, it is imperative that you contribute to their salvation. Thus, I hereby formally invite you to join the Tianji sect as an outer disciple. Will you accept this offer? Chapter 162. Joining the Tianji sect, Li Yuan replied, I am willing. I aspire to emulate the esteemed elders of the Tianji sect, to uphold integrity, and to dedicate myself to the salvation of the world, exerting my utmost efforts to assist the elders of the cultivation realm in alleviating humanity's crisis. In the Cosmic Pearl, Qi Yunzi remarked, several 100,000 years ago, this realm suffered a cataclysmic blow. Surely, it must have been our detonation of chaos that sent shockwaves through this dimension. Dan Kingsley replied, that is quite plausible. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao of a realm cannot be easily vanquished or severely wounded, scattering into the 3,000 paths. It is essential to understand that although this is merely a minor realm's heavenly Tao, it is encompassed within the grand tapestry of the universe's heavenly Tao, shielded by its vastness. Who could easily inflict harm upon it? If the heavenly Tao of this realm was indeed affected by the chaos explosion, might not the entirety of the universe's heavenly Tao also be impacted? This is the consequence of your actions. Qi Yunzi sighed. Should the heavenly Tao falter, this world would be devoid of safety, perpetually at risk of annihilation, which is utterly terrifying. Our fate is indeed lamentable. Dongfeng Lu addressed Li Yuan, saying, Junior brother, the process of accepting disciples into the Tiangong sect is rather uncomplicated. We do not conduct any elaborate ceremonies. One merely needs to bow thrice before the tablet of the ancestor of heavenly secrets, pledging to join the Tiangong sect, abide by its regulations, and strive for the growth and prosperity of the sect, as well as for the survival and advancement of humanity. If you agree, shall we proceed with the initiation ceremony now? Li Yuan responded, Very well. I am grateful for your kind guidance, senior. Upon seeing Li Yuan's assent to the initiation, Dongfeng Lu promptly retrieved a scroll from his storage ring, unfurling it before Li Yuan and stating, This is the portrait of our esteemed ancestor of the Tiangong sect. You shall bow thrice before this image to complete your oath of allegiance to the sect. Upon observing the portrait of the celestial master, Li Yuan noted that the figure depicted a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of ethereal grace and wisdom. Suddenly, Qi Yunzi exclaimed with astonishment, The Celestial Emperor. How could it be the Celestial Emperor? Dan Kingsley added in wonder, What is the likeness of the Celestial Emperor doing here? Has the Celestial sect employed some divine art to transmit the image of the Celestial Emperor, or did the Celestial Emperor ascend from this realm? This is exceedingly perplexing. Dan Kingsley then suggested to Li Yuan, Join this celestial sect. There is only gain to be had, no detriment. Li Yuan adjusted his robes and, with utmost solemnity, knelt on both knees before the portrait of the Celestial Emperor, bowing thrice as he proclaimed, Disciple Li Yuan pays homage to the ancestor. Today, I join the celestial sect and solemnly vow to adhere to its rules and regulations. dedicating myself to the growth and prosperity of the celestial sect and the survival and development of humanity. After the formalities of apprenticeship, Li Yuan inquired of Dongfang Lu. How should I address you, esteemed senior? Dongfang Lu replied, as a newly initiated outer disciple. You shall refer to the other disciples as brothers and sisters until one of the esteemed elders, the sect master, or a senior elder accepts you as their disciple. Should you later become a disciple of a senior elder, you will be of the same generation as the sect master. If you take the sect master as your mentor, you will be of the same rank as the elders, and if your master is an elder, you will hold the status of a disciple. In our esteemed Tianji sect, the position of the supreme elder is typically held by an individual of the martial emperor rank, and our current sect master also possesses this esteemed title. Generally, the elders are of the martial venerable, martial saint, or martial lord levels, while the elite disciples are usually classified as martial lords or martial zone. The inner disciples typically attain the ranks of martial sovereign or martial zone, while the outer disciples generally fall below the martial sovereign level. It is worth noting that our sect does not rigidly categorize martial arts ranks. Rather, we place greater emphasis on the comprehension and mastery of the celestial arts. You may address me as your senior brother, as I currently hold the status of an elite disciple. The classifications I mentioned provide a rough outline of the ranks within the headquarters of the Tianji sect. However, we also possess numerous subordinate branches, where the elders and leaders are appointed by the higher branches or the headquarters, thus existing outside the conventional ranking system. Now that you have joined the Tianji sect and have contributed your own spark of celestial insight in the critical endeavor of saving humanity, it is time for you to be privy to certain secrets of our sect. This recent endeavor to probe the celestial mysteries has not only depleted our resources but has also left our supreme elder, sect master, and other elders gravely injured, placing the Tianji sect in a precarious and perilous situation. Traditionally, our recruitment of disciples has been conducted in secrecy. However, my decision to publicly invite you to join the Tianji sect serves as both a declaration and a warning to the world, dissuading any from daring to harm you. Should anyone contemplate bringing you harm, they must weigh whether they possess the capacity to endure the retribution of the Tianji sect. Nevertheless, we are acutely aware that our current circumstances render us incapable of providing adequate protection for you. Thus, it is imperative that you exercise utmost caution and prioritize your safety. Upon concluding his discourse, Dongfang Lu produced a tome, a booklet, and a storage ring, presenting them to Li Yuan. This book encompasses the elementary techniques of the heavenly mechanism sect, specifically tailored for the cultivation of outer disciples. I entrust this to you. Mastery of these techniques relies solely on personal cultivation and comprehension, without the necessity for a mentor's instruction. You will grasp its essence upon perusal. He continued. This booklet delineates the rules and regulations of our sect. I urge you to study it diligently, commit it to memory, and adhere strictly to the guidelines. He then added, This storage ring is a gift for you, junior brother. Within it resides 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The recent endeavors of the heavenly mechanism sect in divining the celestial mechanisms have imposed considerable expenses, thus we are unable to provide a more substantial sum. I hope you can forgive this modest offering. Li Yuan promptly accepted these 3 items, bowing respectfully to Dongfang Lu as he expressed, Thank you, senior brother, for your kindness. Subsequently, he drew a drop of blood from his fingertip and let it fall onto the storage ring, thereby refining it. As he channeled his spiritual energy to peer inside, he discovered the presence of 1 million spirit stones. As Dongfang Lu observed Li Yuan refining the storage ring, he addressed him, Junior brother, at present, the celestial order of our realm is in disarray, causing many of the heavenly laws to become exceedingly chaotic. This is a moment that demands the intervention of the heavenly machine sect. Regrettably, our elders and the sect leader are all gravely injured, which has resulted in the responsibilities of comprehending and perceiving the heavenly secrets, along with numerous mundane affairs, falling upon our shoulders as disciples. Currently, the elite and inner disciples of the heavenly machine sect are exceedingly occupied, and I too have many tasks to attend to. Therefore, I urge you, junior brother, to swiftly attend to your various matters here, so that you may journey to the realm of cultivation at the earliest opportunity. I shall personally escort you to the Sky City within the cultivation world, after which I must attend to certain affairs of my own. Once you arrive at Sky City, your life and cultivation will rest solely upon your own efforts. The realm of cultivation is a place where the weak are devoured by the strong. Survival is arduous. You must endeavor to accelerate your training and strengthen yourself to enhance your chances of survival. You may consider joining the Alchemist Guild, the Blacksmith Guild, or the Array Master Guild, or perhaps enlist with a mercenary guild or any sect, thereby securing their protection to better safeguard yourself and elevate your cultivation. The Heavenly Machine sect shall not interfere with your choice of affiliation. What is paramount is that you seize every opportunity to advance your cultivation, gain insights, practice the secrets of the Heavenly Machine, and promptly locate our sect's residence, ultimately becoming a true disciple of the Heavenly Machine sect. A great calamity looms ahead. Since my junior brother bears the heavy responsibility of saving humanity, he must shoulder this duty with utmost dedication, striving tirelessly for the survival of mankind. My junior brother must endeavor to locate the sect within no more than a century. Li Yuan replied, "Understood. Thank you, senior brother." Once all matters were addressed, Dongfeng Lu and Li Yuan exited the grand tent, returning to the large tent of Xia Mingjun. Chapter 163. Casual conversations in the grand tent. After Li Yuan's departure, Xia Mingjun's tent remained abuzz with activity. He elaborated on Li Yuan's background, character, exceptional abilities, and tremendous contributions to the Great Xia Kingdom to Zhuang Liu and the other three. Gongsun Yangping from the Alchemist Guild, Zhuo Jiamu from the Blacksmith Guild, and Feng Yudao from the Array Master Guild shared with Zhuang Liu and the others the remarkable intricacies of Li Yuan's alchemical techniques, weapon crafting, and array formations. Zhuang Liu, along with Yuan Xinjue of the Alchemist Guild, Si Wenin of the Blacksmith Guild, and Yi Jing of the Array Master Guild, expressed their awe, astonished by the humble and obscure origins of Li Yuan, who, despite his background, exhibited such noble character. They marveled at his selflessness in defending the Great Xia Kingdom, prioritizing its welfare over personal gain, and were equally astonished by his youth, which belied his extraordinary skills. The four martial sect masters pondered numerous questions regarding Li Yuan. From where had he acquired such divine techniques? What purpose did he serve with the vast array of spiritual herbs and rare materials? Despite his indiscriminate acceptance of all spiritual materials, it was evident that many of these resources bore no relation to the pills, spiritual tools, and formation plates he crafted. The various elixirs, array formations, fiery explosive arrows, and storage bags concocted by Li Yuan require an astronomical amount of raw materials. From whence has he procured such an abundance of these resources? The sheer volume of spiritual materials, not to mention the entire Xia Kingdom's inability to supply them, suggests that even the mortal realm would struggle to provide such quantities. Moreover, what treasures do Li Yuan's possessions embody? How did he acquire these remarkable items? What extraordinary functions do they possess? Xia Mingjun addressed the assembly, stating, "I too have harbored doubts regarding the wonders of young Master Li. However, he once confided in me that he possesses certain special secrets that are not suitable for disclosure. Since that moment, I have refrained from inquiring further about these mysteries. I surmise that young Master Li's secrets are of significant consequence. Therefore, if he is unwilling to share them, I hope the esteemed elders can understand his reticence." Upon receiving the transmission, our sect leader immediately commanded the entire causal sect to investigate the threads of causality within our realm. Should anyone exhibit a profound connection to causality, we must promptly ascertain the nature of their ties. If such an individual embodies virtuous causes, the causal sect shall endeavor to establish a benevolent rapport. Conversely, if they harbor malevolent causes, we must take every possible measure to eradicate them, thereby safeguarding humanity from potential future calamities. The elders of the Causality Gate once collaborated on an exploration into the realm of causality. During this investigation, The venerable members of the sect were astonished to discover an exceptionally dense web of causality woven throughout the mortal realm of the Daxia kingdom. This intricate tapestry entangled the entire Li family and numerous individuals from the Daxia, manifesting even as a resplendent golden cloud. The elders of the causality gate were perplexed, for the Daxia kingdom was merely a domain of mortals, inhabited by individuals of humble cultivation. How could such profound ties of causality exist? Moreover, this web of causality seemed to influence the very survival, safety, and fate of the entire human race. Further inquiry revealed that all these phenomena stemmed from the figure of Li Yuan, the young master of the Li family. In their astonishment, the elders instructed me to journey to the Daxia kingdom, to forge a benevolent connection with Master Li, and to remain in the Daxia to safeguard the still nascent Li family and the multitude of individuals whose destinies were intertwined with the safety of humanity. Members of the Alchemist Guild, including Gongsun Yangping, were utterly captivated by the extraordinary abilities of the Celestial Mechanism Gate and the Causality Gate. Gongsun Yangping extolled the unparalleled mastery of Li Yuan's alchemical techniques and the remarkable efficacy of his formulas. Zhuo Jiamei, an expert in weapon forging, and Feng Yudao, a master of formations, also shared the wonders of Li Yuan's forging skills and the intricacies of the formations he crafted. Particularly notable was the brilliance of his spiritual pattern diagrams, which were nothing short of a marvel, unmatched and beyond imagination. As the assembly fervently discussed the merits of Li Yuan, a soldier abruptly entered to report that a message had arrived via the carrier pigeon from the esteemed Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian of the Imperial City. Xia Mingjun promptly commanded that the missive be presented forthwith. Xia Mingjun opened the letter and was taken aback. He then recounted the contents of the letter to those gathered in the large tent. At that moment, a military envoy entered to report, "Your Majesty, the Grand Marshal has sent a letter of surrender from the Grand Marshal of the Great Qin Kingdom. The Great Qin Kingdom has decided to surrender unconditionally to the Great Xia Kingdom." In Xia Mingjun's mind, the Great Qin Kingdom had already become insignificant. If he wished to annihilate it, it would be a mere trifling task, effortless and straightforward, as the Great Qin Kingdom possessed no capacity for resistance. Even if the Tianduan sect were to send aid to the Great Qin Kingdom, it would be futile. Distant waters cannot quench a nearby thirst, and the Tianduan sect would be unable to intervene effectively. What further lightened Xia Mingjun's mood was the presence of 5 martial masters, including Dongfeng Lu. In the Great Xia Kingdom, the factions to which these martial masters belonged were extraordinary, and they regarded the Tianduan sect with disdain. Even if, in the future, the other martial masters departed, Zhuang Liu of the Ingwa sect would remain in the Great Xia Kingdom, with him in command. The Tianduan sect would likely hesitate to offend him, thereby deterring any further attacks on the Great Xia Kingdom. However, Xia Mingjun had lost the desire to eradicate the Great Qin Kingdom. Chapter 164. The Triumphant Return to the Imperial City, Part 1. A great battle had left the entire nation impoverished and battered, its people suffering in despair. Even now, the eastern and northwestern battlefields remained at a standoff. If he were to recklessly wage war against the Great Qin Kingdom, how many more soldiers would spill their blood on the battlefield, meeting their untimely demise? Moreover, even if one were to vanquish the Great Qin Kingdom, it would bear little significance for the Great Xia Kingdom. The sole aspiration is to govern the Great Xia with diligence, rather than engage in extensive warfare to unify the realm. Emperor Xia Ming did not immediately resolve whether to accept the surrender of the Great Qin Kingdom or to annihilate it. He wished to await the arrival of Li Yuan to consider his counsel. Li Yuan and Dongfeng Lu expressed their gratitude to the assembly. After a round of congratulations, Emperor Xia Ming recounted the plight of the unconscious Princess Jin Hua and the surrender proclamation from the Great Qin Kingdom to Li Yuan, inquiring about his recommendations. Dan Qingzi also asserted the urgency of rescuing the little princess and Jin Hua, deeming it the most pressing matter at hand. The annihilation of the Great Qin Kingdom held no merit and would result in insurmountable losses. Dongfeng Lu remarked on his limited time, burdened with numerous responsibilities. He expressed a desire for his disciple Li Yuan to promptly resolve his affairs in the mortal realm so they could swiftly embark on their journey to the realm of cultivation. After heeding the counsel of those present, Emperor Xia Ming resolved to accept the surrender of the Great Qin Kingdom, deciding that the Great Xia Kingdom would cease its offensive. However, the Great Qin Kingdom must remit 10 trillion taels of silver and spiritual materials to the Great Xia Kingdom. Since the onset of hostilities with the Great Qin Kingdom, the martial sovereign Chun Tairen loomed like a mountain over the hearts of all, from the emperor to the common soldiers of the Great Xia. Instilling a profound heaviness, this war, viewed from any angle, appeared to be an inevitable defeat, a cataclysmic collapse. All the warriors harbored the resolve of preferring to be shattered jade rather than intact tiles, bracing themselves for a battle against the Great Qin Kingdom with a determination to fight to the end. Such determination, how profoundly heroic. During the battle, all the soldiers took turns defending, either engaged in the tense struggle or seizing moments to rest. Li Yuan had no opportunity for idle chatter, nor even time to meet with others. Now, the war has concluded, achieving an unimaginable and miraculous victory. Instantly, the hearts of all were set free. As the heavy burden dissipated like mist, everyone gathered in General Xia Mingjun's grand tent, bowing respectfully before him. Xia Mingjun observed the assembly. The elder figures such as Li Tai, Wang Qingping, and Lin Ninghao, alongside the younger ones like Li Feng, Li Ming, and Li Jingwen, all of whom had valiantly fought for the Great Xia nation. With heartfelt sincerity, Xia Mingjun expressed his gratitude to all, introducing the 5 martial sects to the warriors from Nanhua County and Chushan City. Upon learning that Zhuang Liu of the Causality sect would make the Great Xia nation their permanent residence to safeguard it, and the Li family of Chushan City, everyone felt immense gratitude and joy, with a martial sect stationed in the Great Xia nation who would dare to invade henceforth. With a martial sect guiding their cultivation, the entire family's practice would surely flourish. Li Tai, Lin Ninghao, Wang Qingping, and others all conveyed their heartfelt thanks to the martial sects. As Li Yuan entered the Emperor Xia Mingjun's grand tent, the fervent discussions within came to an abrupt halt, and all eyes turned towards him. All present, including the 4 martial sovereigns, Emperor Xia Mingjun, and the martial kings from Chushan City, gazed upon Li Yuan with increasing admiration. The people of the Great Xia Kingdom revered Li Yuan for his remarkable feat in single-handedly rescuing the nation from the brink of annihilation. His contributions and gratitude were as towering as mountains and as profound as the seas. The martial sovereigns, on the other hand, were left in disbelief. A mere boy of 12 or 13 possessed such extraordinary abilities, capable of influencing the very safety of humanity, truly astonishing. Emperor Xia Mingjun commanded the gathering of Yang Jizhu, Xia Mingli, Xia Mingxing, and others to convene in the grand tent to discuss strategies for a troop withdrawal. Li Yuan invited the martial kings from Nanhua County and Chushan City to a large tent adjacent to the emperor's. After exchanging formal greetings, he expressed his gratitude to those who had rushed to the imperial city at his invitation, aiding in its rescue, and subsequently, after the crisis had subsided, hastened to Filong Pass to support the Great Xia military. The assembly conveyed their heartfelt appreciation to Li Yuan, acknowledging that safeguarding one's homeland is the duty of every individual. Remarkably, none of the martial kings from Nanhua County or Chushan City sustained serious injuries or perished during this grand conflict, where the odds were heavily stacked against them, an extraordinary stroke of fortune indeed. In Chapter 165, The Triumphant Return to the Imperial City, Part 2, Li Yuan informed the assembly of his imminent journey to the realm of immortals, while Zhuang Liu of the Causality sect would remain in the Great Xia Kingdom to protect both the nation and the Li family of Chushan City. Thus, Li Yuan was determined to relocate his entire Li family to the imperial city, and he intended to request Emperor Xia Mingjun to allocate a suitable place for them. He inquired of Lin Ninghao, Wang Qingping, the patriarch of the Chu family, Chu Mingxian, and the patriarch of the Hu family, Hu Buping, about their intentions and whether they would be willing to accompany the Li family to the imperial city. Everyone, including Lin Ninghao, wholeheartedly agreed to migrate alongside the Li family and expressed their desire to become vassal families of the Li clan. How could the clan leaders and esteemed ancestors refuse the opportunity to move to the imperial city? Not only would relocation facilitate rapid and prosperous development for their families, but simply being in the imperial city, under the protection of the martial sect Zhuangliu, was akin to having a guardian deity. With such protection, who would dare to disrespect them in the Great Xia Kingdom? Who would risk harming them? Moreover, with the guidance of the martial sect for their disciples' training, even the most casual advice from the martial sect could lead to remarkable advancements in their cultivation. Such a fortuitous opportunity was indeed rare to find. Thus, it was settled. The Lin family and Hu family from Nanwei County, along with the Wang family and Chu family from Shanqing, would all relocate to the imperial city with the Li family. At this time, Xia Mingjun and Xia Mingli had already completed their discussions. Xia Mingjun personally pinned letters to the commanders on the eastern battlefield, Shangwan Xiu, and the patriarch of the Zhao family, as well as to Ning Feijia, the Lu family, and the patriarchs of the Shao family on the northwestern battlefield, detailing the splendid victory of the Flying Dragon Army. He instructed the commanders to relay messages to the 4 island nations in the east and to the Great Yu Kingdom and Black Mountain Kingdom in the northwest, urging their surrender and demanding that each nation pay tribute of 500 billion taels of silver in spiritual materials to the Great Xia Kingdom. Should these nations refuse to capitulate and decline to tribute the vast sum of 500 billion taels of silver in spiritual materials to the Great Xia Kingdom, then the latter shall obliterate their states, leaving them to ponder their fates. Li Yuan entrusted 100 units of primordial energy along with 1,000 flame-burst spirit arrows to Xia Mingjun, instructing him to reserve these for the Flying Dragon Army. Thus, should the disciples of the Heavenly Break sect come forth to avenge Chun Tairen and assault the Great Xia Kingdom, these resources would sustain the Flying Dragon Army for an extended period. Dongfang Lu Zhuangliu and the 3 martial sects leaders expressed keen interest in Li Yuan's primordial energy and flame-burst spirit arrows. Each of the 5 requested a unit of primordial energy and 2 flame-burst spirit arrows from Xia Mingjun, examining them closely with great curiosity. Li Yuan proceeded to impart the rudimentary version of his sun shooting arrow technique to the 5, who were left astounded by the sheer brilliance of his archery skills. Although Xia Mingjun, as a martial emperor, possessed the ability to soar through the skies, his capabilities were still limited to the first level of martial emperor, having only recently acquired the ability to manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for flight. This rendered his ascension slow and energetically taxing. Therefore, Zhuangliu took it upon himself to carry him aloft, while Dongfang Lu assisted Li Yuan. The 3 martial sects leaders each bore their respective guilds' president from the Great Xia Kingdom, and together, the 10 ascended into the air amidst the respectful farewells of the soldiers and Flying Dragon City, soaring towards the northeastern imperial city. In the imperial city, the second prince, Jiang Shouxian, and others, having suffered significantly from Qin Tairen's surprise attack last time, had grown particularly cautious. They undertook a large-scale conscription of soldiers within the imperial city, rallying various families, factions, and groups to join the Imperial City Guard and collectively defend their stronghold. The assault by Qin Tairen exposed the inhabitants of the Imperial City to the imminent peril and brutality of war, prompting them to eagerly enlist in the military, vowing to collectively safeguard their realm. In a short span, a multitude of citizens joined the defensive forces, pushing the numbers of the Imperial Guard to their utmost limit. The second prince and Jiang Shouxian organized all soldiers into 3 divisions, taking turns to fortify the city. At every moment, formations comprising thousands and hundreds of soldiers were meticulously arranged to ensure a stringent defense. The second prince and Jiang Shouxian mandated that each citizen dig an underground shelter, so that should the formidable martial sovereign Chun Tairen launch another assault, the populace could conceal themselves below ground, thus avoiding the fate of being crushed or struck down by falling debris as in the previous encounter. Each day weighed heavily on the hearts of Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian and the second prince, as they remained vigilant against potential surprise attacks from Qin Tairen, while also keeping watch over the thousands imprisoned in the city's dungeons, including the first prince and members of the Chao and Sun families. Concerns for the unconscious Xiao Jinhua and the young princess loomed large, compounded by anxiety over the battlefield conditions faced by the Feilong army. The martial sovereign Qin Tyrant was alarmingly powerful. How could His Majesty and Li Yuan withstand such might? On this day, as the soldiers diligently defended the imperial city, they suddenly spotted 10 figures approaching from the distance. The soldiers were taken aback and immediately sounded the alarm, reverberating through the city with the clang of gongs, the beat of drums, and the roar of cannons. The defending troops swiftly transitioned into a state of war readiness, while the general populace hastened to their underground refuges. The second prince and his companions were on high alert, when suddenly, among the 10 individuals approaching, a voice rang out. And to their astonishment, it was none other than Emperor Xia Mingjun calling to them. Upon closer inspection, they confirmed that it truly was their sovereign, Emperor Xia Mingjun. The second prince and all the soldiers erupted in joyous cheers. As Xia Mingjun and his entourage descended, the second prince hurriedly ran forward and, with a resounding thud, knelt before Xia Mingjun, exclaiming, "Your humble son bows before you, father, and rejoices at your triumphant return." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, and he began to weep uncontrollably. Gazing upon Emperor Xia Mingjun, he felt an overwhelming rush of emotions, intense excitement, and immense release of pressure after enduring a long struggle, and even a tinge of grievance. He had spent his days in the luxurious confines of the royal palace under his father's care, immersed in study and cultivation. Yet, in an instant, his life had transformed dramatically. Now, standing before his father, the divine figure he had always revered, he could no longer contain his emotions. Xia Mingjun, witnessing the second prince's distress, was also moved to tears. He stepped forward, gently lifting the second prince to his feet, and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Patting the young prince's shoulder, he said, "Xianer, you have endured much. You have grown. This time, for the sake of the countless subjects of the great Xia. You have faced life and death, achieving unparalleled merit. Your father sees it all. You are indeed a remarkable son." Xia Xian, in turn, embraced Xia Mingjun, choked with emotion, unable to articulate his feelings. All the soldiers surrounding were filled with emotion, their eyes glistening with tears. Xia Mingjun released the second prince, Xia Tianxian, and addressed the soldiers with a booming voice. "Brave warriors, your efforts are deeply appreciated. In the imperial city, you have fought valiantly for the great Xia nation and the safety of countless lives. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you all." Upon hearing Xia Mingjun's words, the soldiers knelt in unison, gazing at him with fervor and proclaiming, "For the great Xia nation, for His Majesty, we shall face death without hesitation." Xia Mingjun gestured for them to rise and continued with fervent enthusiasm, "We have emerged victorious. We have vanquished the great Qin Empire, slaying Emperor Qin Ligua and Wuzong Qin Tyrant. We are safe now. No nation shall dare to attack us again. Our future will be filled with peace, safety, joy, and happiness. We have triumphed. Let us welcome His Majesty's triumphant return. Long live the Emperor, long live, long live." The soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers as Xia Mingjun led them toward the palace. When the alarm sounded, Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian and the head of the Li family were taken aback, but soon the imperial city reverberated with thunderous cheers. A soldier rushed to report that His Majesty had secured victory on the battlefield against the Feilong army, defeating Qin Tyrant and Qin Ligua, and was now returning in triumph. Jiang Shouxian and the head of the Li family were overwhelmed with joy, and they hurriedly exited the Golden Luan Hall to welcome Xia Mingjun. As the sovereign and his ministers met, Chancellor Jiang Shouxian led the assembly of civil and military officials in paying their respects to Emperor Xia Mingjun, who expressed profound gratitude to the gathered dignitaries. The atmosphere was charged with excitement and fervor. Upon arriving at the Golden Luan Hall, Emperor Xia Mingjun invited the 5 esteemed martial lords to take their seats. However, the martial lords politely declined the offer. In response, the emperor instructed his attendants to bring forth 5 chairs for their comfort, positioning them at the forefront of the hall. He then turned to his ministers. presenting the 5 martial lords with honor, and once again conveyed his heartfelt thanks. After the introductions, Emperor Xia Mingjun designated a splendid hall, Yisan Hall, for the 5 martial lords to rest. He addressed them with sincerity, saying, "Esteemed seniors, I regret that I am unable to serve you properly in your presence. I have a young daughter named Tianyu and the niece of Princess Mengshu, named Jinhua. Both sustained severe injuries during their battle against Chen Tairen and have fallen into a deep unconsciousness. I wish to attend to them first." The 5 lords expressed their desire to visit the young Jinhua and the princess, and Emperor Xia Mingjun welcomed the notion. Uncertain of the girl's conditions, he thought perhaps the martial lords might devise a means to aid in their recovery. His initial intention was to invite the 5 martial lords to accompany him to see the young girls, yet he hesitated, as he was unaware of the girl's plight and felt it inappropriate to impose upon the newly arrived martial lords. After all, given their esteemed status, they might not have granted him even a glance had it not been for Li Yuan. A multitude gathered in the palace courtyard of Princess Zai-Jinhua, where the esteemed Wang Fei Yang Mengshu was recuperating. Upon learning of the arrival of Emperor Zai Mingjun and Prime Minister Jiang Shouxian, along with Li Yuan and others, Wang Fei Yang hastily led her entourage of palace maidens to the gates to extend a warm welcome. Upon encountering Emperor Zai Mingjun and his companions, Yang Mengshu bowed respectfully, extending her heartfelt congratulations on the emperor's victorious return. Emperor Zai Mingjun introduced the 5 esteemed warriors of Wuzong to Yang Mengshu, prompting her to bow once again. Acknowledging their distinguished presence, the 5 Wuzong warriors, upon discovering that Yang Mengshu was the mother of the little princess and the aunt of Zai Jinhua, reciprocated her courtesy with great politeness. After the formalities, Yang Mengshu promptly guided the 5 Wuzong warriors, along with Emperor Zai Mingjun and Li Yuan, to visit the little princess and Zai Jinhua. Upon entering the chamber where the 2 young ladies were recuperating, they were greeted by 2 rows of palace maidens and several physicians stationed at the door. Inside the room, more palace maidens and physicians stood vigil, their purpose solely to attend to the little princess and Zai Jinhua. Unfortunately, these physicians were at a loss regarding the unconscious state of the 2 girls. Upon noticing the arrival of Emperor Zai Mingjun, Li Yuan, and the entourage, the palace maidens and physicians hastily bowed and withdrew, taking their positions on either side of the courtyard. As the group entered the spacious and immaculate chamber, they beheld 2 large beds where Zai Jinhua and the little princess lay, both seemingly in a deep slumber, their faces ashen. After observing the condition of the 2 girls, Emperor Zai Mingjun clasped his hands and addressed the 5 Wuzong warriors, inquiring if they might possess any means to assist the 2 children. After 5 individuals meticulously observed the circumstances of both the little princess and the little flower, they all shook their heads in unison. There is no way. The 5 were perplexed, for both the little flower and the little princess appeared outwardly normal, exhibiting no visible injuries or any other discernible afflictions.